Chapter 13F Group. Hangwu University, Awakening Auditorium. The dome is bright and the light is flowing, but there is a lot of noise below. Next, Chen Chang. The dean's voice echoed in every corner of the auditorium through the loudspeaker equipment. Chen Chang is still in a state of chaos. Who am I? Where am I? Shouldn't I be preparing my speech for the debate competition? Why am I here? Countless fragments of memory collided and merged in his mind, and the severe headache made him almost unable to stand. Student Chen Chang, please come to the stage. The director's voice was filled with a hint of impatience. Someone pushed him, and Chen Chang staggered and walked onto the platform in a daze. On the stage, a half-human high prismatic crystal was quietly suspended, emitting a soft halo. This is the Awakening Stone. A miracle that belongs only to this world. Put your hand on it. Seeing that I was not in a good state, the director taught me how to do it. Chen Chang followed his instructions, mechanically stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the cold stone surface. Buzz. The Awakening Stone vibrated slightly. Then, an extremely dim gray light shone from the inside of the stone, covering only his palm and unable to expand any larger. The light is dim, like a candle in the wind, which may go out at any time. Below the stage, thousands of students waiting to awaken fell silent instantly. Then everyone started whispering to each other. Gray light. Is this the lowest F level? It seems so. I haven't seen such a pure F class in many years. The dean looked at the pitiful gray light, the pen tip on the recording board paused, and finally made the assessment. Chen Chang, awakened F-level superpower, petrification of alien skin. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Petrification? What kind of supernatural power is this? So it makes the skin as hard as stone? Isn't that just a stationary target? As expected of an F rank, only an F rank is worthy of this ability. The mocking voices were one after another, extremely harsh. Chen Chang's consciousness finally became completely clear in this huge noise. He digested the memories of this body in his mind. Traveled through time. Came to a different world called Blue Star. A world where humanity is in danger and can only survive by relying on the bloody battles of the awakened. And today is the awakening ceremony that determines his fate when he turns 20. As a result, he awakened a most useless F-level ability. Wait a moment on the stage. The dean glanced at Chen Chang. Let's see if there are any teammates suitable for you to deeply bond with. Chen Chang nodded expressionlessly. He knew that there would be two people who would be deeply bound to him and become his most important partners in the future fight against alien beasts. The dean of studies obviously didn't want to waste too much time on this F-grade student, and he quickly flipped through the list in his hand. The flowers are falling. A petite girl heard the sound, walked out of the queue, lowered her head, and walked onto the platform. The awakening stone also glowed faintly, but it had a little more green, representing life, than Chen Chang's gray, but it was still in the F-level category. Hua Shilua, F-level superpower, healing. The flowers haven't yet fallen asleep. Another girl came up. She looked exactly like Hua Shilua, obviously twins. It was the same faint F-level light, but this time it was blue with a slight spiritual attribute. Hua Weimian, F-level superpower, recovery. The dean looked at the two girls speechlessly and sighed. Hua Weimian, Hua Shilua, join Chen Chang's team. I wish you prosperous military luck. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter even louder than before. Oh my god. 3 F-class guys at one table. A useless tank, a nurse who can only heal superficial injuries, and a support who can only restore mental strength. What kind of weird combination is this? The weakest team in history has been born. I'd like to call it the 3F team. Can this team go to the front lines to fight against the alien beasts? Or deliver snacks to the alien beasts? There were harsh words everywhere in the audience. At first, they were whispering, but in the end, everyone no longer hid and laughed directly. Chen Chang could feel that the two girls beside him who had just been assigned to him were shaking violently. Their heads buried even lower. Hua Shilua's eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Hua Weiman bit her lips tightly, trying hard not to cry. Humiliation, unwillingness, and despair about the future almost overwhelmed them. It was at this moment that Chen Chang moved. His slightly confused state caused by digesting the memories disappeared. He reached out his hand, and amid the two women's shocked reactions, he took one of their cold little hands. Very soft, very slippery, and still trembling. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's bodies froze at the same time. What was he going to do? Chen Chang pulled them and took a step forward, facing the mockery of thousands of people below the stage. He wasn't angry, nor was he yelling. He just spoke in a voice that was so calm that it was eerie. Have you laughed enough, you losers? The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The noisy auditorium fell eerily silent for a moment. Everyone looked at this waste who had just awakened F-level superpowers. Immediately afterwards, even louder curses erupted from the audience. Chen Chang looked around, ignored them, and continued speaking. F rank, also an awakener. And we will go outside the isolation wall and fight the strange beasts. And you, the vast majority, will live as ordinary people in the rear areas we protect with our lives. We are protecting you. His words were neither hurried nor harsh, he just stated the facts in a calm manner. Enjoying the protection of others, yet mocking the guardians to the utmost. Who taught you? Or? Chen Chang changed the subject with a hint of sneer. Are you just jealous? Jealous that even though I'm only F rank, the Federation assigned me two such lovely team members. And you guys, you have nothing? TSK, it's true, jealousy can really change a person beyond recognition. Singles. Boom. This sentence was like a heavy punch, hitting the hearts of the single people in the audience. Especially those who think they have good talents but cannot enjoy the official benefits because they are not awakened. Yes, they are jealous. How can an F-level waste obtain a deep bond with two female awakeners? Even if the opponent is also F-level, he is also an awakened one. They are twins who look exactly the same and are incredibly beautiful. The laughter stopped abruptly. Chen Chang was right. Regardless of their level, the awakened ones were the patron saints of mankind. No one can afford to be accused of mocking the patron saint. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman stared blankly at the back of the man in front of them who was not tall but seemed extremely reliable at the moment. Feeling the reassuring warmth coming from the palm of his hand. This is the first time that when they were bullied, someone did not choose to remain silent or escape, but stood up so firmly to protect them. An inexplicable sense of security quietly sprouted in the hearts of the two girls. It seemed that following him was not a bad idea. The awakening ceremony continued, and in the end, a total of 63 awakeners were born this year. They were all assigned to Superpower Class 1. The news of the all-F-level team, composed of Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weiman spread throughout the school immediately, and they became well-known celebrities. Chen Chang ignored others. After the ceremony, he took the hands of the two women and walked out of the auditorium through the crowd. According to the welfare of the awakened ones, each awakened team will be allocated independent residence by the school. Even the F class is no exception. In a townhouse deep in the campus, 3 people stood in front of a villa with their names displayed on the electronic doorplate. Chen Chang, Hua Weimian, Hua Shilua. Push the door open and walk in. The interior of the villa is spacious and bright, and is fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. Only when they entered this completely private space did Chen Chang let go of the two women's hands. This will be our home from now on. Chen Chang sat down on the sofa first. He needs some time to thoroughly plan his future. The two women sat down stiffly on the edge of the sofa, their bodies stretched straight. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Let's get to know each other again. Chen Chang spoke first. My name is Chen Chang, and I'm an orphan. These few simple words shocked the Hua sisters. My name is Hua Weimian, and this is my sister, Hua Shilua. Sister Hua Weimian mustered up the courage to speak, but her voice was still weak. Then, Hua Shilua added, we come from a very ordinary family. Chen Chang nodded to show that he understood. A child from an ordinary family awakened the lowest level F-class superpower and was ridiculed in public. It was lucky that he didn't collapse. So, what exactly is this so-called strange skin petrification? Chen Chang spread out his hands and an idea came to his mind. A faint trace of supernatural power began to flow in the body. The skin on his right arm was quickly covered with a layer of grayish-white stratum corneum at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a rock-hard texture. He bent the knuckles of his left hand and tapped on it. It was very hard. But that's all. He could feel that the supernatural power in his body was rapidly dissipating. The defense looks good, but it consumes a lot of energy and has a small range, so it is really useless. just as Chen Chang was about to disperse his supernatural power and was thinking about how to use it. A stream of information flooded into his mind without warning. Soul binding has been activated. Current binding 2-2, target 1, Hua Shiluo. Target 2, Hua Weimian. Analyzing the host's abilities, F rank, petrification of alien skin, analysis complete. Unlock talent, alien skin weapon. Chapter 2, alien skin armor. The cold mechanical sound in his mind made Chen Chang freeze. Golden finger? Soul binding? Alien skin weapons? A series of information came crashing down on him, causing his brain, which had just adapted to the time travel, to briefly crash again. At the same time, the sisters Hua Weimian and Hua Shiluo on the other side of the sofa suddenly looked at each other. They saw the same confusion on each other's faces, and they felt as if an invisible thread was pulling them together with Chen Chang, who was lost in thought on the sofa. Sister, do you feel? Hua Shiluo asked in a low voice. Yeah. Hua Weimian nodded gently. I feel that classmate Chen Chang and I have become closer. Unable to figure out the reason, they attributed this strange feeling to the psychological effect of what the Federation calls deep binding. After all, from now on, the three of them are an inseparable whole. Chen Chang had no time to care about anything else at the moment. He was concentrating on studying the new talent called alien skin armor that appeared in his mind. The power of the linker fuses with the power of the host. The bound person enters the host's armed space. Both sides have a mutual understanding. These simple descriptions made Chen Chang's heart beat faster. If this is true, then their 3F group may not be as useless as it seems. Seeing that Chen Chang closed his eyes, his brows sometimes relaxed and sometimes furrowed, as if he was thinking about something important, the two sisters tacitly understood not to disturb him. Hua Shiluo stood up and whispered to her sister, Sister, I'll go clean up. She found the cleaning tools from the corner and began to carefully wipe the tables and chairs in the villa, sweeping away the little dust that had accumulated because no one had lived there for a long time. Hua Weimian walked into the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator and looked inside. It was empty except for some basic drinking water. However, there are compressed biscuits and nutrient solution provided by the school in the cupboard. She took out a few portions. Although they didn't taste very good, at least they could fill her stomach. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chang finally opened his eyes. He let out a long breath, with an indescribable light in his eyes. When he looked up, he saw that the villa had changed. The originally tidy house was now even cleaner. And from the direction of the kitchen, there was a slight noise. He walked over and saw Hua Weimian boiling water in an electric kettle with a few compressed biscuits next to her. This scene made Chen Chang feel inexplicably warm in his heart. Children from poor families grow up early. This saying is applicable in every world. Come here. Chen Chang returned to the living room and waved to the two sisters. Ah. Oh. Hua Shiluo put down the rag, and Hua Weimian also poked her head out from the kitchen. They both trotted in front of Chen Chang and stood straight like two elementary school students waiting for their teacher's lecture. Don't be nervous. Chen Chang smiled. I just studied my ability and I seem to have discovered something new. Something new? The two girls' faces were full of curiosity. What else can be researched with F-level superpowers? Well, I need your cooperation. Chen Chang's expression became serious. Wait a minute. No matter what happens, don't resist. Relax your mind. Although they didn't understand what Chen Chang was going to do, due to the trust they had established before and the effect of soul binding, the two sisters nodded obediently. I'm ready. Chen Chang took a deep breath and thought, weaponize with alien skin. Buzz. A strange scene happened. Hua Shiluo and Hua Weimian, who were standing in front of Chen Chang, suddenly became illusory, flashed twice, and then disappeared out of thin air. Chen Chang was the only one left in the villa. No, not alone. He could clearly feel that there seemed to be two more gentle yet panicked consciousnesses in his body. He looked down at his arms. The grayish-white stratum corneum on the body surface reappeared, but this time, there was a faint fluorescence flowing on it. One layer is emerald green, representing vitality, and the other is light blue, symbolizing spiritual power. The two kinds of light intertwined with his own lime color, creating a mysterious texture. He clenched his fists and could feel a sense of strength and defense that far exceeded his previous ones. This has completely exceeded the scope of F-level alien skin petrification. At this moment, a timid voice sounded directly in his heart. Classmate Chen Chang. It was Hua Shilua's voice. Immediately afterwards, another slightly calmer voice sounded. This is us, where are we? The voice belonged to Hua Weimian. Is this what it means to be in tune with one another? He tried to respond consciously. Don't be afraid. You are in a very safe place now. You can think of it as my armed space. We are currently in the process of fusion of superpowers. His thoughts were clearly conveyed to the two women. How magical. Hua Shilua's voice was full of amazement. Fusion of superpowers? Can our F-level superpowers also be fused? Hua Weimian keenly grasped the key point. Of course. Chen Chang smiled. Feel the difference between now and before. After a brief silence, Hua Weimian's scream suddenly exploded in his heart. Oh my god. I can feel a lot of energy in the air. I seem to be able to absorb it directly. Before this, the only recovery technique she knew was to restore mental strength extremely slowly through meditation. But now, she felt like a whirlpool, and the free supernatural particles around her were rushing towards her. Chen Chang also tried it himself. Sure enough, when in armed state, he could also clearly sense those energy particles that were previously untouchable, and could slowly absorb them into his body to replenish the consumption of the armament. The curve of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. It seems that our 3F group may not be so useless. His voice was clearly transmitted to the two women's consciousness through telepathy. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian both heard it. They could feel Chen Chang's excitement and joy at the moment, and that emotion also infected them, dispelling all the anxiety and despair in their hearts. Perhaps, following him, miracles can really be created. Chen Chang thought about it and removed the alien skin armor. The light faded, and Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian reappeared in the living room, but their cheeks were as red as ripe apples. The feeling just now was so wonderful. The consciousness of the three people seemed to have merged into one, and each other's thoughts were clearly visible. They also saw some of Chen Chang's thoughts. Ah! Hua Shilua screamed, covered her face and ran away. Hua Weimian glared at Chen Chang in shame and anger, her face flushed, and she said in a very low voice, next time, don't think about those dirty things. After saying that, he followed his sister into the bedroom. Chen Chang stood there in a daze, touched his nose, and looked embarrassed. Wasn't it just when we were merging just now that the thought of it feels so soft flashed through my mind? The charming thoughts in my mind were actually broadcast live simultaneously? This talent is a bit difficult for serious people. In this slightly awkward yet warm atmosphere, a broadcast suddenly sounded above the villa area. Attention all freshmen, please gather in your classrooms promptly at 2 p.m. for the first class. I repeat. Chapter 3 First Lesson for Freshmen. The sound of the broadcast from the villa area dissipated in the air. Chen Chang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was more than half an hour before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have to go, girls, to our first lesson. He called out in the direction of the bedroom. Soon, two girls walked out of the room. They had identical stunning faces and were wearing JK school uniforms. This made Chen Chang, a man with some impure heart, feel a little uneasy again. The blush on their cheeks still hadn't faded completely. Hua Shilua still didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and kept pinching the hem of her skirt with her fingers. Hua Weimian glared at him fiercely, but the shame, anger and reproach in her eyes had no killing power. Chen Chang touched his nose and decided to temporarily forget the embarrassment of the live broadcast of thoughts just now. He reached out his hand again naturally. The two sisters stiffened slightly, but without hesitation, they almost instinctively placed their little hands into his warm palms. Chen Chang smiled slightly, and the three of them walked out of the villa side by side. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Being held by Chen Chang's hand and feeling the warmth of his palm, the last trace of uneasiness in Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's hearts disappeared. It seems that as long as you follow this man, you don't have to be afraid even if the sky falls. The classroom of Class 1 of Special Abilities is located on the top floor of the teaching building. When Chen Chang led the twin sisters through the door, the originally noisy classroom became eerily quiet for a moment. Swish! Nearly 60 eyes were focused on the three of them. Hey, isn't this the famous 3F group? A shrill voice sounded, followed by a suppressed laugh. They really are inseparable. An F-rank trash with two F-rank assistants, a perfect match. What are they doing here? Listening to the lecture? Do they understand? They'd better stop wasting school resources. The harsh words stung the twins' faces, which turned pale instantly. The little confidence they had just built up showed signs of collapsing again. The little hand subconsciously clenched Chen Chang's palm. Chen Chang seemed to have heard nothing, and he didn't even bother to give those clowns a glance. He pulled the two girls and walked straight to the empty seats in the last row of the classroom. It is traditionally an exclusive area for poor students. The three of them sat down calmly. Chen Chang's calmness formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding noise. He was too lazy to argue with these guys. In his opinion, silence now was more powerful than any angry rebuttal. Those who originally wanted to see the joke felt like they had punched cotton and felt extremely suffocated. The discussion gradually died down. At this moment, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. The classroom door was pushed open. A tall woman in a white business suit walked in. She had long, burgundy curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, a delicate face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, which added a touch of intellectuality to her. But the most eye-catching thing is the powerful aura that seems to be there and not there, like a bottomless volcano. Beneath her calm appearance, she contains the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. The classroom suddenly fell silent. All the boys, including the troublemakers who were shouting before, subconsciously sat up straight at this moment, their eyes filled with surprise and awe. "Teacher by Yuexin," someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Oh my god, it turns out that the Red Flame Witch, Teacher by Yuexin, is our homeroom teacher. I heard that Teacher Bai is a powerful person at the 4th level of the realm. Once her Red Flame realm is activated, even B-level monsters will be burned to ashes. Bai Yuexin, one of the youngest ace tutors at Hangwu University, is a goddess with both strength and beauty." Chen Chang also raised his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He found information about this mentor from the memories of this body. He is indeed a ruthless person. Bai Yuexin walked up to the podium with a calm gaze, but everyone who was swept across by her was startled and sat up straight unconsciously. When her gaze fell on Chen Chang and the other two in the last row, the phoenix eyes hidden behind the lenses paused imperceptibly. Of course, she had heard of this 3F group a long time ago. However, her face didn't show any unusual expression. "My name is Bai Yuexin. From today on, I will be the head teacher of your Special Ability Class 1. Her voice was clear and pleasant. "I know that you are all chosen by heaven. You have awakened your special abilities and are destined to have a bright future. But I must also remind you." Bai Yuexin changed the subject and her tone became serious. "Superpowers aren't everything. Level is the only measure of your worth." She stretched out her slender jade finger and lightly tapped the virtual light screen behind her. The light curtain lit up, revealing a detailed classification of the levels of superpowers. F class, E class, D class, C class, B class, A class. Between each major level, there is an insurmountable chasm. A C class awakener can easily crush 10 D class awakeners. And an A class A is nothing but an ant in his own domain. Below a rank, everyone is an ant. These words, like a heavy hammer, hit everyone's heart hard. Those students who had awakened B-level and C-level superpowers all had proud expressions on their faces. Those in D and E levels secretly clenched their fists. As for the only 3F level players in the whole field, almost everyone's gaze, filled with pity and ridicule, was once again cast towards the corner of the classroom. After hearing what Teacher Bai Yuexin said, this 3F group seemed even more pathetic and more like a joke. Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian lowered their heads even lower. They felt as if they were being publicly executed and were humiliated. At this moment, a warm hand gently held their little hands hidden under the table. Chen Chang's voice sounded calmly in their hearts. This was a telepathy that was unique to the three of them. "Don't worry about it. She's talking about routine. And we are the exception." These simple words, with an unquestionable confidence, were like a warm current that instantly soothed all the grievances and anxieties in the sisters' hearts. They suddenly raised their heads and looked at Chen Chang beside them. He faced the whole class's gaze, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was no inferiority or cowardice in that smile. Only, looking forward to it. The expectation of trampling these so-called common sense and natural barriers underfoot one by one. Chapter 4: Practical Investigation. On the podium, Bai Yuexin took in all the students' reactions. She paid more attention to the three special students in the last row. Especially Chen Chang. After she spoke out the cruel reality that everyone below a rank is an ant, this young man with F rank abilities not only did not show any despair or frustration, but seemed to be laughing? Quite interesting. A thought flashed through Bai Yuexin's mind, but she didn't show it. She continued with her lesson. Supernatural power level is innate, but cultivation level can be cultivated. The information on the light screen changed again, and an introduction to the 7 levels of cultivation from awakening to divine realm appeared. From the moment you awaken, you have entered the first level of awakening. All you need to do is meditate, constantly absorbing the free energy in the air, tempering your core and improving yourself. The school will provide you with training rooms, teach you how to absorb supernatural energy, and provide you with various resources. But how far you can go depends entirely on your own efforts and talents. Her voice echoed in the quiet classroom. Of course, fighting is always the fastest way to improve your strength. Bai Yuexin's eyes suddenly became sharp. The federal government and the school won't support a bunch of losers who only know how to meditate. Therefore, the school has decided to arrange a practical test for all of you freshman teams in a week. What? Actual combat test? So soon? Who are you fighting? There was an uproar in the audience. Bai Yuexin raised her hand and the commotion immediately subsided. Your opponents are from the previous class, your sophomore year. Boom! This news is even more explosive than the actual combat test itself. Fighting with the seniors? You must be kidding. They've been training for at least a year. Yeah, I heard that the worst student from the previous class is now almost at the peak of the second level of control. Isn't this just pure beating? Most of the freshmen's faces are filled with resistance and worry. Bai Yuexin sneered. What? Are you scared? If you can't even face this little challenge, how can you even talk about fighting monsters outside the isolation wall? She glanced at the crowd. This test isn't about you winning, but about letting the school see your potential and value. Teams that perform well will receive unimaginable resources. On the contrary, teams that perform poorly and are weak-willed will have their resources cut or even taken away. These words made everyone's breathing pause. Resource. In this era, resources represent strength and are equal to life. Everyone's eyes changed. Worry and resistance were quickly replaced by passion and fighting spirit. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to reach the top in one step and leave others far behind. Chen Chang's eyes also lit up. Resource imbalance? This is exactly what he needs most right now. Although his alien skin weapon is amazing, but a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without sufficient energy and resources to support it, everything is empty talk. This baseline test must be passed. Okay, I've said what I need to say. Bai Yuexin glanced at the time and said, before get out of class ends, we need to elect a class monitor to assist me in handling class affairs. The class monitor will have priority in allocating some class resources. As soon as she finished speaking, a tall and handsome boy stood up. He exuded a strong sense of self-confidence and oppression, an arrogance that came from absolute strength. Teacher Bai, my name is Gu Tianhe. I have the A-level ability Gazing Eyes. I believe I am capable of being the class monitor. Gu Tianhe. As soon as the name came out, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the class. He is one of the only A-level talents this year. The A-level ability Gazing Eyes is said to be able to see through the opponent's weaknesses, and can even suppress and shock the enemy mentally through gazing. He is recognized as the strongest person of this session. Bai Yuexin looked at Gu Tianhe and nodded approvingly. A-level talent, you are indeed qualified. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? The whole audience was silent. Under the absolute halo of A-level talent, who would dare to stand up and humiliate themselves? Very good. Bai Yuexin announced, then, from today on, Gu Tianhe will be the monitor of Superpower Class 1. A matter-of-fact smile appeared on Gu Tianhe's face. When he sat down, his eyes seemed to sweep across the entire room unintentionally, and finally lingered on Chen Chang and the other two in the last row for a fraction of a second. There was a hint of undisguised contempt in those eyes. It was like looking at 3 insignificant ants. Get out of class dismissed. All teams, return to your residences and familiarize yourself with each other's abilities in preparation for the test in a week. The method for absorbing energy has been transferred to your residence computers via the optical computer. You can check it out when you return. After Bai Yuexin finished speaking, she left the classroom neatly in her high heels. As soon as she left, the classroom exploded. Everyone gathered around the new squad leader, Gu Tianhe, and all kinds of compliments and flattery were heard. The corner where Qin Shang and the other two were seemed to have been forgotten by the world. "We're leaving too." Chen Shang ignored the crowd's attention, pulled up the two girls, and was the first to leave the classroom. Return to the villa. The atmosphere is completely different from when we first arrived. An invisible pressure hung over the hearts of the three people. A week later. I'll be competing against my senior. Hua Weimian's face was filled with worry. Can we do it? They are only F rank and have just awakened. And those seniors are real warriors who have undergone a year of systematic training. The gap is like the difference between heaven and earth. We'll know if it works after we try. Chen Shang's answer was as calm as ever. He ignored the training method sent by Teacher Bai and looked at the two sisters. From now on, forget about your F rank. Now, you only need to remember one thing. We are one. From now on, I will lead you in training. Chen Shang sat down cross-legged in the middle of the living room and waved to the two women. The two sisters looked at each other, suppressed their uneasiness, and followed his example, sitting down beside him. Relax, don't resist. Chen Shang's voice carried a strange magic. Armament with alien skin. Buzz. The familiar light lit up again, and the figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman disappeared in an instant, turning into two streams of light and merging into Chen Shang's body. The next second, the grayish-white stone skin appeared again on Chen Shang's body surface. Emerald green and light blue light intertwined and flowed on it, brighter and deeper than ever before. The consciousness of the three people merged again in the armed space. Oh my god! Hua Weiman's exclamation exploded directly in the hearts of Chen Shang and Hua Shilua. Wow, such a huge amount of energy. It's much more concentrated than last time. Me too. Hua Shilua's voice was also filled with shock. In their perception, the entire villa, no, the entire world, was filled with colorful energy spots, and they were like two huge whirlpools at this moment, frantically pulling and swallowing these spots of light into their bodies. This kind of cultivation speed. It's simply horrifying. Chen Shang couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He guessed right. With the activation of the deep binding between the three of them and the deepening of their trust in each other, the effect of the alien skin armament is also getting stronger. But that's not all. Chen Shang focused his consciousness and a bold idea formed in his mind. He tried to use his thoughts to guide the alien energy that was absorbed into his body. The energy particles that were originally passively absorbed actually began to become docile under his guidance. Like soldiers on parade, they began to flow precisely to Hua Weimian and Hua Shilua in the armed space according to the route he set. Weimian, this is spiritual energy, absorb it. Shilua, this has the attribute of life. Here you go. Chen Shang's thoughts were like the most efficient processor, classifying the vast amount of energy and accurately feeding it to the two girls. Boom! The sisters' consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented torrent of energy. They felt that their superpower cores were like catalysts, and were growing rapidly at an incredible speed. This speed of cultivation can no longer be described as fast. This is a surge. It is dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, the meditation speed of other awakened people. Chapter 5, I know nothing about F class. A week passed quickly during the crazy training. During these 7 days, Chen Shang and the other two hardly left the house. Apart from necessary eating and resting, all the time is devoted to training in the alien skin-armed state. The living room of the villa became their exclusive place for cultivation. Every day, Chen Shang would sit cross-legged in the center, like a constant core. The figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman will turn into light and merge into his body. To the outside world, the villa is eerily quiet. But in the unknown dimension of armed space, miraculous energy storms are taking place every day. Chen Shang discovered that he was becoming more and more adept at controlling the alien skin weapons. Not only can he guide external energy, he can even transfer the toughness generated by his petrification of skin ability to the sisters' ability cores, making their cores more stable and able to accommodate greater amounts of energy. Hua Shilua's healing skills and Hua Weiman's recovery skills are also benefiting Chen Shang. The emerald green life energy continuously nourished his body, allowing his physique to strengthen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light blue spiritual energy keeps his mind clear at all times, and he doesn't feel tired at all even when guiding huge amounts of energy for a long time. It's a perfect cycle. A perpetual motion machine with terrifyingly high efficiency. The changes in the two sisters are even more earth-shaking. They could clearly see that their originally weak F-level ability core had expanded and solidified like a balloon during these 7 days. The barrier representing the first level of awakening had not yet been broken through, but it had been impacted by the massive amount of energy and became as thin as a cicada's wing, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. The extraordinary energy in their bodies has reached an unprecedented peak. The peak of the awakening realm. In just 1 week, they completed a journey that others might need a year or even longer to complete. What is more important is the transformation of mentality. The inferiority, cowardice, and insecurity I once had have long been washed away by my strength that is skyrocketing every day. What replaced it was an unprecedented confidence and courage. This confidence comes not only from their own strength, but also from the man who holds up the sky for them. Early this morning, Chen Chang slowly opened his eyes and removed the alien skin armor. The light faded, and the figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian reappeared. 7 days of training brought about subtle changes in their temperament. There is less fragility and more heroism between his eyebrows. The eyes that were always downcast now became bright and lively. How do you feel? Chen Chang asked. I feel. Hua Weimian clenched his fists, feeling the strange energy in his body that was about to overflow, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. I feel like I'm about to explode. There's so much strange energy in my body. This is no longer assistance, but soft control. Me too. Hua Shilua whispered, but her tone was full of determination. My healing skills can now heal a deep wound in just a few seconds. Chen Chang nodded with satisfaction. He too was convinced that his petrified skin had made his body extremely hard. This is the qualitative change brought about by the fusion of superpowers. Even if they haven't achieved a breakthrough in their realm and gained new abilities, the extraordinary energy in their bodies is already much greater than that of other freshmen. Very good, it's almost time, get ready and let's go to the training ground. His voice was calm, but with a sharp cold edge. Today is the day to reap the fruits of your labor. Hangu University, Central Training Ground. The huge venue was crowded with people. All 21 freshman teams of the Special Ability Class 1 are present. Opposite them stood more than 20 young men with calm auras and profound cultivation. They are the sophomores. Each of them carried the bloody smell of someone who had experienced real fighting, which formed a sharp contrast with the immaturity of the freshmen. Bai Yuexin was standing in the middle of the venue, negotiating something with another sophomore tutor. The atmosphere in the freshman team was somewhat depressing. Everyone's eyes involuntarily glanced at Chen Chang and his group of 3 standing at the back of the team. Look, the 3F group is really here. I thought they would be too scared to come. What's the point of coming here? Are you just going to give yourself away? I bet they can't survive one move from you, senior. One move? You think too highly of them. I bet that with just one look from the senior, those 2 girls would cry and admit defeat. Malice-filled laughter continued to reach the ears of the 3 people from the front. After a week of fermentation, the names of Chen Chang and the other 2 had already spread throughout the entire freshman grade, and even many old students knew about it. They are the shame and laughingstock of the freshman class. Squad leader Gu Tianhe stood at the front of the team, listening to the discussions behind him, a disdainful sneer on his face. If you are waste, you should have the awareness of being waste. Today, he will let everyone see what kind of insurmountable gap exists between A-level geniuses and F-level trash. That's too much. Hua Weimian was so angry that she was shaking all over as she listened to the increasingly unpleasant taunts. Flames of anger ignited in her eyes, which had become brighter due to the surge in her mental power. The rapid increase in her strength over the past 7 days has given her unprecedented courage. She is no longer the little girl who can only lower her head and allow herself to be bullied. She was about to take a step forward and open her mouth to refute. One hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Hua Weimian was stunned and looked back. It's Chen Chang. Don't be impatient. Chen Chang looked at the faces of the students in front of him with interest. He looked at those classmates who were still chattering with a sense of superiority on their faces, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched, revealing a hint of sneer. It was like he was looking at a group of poor souls who were about to be slapped in the face by reality. He leaned close to Hua Weimian's ear and whispered softly in a voice that only the 3 of them could hear. What's there to fight with a bunch of trash? Wait a minute, use your strength to shut them up. Remember, fists are always more persuasive than words. Hua Weimian's body trembled. She looked into Chen Chang's deep eyes, and all the anger in her heart subsided instantly. Instead, a strong fighting spirit emerged around him. She nodded heavily and retreated back to Chen Chang's side. Her eyes became as calm as Chen Chang's. Yes. What is there to say to a bunch of ignorant and pathetic guys? You know nothing about F class. You have no idea of the power we possess. You will know soon. Chapter 6. Everyone is shocked. The test officially begins. My sophomore advisor was a burly, rugged-looking middle-aged man with a voice as loud as a bell. The rules are simple. Each freshman team challenges a sophomore. We don't look at winning or losing, we only look at your performance. How long you can last and how much trouble you can cause to the seniors will be your results. Now, first group, go on stage. Following his order, a new team consisting of 3 C-level psychics walked to the center of the venue with their heads held high. Their opponent was a senior who looked a little thin with a gentle smile on his face. Juniors, are you ready? The senior asked with a smile. Ready. The 3 freshmen shouted in unison, activating their special powers at the same time. One of them was glowing with electricity, one had ice cones condensed in his hands, and the other's body was slightly swollen, obviously a power type. The 3 of them formed a V shape and rushed towards the senior. And then, nothing happened. The senior student just casually raised his foot and stomped lightly on the ground. Buzz. A yellowish-brown ripple instantly spread out with him as the center. The 3 freshmen who were rushing in the front felt their feet go soft, as if they had stepped into a swamp. They instantly lost their balance and fell flat on their faces. Class C, Gravity Control, Sophomore, Liam O. The senior student still maintained a smile and announced his information. 10 seconds. The battle is over. The whole place was dead silent. Is this the gap? A senior who had practiced for a year and reached the 2nd level of control was able to win so easily against 3 freshmen with C-level abilities. The following test almost became a one-sided exhibition match. Second group lost. It took 15 seconds. The third group lost. It took 12 seconds. The fourth group. The seniors who took to the field were all different, some could control fire, some were like ghosts, but the results were all the same. The new team was as fragile as paper in front of them and would break at the slightest poke. At the beginning, the freshmen still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that a miracle would happen. But as one team after another was defeated, everyone's heart sank. Despair. Deep despair. Too strong. They're not even on the same level. Is this the 2nd level of control? We can't even break their defenses. Why are you still fighting? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go up there? There was widespread grief among the crowd. Only in the corner of the last row, the atmosphere was out of tune with the surroundings. Chen Chang and the other 2 watched the crushing scenes on the field without a trace of emotion on their faces. Sister, they are so weak. Hua Shilua whispered to Chen Chang. After a week of crazy training, her perspective had already changed. Although the seniors on the field have already entered the 2nd level, in her and her sister's perception, the supernatural energy in their bodies is not even as abundant as her own. Yeah. Hua Weimian nodded gently, his eyes calm. Although their realm is 1 level higher than ours, the quality and quantity of their energy are both average. Chen Chang didn't say anything, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. This test was not a challenge for him. It's a stage. A stage to shut everyone up. At this moment, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became heated again. Next group. Gu Tianhe's team. Here we come. The only A-level talent in this session. All the freshmen were in high spirits, looking intently at Gu Tianhe, who was at the front of the team. Gu Tianhe straightened his collar and walked onto the field with his head held high, accompanied by his 2 B-level teammates, amid cheers. His face was full of confidence and pride. Their opponent was a tall man whose aura was among the best among all the seniors. Sophomore, Class B, Thunderstorm, mid-stage of Control Realm. The senior introduced himself with a serious look in his eyes. Even he cannot underestimate A-level talents, and can only rely on his cultivation to suppress them. Start. At the command, the battle broke out instantly. His weakness is 3 inches away from his left shoulder, which is the node where energy flows. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Tianhe's eyes, and the gazing eyes was activated instantly. Upon hearing this, his 2 teammates launched a fierce attack from the left and right sides without hesitation. Interesting. Senior Lei Bao snorted coldly, an electric light flashed on the surface of his body as he avoided the attack at an extremely fast speed. But Gu Tianhe's command followed him like a shadow. He'll retreat next. Block with arc. Attack where he lands. His energy is gathering in his right hand, ready to release the lightning snake to interrupt him. Under Gu Tianhe's terrifyingly precise command, his 2B-level teammates burst out with combat power far beyond their own strength. The three of them cooperated well with each other and actually fought back and forth with the senior who was in the middle stage of the control realm. The freshmen in the stands were so excited watching the game. Too strong. The squad leader is too strong. Is this an A-level talent? They are the only team that can compete with the seniors. This battle lasted for 5 minutes. Although in the end, Senior Lei Bao still used a violent lightning spear to knock all three of them out of the field, announcing the end of the battle. But Gu Tianhe's team won with honor despite their defeat. The audience burst into thunderous applause. A rare smile of approval appeared on Bai Yuexin's face. Gu Tianhe stood up with the help of his teammates. Although his face was pale and exhausted, his eyes were full of the pride of a winner. He enjoyed everyone's cheers and admiration, his eyes seemingly sweeping across the entire venue unintentionally, and finally, they landed precisely on Chen Chang and the other two in the last row. That look was full of contempt. As if to say, see? Trash. This is true strength. At this moment, the sophomore tutor's loud voice rang out again. The last group. Chen Chang, the flowers have not yet fallen, the flowers are afraid of falling. Boom. The whole audience exploded instantly. The laughter and whistles were louder than ever before. The grand finale is finally here. Look, the 3F group is about to perform. I bet they won't last more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Who are you looking down on? I bet that senior will blow on them and they'll fall. Even the senior who was preparing to fight on the field, a young man who looked a little cynical, couldn't help laughing. He had obviously heard of these 3 people. Don't worry, 3F class geniuses. He hooked his finger with a playful smile. Senior will be very gentle. Amidst the constant ridicule, Chen Chang moved. He took the sisters' hands, walked through the crowd expressionlessly, and went to the center of the venue. The 3 of them looked at each other. That look contained the grievances he had felt since entering school, as well as absolute confidence in his own strength. Chen Chang nodded slightly at them. Now is the time. Buzz. The next second, 3 suffocating energy auras suddenly shot up from the 3 people into the sky without any warning. Not a faint gray glow. But it is a frenzy of energy that is as real as reality. The emerald green breath of life is like a towering tree, full of vitality. The light blue spiritual fluctuations are like the boundless ocean, unfathomable. And Chen Chang, who was in the center, had an off-white energy that was even more solid and heavy, with an indestructible and all-suppressing dominance. The 3 auras intertwined together, forming a terrifying pressure that instantly swept across the entire training ground. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. All the ridicule, all the talk, all the disdain, were crushed to pieces at this moment by this enormous energy. There was only one expression on everyone's face. Sluggish. And I couldn't believe it. The smile on the face of the senior who was originally smiling playfully froze instantly, and was replaced by unprecedented horror and solemnity. He could clearly sense that the 3 so-called F-class beings across from him each possessed a level of energy that was no less potent than his own. In fact, even more so. But he felt that these 3 people were only at the peak of the awakening realm. This battle is not going to be easy. Beside the podium, Bai Yuexin, who had been leaning lazily on her chair, suddenly sat up straight. Her phoenix eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses burst out with an unprecedented brilliance, staring intently at the 3 figures in the field. The senior is only in the early stage of the control realm, and the 3 opponents are at the peak of awakening. This battle is not easy for him. He slowly put away the frivolous look on his face and struck a very standard fighting stance. Oh shit. The senior cursed under his breath. This time, it seems like I've hit a wall. Chapter 7: A Terrifying Punch. Start. As soon as the sophomore tutor's voice fell, the senior student started moving. His name is Feng Tao, his special ability is sea-level gas step, and speed is his strong point. Swish. His figure instantly became blurred and turned into a green afterimage, moving at high speed around Chen Chang and the other 2. Quick! It's really too fast. The newborn's naked eyes were unable to capture his trajectory at all, and could only see a series of afterimages drawing complex lines on the field. Careful! Hua Weiman's mental power spread out instantly, trying to lock onto the other party's position, but the speed was too fast. Just as her mental power caught a trace, the other party had already appeared in another place. Chen Shang stood there, motionless. He protected the two girls behind him, his grayish-white stone skin covering his entire body, increasing his defense to its current maximum. He doesn't need to use his eyes to see. In a state of telepathy, the sister's perceptions are his perceptions. Left. Later. The sister's nervous voices echoed in his mind. Next second. Bang! A muffled sound. Feng Tao's figure suddenly solidified on Chen Chang's left side, and a hand knife wrapped in wind blades chopped Chen Chang's shoulder fiercely. However, the expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. The feeling was not like chopping on a person, but more like chopping on an extremely hard piece of granite. What? Feng Tao was shocked and his wrist became numb. What a strong defense! He missed the attack and immediately retreated, his figure becoming blurred again. Bang! 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 For the next few dozen seconds, the only sound on the field was the intense sound of collisions. Feng Tao was like a ghost, launching violent attacks from all directions, each blow was precise and fierce. But Chen Chang remained like a mountain, motionless. All attacks were blocked by his seemingly inconspicuous gray skin. The people in the audience were stunned. Am I seeing things right? That senior can't break his defense? This is a fucking F-level ability? You must be kidding. Is his body made of stone? Gu Tianhe's pupils also shrank suddenly at this moment. He stared at Chen Chang intently, and the arrogance and contempt on his face wavered for the first time. This defensive power. Feng Tao's face became more and more ugly during the battle. At the same time, he discovered the problem of this team. They have no means of attack at all. The guy opposite, who is as hard as a turtle shell, can only stand there and take the beating. As long as you don't foolishly fight him head-on, he will pose no threat. And their real weakness. Feng Tao's gaze passed over Chen Chang's shoulder and fell on the two twins behind him who looked nervous. It's them. One treatment, one spirit. Standard assistants. Let us get rid of these two assistants first. This hard-shelled turtle is a sitting duck. Hey! Feng Tao suddenly made a fake move, tricking Chen Chang into placing the focus of his defense on the right side. But his true body turned into a gust of wind and instantly went behind Chen Chang. The target is Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian. Not good. The two sisters' faces changed drastically. Although they had trained for a week and their physical fitness was much better than before, they still had no practical experience. Faced with the sudden attack of a powerful master in the control realm, their bodies were unable to react at all. The cold knife was about to fall on Hua Weiman's neck. A strong arm came out of nowhere. Clang! Chen Chang had turned around at some point and used his arm to block the fatal blow. Feng Tao's attack was blocked, but he did not linger on. He used the force to swing and widen the distance again, with a smile of success on his face. He succeeded. He successfully mobilized that turtle shell. As long as he moves, he will not be able to protect the two girls perfectly, and flaws will appear sooner or later. In the following battle, the rhythm was completely controlled by Feng Tao. He no longer attacked Chen Chang, but instead used his speed advantage to harass the two girls frantically. Chen Chang suddenly fell into a passive position. He had to keep moving to keep the sisters within his defense. But his speed obviously couldn't keep up with Feng Tao. Sizzle! There was a slight sound. Feng Tao's fingertips finally cut through Hua Weimian's sleeve, leaving a shallow blood mark on her fair arm. Sister! Hua Shilua exclaimed, and an emerald green light immediately lit up in her palm. I'm fine. Hua Weimian gritted her teeth. Although it was only a minor injury, their formation was already in disarray. Feng Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the three people who were in a panic, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. It's over. He thought to himself. Fortunately, their means of attack are almost zero. However, just as he was about to launch the next attack and completely eliminate one of the assistants, Chen Chang, who had been led by him by the nose, suddenly stopped. He turned around and faced Feng Tao. There was a weird smile on his face. What are you so happy about? Feng Tao was stunned. The warm-up is over.
Chen Cheng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. Now, let me show you our true power.
Alien skin weapons. The moment the words fell. Buzz.
Under the horrified gazes of thousands of people in the audience, the figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian suddenly transformed into two streams of light, one green and one blue, and instantly disappeared into Chen Cheng's body.
Two people. Just like that. Disappeared. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Where are the people? He ate his teammates. What kind of ability is this? Space related? Summoning related? Everyone's brain was in a state of shutdown. Including Feng Tao on the court.
He maintained his forward-charging posture, frozen in place, and his target disappeared out of thin air, nearly causing him to sprain his waist. He looked at the unharmed young man opposite him, and a chill ran up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the grayish-white stone skin on Chen Cheng's body was glowing with emerald green and light blue light, alternating between light and dark like breathing, which was extremely mysterious. He felt the unprecedented power in his body. The sister's special abilities combined perfectly with his own. The healing technique gave his body the ability to regenerate at super speed. Recovery skills allow him to resist mental shocks at all times. Now he is a truly impeccable and perfect fortress.
Come on.
Chen Cheng hooked his finger at Feng Tao, a wicked smile on his face.
Continue attacking? You. Feng Tao was shocked and angry. He gritted his teeth and activated the Gale Step again, turning into a flash of lightning and slamming into Chen Cheng. This time, he used all his strength. However, bang! There was a loud bang, heavier than any before.
Feng Tao just felt that he had bumped into someone. Instead, it crashed into an ancient sacred mountain that fell from the sky.
What a terrifying recoil force! Snap!
His arm bone was broken directly.
The whole person was directly knocked back several steps.
Chen Cheng, on the other hand, was still standing there, without even moving an inch.
Feng Tao's attack couldn't even leave the slightest trace on his glowing skin.
Feng Tao struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Chen Cheng with eyes full of fear.
Strange, monster. This can't possibly be a freshman. What kind of nice freshman would be so perverted?
At the moment when his mind lost control,
Chen Cheng moved.
His movements were slow, even a little clumsy. He stepped in front of Feng Tao and simply threw a straight punch at him. This punch had no sound of wind and no light effect.
Simple and unpretentious. But Feng Tao's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He wants to hide. However, under the lock of that terrifying aura, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead and he couldn't move. He could only watch the gray-white fist grow bigger and bigger in his field of vision. Boom!
The fist landed firmly on Feng Tao's chest. The protective energy on Feng Tao's body shattered in an instant like paper. He was blown away like a cannonball, drawing a parabola in the air, blood spurting out, and finally fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, his life or death unknown.
One punch. Just one punch. An F-class who was at the peak of the awakening realm defeated a C-class senior who was at the early stage of the control realm head-on. Is this world crazy? Bai Yuexin suddenly stood up from her seat, and her phoenix eyes hidden behind the lenses burst into unprecedented brilliance as she stared at Chen Cheng intently. Gu Tianhe's face was already pale.
At this moment, Feng Tao, who was knocked away, struggled to get up with a roar. His eyes were red and his whole body exuded a violent aura.
It was obvious that he was really angry. You forced me to do this. The wrath of the wind god.
He roared and released all the strange energy in his body without reservation.
Call.
With him as the center, a terrifying tornado composed of countless sharp wind blades formed in an instant, and with the power to tear everything apart, it rolled towards Chen Cheng madly.
This is his killer move. Chen Cheng's expression became solemn for the first time. He felt a deadly threat.
In the arm space, the two sisters' consciousness was also closely connected with his. The devastating pressure made their hearts skip a beat. However, at the moment when this huge external pressure collided with the three people's already overflowing internal energy,
snap!
A crisp sound, like the sound of an eggshell breaking, rang out simultaneously in the depths of the three people's souls.
That realm barrier that bound them. Broken. Chapter 8, Breakthrough on the Battlefield. Boom! Feng Tao finally used his ultimate move.
I saw the devastating wind blade tornado pressing towards Chen Chang madly. It was at this moment. Deep within the consciousnesses of Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian, the solid barrier of their realms, under this extreme external pressure, the overflowing energy within their bodies was constantly squeezed and compressed, and finally,
snap!
A crisp sound, like the sound of shattering glass, exploded in the souls of the three people at the same time.
The barrier is broken.
A new force, several times greater than before, gushed out from the depths of their supernatural core like a flood that broke through a dam, washing over their limbs and bones.
Ding! Host's cultivation breakthrough detected. Current realm, level 2, control realm.
Gain new skills, physical strengthening legs.
Leg enhancement, passive skill.
Significantly strengthens leg muscles and bone density, granting greater explosive power, jumping ability, and movement speed. Almost at the same time, in the armed space, the two sisters' consciousness also exclaimed in ecstasy. They also broke through.
Bound target 1, Hua Shilua. Cultivation breakthrough. Current realm, level 2, control realm.
Gained new skills, bleeding, an active skill that can act on existing wounds, preventing them from healing and causing them to continuously lose vitality.
Bound target 2, Hua Weimian. Cultivation breakthrough. Current realm, level 2, control realm. Gained new skill, mental shock, active skill.
Releases an invisible thought, causing a brief mental shock to the target, interrupting their spellcasting or causing them to become paralyzed. All of this, from breakthroughs to acquiring new skills, happened in a flash.
Unbelievably fast.
Beside the podium, Bai Yuexin stood up suddenly the moment she felt the breath of breakthrough.
Not good. Her heart tightened.
A breakthrough in the middle of a battle is certainly a great opportunity, but it is also the most dangerous moment. The new power will run wild and out of control, and may not even be able to exert half of its original strength. In more dangerous cases, the body will explode and die. She was just about to take action to forcibly end the match and separate the two fighting parties.
But the next second, her outstretched hand froze in midair.
Her phoenix eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with disbelief.
It's over? The breakthrough is already over? From the burst of breath to the stabilization, it took only 1 second. They don't even need time to consolidate their realm? How is this possible?
This completely goes against everything she knows about cultivating supernatural powers.
On the court,
Chen Chang faced the wrath of the wind god, which was already very close and enough to tear him into pieces before he broke through. There was no trace of panic on his face, and at this moment he was too lazy to even take a defensive stance. His consciousness, within the armed space, issued the first command.
Not sleeping. Spiritual shock. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread out with Chen Chang as the center. Feng Tao, with bloodshot eyes, was using all his strength to launch his killing move, and felt as if his brain was hit hard by an invisible hammer. My eyes went dark and my mind went blank for a moment. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. This pause is fatal.
The originally extremely violent wrath of the god of wind, because it lost the continuous control of its master, its power was instantly reduced by 30%.
Now is the time. Shilua. Bleed. Chen Chang's thoughts moved again.
A barely perceptible emerald green light silently fell on Feng Tao's chest. That was the place where Chen Chang had just punched him.
Phew.
The wound, which was originally just a tear in the skin, suddenly exploded as if it was injected with something terrible.
Blood spurted out like a fountain.
Feng Tao instantly woke up from the mental shock, and was replaced by a huge feeling of weakness as if his body was drained. He could feel that his vitality was rapidly draining away along with the unstoppable blood.
Ah! He let out an unwilling roar, trying to regain control of the tornado. But it was too late. Chen Chang moved. Physical enhancement legs.
I saw the muscles in his calves bulge slightly, and a layer of grayish-white light flashed by.
Next second. Swish. Chen Chang's figure disappeared from the spot. Quick.
A move that was completely inconsistent with his previous bulky image, heavy yet extremely fast. Everyone off the court saw a flash before their eyes, and Chen Chang's mountain-like figure had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Feng Tao.
He raised his right leg high, like a giant axe that could split the world apart, carrying a tremendous force, and chopped it down towards Feng Tao's head. Feng Tao's pupils shrank into the most dangerous needle tips. He wants to hide. He wants to escape.
But his mental trance and physical weakness made all his reactions slow down. He could only watch the foot covered with gray-white stone as it became infinitely magnified in his vision.
No! Bang! There was a loud, dull sound. The leg hit Feng Tao's protective energy hard. Snap! The protective energy formed by the sea-level ability gas step was as fragile as an eggshell under this blow. It was instantly covered with cracks and then shattered. The leg axe, with its momentum still undiminished, hit Feng Tao's shoulder hard. The sound of bones breaking can be clearly heard.
Feng Tao didn't even have time to scream. He was like a ball that was hit and flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. He lost consciousness in mid-air and fell heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, completely unconscious.
Call!
The wrath of the wind god, which had lost its master and greatly reduced its power, finally ran out of power and turned into a breeze, dissipating into the air. You could hear a pin drop throughout the training ground. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened, like statues cast by petrification magic.
How could that be?
Even if Chen Chang broke through to the control realm, the difference in ability ratings was substantial and immense.
Was this really F level? But no matter what, the freshman team won. A team of 3 F-class freshmen defeated a C-level senior in the control realm head-on? Moreover, he broke through in the middle of a battle, and then killed him instantly with one strike? This world is crazy. The sophomore tutor finally recovered from the extreme shock. He glanced at the figure standing in the field like a devil, then looked at Feng Tao, who was unconscious in the distance, and swallowed hard. This test. Team Chen Chang wins.
His voice broke the silence. Then he rushed to Feng Tao, checked his injuries, his face became extremely ugly, and he hurriedly called for medical staff to carry him away. It was not until this moment that the entire audience erupted into thunderous discussions like a frying pan exploding.
What did I see? They broke through in the battle? 1 week. They've only been training for a week. And they've already gone from the awakening realm to the control realm? This is fucking F-class? Whose F-class can be so perverted? And that ability, sucking teammates into your body? What the hell is that? All common sense, all cognition, were crushed to pieces at this moment.
Gu Tian has stood at the front of the crowd, his face so pale that it could no longer be described. It was a mixture of jealousy, fear and disbelief. His proud A-level talent, in the face of the devastating scene just now, seemed so ridiculous.
Below level A, are we all ants?
He looked at the figure in the field, and these words sounded so ironic at this moment.
On the field.
Chen Chang slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. With a thought, he removed the alien skin armor.
Buzz.
A flash of light passed, and the figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian reappeared beside him. As soon as they appeared, the sisters' bodies went limp and their pretty faces turned pale. It was obvious that the previous battle had also consumed a lot of their energy.
Ah! Hua Shilua let out a low cry and was about to fall. Chen Chang was quick-witted and quick-handed.
He stretched out his long arms and took her into his arms. Hua Weinian on the other side was also staggering, and he took the opportunity to hug her. He held her tightly in his arms, soft and beautiful. Chen Chang glanced at the stunned faces around him and ignored everyone's intentions. He bent down slightly and exerted force with both hands. Under the gazes of thousands of people in the audience, he actually picked up the 2 sisters easily, one in each hand. Then, in front of everyone, he held 2 beautiful girls in his arms, walked out of the training ground without looking back. All that was left behind was a domineering figure and a room full of teachers and students who had not yet recovered from their shock.
Chapter 9, 3F team becomes a god in one battle.
There was dead silence on the training ground. The sight of Chen Chang leaving with the 2 girls in his arms weighed heavily on everyone's heart.
Until the figure disappeared at the exit. Then, boom!
The entire training ground exploded instantly, and the previously silent environment became a chaotic mess.
They won. They actually won. An F-class, no, 3 F-classes defeated a C-class senior in the control realm? That's not defeat. That's crushing. It's instant kill. Did you see that? That last kick. I felt like the whole venue shook. And that ability to suck teammates into your body. What the hell is that? Why have I never heard of it?
The sounds of discussion, exclamations, and gasps of shock converged into a terrifying sound wave that almost overturned the dome of the training ground. Today, everyone's three views have been completely overturned. They looked at each other and could see the same confusion and shock on each other's faces.
F level, isn't that trash?
Below level A, everyone is an ant.
Isn't this the truth?
But today, they witnessed with their own eyes how three ants knocked an elephant to the ground and then trampled it to death.
3F group. I was wrong, I was really wrong.
The student who had laughed the most happily before now felt a burning pain on his face.
What 3F group?
I doubt it's a 3S group. I declare that from today on, Chen Chang is my big brother.
In the crowd, Gu Tian has stood there, motionless.
His face was ashen. He couldn't hear a single word of the thunderous discussions around him.
The only thing left in his mind was Chen Chang's final devastating kick.
And when he left with the two girls in his arms, his indifferent back didn't even bother to look at her. His a level talent that he was proud of.
He is the class monitor by right. He has an innate sense of superiority.
At this moment, it was completely shattered, fell to the ground, and turned into ridiculous glass shards all over the ground.
Below level A, are we all ants? Gu Tian's body began to tremble uncontrollably.
He discovered that he might be the real ant.
Side of the venue.
Bai Yuexin slowly sat back in her chair, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. The pair of phoenix eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with an unprecedented light.
Breakthrough on the battlefield. Instantly stabilize the state. An unprecedented way of fusion of superpowers.
Incredible combat power.
F level?
The corners of Bai Yuexin's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. If this is F grade, then those old guys at the Federal Ability Rating Center can collectively resign.
Teacher Bai. The sophomore instructor came over with an extremely complicated expression, interrupting her thoughts.
That Feng Tao, I've already had the medical team send him for treatment. He has comminuted fractures of his arm and shoulder blade, and his internal organs are concussed. He's not in danger of death, but he'll have to stay in the treatment cabin for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Bai Yuexin responded lightly, as if she had expected this result.
That Chen Chang, wasn't he a little too harsh? The sophomore tutor couldn't help but say.
This is no longer a competition, it is a fight to the death. Bai Yuexin put down the teacup and raised her head. Is it serious? She asked.
If today's battle took place outside the isolation wall and the opponent was a monster, do you think the monster would leave him with a breath and send him to the treatment cabin?
The sophomore tutor was speechless for a moment.
Today's test ends here.
Bai Yuexin stood up.
All freshmen, dismissed. Go back and summarize today's gains and losses.
After saying that, she walked away from the training ground in her high heels without looking back. The other side. Chen Shun carried the two sisters across the campus. The touch in my arms is soft and elastic. The tip of his nose was still lingering with the faint orchid-like fragrance coming from the two delicate bodies. It feels so good and comfortable, he thought to himself again. Hua Shilua buried her face in Chen Chang's chest, like an ostrich, afraid to see anyone. Her body was burning hot, and her heart was beating so fast it almost jumped out of her throat.
Hua Weimian is better.
She turned her face to the side, forcing herself not to look at Chen Chang's profile, but her ears, which were getting redder and redder, still exposed her inner shyness and panic. Growing up, they have never been hugged by a boy, let alone held hands.
Today's experience was really exciting. But they don't object at all. I even felt an unprecedented, reassuring power from this solid embrace. Return to the villa.
Chen Chang gently placed the two sisters on the sofa in the living room.
Have a good rest. You've consumed too much energy today.
The two sisters lowered their heads, hummed softly, and did not dare to look at him.
That well-behaved and docile appearance made Chen Chang's heart move.
Without saying anything else, he turned and walked into the kitchen and poured them 2 glasses of water.
And at this moment, the internal forum of Hanwoo University has completely exploded.
A post with a red title pinned to the top received over 100,000 replies in just over 10 minutes.
Shocking revelation.
The 3F team became legendary in one battle, with the F-class freshman breaking through on the spot and instantly defeating the C-class senior with a single kick. Below the post is an edited battle video recorded by someone using a light computer. The video begins with Chen Chang and his 2 companions appearing on stage.
Chen Chang used his alien skin weapon to absorb the 2 sisters into his body.
Finally, he broke through the battle and kicked Feng Tao with an axe kick, sending him flying dozens of meters and knocking him unconscious. Every picture is full of visual impact.
Fuck. 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 I don't know what to say except fuck. This is F class? You call this F class? What's the point of sucking teammates into your body? A fusion technique? That's too cool. I declare that from today on, I am Chen Chang's #1 fan. If anyone dares to criticize him, I will be the first to disapprove. Get out of here, everyone upstairs. Junior Chen Chang is mine. You superficial women only see the senior's handsomeness. But I've already begun researching the true nature of his ability. I suspect it's not an F-level ability at all, but an extremely rare, legendary symbiotic or fusion ability. Those people at the rating center can be laid off. That makes sense. I've heard that some superpowers appear very weak at first, but when certain conditions are met, they undergo a qualitative change. This is definitely a hidden, 1 in a million skill. Various speculations are rampant. On this day, the names of Chen Chang and the other two resounded throughout Hanwoo University. The mysterious ability to absorb teammates into the body was even more legendary, and countless versions were derived. Some say it is an ancient forbidden technique. Some say it is inherited through bloodline. Some even said that Chen Chang was actually a transformed monster, and the two girls were sacrifices to be devoured by him. No matter how turbulent the outside world is. Inside the villa, however, there was tranquility. Chen Chang looked at the two sisters who were sleeping soundly on the sofa, cuddling together because of shyness and fatigue, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He picked up a blanket and gently covered them with it. Chapter 10 Human Spark Project. 3 days passed in a flash. The turmoil caused by the baseline test not only did not subside, but instead intensified. The names of Chen Chang and the other two have become well known to everyone in Hanwoo University. The Title 3F group has completely changed from a derogatory term to a special code name that carries awe and curiosity. During these 3 days, Chen Chang and his two companions did not leave the house. They seized every moment to consolidate the realm they had just broken through. Control the realm. This is a whole new world. The extraordinary energy in the body has undergone earth-shaking changes in both quality and quantity. Chen Chang could feel the strength of his legs, which was so powerful that he was even confident that he could knock down a wall with one kick. The two sisters were also full of curiosity about their new skills. Hua Shilua's bleeding and Hua Weiman's mental shock made their originally purely auxiliary abilities directly offensive for the first time. This made them very happy, but they were also a little puzzled. They had never heard of new skills appearing after the awakening of superpowers. Chen Chang evaded this question by saying that the three of us were special. On this day, the three of them had just finished a round of meditation. The doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Ding dong. The two sisters looked at each other. For the past 3 days, there were always some curious students wandering around the door of their villa, which made them very annoyed. Chen Chang stood up and took a look through the surveillance camera at the door. The person who came was Bai Yuexin. He opened the door. Bai Yuexin was still wearing the same capable professional suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and long black stockings, exuding a mature and intellectual aura of a queen. She walked into the living room, her eyes swept over the two sisters, and finally fell on Chen Chang. Not bad. Her voice was flat. It seems that you have fully adapted to the power of the control realm. Teacher Bai is looking for us. Is there something wrong? Chen Chang asked straight to the point. He doesn't like beating around the bush. Bai Yuexin didn't waste any words. She took out a document from her briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. It was a document made of a special metal, with the emblem of the Human Federation branded on the cover. This is the graduation agreement of Hanwoo University. Bai Yuexin said lightly. Graduation agreement? Hua Weiman couldn't help but ask, Teacher, we've only been enrolled for a week. I know. Bai Yuexin glanced at her, but you are qualified to sign this agreement in advance. Chen Chang picked up the agreement. It feels cold and heavy to the touch. He turned to the first page. The above content made his pupils shrink slightly. There are not many clauses in the agreement, but each one is very important. Hanwoo University Graduate Agreement. Article 1. Students of this school must reach the 4th level of the domain realm in order to be eligible for graduation.
Article 2. Upon graduation, graduates must unconditionally obey federal deployments and enter major war zones or special departments, serving for at least 10 years. Article 3. During service, you must abide by all federal laws and regulations, and take protecting the human flame as your highest mission. The fourth level, the realm. Upon seeing this, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian couldn't help but gasp.
What is the concept of domain realm?
That is to create a space of rules around yourself, to draw a line on the ground and make your words the law.
He is a real strong man. In the entire Federation, those who can reach this level are rare and are the big figures who rule a region. Are the graduation requirements of Hanwoo University so harsh? Chen Cheng's expression didn't change much. Realm of domain? To him, it didn't seem out of reach.
He continued to read on. The content of the agreement was nothing more than some clauses about responsibilities and obligations, defending the country and protecting humanity.
Very official and standardized. How about it? Bai Yuexin looked at him. Do you dare to sign?
Chen Cheng did not answer.
He closed the agreement and put it back on the table. Bai Yuexin looked at his actions and didn't seem surprised.
The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she pulled out a piece of paper from her waist.
This time, it wasn't a metal file.
Instead, it was a piece of paper that looked like it was made from some kind of animal hide, with a light golden sheen. In the center of the paper, there is a strange pattern of a flame wrapped around a seed.
Look at this. Bai Yuexin handed the animal skin paper to Chen Cheng. He took it.
The paper felt warm to the touch, and there were only a few lines of words on it. It was written in a kind of language he had never seen before, and it seemed to contain some kind of power.
But the strange thing is that he actually understood it. Human Spark Project invitation to reserve members. Invitees, Chen Cheng, Hua Shilua, Hua Weimian. Inviting party, Federal Supreme Council, Fire Committee. Note, this plan is a top-level federal secret, designed to gather the most promising sparks in human civilization in preparation for the end. The moment of end? What is this? Chen Cheng's brows were tightly furrowed. He handed the invitation to the two sisters next to him. After reading it, the two sisters were also confused and puzzled. Teacher Bai, what is this Human Spark Project? Hua Weimian couldn't help but ask. It's the top secret of the Federation. Bai Yuexin's expression became serious for the first time. Its specific content is not something you are qualified to know right now. You just need to understand one thing. She looked at the three of them and said word by word, those who receive this invitation are recognized by the Federation as having the potential to reach a higher level of existence in the future. Once you sign this agreement, it means that from the moment you graduate, you will directly join the program and become a member of Sparks. You will receive the Federation's highest priority resources, gain access to the world's most core secrets, and undertake the most dangerous missions. Her voice held an inexplicable allure. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Strange beasts are not our only enemies. One day in the future, a catastrophe may sweep across the entire blue planet. And you are the hope for the continuation of human civilization. Bai Yuexin's words made the atmosphere in the living room heavy. Chen Cheng remained silent. He looked at the two agreements on the table. One is a graduation certificate on the road to becoming a strong person. The other is a ticket to an unknown destiny. He raised his head and looked at the two sisters beside him. No need to speak. In a state of telepathy, he directly conveyed his questions. What do you think? Almost instantly, two equally firm thoughts without the slightest hesitation echoed in his heart. We'll listen to you. Wherever you go, we'll go. Chen Cheng's heart warmed slightly. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Yuexin again. Then, he reached out and pushed the two heavy agreements back in front of Bai Yuexin. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Bai. His voice was calm and clear. But it's too early to talk about graduation now. When we want to sign these two agreements, we will naturally come to you. Chapter 11: The Temptation of the Secret Realm. Bai Yuexin looked at the two agreements that were pushed back without any surprise on her face. She even smiled a little, as if to say, as expected. I guessed it. She stood up and adjusted the hem of her skirt. Although I haven't had much contact with you, I can tell that with your personality, you really won't give up your future so easily. She looked at Chen Cheng deeply. This young man was more cautious, reserved, and proud than she had imagined. He is not the kind of hot-blooded fool who would be easily moved by federal justice and illusory future. He only believes in the power in his own hands. Keep the agreement for now. When you figure it out, you can come to me anytime. After Bai Yuexin finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and paused. She took out a black cloth bag from a small space bag on her waist and threw it on the coffee table. Ding dong, there was a crisp collision sound in the cloth bag. This is the school's reward for winning the placement test. Chen Chang opened the cloth bag. Inside, there were 10 crystal stones lying quietly, the size of a baby's fist. They were crystal clear and emitted faint energy fluctuations. Exotic beast crystal? Hua Weinian next to him recognized him at a glance. This thing is the essence of the energy gathered in the body of a high-level exotic beast after its death. It is a cultivation resource that is countless times more precious than the energy liquid circulating on the federal market. Each one is worth a fortune, and there is no market for it. These are 10 C-rank beast crystals. Bai Yuexin's voice came from the doorway. Directly absorbing the energy inside can speed up the condensation of your supernatural power cores. It's 100 times more efficient than simple meditation. Remember, the control realm is just the beginning. Filling up the supernatural energy in your body as quickly as possible and reaching the peak of the control realm is your most important task right now. The academy is really generous, Chen Chang thought to himself. The value of these 10 C-grade crystals is enough for an ordinary Awakener team to struggle for several years. This time, the school really invested a lot of money. Thank you, Teacher Bai. This time, Chen Chang expressed his gratitude sincerely. This thing is exactly what he needs most right now. No need to thank me, you earned this with your own ability. Bai Yuexin adjusted her glasses and was about to push the door and leave. But she paused again. Oh, there's one more thing. She turned around, her expression suddenly becoming a little strange. In a month, there will be a martial arts competition for all federal colleges and universities, a grand event that takes place every 5 years. The principal has called on your team to represent Hangwu University in this freshman exchange competition. Martial arts in high school? Chen Chang's brows immediately furrowed. Now he just wants to practice quietly and improve his strength. He has no interest in showing off and being in the limelight. What's more, he just made a big splash in the baseline test, and now is the time for him to keep a low profile. We refuse. He was about to refuse. Bai Yuexin seemed to see through his thoughts in advance and interrupted him directly. Don't be so hasty to refuse. A sly smile appeared on her lips. The rewards for this martial arts competition are very tempting. She paused deliberately, whetting Chen Chang's appetite, before slowly saying, especially the freshman exchange competition. The team that wins first place will not only receive a massive amount of resource rewards, but will also receive an opportunity that even I'm jealous of. Chen Chang's heart was tickled by her. What opportunity? Bai Yuexin opened her red lips and uttered 4 words. Exploring a secret realm. A mysterious adventure? What mysterious adventure? He was a little confused. But the 2 sisters next to him were already covering their mouths and talking. Seeing Chen Chang's confused expression, he quickly gave him some scientific knowledge through telepathic communication. That is a small alien space independent of the main world, formed at some special space nodes on Blue Star due to space folds. Every secret realm means unknown dangers and endless opportunities. According to legend, the secret realm is home to natural treasures that have long been extinct in the outside world, and is home to powerful beasts with ancient bloodlines. It may even contain relics with mysterious powers left over from the previous civilization era. Every time a secret realm is opened, it will drive the strong people of the entire Federation crazy. However, the entrance to the secret realm is extremely rare, and most of them are controlled by the federal military and top universities. Ordinary people can't even see it. Now, an opportunity to enter the secret realm is right in front of him? Chen Chang swallowed back the rejection that was about to come out of his mouth. The expression on his face remained calm. But there was already a huge storm in his heart. Resource. What he lacks most now is resources. Relying on the abnormal efficiency of the alien skin weapon, his training speed has far exceeded that of ordinary people. But if you want to go faster, if you want to turn the 2 sisters and yourself into a real iron wall, you need a huge amount of energy to fill it. These 10 C-grade crystals alone are far from enough. The secret realm is undoubtedly the best treasure trove of resources that can be found in this world. Go! Must go.
He is sure to get the first place. Bai Yuexin looked at Chen Cheng's expression that changed instantly and laughed in her heart. She knew that no man could resist such temptation. Especially, an ambitious man like Chen Cheng. How is it, she asked knowingly, are you interested in this reward now? Chen Cheng raised his head. He looked at Bai Yuexin without saying anything. But a raging fire had already been burning in his deep eyes. It is a kind of fire called determination to win. Bai Yuexin smiled with satisfaction. She turned around, opened the door, and left in her high heels. He left only one sentence, which echoed softly in the living room. In a month, I hope to see your names on the list of people going to the battle. The door was closed gently. The living room was quiet again. Hua Shiluan and Hua Weimian looked at the 10 crystal-clear crystals of exotic beasts on the coffee table, then looked at Chen Cheng, their little faces full of excitement.
Chen Cheng, are we going to participate in that competition? Hua Weimian asked in a low voice.
Chen Cheng picked up a piece of exotic beast crystal and weighed it in his hand. He felt the pure energy contained in it, and the curve of his mouth became wider and wider.
Go. He said in a low voice, not only that, you have to go.
He handed the crystal to the two sisters. We want to take the first place back.
Chapter 12 University Life.
The university courses have officially begun. Today's first class is a theory class, and the lecturer is still Bai Yuexin. When Chen Cheng brought the twin sisters into the classroom, the originally noisy environment instantly became quiet.
Dozens of eyes were focused on the three of them. Those looks were extremely complicated. There is awe, fear, curiosity, and worship. The only thing is that there is no more contempt and ridicule as before. No one dares to call them the nickname 3F group to their faces anymore. Privately, they had a new code name. The Monster Trio. Pervert Squad. Some people even half-jokingly called them Chin Shin's team. After all, the style of that kick at that time was so shocking that the number of video views of that kick on the forum is still increasing. Chen Cheng ignored everyone's gaze and walked straight to the first row with the two sisters. Those were the exclusive seats that belonged to squad leader Gu Tianhe and his two B-level teammates. Today, it was empty and the three of them had just sat down. A figure walked over from the back row and stopped beside their desks. It's Gu Tianhe.
His complexion has returned to normal today, no longer pale and gray as before, but he also no longer has the arrogance of the past. He looked at Chen Cheng, his lips moving, as if he was engaged in a fierce struggle between his conscience and his desires.
The students around held their breath. There is something interesting to watch. Is the A-level genius going to have a head-on collision with the F-level? No, with the monster freshman? However, what happened next surprised everyone. Gu Tianhe took a deep breath and actually bent down slightly towards Chen Cheng. Student Chen Cheng. His voice was a little dry, but his attitude was so upright. I was the one who offended you before.
I sincerely apologize to you and the two classmates for my previous words and actions. The whole audience was in an uproar, and some people even started talking in low voices.
A-level genius Gu Tianhe actually lowered his head. He was actually apologizing to an F class. This world is really magical.
Chen Cheng raised his eyelids, glanced at him lightly, and then nodded.
Oh. Just one word, nothing else. He was too lazy to even say another word.
In his eyes, the other person was just an insignificant person. This kind of disregard is more hurtful than any humiliation.
Gu Tianhe's face instantly turned the color of liver.
He clenched his fists, but eventually, he loosened them. However, the two sisters next to him smiled at him, which made Gu Tianhe look better. He said nothing, turned around silently, returned to an inconspicuous corner in the back row, and sat down. From beginning to end, Chen Cheng never looked at him again. Hua Shiluan and Hua Weimian, who were being pulled by him, looked at each other secretly, and saw a hint of joy and admiration in each other's eyes.
This man is so domineering.
Soon, Bai Yuexin walked in wearing high heels. She glanced at the strange atmosphere in the classroom, then glanced at Chen Cheng and the other two sitting in the first row, and Gu Tianhe huddled in the corner, and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. From today on, our courses will officially get on track.
Also, an announcement. She paused, her eyes scanning the room.
In light of the outstanding performance of Team Chen Cheng in the baseline test, the school committee has decided to allocate more resources to Team Chen Cheng starting this month. Every month, the school will allocate you an additional 10 C-level exotic beast crystals, as well as the right to use the highest level independent training room.
Boom!
This news exploded in the classroom like a bombshell.
10 C-grade crystals. Every month. There is also an independent training room with the highest authority. This is the treatment only the principal's own son gets, right? Countless people became jealous in an instant. That's a C-grade crystal. Not to mention now, even in the future, no matter how many years they work hard, they may not be able to get one. Now, people can get $10 every month. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Jealousy and envy, but no one dared to raise any objections. Because that was achieved through their own strength. The scene of that kick that sent the C-grade senior flying like a ball is still vivid in my mind. Not convinced? If you don't agree, why don't you try kicking one? Chen Chang was not surprised by this reward. However, they do not need independent training rooms. With the bug-level existence of alien skin armor, their training efficiency is higher than any other training room. However, the crystals of exotic beasts are actually good things. 3 days later. In the underground training room of the villa. Chen Cheng sat cross-legged, and the figures of Hua Shiluan and Hua Weiman had turned into flowing light and merged into his body. In front of him, 3 crystal-clear sea-level exotic beast crystals were suspended. Absorb, he thought. The 3 crystals instantly shone brightly and transformed into 3 extremely pure energy torrents that poured into his body. In the arm space, this energy was divided into 3 and poured into the supernatural cores of 3 people at the same time. A huge amount of energy washed over their bodies. But an hour later, Chen Cheng slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. The 3 C-grade crystals have been used up. But he could feel that the supernatural power core in his body, which belonged to the control realm, was only filled to less than 1/20th. It's too slow. Although it's faster than directly practicing and absorbing energy, in Chen Cheng's opinion, it's still a bit slow. In the arm space, the 2 sisters also expressed the same confused thoughts. Chen Chang, our cultivation speed seems to have slowed down a lot. Yeah, obviously the energy is absorbed quickly, but it feels like I'm filling a large lake with a spoon. Chen Chang understood. From the awakening state to the control state, there is a qualitative change. The capacity and density of the superpower cores in their bodies have expanded more than tenfold. The energy required to fill this lake is an astronomical figure. Although their cultivation speed is still dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people. But Chen Chang was still not satisfied. Too slow. At this rate, it would probably take 1 or 2 years just to reach the peak of the control realm. He can't wait that long. It seems that these crystals alone are not enough. Chen Chang's gaze became deeper. The 4 words by Yue Xin mentioned emerged in his mind. Exploring a secret realm. He sighed, and he also knew that the path of cultivation must be a gradual one. If the speed is too fast, it will not be a good thing. When the 2 sisters came out of the arm space, Chen Sheng hugged them with his backhand. All of this seems to have become a habit. Chapter 13: Dating in the City. As the days passed, Chen Chang and the other 2's university life became peaceful and fulfilling. Attend classes during the day and practice at night. With their abnormal absorption efficiency, the 10 C-grade crystals were completely consumed in less than 10 days. And their strength has steadily improved to the peak of the early stage of the control realm, and is only 1 step away from the middle stage. If this kind of cultivation speed were to be spread, it would be enough to shock the entire supernatural world of the Federation. However, as their cultivation level continued to improve, their cultivation speed became slower and slower. There are no classes this afternoon. Chen Chang and the 2 sisters had just come out of the practice room and were walking on the tree-lined avenue of Hangwu University. These days, they have obviously become well-deserved stars on campus, and even some senior students cannot compare with their popularity. Wherever you go, you will attract countless eyes. Wow, look, it's Chen Chang. So handsome. He's even more powerful in person than in the video. The twins next to him are so beautiful too. They must be Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, right? I envy them so much. Amidst the discussions, a petite and cute schoolgirl with twin ponytails mustered up her courage and ran over with a blushing face. Chen Chang, can I add your contact information? She held the laptop in both hands, her eyes full of stars. Chen Chang didn't have time to speak. The 2 figures beside him took action. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian took half a step forward almost at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. He directly blocked Chen Chang behind him.
Hua Shilua lowered her head and whispered, "No.
No, he doesn't like talking to strangers."
Chen Chang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, actually, I can talk to strangers. Unexpectedly, the two sisters' answer immediately rang out in my mind, no way.
Chen Chang was speechless. How could this telepathy be turned off manually? Hua Weinian was more direct. She looked at the schoolgirl, and although her face was a little flushed, she still said, sorry, no. They don't know why either.
Anyway, I just don't want other girls to get close to Chen Chang.
Not even a little bit.
The schoolgirl with twin ponytails was overwhelmed by the aura of the two sisters and was suddenly at a loss.
She could only say oh aggrievedly and ran away.
Similar scenes have happened many times in the past half month.
There are cute classmates, cool seniors, and even bold male classmates.
Without exception, they were all blocked by the two sisters. In response to this, Chen Chang just smiled helplessly in his heart.
This feeling of being protected is quite novel.
Of course, there were also many boys who were attracted by the sisters' beautiful faces and came to chat with them. But without exception, they were all treated as air by them.
In their world, there seems to be no room for a second man except Chen Chang. At this moment, the latest news was refreshed on the huge light screen of the bulletin board not far away.
Announcement of the list of our school's freshman exchange team participating in the All-Federation High School Martial Arts Competition. All the students passing by stopped. On the light screen, the names and member information of the two teams slowly emerged.
Hanwoo Team 1. Captain, Chen Chang F rank, Petrified Skin. Team member, Hua Shilua F rank, Healing. Team member, Hua Weinian F rank, Recovery. Hanwoo Team 2. Captain, Gu Tianha A level, Gazing Eyes.
Team member, Li Xiang B level, Gravity Field. Team member, Zhao Qian B level, Guardian of the Wind. As soon as the list came out, there was a burst of discussion around.
It's them indeed.
Team Chen Chang truly deserves the title.
However, Gu Tianha's team was also selected.
It seems that the school still values his A-level talent.
This is going to be interesting.
I wonder if Team Chen Chang will be stronger, or if Team Gu Tianha will be able to avenge their previous defeat. Chen Chang looked at the list on the screen with calm eyes.
Gu Tianha?
He is no longer worthy of being my opponent. His goal was to win first place in the martial arts competition. It's the ticket to the secret place.
I've been at Hanwoo University for over half a month, and I haven't had a good time out.
Chen Chang retracted his gaze and said to the two sisters beside him, the weather is nice today, let's go out for a walk.
Ha? Are we going on a date?
Hua Shilua suddenly interrupted, and suddenly thought of something, her face suddenly turned red. Hua Weiman also blushed and pinched her sister, but the next moment she looked at Chen Chang with anticipation. Chen Chang was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and rubbed the two sisters' heads. Yes, it's a date.
The two girls immediately smiled happily and hugged his arms one by one. Hongtian City.
A second-tier city located in the central and eastern part of the Federation. Although it is not as prosperous as those core cities, the streets are still bustling with people and traffic, full of the atmosphere of life. The towering skyscrapers and the fortifications covered with energy patterns that can be seen everywhere on the streets form a unique and strange landscape where the post-apocalyptic wasteland and future technology are intertwined. Chen Chang and his two companions were walking on the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by.
However, this kind of gaze is different from that in school. It's more of a respect.
In this world surrounded by strange beasts, people with special powers are the heroes who protect humanity. The combination of a three-person team is the most typical symbol of a person with superpowers.
Wow, Chen Chang, look at that.
Hua Shilua pointed at a small stall on the street and shouted excitedly like a curious baby. Chen Chang smiled and walked over.
Boss, 3 please.
Soon, 3 lifelike sugar paintings were in the hands of the 3 people. One was a dragon, which was given to Chen Chang.
2 are phoenixes, given to 2 sisters.
The 2 sisters took the sugar paintings, licked them in small bites, with happy smiles on their faces. They grew up in poor families and rarely had the opportunity to go to big cities.
Today is the first time I have gone shopping in a big city since I can remember. The 3 of them ate and walked around.
From clothing stores, to jewelry stores, to various snack stalls.
Although they didn't buy anything, the 2 sisters were in high spirits.
The girl's nature was fully revealed at this moment. Chen Chang followed behind them, looking at their chattering and jumping around, and his mood became particularly relaxed.
This kind of plain and warm feeling is really good. However, they didn't notice.
Not far behind them, several men with unfriendly eyes had been staring at them for a long time. His gaze was mainly focused on the beautiful faces and graceful figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, full of undisguised greed and desire. After the three of them finished their last snack, they turned into an alley with relatively few people around, preparing to take a shortcut back to school.
It was at this time.
At the end of the alley, several figures appeared, blocking their way. At the same time, footsteps were heard behind them.
They were blocked. Chapter 14: Encountering a scumbag on the road. The alley was very narrow.
Although the sun was still high at this time, the light was blocked by the high walls on both sides of the alley, and the entire alley appeared very dim.
Chen Chang glanced around.
On both sides, there were 7 or 8 ruffian-looking men surrounding Chen Chang and the other 2 in the middle of the alley. The leader was a young man with yellow hair. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a pair of triangular eyes that looked back and forth at Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian unscrupulously.
TSK, I never thought that after going out for a walk, I would find a pair of top-notch ones. He blew out a puff of smoke and smiled obscenely. My 2 sisters, you are so beautiful, what's the point of following such a poor boy? Why don't you go and have some fun with the brothers?
The brothers promise to make you as happy as gods. The thugs behind him also laughed obscenely.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's expressions froze.
They had never experienced such a scene before, and their faces turned pale in an instant. He subconsciously hid behind Chen Chang, and occasionally 2 heads popped up to look at the thugs around him. Chen Chang protected the 2 sisters, his face turning cold.
However, he was not too panicked. Just a group of ordinary people. With his current physical condition, dealing with them is no more difficult than crushing a few ants. You actually dare to block the way of the person with superpowers? Get out of here if you don't want to die.
Chen Chang looked at the people around him who were approaching with a cold face.
Yo-ha? You're quite arrogant, kid.
But, these 2 girls are actually psychics?
Brothers, you're in for a treat today. We haven't played with psychics before.
As he spoke, he led the group in laughing, not taking the psychics seriously at all. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it with his foot.
Do you know who we are? We are from the Black Tiger Gang. No one on this street has ever dared to talk to us like this. Brothers, come on. Break the legs of the men, and the women, hee, bring them back for Big Brother to enjoy.
At the command, the thugs surrounded them with a grim smile.
Chen Chang's eyes were completely cold. He has already decided to kill. However, just as he was about to take action,
a faint energy fluctuation came from the shadows of the alley. Chen Chang's movements suddenly stopped. In the arm space, the sisters' screams were heard at the same time.
It's a mutant. What a strong sense of oppression.
A burly figure slowly walked out from the shadows. He was a bald man nearly 2 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body and a ferocious black tiger tattooed on his neck. He just stood there, and a fierce and violent aura came towards him.
The most important thing is,
the energy fluctuations emanating from him clearly revealed his identity.
Control the realm.
Moreover, his aura was steady and his energy was strong, which was definitely not comparable to a rookie like Feng Tao who had just entered the realm of control. At this moment, Chen Chang's expression finally became serious. A powerful person in the control realm, with a group of thugs, is blocking people here.
Is this a joke? Big Brother.
When the yellow-haired young man saw the bald man, he immediately stopped and shouted respectfully to the man. The bald man ignored him, staring at Chen Chang with his pair of copper bell-like eyes.
You kid, if you don't want to die, get out of here.
He grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth, his smile looking particularly cruel. Leave those 2 girls here, and I can pretend nothing happened.
Chen Chang's heart sank instantly. Did you hear that? My elder brother is kind enough to give you a chance to live, why don't you get out of here?
The yellow-haired young man yelled at Chen Chang. The bald man saw that Chen Chang ignored him, and his face darkened instantly.
Judging from your age, you must have just awakened your superpowers. I have already mastered the advanced level.
When I've had enough fun, I'll return these 2 girls to you, don't worry. After saying that, he approached Chen Chang and the other 2 with a grin.
Trouble. This is the urban area of Hongtian City.
Federal law strictly prohibits people with special abilities from fighting privately in non-combat areas.
Once discovered by the federal guards, the consequences will be disastrous.
At the very least, it will be recorded and affect your future. In serious cases, one may even have his supernatural powers abolished and be thrown into solitary confinement. The other party obviously understood this as well. He didn't dare to use his true strength here easily. Now it seems that the only thing we can do is run. This was the first thought that flashed through Chun Chang's mind. Not asleep yet. A thought flashed through his mind. Buzz. An invisible spiritual wave instantly spread out with him as the center. Mental shock. The grinning bald man and the gang of thugs suddenly felt their brains go blank. Now is the time. Let's go. Chen Shang shouted softly, took the sister's hands, turned around and rushed towards the alley. Physical strengthening legs. His speed instantly exploded to the extreme. However, no matter how fast he was, the opponent's reaction was even faster. The bald man regained consciousness almost the next second after being hit by the mental shock. Want to run? He roared and stomped his feet hard. Boom! A stream of ochre-colored energy instantly spread out from under his feet, and the ground of the entire alley seemed to have turned into a quagmire. Chen Shang only felt his feet sink and his speed dropped sharply. It's an earth-related ability. Moreover, the other party's cultivation is definitely above the middle stage of the control realm, or even as he said, the high-level control realm. Catch them. The bald man gave an order, and the gangsters who had come to their senses immediately pounced on them like mad dogs. The alley was already narrow, and with so many people blocking it, there was no room to rush out. Swish! A gangster's claws scratched Hua Shilua's sleeve. Although he was not injured, Qin Cheng's eyes turned completely cold. You can't run away. He stopped, turned around, and protected the two sisters behind him. The bald man approached step by step, with a playful look on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Why don't you run away? Little devil, do you dare to do anything in the city? He is very confident. A student would never have the courage to openly violate the ban under the noses of the federal guards. However, he saw the young man opposite him slowly raised his head. A cold and bloodthirsty smile suddenly appeared on that originally calm face. Originally, I didn't want to. Chen Sheng's voice was not loud, but it revealed a chill that made all the men feel cold from head to toe. But you should never, ever move them. His thoughts suddenly rang in his mind. Prepare for battle. Chapter 15 The Mysterious by Yu Exin. An invisible airflow suddenly spread out with Chun Chang as the center. The figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian instantly turned into two streams of light and sank into his body. Alien skin armament activated. A layer of rock-like stratum corneum instantly appeared on Chen Cheng's body surface, followed by a layer of faint green halo and a layer of clear blue halo, flickering alternately on his body surface. A powerful aura far exceeding the previous one burst out. What? The bald man who originally had a joking look on his face suddenly changed his expression. This breath. So strong. This kid is actually at the control realm? How old is he this year? Kill him. The bald man no longer hesitated, roared, and took the lead in attacking. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground in the entire alley began to tremble. The ochre energy surged wildly, turning into several sharp spikes that broke out of the ground from under Chen Cheng's feet. However, Chen Chang is faster. Physical strengthening legs. He exerted force on his feet, and his whole body disappeared from the spot in an instant like a cannonball. Boom! The spikes pierced the air, leaving several deep pits on the hard ground. Where are the people? The yellow-haired thugs were horrified. Be careful! The bald man's pupils shrank and he turned around suddenly. Chen Cheng's figure appeared like a ghost behind the group of thugs. He had no mercy at all. A whip kick swept out. Bang 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 bang. A series of dull sounds of bones breaking were heard in the air. Those thugs who had been so arrogant just now didn't even have time to scream. It was as if they were hit by a speeding truck. They spurted blood from their mouths, flew backwards, hit the wall of the alley heavily, and slid down. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. One move. Just one move, and all the small fish were cleared out. In the alley, only Qin Chang and the bald man were left. You're looking for death. The bald man was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that this boy who looked like a student could be so ruthless and decisive. His muscles were knotted all over, and the khaki-colored supernatural light was shining brightly. A thick layer of rock armor quickly covered his entire body. Boy, if I don't tear you apart today, I won't be called Black Tiger. He roared and rushed towards Chen Chang like a human tank.
The ground cracked inch by inch under his feet. Chen Chang's expression was still cold.
He didn't confront it head on. The opponent is an Earth-type mutant, and defense and strength are definitely his strengths, but I am not weak in this aspect either. He pointed his toes and his figure turned into a shadow again, moving at high speed around the bald man, looking for his opponent's flaws.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The bald man's fists kept hitting the ground and walls. Every attack caused a burst of flying gravel, with incredible power. But he couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Chang's clothes.
Damn loach!
The bald man roared angrily, but he could do nothing.
The noise in the alley was getting louder and louder.
The sound of energy collision began to spread outward.
Chen Chang knew that he couldn't delay any longer and had to fight quickly and decisively.
Just when he was about to use the sister's skills to give the other party a ruthless blow.
Stop! Federal guards! Everyone freeze!
Several cold voices came from the alley.
Immediately afterwards, several guards wearing silver-white standard armor and holding energy weapons quickly rushed in and completely blocked both ends of the alley.
The man who looked like a captain was leading the group. He glanced at the messy alley and the thugs lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive, and frowned tightly.
Fighting in the city violates the third federal prohibition. You're so bold. Bring them all back to the garrison. Hongtian City Guard Station.
The cold metal walls and bright lights make this place look particularly solemn. Chen Chang and the bald man were detained in two separate interrogation rooms. The two sisters had been released from the armed space by him and were now sitting beside him with worried looks on their faces.
Name, age, and faction affiliation. A guard conducted routine inquiries with an expressionless face.
Chen Chang, 20 years old, freshman at Hangu University. When he heard the words Hangu University, the team member's expression paused noticeably. He glanced at Chen Chang, then at the incredibly beautiful twins next to him, and his attitude softened slightly. Call your homeroom teacher. We need to verify your identity and have her handle the follow-up matters. Chen Chang was helpless. In the end, he dialed by Yuexin's personal terminal. On the other side, the bald man looked at Chen Chang through the one-way glass of the interrogation room, with a ferocious and complacent sneer on his face.
Boy, you want to fight me? If you get into a fight in the city, even if you are a genius from Hangu University, you will get hurt.
His Black Tiger gang has been operating in Hongtian City for many years and has connections in both the black and white worlds. It is not difficult for it to rescue someone.
But this student was not so lucky. About half an hour later,
the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Bai Yuexin walked in wearing high heels. She was still wearing the same smart professional suit. Her phoenix eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses glanced at the situation in the room, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile. It seemed that she was not worried at all about her students getting into trouble.
Teacher Bai.
The two sisters stood up quickly as if they had seen a savior.
Chen Chang also stood up.
However, the next scene left him stunned. The captain of the guard, who had been serious and impartial just now, suddenly straightened his body and gave a standard federal military salute with a snap the moment he saw Bai Yuexin.
Hello, sir. Sir? Chen Chang's heart was in turmoil. Bai Yuexin, ISNT, she just a tutor at Hanwu University? She has a military background? And from the looks of it, she's quite high-ranking. Bai Yuexin just nodded faintly as a response.
She walked up to Chen Chang and looked him up and down.
Are you not hurt? No.
Chen Chang shook his head, but his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the captain of the guard.
That's good. Bai Yuexin didn't ask any more questions. She turned around and said to the captain of the guard, I've taken the person away.
You will handle the subsequent matters according to the rules.
Yes, sir.
The captain of the guard had no objection and immediately began to process the procedures.
In other words, there are no procedures at all. The whole process was incredibly fast.
From the time Bai Yuexin came in to the time they were released, it took no more than 3 minutes. Chen Chang and the other two followed Bai Yuexin out of the guard post. He could feel the bald man's gaze in the interrogation room behind him change from smugness to shock and then to horror. Walking on the street outside the guardhouse, the doubts in my heart grew heavier. She seemed to have noticed his gaze.
Bai Yuexin, who was walking in front, did not stop.
She opened her red lips slightly and spoke in a calm voice.
If you signed that second agreement, you would understand a lot of things. It's that agreement again. The Human Spark Project. Chen Chang's heart suddenly moved. He understood instantly.
That plan is definitely inextricably linked to the federal military, and even to higher-level federal officials. And Bai Yuexin is very likely a part of that plan.
He didn't ask any more questions.
He knew that even if he asked now, Bai Yuexin would not tell him. He just silently held the hands of the two sisters beside him and followed Bai Yuexin's footsteps. When we returned to the villa, it was already dark. After experiencing the storm, the two sisters were a little tired, and their bodies were covered with dust, so they went upstairs to take a shower together. Chen Chang sat alone on the sofa in the living room. His mind was still reeling from everything that had happened today. The Black Tiger Gang, a supernatural being in control of the realm who acts as a thug, Bai Yuexin's mysterious identity, the human fire plan. This world seemed even more complicated than he had imagined. I don't know how long it took.
The bathroom door opened gently.
A burst of water vapor mixed with the fragrance of shower gel filled the air. Chen Chang looked up subconsciously. I saw Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian standing there side by side. Both of them were only wrapped in a white bath towel, barely covering their private parts. The skin just out of the bath is white with a charming pink hue, like the finest mutton fat jade.
Delicate clavicle, slender neck.
Their wet long hair was sticking to their rosy cheeks, with water droplets flowing down the ends of their hair, dripping onto their shoulders, and then slowly sliding down. For a moment, Chen Chang couldn't even tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister.
Just when he was stunned.
The two sisters looked at each other, with a hint of shyness on their faces, but they still stretched out their long legs, one on the left and one on the right, and walked quickly towards Chen Chang. Then, she threw herself directly into his arms. Two soft and fragrant bodies instantly submerged him.
Chapter 16 I'm already yours. The next day, early morning. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden spots in the room.
Chen Chang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still a little hazy. He felt like he was sinking into the softest marshmallow in the world.
On the left and on the right, there is a warm and delicate touch.
Two similar yet slightly different scents of young girls lingered at the tip of his nose, and he moved slightly. The two delicate bodies beside him also let out moans.
Chen Chang's body froze instantly. The memories of last night came flooding back. He looked down.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, like two octopuses, hugged him tightly, one on the left and one on the right. They were sleeping soundly, their long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a hint of contented blush still remained on their beautiful little faces. Chen Chang felt mixed emotions. He admitted that he had feelings for both girls. From the moment they were assigned to them, this thought never ceased. He is not a saint, he is a normal man. Faced with such a pair of stunning twins who are together day and night, whispering intimately with each other, it would be self-deception to say that there is no desire. But he really didn't think it would happen so soon. I never thought that it would be two sisters, together.
What is this?
Beast?
Or, just let it be?
Chen Chang smiled self-deprecatingly in his heart. That's all. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking more. He is not the kind of person who will shirk responsibility.
Now that it has come to this, they are my people from now on. Someone who needs to be protected for a lifetime.
Just as his thoughts were churning, Hua Shilua in his arms, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her sleepy eyes. She saw Chen Chang close at hand.
Their eyes met.
The girl's cheeks suddenly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but instead of retreating, she put her head in Chen Chang's arms, arched it again, and held him tighter with her little hands. Chen Chang's heart softened at her little gesture. He reached out his hand and hugged the two sisters tightly in his arms.
This action also woke up Hua Weimian on the other side. She opened her eyes.
When she saw the situation clearly, she reacted calmer than her sister, but her ears, which quickly turned red, still exposed her inner shyness.
For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became a little subtle. Quiet. Extreme quietness.
Only the slightly rapid heartbeats of the three people echoed in the air. In the end, it was Chen Chang who broke the silence. He looked at the two girls in his arms, his voice a little low and serious.
Do you feel wronged? He asked the question that concerned him most.
Hua Shilua buried her head deeper, said nothing, and just shook her head gently. Hua Weiman raised her head and looked at Chen Cheng seriously with her clear eyes.
I don't feel wronged.
Her voice was soft, but extremely firm. From the moment we were assigned to the 3F team, my sister and I have been yours. This is federal regulation, and it is our established future. She paused, and suddenly a faint smile appeared on her face.
Not to mention, you've been very good to us. Very good.
Except for Mom and Dad, no one has ever been so kind to us. Her words made Chen Cheng's heart tremble suddenly. He remembered how the two sisters looked timid, with a hint of inferiority and uneasiness when they first met. I remembered how they didn't have much money and couldn't even afford to buy decent clothes. Yes. What they want may never be wealth or power. All they want is a harbor they can rely on, someone who can truly treat them well.
And I happen to be that person.
An indescribable feeling of emotion and responsibility welled up in Chen Cheng's heart. He lowered his head and gently kissed each of the sisters on their smooth foreheads.
From now on, I'll be yours. He didn't make any vows. Just these 4 simple words.
But Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian seemed to have heard the most beautiful love words in the world. They looked at each other and saw overflowing happiness and joy in each other's eyes. They both raised their heads at the same time and took the initiative to kiss Chen Cheng on the cheek. Then, shyly, he quickly buried his head back.
Chen Cheng smiled. Afternoon. Theoretical classroom.
When Chen Cheng brought the two sisters into the classroom, they still attracted everyone's attention.
But the atmosphere today seems a little different.
Everyone felt that the aura of this monster trio seemed to have changed again. They couldn't say exactly what had changed. It just feels like there seems to be an indescribable, closer connection between the beautiful twins and Chen Cheng.
The way they looked at him was no longer just admiration and dependence. There is also a touch of woman's tenderness. The 3 of them still sat in the first row. Soon, Bai Yuexin walked in wearing high heels. Her eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the entire audience as usual. When her gaze fell on Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman, she paused slightly. Her eyebrows raised slightly. With her perception as a 4th-level domain expert, she could easily sense the aura of Chen Cheng that had not yet completely dissipated from the two sisters. Also, before I came to the classroom, I saw that their walking posture was slightly stiff and unnatural. The corners of Bai Yuexin's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. That expression seemed to say, I understand. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian also noticed Bai Yuexin's gaze. Their little faces turned red in an instant, like 2 little foxes whose tails were caught. They quickly lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in the desks. Chen Cheng also saw Bai Yuexin's expression and was speechless. This woman. What a keen observation. Okay, quiet down. Bai Yuexin knocked on the podium, attracting everyone's attention. Today, I want to talk about one thing. Regarding the All-Federation High School Martial Arts Competition. Her words made the whole classroom quiet. Next Monday, I will personally lead our 2 Hangwu University teams to Jinling City, the core city of the southeastern region of the Federation. This martial arts performance is a grand gathering among all the top universities in the southeast region. Newly recruited talents from all the universities will gather together. Her voice was tinged with seriousness. As for the reward, I don't need to explain it in detail. It will definitely exceed your imagination. But at the same time, the competition will be extremely fierce. I hope you are all mentally prepared. Chen Cheng's expression didn't change. Jinling City? Southeast region? He doesn't care about any of this. He only cares about one thing. Reward for first place. The ticket to the secret place. The course ended quickly. The students left one after another. Team Chen Cheng, please stay for a moment. Bai Yuexin's voice sounded behind her. Chen Cheng stopped and turned around. The 2 sisters also followed behind him, but their eyes were a little evasive and they didn't dare to look at Bai Yuexin. Bai Yuexin walked up to the 3 of them and her eyes fell on Chen Cheng. Have you thought about that? What she was asking about was, of course, the agreement for the Human Fire Project. Chen Cheng shook his head and said, let's talk about it after the martial arts performance. He gave the same answer as before. Now is not the time. Good. Bai Yuexin nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She seemed very patient. She turned around and seemed ready to leave.
But after taking 2 steps, she stopped again, turned around, looked at Chen Chang with a smile, and then her eyes swept across the sisters' red faces.
That's right.
She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke slowly. Young man, it's a good thing to be in good health. But you also need to know how to exercise self-discipline and moderation.
Chapter 17 Blood God Break. Ouch. A cry of pain interrupted Chen Chang's wandering thoughts.
He felt uncomfortable under by Yu Exin's meaningful gaze. When he looked down, he realized that he had been distracted and accidentally stepped on Hua Shilua's foot.
I'm sorry. Chen Chang apologized quickly. No. It's okay. Hua Shilua's little face turned even redder, and she shook her head like a rattle.
Bai Yuexin looked at them like this, and the curve of her mouth became even bigger. She said nothing, just waved her hand, indicating that they could leave, and then turned around and disappeared at the end of the corridor in her high heels. The 2 sisters didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the sound of high heels could no longer be heard.
Teacher Bai seems to know everything.
Hua Weiman muttered softly, his face burning. Chen Chang was also speechless.
This woman is simply a human radar.
In the following days, the 3 of them completely entered a state of seclusion.
Apart from the necessary theoretical classes, they spent almost all their time in the villa's underground training room.
After breaking through the last level of relationship, the intimacy between them reached an unprecedented level. Every time of practice, every time of alien skin armament, it seems that it is no longer a simple energy connection, but a fusion at the soul level. They don't even need words, just a thought or a glance can help them understand what the other person is thinking. This tacit understanding made their training efficiency soar again. On this day, the 3 of them were carrying out their daily training in the training room as usual. Chen Chang sat cross-legged, and the 2 sisters had turned into streams of light and merged into his body. Pure energy flowed in the arm space, was divided into 3, and evenly poured into the 3 people's supernatural cores.
Everything seemed so calm and efficient. However, at this moment,
that cold, emotionless mechanical voice once again rang simultaneously in the depths of Chen Chang's mind and in the arm space. Detected that the host's soul compatibility with the soul-bound target has reached 100%.
Conditions met, awakening the final fusion skill. Fusion skill awakened successfully.
Blood God Break instantly drains all energy from the host's and all bound target's superpower cores, condensing it into a beam of destructive energy. This skill is extremely powerful, but after using it, all members will fall into a weakened state due to superpower depletion.
Please use with caution.
The sound suddenly stopped. The arm space fell into a dead silence.
Chen Chang was stunned.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were also stunned.
Blood God destroyed? A final blow that drains all energy? What is this?
Chen Chang, that voice just now.
Hua Weiman thought with a hint of confusion. I heard it too.
Hua Shilua's thoughts followed closely. Chen Chang took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart.
His golden finger actually has this kind of hidden function? 100% soul compatibility? Is it because of what happened that night?
He thought about it and disarmed himself. With a flash of light, the 2 sisters reappeared in the training room. Their faces were filled with the same shock and confusion.
Chen Chang, what just happened? Hua Weimian asked impatiently, what was that sound?
Chen Chang looked at their eyes full of curiosity and was silent for a moment.
The identity of the time traveler is a secret that cannot be told.
But as for the golden finger, perhaps it can be explained in another way.
Do you still remember what I told you, that my ability is somewhat special?
Chen Chang spoke slowly. The 2 sisters nodded at the same time. Actually, the ability alien skin armor isn't inherent to alien skin petrification, but Chen Chang organized his words and tried to explain in a way they could understand. You can think of it as my second awakening, or a kind of supernatural mutation. And that voice just now is the source of this mutant ability that gave me this. I don't know where it came from, I only know that it has always existed deep in my consciousness. He honestly told the 2 sisters everything he knew about the golden finger, except for the time travel, including soul binding, analyzing superpowers, and unlocking talents.
After listening to Chen Chang's explanation, the 2 sisters' mouths opened into an O shape.
Their worldview was refreshed once again.
It turns out,
Chen Chang's strength is not just because of his hard work. He actually possesses such an incredible, miraculous secret.
That blood god break? Hua Shilua asked in a low voice.
It's our new trump card. Chen Shang's eyes narrowed, a trump card that can decide life or death at a critical moment. Although the side effects are huge, its power is enough to make people shudder just by listening to the description. Drain all the energy of the three psychics and launch the most powerful attack. The two sisters looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes.
They didn't ask any further questions. Chen Shang's willingness to share such an important secret with them is in itself a sign of the greatest trust. They only need to know that they and this man are completely tied together from body to soul. Time passes quietly in the hard training day after day. In a blink of an eye, it was the night before departure for Jinling City. The villa has a new extra-large luxurious soft bed, which is large enough for 3 people to roll around on. At this moment, the 3 of them had just finished a satisfying and in-depth communication, and were lying on the bed hugging each other, enjoying the rare warmth. Chen Shang, we seem to have become stronger again.
Hua Shilua lay on Chen Shang's chest, feeling the energy in her body that was even more surging than before, and said in a low voice.
Yeah.
Chen Shang could clearly feel that the supernatural cores of the 3 of them had reached a critical point. The barrier leading to the middle stage of the control realm was already as thin as a cicada's wing.
Just 1 step left.
I heard that no one in Gu Tianhe's team has broken through to the control realm yet. Hua Weiman's voice came from the other side, with a hint of pride.
That's because they're too slow. Chen Shang smiled.
However, our speed is probably the fastest in the entire history of the Federation.
This is not boasting.
With the bug-level bonus of alien skin armor, the supply of sea-level crystals, and the increasingly deepening soul fusion between the 3 of them, their cultivation speed has reached an alarming level.
Then we will definitely get first place this time.
Hua Shilua waved her little fist excitedly.
Don't underestimate the world.
Chen Shang shook his head, his expression becoming serious. The rating of superpowers not only represents the initial strength, but also represents the potential. An A-level psychic, even if he has just awakened, will have future achievements far beyond what we F-level can achieve. This martial arts competition has brought together geniuses from the entire southeast region, and among them are definitely A-level, or even, stronger. His words calmed the 2 sisters, who were feeling a little dizzy, down instantly.
Yes.
Although they practiced quickly, their foundation was only at F-level after all.
We understand.
The 2 sisters responded in unison. Chen Shang nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the 2 soft and delicate bodies in his arms, feeling the faint body fragrance coming from them, and his heart was burning with heat again.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore.
He rolled over and stood up, a wicked smile on his face.
Time is precious.
Let's do something more meaningful and make the final push for the Jinling City Martial Arts Show.
Chapter 18 Hell Mode Preliminary Round. Monday, early morning.
At the gate of Hangwu University, several people were standing under the magnificent gate. 2 teams, 6 people, were standing there quietly at this moment. It was Chen Shang's team and Gu Tianhe's team. Chen Shang and the other 2 felt refreshed. After the final sprint last night, they had all broken through to the middle stage of the control realm in the early hours of the morning. The strange energy surging in their bodies filled them with unprecedented confidence. In comparison, the atmosphere in Gu Tianhe's team on the other side seemed a bit dull.
Gu Tianhe's expression remained calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of unwillingness and complexity.
Li Xiang and Zhao Qian behind him looked at Chen Shang and the other 2 with eyes full of awe. They could feel that the 3 men had become stronger again. The hidden sense of oppression made these B-level geniuses feel a palpitation in their hearts. Bai Yuexin was still wearing a smart professional suit, with her arms folded across her chest, standing at the front of the team. Her gaze lingered briefly on Chen Shang and the 2 sisters, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. Obviously, she also noticed the breakthrough of the 3 people.
Are you all here?
At this moment, the school's principal came jogging over.
Teacher Bai, is the team ready? He asked with a smile on his face. Yeah.
Bai Yuexin responded lightly.
Okay.
The dean cleared his throat and began his farewell speech.
Classmates. You are the pride of Hangwu University. You are the hope of the future. This time, as you travel to Jinling City to participate in the All-Federation College Martial Arts Competition, you represent the face of Hangwu. I hope you can compete with style and skill. Especially Team Chen Shang, you are our trump card, you must.
He had not yet finished his long speech.
Let's go.
Bai Yuexin interrupted him impatiently, turned around and walked towards an extended black hovercar not far away. The attitude was decisive and he didn't give the dean any face at all.
The dean's expression froze instantly.
Chen Chang and the other two suppressed their laughter and quickly followed. Gu Tianhao also bowed slightly to the dean of studies and followed closely with his team members. Only the dean was left, disheveled in the wind. The interior of the hover car is spacious and luxuriously decorated. The two teams sat on opposite sides, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. The vehicle rose steadily into the air, transformed into a streak of light, and sped towards Jinling City, the core city of the southeastern region of the Federation. In the car, Bai Yuexin broke the silence. Let me tell you about the specific rules of the martial arts competition.
Everyone pricked up their ears.
This time, the number of teams participating in the Southeast Region Freshman Exchange Tournament has surpassed any previous competition, reaching a staggering over 400 teams. Therefore, the Federal Education Committee and the military jointly decided to adopt a new and most brutal preliminary competition format. Her voice turned serious.
3 days from now, the preliminary round will officially begin. All teams will be randomly placed into 64 isolated large battlefields.
That means every preliminary round will be a massive free-for-all involving over 60 teams.
There's only one rule. Bai Yuexin glanced at everyone and spoke word by word. Survive to the end.
Only the last remaining team in each battleground will be victorious and advance to the round of 64.
Boom! This rule made the 3 members of Gu Tianhe's team turn pale in an instant. A big melee involving more than 60 teams? Only one alive?
What kind of hell mode is this? In a melee of this scale, personal strength is certainly important, but luck, tactics, and even some despicable means may become the key to determining victory or defeat. No matter how strong a team is, it cannot withstand the siege of dozens of teams.
This is no longer a competition. This is raising a gu. Only Chen Chang, after hearing this rule, raised the corner of his mouth in an imperceptible arc. Melee? He loves melee the most. Not long passed on the road. Jinling City.
As the political, economic and cultural center of the entire southeastern region of the Federation, its prosperity is far beyond the reach of second-tier cities like Hongtian City. The hover car shuttled through the steel jungle composed of skyscrapers. On the streets below, the light of energy shields could be seen everywhere, and various strangely shaped aircraft were traveling in an orderly manner on their exclusive routes. The air seemed to be filled with a powerful energy. In less than 4 hours, they arrived at their destination. A giant hotel directly under the jurisdiction of the federal military, specially used to accommodate participating teams.
The hotel square was bustling with people coming and going.
Young people with strong abilities wearing various school uniforms and with a strong aura can be seen everywhere. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, exuding an undisguised powerful aura and soaring fighting spirit. A-level and B-level geniuses seem to have become common goods here. Just as Bai Yuexin and everyone were about to enter the hotel, a slightly flattering voice came from the side.
Hey, isn't this Bai Yuexin, the beautiful Bai from Hanwu University? What brings you here? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
I saw a tall, thin man with shifty eyes, wearing the uniform of a Jinling University tutor, walking towards me quickly with a smile on his face. His eyes swept over Bai Yuexin's hot body and scrupulously, full of greed.
However, Bai Yuexin didn't even lift her eyelids.
She didn't even pause, as if she hadn't heard or seen the man at all, and walked straight past him. The tall and thin man stretched out his hand, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He just stood there frozen, left in the middle of the square, receiving the gazes of everyone passing by.
Awkward. Capital awkward. Poochie. Hua Shilua couldn't help but laughed out loud. Chen Chang was also secretly delighted by what he saw.
This Bai Yuexin's ability to argue with others is simply at the master level.
The group followed Bai Yuexin into the hotel lobby. The man just now is the teacher in charge of Jinling University, named Wu Ji.
He is a notorious smiling tiger and despicable, Bai Yuexin said in a flat tone as she walked. As the host country and the top-ranked university in the southeast region, Jinling University has always been domineering. She paused, stopped, turned around and looked at the teams of Chen Chang and Gu Tianhe. Her gaze finally fell on Chen Chang, her eyes cold.
Mark my words. If we meet the Jinling University team during the competition,
don't hold back, don't talk about rules, just hit me as hard as you can.
If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Chapter 19. It's all garbage.
After arranging the rooms in the store, Bai Yuexin did not give them any time to rest, and directly took the two teams to the official registration office of the martial arts competition. The registration office was located in a banquet hall specially set up in the hotel. When the people from Hangu University arrived, the place was already bustling with people. Almost all the top university teams from various cities in the southeast region gather here. Pride and confidence are written all over the young faces. Powerful fluctuations of supernatural powers intertwined and collided here without any concealment, and the air was filled with a tense smell of gunpowder. Hangu University, team leader, Bai Yuexin. Bai Yuexin walked to a registration desk and handed over her identity card. The staff member in charge of registration took a look and his hands moved noticeably faster and his attitude became much more respectful. Obviously, Bai Yuexin's name is no secret in the federal military system. Please register your team information. Team 1, Captain Gu Tianhe, a level ability, Gazing Eyes.
Team member Li Xiang. The staff quickly entered the information and nodded.
An A-level team, with an A-level captain and B-level team members, although excellent, can only be considered upper-middle level here.
The second team.
Bai Yuexin paused. Gu Tianhe and the other two subconsciously held their breath, their faces looking somewhat unnatural.
They know what's going to happen next.
Really? Captain Chen Chang, F-level ability, Petrification of Skin. Team member Hua Shilua, F-level ability, Healing.
Team member Hua Weimian, F-level ability, Recovery.
Bai Yuexin's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone around her. The entire registration hall, which was originally noisy, suddenly became eerily quiet.
Immediately following. Puff.
I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, it was like a fuse was lit.
F rank? Did I hear that right? Petrification? What kind of rubbish is that? There's also healing and recovery skills? Ha ha ha, are they putting together a logistics team to participate in the battle competition? Is Hangu University completely empty? They actually sent this kind of team here, are they trying to make fun of us? The 3F team? TSK TSK TSK. Unbridled laughter came from all directions. The eyes looking at Chen Chang and the other two were full of contempt, disdain and mockery as if they were watching a play. The three members of Gu Tianhe's team felt a burning sensation on their faces. Once upon a time, they were like this, standing in the crowd, looking down upon Chen Chang and the other two, but... However, Chen Chang and the other two, who were the focus, seemed to be fine. Chen Chang even had the mood to look at the expressions of the geniuses around him, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman followed Chen Chang closely, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with them. Just being by his side is enough. Just as Bai Yuexin took the registration card and was about to turn around and leave,
a young man wearing the uniform of Sucha University squeezed through the crowd and passed by Hua Shilua. His body seemed to bump into the girl unintentionally, and one of his hands touched the girl's perky buttocks in a very covert way.
The action is very obscene.
The eyes are very greedy.
However, his hand hadn't touched it yet.
A hand as big as an iron clamp suddenly grabbed his wrist.
Crack!
A crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the venue.
Ah!
The young man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and his whole face was instantly distorted by the severe pain. Chen Chang let go of his hand expressionlessly, as if he had just done something insignificant. He didn't even glance at the young man rolling on the ground.
His eyes swept coldly in the direction of the Suha University team. Keep your dogs under control. If it happens again, it won't be as simple as cutting off a hand. The teachers and team members from Suha University turned pale in the face in an instant. You! Their captain was about to explode. Walk!
Bai Yuexin's cold voice sounded, and she didn't even look over there, and led everyone away directly.
The people from Suha University could only watch them leave, their resentful gazes fixed on Chen Chang's back. This feud has been settled. Return to the hotel. Everyone go back and have a good rest, and recharge your energy.
Bai Yuexin stopped in the hall and spoke to everyone. Tomorrow morning, the draw for the preliminary round will be held, and we will notify you then.
After saying that, she left. Everyone returned to their rooms. Night falls. The buffet restaurant on the top floor of the hotel was almost full of young freshmen who came to participate in the competition.
They are at the age of vigor and vitality, and they are competitors.
The atmosphere in the restaurant is lively, but there are also undercurrents.
when Chen Chang brought the two sisters into the restaurant. All sounds, once again, stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were cast over at once.
Hey, isn't this the 3F clown troupe from Hanwoo University? How dare they come to eat? Haha, if I were them, I would have found a crack in the ground to crawl into.
What a pity for those twins. They're so beautiful, but they're with an F-rank loser. The taunting sounds were harsher and more outrageous than those in the registration hall during the day.
Hua Shiluo's face turned red with anger, and she clenched her fists, ready to explode. Shiluo.
Hua Weimian pulled her back and shook his head at her. But Chen Chang smiled.
He looked around at the geniuses in the restaurant, all with expressions of contempt, mockery, and gloating. Then, he softly uttered two words. Rubbish.
The voice was not loud. But everyone present was a person with special abilities, and their hearing was extremely sharp. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. You can hear a pin drop. A hot-tempered young man slammed the table, stood up and glared at Chen Chang.
Boy, what did you say?
The smile on Chen Chang's face became more playful. He raised his head and scanned the entire audience, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears.
I said. Everyone here is garbage. Boom. The air was instantly ignited. Court death. Get him. How dare an F-class person be so arrogant?
Dozens of young and energetic geniuses suddenly stood up, and the light of various supernatural powers began to flash on their bodies. A fight that affects the entire restaurant is about to break out.
Just then. Stop it. Want to be disqualified?
Several teachers who were in charge of maintaining order shouted at the same time, and their powerful momentum instantly suppressed the entire audience.
The furious students finally stopped their actions unwillingly.
But the gazes that wanted to eat Chen Chang alive did not diminish in the slightest.
Very good.
A satisfied arc appeared on the corner of Chen Chang's mouth.
He succeeded in attracting everyone's hatred before the game even started. But is he afraid?
He just thought that this was more interesting.
Chapter 20, Making Countless Enemies. The next morning.
The drawing ceremony for the preliminary round of the martial arts competition was held in the hotel's largest conference center. Only the captains of each team are allowed to enter here. A huge holographic projection was suspended in the center of the venue, scrolling with information about more than 400 teams.
The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed to be solidified.
Every captain who walked in had a stern face and eyes as sharp as a knife, examining every potential opponent around them.
When Chen Chang walked into the venue, the oppressive silence was broken in an instant. Look, that F-class loser is coming. You're so brave. You were so arrogant in the restaurant last night, and you dare to show up today. Is he Chen Chang? He doesn't look like he has any special abilities.
Just wait, once we enter the battlefield, I'll kill him first. Whispers were heard without any concealment. All the gazes, like real knives, fell on Chen Chang. There was disdain, mockery, and cold murderous intent.
Chen Chang seemed unaware of all this. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He found a seat in a corner, stood against the wall, and closed his eyes. He looked as if saying, "You guys do whatever you want, I'm going to take a nap first." This extreme disregard is more insulting than any retort. Fuck. This kid is too crazy. Don't worry, let him be arrogant for a while.
The drawing of lots will start soon. I want to see which battlefield he draws. I hope it's not that battlefield I encounter, otherwise, I will make him cry without tears. A bald young man with a burly figure and an aura of brutality said coldly. He is the captain of Tianhui University, with an A-level superpower called Lava Body, and his temper is as hot as his superpower. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a federal military uniform and holding the rank of major walked onto the podium. His eyes were like an eagle, scanning the entire venue.
Quiet.
The cold voice, containing a powerful mental pressure, made the entire venue quiet down instantly.
You all know the rules. Now, let's start drawing lots.
As soon as he finished speaking, the names of more than 400 teams began to scroll frantically on the central holographic projection.
Interweaving of light and shadow. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Group 1, Battlefield 1, teams, Jinling University Team 1, Donghai University Team 3, Beidou Academy Team 7.
Names were called out one by one, and teams were assigned to their respective battlefields.
The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense.
Some people turned pale because they were put in a group with a strong team. Some people also secretly breathed a sigh of relief because the grouping was ideal. Chen Shang still had his eyes closed, as if all this had nothing to do with him.
Finally. Group 36, Battlefield 36, Team, Hanwoo University Second Team. When the words Hanwoo University Second Team appeared, everyone's attention was once again focused on the man leaning against the wall. Here he comes. It's him.
Everyone's ears perked up, wanting to see which unlucky guys this 3F clown group would be grouped with.
Suwa University Team 1.
When this name appeared, the captain of Suwa University, the young man whose wrist was broken by Chen Chang at the registration office, instantly revealed a hideous and cruel smile on his face.
It's true, God helps me.
He stared at Chen Chang intently, and the people around him also looked at him with anticipation.
Now it's time to watch something interesting.
The captain of Suwa University has the B-level ability Wind Blade.
He is a sharp knife and extremely ruthless. This F-class waste is in trouble.
However, Chen Chang still did not respond. It seemed that being assigned to a group with his enemies was not a big deal for him at all. The drawing continues. When the rosters of all the teams in Battlefield number 36 appeared on the big screen, the entire venue erupted in uncontrollable laughter.
What the hell? What kind of group of death is this? Skyfire University's Lava Tyrant, Shanghai Academy's Phantom Assassin, and Jilin University's second team, they're all tough guys. Among these 60-plus teams, there are 3 led by A-level leaders. That 3F team, sandwiched between such a group of fierce people, I don't think they will survive for more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes? You think too highly of him. I'll bet 1 minute. Laughter rang out one after another.
Everyone looked at Chen Chang as if he were a dead person. In their opinion, Hanwoo University's second team had already been eliminated early.
Moreover, it will be a very ugly death. Just then,
Chen Chang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes slowly. He yawned and stretched, as if he had just woken up. His eyes lazily scanned the long list of Battlefield number 36 on the big screen. Then, he looked at the talented captains around him who were gloating and mocking him.
He smiled. Oh? Is that all?
His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue.
I thought there was some decent opponent. Turn out to be
still a bunch of garbage.
Dead silence. The entire venue fell into deathly silence.
Everyone was shocked by Chen Chang's words and their minds went blank.
Mad. Too crazy.
Faced with such a hellish grouping, he was not afraid at all.
Instead, he mocked all the opponents in the same group? Even mocking everyone present? You're looking for death. The bald captain of Tianhua University was the first to react.
His whole body burst into scorching flames, and a terrifying aura rose into the sky, like an enraged volcano that was about to erupt on the spot.
Do you want to be disqualified?
The major on the rostrum shouted coldly again, and the even stronger pressure, like a mountain, pressed down heavily on the bald captain. The bald captain groaned, his face flushed red, but he finally forced himself to suppress his anger. He stared at Chen Chang intently, and said word by word, "Boy, you have guts.
Don't let me be the first one to encounter you on the battlefield."
Chen Chang shrugged, looking nonchalant.
I'm at your service any time.
After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the almost murderous gazes behind him, turned around, and walked straight out of the conference center. He left behind a group of geniuses who were furious with him.
In the corridor,
Bai Yuexin was leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him. When she saw Chen Chang coming out, she didn't ask anything, but just turned around and walked towards the elevator.
Chen Chang followed behind her.
You've offended everyone, Bai Yuexin said calmly. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind.
You are now a thorn in everyone's side. So what? Chen Chang's tone was even more calm than hers. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one.
Bai Yuexin paused slightly. She turned her head, and her phoenix eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses looked at Chen Chang quietly. A few seconds later, the corners of her mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc.
Whatever. Just don't be the first to be eliminated.
After saying that, she turned around and continued walking forward.
Return to the room.
With a ding sound, the door opened. In the living room, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were sitting on the sofa. A boring soap opera was playing on the huge projection in front of them, but they obviously didn't pay attention to a word of it. Hearing the door open, the two sisters turned around immediately. When they saw it was Chun Chang, they immediately jumped up from the sofa and hurried over to greet him.
Chen Chang. How's it going? Is the drawing over? Hua Weimian asked first, her face full of worry. Which battlefield have we been assigned to?
Hua Shilua also nervously clutched the corner of her clothes. Chen Chang looked at their cute nervous expressions and smiled. He stretched out his arms and hugged the two delicate bodies that rushed towards him from the left and right tightly in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed each of the sisters on their smooth foreheads. Battlefield 36, he said softly, but the opponents are a little too many.
2 days passed in a flash.
During these 2 days, the three of them did not go out again, but stayed in the room, making final adjustments and preparations. Their spirit, physical strength, and special energy have been adjusted to the peak state through repeated deep integration.
Finally, the day for the preliminary rounds has arrived.
The early morning sun has just illuminated the skyline of Jinling City. The shrill assembly alarms sounded in every corner of the hotel. All participating teams assemble at the hotel square immediately.
Transmission is about to begin. Chapter 21 is too weak, it is unnecessary.
The huge square in front of the hotel is now filled with densely packed participating teams.
More than 400 teams and over 1,200 young talents gathered together.
The air seemed to be frozen by this overwhelming fighting spirit. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice passed through the amplifying array and resounded in all directions of the square. Attention all contestants. This preliminary competition will last for 3 days. You will be deployed to 64 independent battlefield spaces.
The battlefield has complex terrain.
Your opponents are not only other teams, but also the harsh environment and even exotic beasts. The competition system will monitor each contestant's vital signs in real time. If the system determines you are under a fatal threat, you will be automatically teleported out and eliminated, disqualified from subsequent competitions. These words caused the expressions of many teams to change slightly. Although they will not actually die, being eliminated is a huge shame for these arrogant geniuses. That majestic voice continued.
Within 3 days, a single victor must be determined on each battlefield.
If there are still multiple teams on the battlefield in the last hour before the end of the match, all survivors will be forcibly teleported to the center of the battlefield for the final battle.
Now, the transmission begins. The moment the words fell.
On the ground of the square, the giant teleportation array that had been carved long ago suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light.
Buzz. Strong spatial fluctuations swept across the entire square.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian subconsciously let out a low cry. They had never experienced such a large-scale space teleportation, and the feeling of being torn apart made them feel fear instinctively. At this moment, two warm and powerful hands tightly held their small hands.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Chen Chang's voice seemed to have some kind of magic, instantly calming the sisters' inner anxiety. They subconsciously held Chen Chang's hand tightly.
Next second, the white light swallowed everything. After a brief dizziness, the feeling of being grounded returned.
Chen Chang slowly opened his eyes. The two sisters followed closely behind, looking around curiously and vigilantly.
They were in a dense primeval forest.
Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the smell of damp soil and rotting plants. In the distance, faint sounds of supernatural powers colliding and the roars of wild beasts could be heard.
The battle has begun. What should we do now? Hua Weimian asked in a low voice, subconsciously leaning towards Chun Chang. No rush.
Chen Chang listened attentively to the noise in the distance and looked at the sky.
First find a water source, then follow the flow.
He made the safest decision. When surviving in the wild, water is the first element.
Moreover, following the stream makes it easier to encounter other teams or find open areas.
The three of them didn't stay for long and soon found a clear stream. Then they walked slowly along the downstream direction. Along the way, they did not deliberately hide their whereabouts, nor did they rush to find their opponents. Chen Chang seemed to be here for a picnic, and was even in the mood to explain some simple wild plant identification knowledge to the two sisters. This made the two sisters, who were originally nervous, gradually relax. Time passed like this for nearly an hour.
Boom! Not far ahead, a loud explosion suddenly sounded.
Then came several curses and screams.
Chen Chang stopped.
The three of them looked at each other and quietly pushed aside the bushes in front of them. I saw that in an open space beside the stream, two teams had just finished a brutal battle. All members of a team were eliminated and disappeared as three white lights. The other team also paid the price of having one of their players eliminated. The remaining two people were sitting on the ground panting, looking extremely exhausted. They also discovered Chen Chang and the other two. When the two survivors saw Chen Chang and the other two, they were stunned at first, then a look of vigilance and a hint of relief appeared on their faces. They had just had a tough battle and were not in good shape. But on the opposite side, it turned out to be the legendary 3F clown group.
This is simply pie in the sky. Haha, God is helping me.
One of the young men with a scar on his face struggled to stand up and laughed wildly.
You useless people from Hangwu University, you didn't expect to run into our crazy sand squad right after you came in.
Another thin man also stood up and looked at Chen Chang and the other two with a joking expression.
Kid, leave the twins with you and get out of here. We can consider letting you be eliminated in a decent manner.
They didn't take Chen Chang and the other two seriously at all. In their opinion, it wouldn't take much effort to deal with these 3F-level monsters, no matter how bad their current condition was. Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian's faces flushed red instantly. They had not expected that such disgusting words would appear in such a highly anticipated competition. There was still no expression on Chen Chang's face.
He wasn't even interested in talking to them.
You, stay here. He turned his head and said to the two sisters. Then he let go of their hands and walked out slowly alone.
Oh, you still want to be a hero and save the beauty?
The scarred young man sneered disdainfully. Boy, you.
He hasn't finished speaking yet. Chen Chang's figure moved. Alien skin armament is not activated. There are no fancy light effects. Not even a trace of supernatural power fluctuation was leaked. He just bent his body slightly, and the muscles in his right leg suddenly expanded at a magnitude visible to the naked eye. Control realm skills physical strengthening. Bang!
He stepped on the ground and made a shallow pit. His figure, like a cannonball fired from a gun, instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of the scarred young man.
Too fast.
The scarred young man was so sneered that he couldn't even contain his sarcasm.
What?
He only had time to let out a cry of surprise and instinctively wanted to raise his hand to block.
However, Chen Chang's seemingly ordinary fist had already arrived first and hit him hard in the chest. Crack!
There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The body of the scarred young man was like being hit by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground and flew backwards. He turned into a white light in the air and disappeared.
One punch.
Flash sale. The remaining thin man was completely dumbfounded. The playfulness on his face instantly turned into extreme fear.
What kind of monster is this? F-class? This is fucking F-class?
Without a second thought, he turned and ran. But it was too late. Chen Chang's figure, like a shadow, appeared behind him again.
Another punch. Bang!
The thin man followed in the footsteps of his companions and disappeared without even having time to scream.
The whole process went smoothly.
From the time Chen Chang took action to the end of the battle, it took no more than 3 seconds.
Silence returned to the stream again.
Only Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were left, staring blankly with their mouths open at the man who was standing there, as if he had just swatted 2 flies. Chen Chang shook his hands, walked back to them and held their hands again.
Let's go.
He didn't even ask what the other person's ability was or what level it was.
Because there is no need. Too weak. Chapter 22 Mental Breakdown.
Chen Chang and the other two continued to walk slowly along the stream.
It seemed as if the instant kill just now was just a trivial episode. At the same time, outside the battlefield, in the giant martial arts arena in Jinling City,
dozens of huge holographic screens were suspended in mid-air, broadcasting different scenes from 64 battlefields. The auditorium was filled with instructors from various universities, eliminated students, and representatives from the Federal Military and the Education Committee. Bai Yuexin sat in the exclusive area of Hangwu University, looking at the screen expressionlessly. Beside her, the head teacher who had just arrived at the scene was sweating profusely with anxiety.
Teacher Bai, it's been almost 2 hours. Why haven't we seen any footage of Chen Chang and his team yet? They won't, will they be the first to be eliminated?
His concerns also represent the thoughts of the vast majority of people present.
3F team.
This team, which had become a laughingstock before the game, was considered the weakest by everyone, no doubt about it. In such a brutal melee, it was a miracle that they could survive the first hour.
Just then,
the first batch of eliminated teams has been announced. Lines of text began to scroll on the main screen in the center of the venue.
Battlefield 1, Tunghai University Team 7, eliminated. Battlefield 3, Tiannan College Team 5, eliminated. The names of the teams appeared on the screen one by one. Everyone craned their necks, searching for the words Hangul University second team on the list. However, no.
They were not among the first batch of more than 20 eliminated teams announced.
Ha! Still alive? I guess he found a corner to hide in? He's really lucky.
You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. This kind of trash will be caught sooner or later.
There was a burst of discussion in the audience.
The two members of the Crazy Sand team who were eliminated by Chen Chang were now sitting in the elimination area with pale faces.
When the scarred young man heard the discussion among the people around him, he couldn't help but stand up and loudly retorted, "Hide? Bullshit. That guy named Chen Chang is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. One punch. Just one punch and I was killed instantly. He's not even F rank."
His voice attracted the attention of people around him. But what he got in return was a burst of laughter.
Ah, this is so funny. Killed instantly by a single punch from an F rank? Are you trying to save face?
Brother, it's not shameful to lose, but it's shameful to find such an outrageous excuse after losing.
That's right, if you want to make up a lie, at least make it sound decent.
The scarred young man was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to say something else but was held back by his companions.
Forget it, Captain, they won't believe it. Damn it.
The scarred young man could only sit down angrily, staring at the screen. He must see with his own eyes how the monster's true identity was revealed.
On the battlefield,
Chen Chang and his two companions walked for more than an hour, and along the way they dealt with two teams that were short-sighted and wanted to take advantage of them. Without exception, they were all killed with one punch. The two sisters have become completely accustomed to it, from being shocked at first to being numb now.
They now even feel that F level may be the strongest level of superpowers in the world.
At this moment, Chen Chang suddenly stopped.
"I'm not leaving," he said. "Ah? You're not leaving?"
Hua Shilua blinked, a little confused.
"Yes."
Chen Chang pointed to a relatively open riverbank ahead. "Let's set up camp here."
Set up camp? Hua Weinian was also stunned. This is a competition. Why is it like a picnic? Everyone will be teleported together in the end anyway.
It would be so tiring for us to search for them everywhere.
Chen Chang said as a matter of course, why not just wait here and let them come to us? Besides,
he glanced at the sky, it's time to prepare lunch.
The two sisters.
This reason was so reasonable that they were speechless. Then, a scene that was enough to make everyone outside the venue stun happened. Chen Chang skillfully took out a folding tent from the storage bracelet given by the school. Then there are moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, portable cooking sets. He even took out two small stools for the two sisters to sit on and rest. He took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trouser legs, walked into the clear stream, and started fishing. The two sisters looked at each other and saw helplessness and a hint of sweetness in each other's eyes.
They joined in as well.
One was responsible for making the fire, and the other was responsible for cleaning the fish and shrimp caught by Chen Chang. The three people have clear division of labor and cooperate well. Soon, wisps of smoke rose from the riverbank, and the aroma of grilled fish began to spread.
Director! Director! Quick! Cut to Battlefield 36. The second team of Hanwoo University.
In the director's room of the martial arts training ground, a staff member shouted loudly as if he had discovered a new world. Soon, a split-screen image was switched over. Then, the entire studio fell silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the warm and harmonious, camping scene on the screen.
Am I seeing things right? They are grilling fish? This is a fucking competition.
This outrageous scene was quickly cut to the main screen.
Moment.
The entire martial arts arena, with tens of thousands of spectators, was petrified.
The noisy discussions came to an abrupt halt. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at the incredible scene on the screen. While others are fighting for survival and advancement, fighting for life and death. These 3 people are actually camping. They even set up a fucking tent. They started a fire. They grilled fish. How could they look so relaxed and comfortable as if they were participating in a brutal elimination match? This is clearly a vacation at public expense. Puff. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't help laughing. Immediately afterwards, the entire venue erupted in earth-shaking laughter. Holy crap! What a talent! I'm impressed by this mentality. This is like completely giving up on treatment and starting to enjoy life. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game. Only by Yueshin, looking at the man on the screen who was seriously flipping the fish, had a matter-of-fact smile on her lips. This is him, always so unexpected. At this moment, on the battlefield, a floating camera responsible for recording battlefield scenes flew swayingly over the river beach. It seemed to be attracted by this outrageous scene, lowered its altitude, and aimed the camera at Chen Chang, who was grilling fish. Chen Chang raised his head and saw the camera. Instead of dodging, his eyes lit up. He waved to the 2 sisters. Come on, Shilua, Weimian, look at the camera. The 2 sisters came over, confused. Then, Chen Chang hugged one of them with each hand, held them tightly in his arms, and smiled brightly at the camera. He also raised his free hand and made an international friendly gesture. Yeah. The 2 sisters were also inspired by him, blushing and making a yeah gesture. This scene was broadcast live in high definition and real time to tens of thousands of viewers outside the venue. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. A few seconds later. Hold. That's such a jerk. This guy is such a fucking jerk. Ah. I'm so pissed. I'm sitting here, scared, and you're showing off your affection? Kill him. He must be killed. The audience, especially those teams that had just been eliminated, were in an uproar. Countless people slapped their thighs and cursed. Their mentality completely collapsed. Chapter 23. Haha, another crazy one. Time passed quietly in this strange atmosphere. The first day was spent safely by Chen Chang and his 2 companions in a leisurely rhythm of eating and sleeping. In battlefield number 36, more than half of the teams had been eliminated. The brutality of the battle was far beyond imagination. But all this seems to have nothing to do with the 3 people on the riverbank. Their place seemed to be a paradise independent of the entire bloody battlefield. During this period, several teams passed by and discovered them. But without exception, after seeing their leisurely camping scene, they all showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost, and then chose to take a detour without hesitation. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Anyone who dares to be so arrogant in such an environment is either a fool, or a madman whom they cannot afford to offend. Obviously, the behavior of Chen Chang and the other 2 was more inclined towards the latter. The next day, early morning. When Chen Chang was still in the tent, enjoying the gentle embrace of women, he was awakened by a violent energy fluctuation. He opened his eyes. Finally, someone decent has arrived. He curled the corners of his mouth, slowly crawled out of the sleeping bag, and kissed the 2 sisters on their smooth faces. Get up, we're going to have guests. On the river beach. Chen Chang was still sitting on the small stool, slowly and leisurely grilling a fat fish he had just caught. The golden fish oil sizzles and emits an enticing aroma. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman sat obediently beside him, each holding a bowl of hot water and drinking it in small sips. Across from them, there stood a menacing team. The young man in the lead was tall and had an arrogant face. He was wearing the uniform of Jinling University. He exuded a powerful aura of an A-level psychic without any concealment. It was Zhou Kong, the captain of Jinling University's 2nd team. His special ability is A-level gravity control, which has much more potential than C-level gravity manipulation and B-level gravity field, and his cultivation has reached the initial stage of the control realm. Behind him were 2 B-level psychic team members, both of whom were at the peak of the awakening realm. At this moment, Zhou Kang's face looked very ugly. He heard from other teams yesterday that a strange team appeared in battlefield number 36 and actually camped in the competition venue. He just thought it was a joke at the time. But today, when they followed the smoke and saw this outrageous scene with their own eyes, he was still shocked. After the shock, there was endless anger. It's a humiliating feeling. How proud are Jinling University, as the host and the top university in the southeast region. And now, that mere F-level trash team actually dared to be so arrogant right under their noses, so ignoring the rules of the game, and so comfortable. Are you the 3F team from Hanwoo University?
Zhou Kang's voice was icy cold and full of condescending scrutiny. Chen Chang didn't even raise his eyelids, but just concentrated on turning the grilled fish over and replied lightly.
What's up? What's going on? Zhou Kan laughed in anger. What do you think the martial arts competition is? An amusement park?
By building a fire and camping here, you are humiliating all the teams that are seriously competing.
You are humiliating our Jinling University. Chen Chang finally raised his head and looked at Zhou Kan like he was a fool. Don't the rules say camping is not allowed? You. Zhou Kan was choked. The rules don't really say that. If the rules don't say so, then it's allowed.
Chen Chang retracted his gaze and continued to fiddle with his grilled fish.
If you want to eat it too, just grab it yourself.
I don't mind having an extra pair of chopsticks.
Puff. Hua Shiluan next to her couldn't help but burst out laughing.
This laugh completely ignited Zhou Kang's anger.
Looking for death.
He shouted and stopped talking nonsense. Buzz. An invisible force field suddenly burst out from his body, covering the entire river beach. A level superpower, gravity control. The ground beneath Chen Chang and his sister's feet suddenly sank. A terrifying pressure came from all directions, as if to crush them into meat paste.
Get down on your knees.
Zhou Kang's face was ferocious, and his supernatural powers were pushed to the extreme. He wanted to make this ignorant F-class waste look disgraceful in the face of absolute power.
However,
a scene that shocked him happened. Chen Chang was still sitting steadily on the small stool. He didn't even change his posture. He just frowned slightly, seemed a little unhappy, and raised his head. You disturbed me while I was grilling fish.
The moment the words fell,
a pressure that was more terrifying, more solid, and more domineering than Zhou Kang's gravity field, like an awakened ancient beast, erupted from Chen Chang's body.
Control realm, mid-stage. Boom.
The gravitational field released by Zhou Kan was like paper in the face of this pressure, and was instantly shattered.
Puff.
Zhou Kangru was hit hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The expression on his face changed from ferocious to extreme horror and disbelief in an instant.
The middle stage of the control realm? How is this possible? How could an F-level psychic cultivate to the middle stage of the control realm in such a short time? This is unscientific. This completely goes against the iron rule of cultivating supernatural powers. The two team members behind him were so overwhelmed by the pressure that their legs went weak. With a plop, they fell to their knees on the ground, shaking all over, unable to even stand up. Now, can you be quiet? Chen Chang's voice came faintly. Zhou Kang's pupils contracted violently. He finally understood why this team dared to be so arrogant. Monster! This isn't some F-rank trash at all. This is a monster in an F-rank, guys. Run! You must run now. This was the only thought in his mind. Without thinking, he turned around and activated his supernatural powers to escape. But, will Chen Chang give him this opportunity? It's too late. Chen Chang's figure had appeared in front of him at some point. It was still that ordinary punch. But in Zhou Kang's eyes, this punch seemed to contain the weight of the entire world, making it impossible for him to avoid or block it. Bang! A fist hit his chest. At the last moment when he was swallowed by the white light, there was only one thought left in Zhou Kang's mind. Why? Why isn't that damn camera here? The white light flashes continuously. Jinling University's second team, all members were eliminated. Chen Chang retracted his fist and walked back to the fire as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the floating camera that had just emerged from another forest not far away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What good luck! He sat back on the small stool, picked up the grilled fish, tore off the freshest and tenderest piece, and handed it to Hua Shilua's mouth. Ah, open your mouth. Outside, a martial arts training ground. When the transmission light of Jinling University's second team lit up in the elimination zone, the whole audience was in an uproar. What happened? Jinling Team 2 was also eliminated? There are rank leaders. Who did this? Was it that lava tyrant from Skyfire University? Zhou Kan got up from the ground with a pale face. Hearing the discussions around him, he yelled hysterically. It's Chen Chang from Hangu University. He's not just an ordinary F rank. He's a monster in the middle stage of the control realm. His roar instantly silenced the entire audience.
But then, there was even more violent laughter.
Ha ha ha, another crazy one. Middle stage of the control realm? Do you think we are fools? An F rank, awakened less than 2 months ago, and cultivated to the middle stage of the control realm? Why don't you say he is S rank? If you can't afford to lose, just say so.
Making excuses like this is too ugly. Faced with everyone's ridicule and disbelief, Zhou Kong was so angry that he spat out blood again and fainted. Chen Cheng's strength is still a secret known only to a few people.
Chapter 24. It's so good to hide. Day 3. The entire battlefield number 36 fell into an eerie silence.
The sounds of fighting that had lasted for 2 days had gradually subsided. The occasional sounds were just the aftermath of battles, which would soon disappear. The situation in other battlefields should be similar. Of the more than 4,000 teams, less than 1/10 are left. Those who have survived to this day are all the elite among the elites and the ruthless among the ruthless. Most of them had consumed huge amounts of energy in the previous battles, and at this moment they chose the safest way, looking for hidden corners, licking their wounds, recovering their strength, and waiting for the final moment to arrive.
Of course, except Chen Cheng's team. The tent was still set up on the riverbank.
When the bonfire burned out, a pile of ashes was left behind. The 3 people, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were lying on the moisture-proof mat, looking at the sky above their heads, which was cut into pieces by the branches of ancient trees, enjoying the rare tranquility. Hua Shilui and Hua Weiman snuggled up on both sides of Chen Cheng. They had long been accustomed to this rhythm. For them, this is not a cruel competition at all. This was more like a unique outing that belonged only to the 3 of them.
Time passes by every second. When there was only 1 hour left before the end of the game,
that cold, grand system voice once again resounded throughout the entire battlefield space.
1 hour left for the preliminary round.
The final battle phase has begun. All surviving teams will be forcibly teleported to the center of the battlefield in 1 minute.
Repeat. The moment the sound fell, Chen Cheng slowly sat up.
He stretched, and his joints made a crackling sound.
It's finally over, hurry up and pack up, we're leaving.
He glanced at the 2 sisters beside him who were also sitting up with a hint of nervousness on their faces, smiled, and rubbed their heads.
Let's go see a play. As soon as the words fell,
white beams of light shot up into the sky from every corner of the battlefield.
A flash of light.
Chen Cheng and the other 2 only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next second, the feeling under their feet had changed from soft sand to hard rock. They were transported to the bottom of a huge circular stone pit. The area of the stone pit is as large as several football fields. It is surrounded by steep rock walls and has no grass.
This is a natural and ultimate arena. As they appear,
6 white lights also lit up in succession in other parts of the stone pit. The light dissipated, revealing 6 teams with solemn expressions and powerful aura. Including Chen Cheng and the other 2, there are 7 teams in total.
These are the remaining survivors of the number 36 death group. The Lava Tyrant of Tianhua University. The Phantom Assassin of Shanghai Academy.
There are also several other strong teams that have also proven themselves in previous battles.
Each team exudes a powerful aura that keeps strangers away.
Their eyes, like radar, quickly scan every opponent present, assessing their strength and condition.
When their eyes swept over Chen Cheng and the other 2,
without exception, they all stayed for less than half a second before passing by.
A 3F team? How could he survive until now? I have to say, it's really good to be alive. But that's all.
In the eyes of these top teams, Chen Cheng and his 2 companions were just a husky mixed in with a wolf pack, and they posed no threat at all. Their only opponents now are each other.
At this tense moment when the situation is tense and a war is about to break out, a discordant voice rang out. Pa!
Chen Shan leisurely took out his beloved little stool from his storage bracelet.
Unfold and put away. Then he sat down.
He also patted the empty space beside him, motioning Hua Shilui and Hua Weiyan to sit down as well. Although the 2 sisters felt a little embarrassed, they still did as they were told. After doing all this, Chen Shang crossed his legs, clasped his hands on his chest, and looked at the 6 teams opposite with interest, as if he was watching a big show that was about to begin.
The entire arena fell into deathly silence.
The captains of the 6 teams were all stunned.
The expressions on their faces changed from solemn, to astonishment, to disbelief. What is this guy doing? What did he think this was? A movie theater?
Outside the venue, the martial arts performance hall. When I saw the moment on the main screen where Chen Chang took out a small stool and sat down, the tens of thousands of spectators in the audience were once again petrified.
Fuck. He's got that thing out again. It's the final showdown. Big brother. Can you please respect the competition and your opponent?
This mentality, no, this shamelessness isn't just about being thick-skinned anymore, this is simply shamelessness.
There was a cry of grief in the audience.
And those teams that were eliminated by Chen Chang, such as the Crazy Sand team and the Jiling University team too, were so angry that they were shaking all over and almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot.
Join forces. You idiots. Eliminate this weird guy first.
Zhou Kong pointed at the screen and roared hysterically. Unfortunately, the players in the field couldn't hear him.
Inside the arena, the bald captain of Skyfire University twitched his mouth. Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation.
He felt that his IQ had been trampled upon like never before.
Don't worry about them, deal with the others first. He roared and stopped looking at the annoying guy.
In his opinion, it wouldn't be too difficult to crush those 3 bugs after dealing with all the real opponents.
Boom.
As soon as he finished speaking, the first one moved. The scorching lava instantly covered his entire body, and he turned into an exploding fireball, rushing towards the nearest Shanghai Academy team.
Beat. Kill. A melee broke out instantly.
6 powerful teams fought against each other, and the entire arena was instantly flooded by all kinds of violent supernatural lights.
Gravity field, wind blade, lightning, frost.
Terrifying energy fluctuations, madly colliding and annihilating.
Gravel was scattered everywhere and the ground cracked.
The intensity of the battle was several times more brutal than any previous one. And on the edge of this chaotic battlefield, Chen Chang and the other 2 are sitting firmly on the Diaoyutai.
Occasionally there would be aftermath of uncontrolled energy or flying debris. Chen Chang was too lazy to even get up.
He just waved his hand casually. Those attacks that were enough to make ordinary awakened psychics panic were silently eliminated half a meter away from their bodies. He even had the leisure to give live commentary to the 2 sisters beside him.
Look at that guy who plays with fire.
He has good abilities, but his brain isn't very good.
He just charges forward.
The guy who plays the shadow, his body movement is okay, but his attack power is too weak, just scratching the surface.
TSK, this won't do. It's too brittle.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian were stunned by what they heard, their big eyes filled with admiration. In their hearts, whatever Chen Chang said was right. This melee that affected the entire arena strangely and perfectly bypassed the small corner where they were.
Chapter 25. He is the only one who takes action. Half an hour later,
the brutal melee finally came to an end. The huge circular stone pit was in a mess. The ground was covered with cracks and holes of varying depths, and the air was filled with a burning smell of exhausted energy.
All 5 teams have turned into white light and been eliminated.
Only the last team was left, still standing in the center of the field.
Skyfire University.
The bald captain, who exuded a tyrannical aura, was breathing heavily. The lava armor on his body had become dull and covered with cracks. Behind him, 2 team members also had pale faces and were staggering, obviously at the end of their strength.
Although I won.
But they also paid a heavy price. The special energy in the 3 people's bodies was almost exhausted, and their mental and physical strength were also on the verge of limit.
Ha ha ha.
The bald captain leaned on his knees and laughed triumphantly. The final winner of battlefield number 36 is our Tianhua University. His voice was filled with fatigue, but more of it was incomparable arrogance.
Just then, snap, snap, snap. A burst of crisp applause came from not far away.
The bald captain's laughter stopped and he turned his head suddenly. The guy who had been watching the show from beginning to end stood up from his small stool and walked towards them while clapping his hands.
Great, great.
Chen Chang had an approving smile on his face.
What a brilliant fight.
It's worthy of an A-level ability.
I admire you so much.
The bald captain frowned, and a trace of contempt and impatience flashed in his eyes.
Kid, you're lucky to have made it to the end.
He stretched his sore shoulders and said coldly, "Now, do you want to get out of here, or do you want me to give you a ride?" In his opinion, even if he was in a bad condition now, crushing these 3 F-level people would only take a flick of his finger. He was too lazy to even start immediately and wanted to calm down for a while.
However,
But Chen Chang smiled.
Give us a ride?
He stopped and tilted his head. I think you may have made a mistake. What? The bald captain asked subconsciously. Congratulations, after paying such a heavy price, you finally. Chen Chang's smile turned playful. You've earned the qualification to challenge me. The moment the words fell. Outside the venue, all the audience were shocked. What the hell? What is he going to do? Is he crazy? He wants to challenge Skyfire University? How shameless. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. This is such a despicable act. Shameless. Despicable. He has brought shame upon Hanwoo University. The sounds of abuse and curses instantly flooded the entire martial arts arena. Everyone was infuriated by Chen Chang's unscrupulous behavior. Even the head teacher beside Bai Yuexin blushed and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Even if we win, this win is too dishonorable. On the battlefield. The bald captain was stunned at first, and then he became furious. You're looking for death. He was completely enraged and didn't even bother to regulate his breathing. He forcibly squeezed out the little remaining supernatural power in his body and was about to attack Chen Chang. But he was still a step slow. As he said that, Chen Chang's figure moved. Alien skin armament is not activated. Not even using any fancy skills. He just tensed the muscles in his right leg suddenly. Control realm skills physical strengthening. Bang! The hard rock ground cracked into pieces when he stepped on it. His figure left a faint afterimage on the spot, and at a speed that completely exceeded the reaction limit of a B-level psychic, he instantly appeared in front of the two members of Tianhui University. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The live broadcast cameras outside the stadium only captured a series of blurry images. What? The two B-level team members, who were already in a precarious situation, only had time to let out a cry of surprise. Two enlarged fists were reflected in their pupils. Nothing special. But as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! Two dull knocking sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The two team members couldn't even put up a decent resistance. Their bodies were like being hit head-on by a battering ram. They instantly bent like shrimps and turned into two white lights in the air and disappeared. Flash sale. Another instant kill. The whole process was smooth and neat. In the arena, only the bald captain and Chen Chang were left. The bald captain was completely frozen in place. The rage on his face froze, replaced by endless horror and fear. What is this speed? What kind of power is this? F level? Fuck F class. This man has been playing the pig and eating the tiger from the beginning to the end. All of them were fooled. You. The bald captain had a dry throat and could only utter one word. Now, it's one-on-one. Chen Chang waved his hands and looked at him leisurely. The bald captain's face turned pale and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He admitted that he had made a mistake, a big mistake. The other party's cultivation level is definitely above the middle stage of the control realm, and that damn F-level ability. If anyone talks to him about F-level superpowers now, he will definitely go up and slap that person a few times. Moreover, this guy's physical explosive power is incredibly strong. If he were in his prime, he might still be able to fight thanks to the powerful defense and attack of his A-level ability Lava Body. But now, the supernatural power in his body can't even support him to launch another decent attack. He became a fish on the chopping board. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But Chen Chang was no longer interested in listening to his nonsense. The figure flashed and rushed forward again. The bald captain roared, unleashing the last bit of his supernatural power, crossing his arms over his chest, trying to make a final resistance. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Chen Chang's fist shattered his defense like a rotten wood. It hit his chest hard. White light comes on. Captain of Skyfire University, eliminated. The entire arena fell completely silent. Only Chen Chang was left, and he slowly retracted his fist. Behind him, Hua Shiluan and Hua Weimian didn't even move their hands from beginning to end. Battlefield number 36, preliminary round ends. The final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2. The cold system prompt sound resounded throughout the venue. At the same time, it echoed outside the venue, in the dead silence of the martial arts training hall. Countless people opened their mouths wide, looking at the calm figure on the screen, their minds blank.
Unfair victory? Despicable? These thoughts are still swirling in my mind.
But a fact that made them feel even more terrified and unbelievable was like a mountain, pressing heavily on everyone's heart.
That is,
from the beginning to the end, he was the only one fighting in this battle that would determine the final outcome.
Chapter 26. Take it easy, don't affect the game. The white light dissipated.
The shrill noise instantly flooded into my ears. Chen Chang and the other two found that they had returned to the giant square in front of the hotel. Around them, beams of teleporting light rose and fell, and participating teams were teleported back one after another. A few people looked excited, obviously they had successfully advanced.
Most people were dejected and looked unwilling.
Chen Chang glanced at the crowd and soon saw Gu Tianhe and the other two. They stood together, their faces looking somewhat pale.
Obviously, they were eliminated. Just then, "Student Chen Chang,"
a voice that was enthusiastic and a little exaggerated came over. I saw the school's principal, with a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face, jogging towards me. Beside him was Bai Yuexin, who still had a calm expression.
"Oh, I knew it. I knew you could do it."
The dean ran to Chen Chang, rubbing his hands excitedly, as if Chen Chang was his own son.
"You are truly the pride of Hanwoo University. You are the future of the Federation.
Especially you, Chen Chang, with your F-level abilities, you led the team to break through the siege of the Death Group.
This is simply a miracle."
He was spitting and praising profusely. Chen Chang looked at his face and almost laughed out loud. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago, at the awakening ceremony, it was this man whose face stretched as long as a horse after seeing his F-level ability.
This expression now is really wonderful.
As time went by, more and more people gathered in the square. The results of the 64 battlefield matches were also announced one after another through the holographic screens in the square. When the final result of Battlefield 36 comes out,
the final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2. The entire square once again fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Chang and the other two. What? Battlefield 36, they won? How is that possible? That's the group of death. Skyfire University and Shanghai College were both eliminated? Holy crap, how on earth did this 3F team survive?
Surprised, puzzled, and unbelievable. Various emotions spread among the crowd. Soon, some gossip began to spread among the crowd.
Have you heard?
This team has been camping the entire time and didn't participate in the battle at all.
I heard that too. They just wait for the other teams to be beaten to a pulp, then come out and take advantage. How shameless. Such an unfair victory. This kind of team is a disgrace to us psychics. That's right.
There's nothing to be proud of after advancing through such despicable means. The contemptuous remarks were heard without any concealment.
Many eliminated teams looked at Chen Chang and the other two with hostility and disdain.
However, some team captains who were truly smart, or at a higher level, fell into deep thought.
Getting a bargain? Easily said.
In a large-scale melee involving more than 60 teams, if one wants to protect himself from beginning to end and accurately win the battle in the end, what kind of terrifying strength and scheming does this require?
This 3F team is definitely not as simple as it seems.
They have quietly raised the danger level of Chen Chang's team by several levels in their minds.
Let's go back to the hotel.
Bai Yuexin ignored the commotion around her and led the two teams through the crowd back to the hotel.
The atmosphere in the hotel lobby was equally subtle.
Many advanced teams and eliminated teams were mixed together. The eyes looking at Chen Chang were full of complexity.
Everyone go back and have a good rest. The elimination match schedule will be announced tomorrow.
Bai Yuexin stopped in the lobby and said to everyone.
Gu Tianhe and the other two nodded and prepared to return to their rooms with gloomy expressions. However, rest?
Chen Chang said, I'm not tired, I don't need to rest. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet hall.
A moment. Everyone around stopped walking. All eyes were focused on him again.
Especially those teams that also came out of battlefield number 36, they were even more hateful at this moment.
Not tired? You grilled fish by the river for 2 days and slept for 2 days, of course you're not tired. We fought hard for 3 days. Countless resentful gazes almost pierced through Chen Chang. Chen Chang seemed not to notice and looked innocent.
Bai Yuexin looked at him like this, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth.
She didn't think there was anything wrong.
On the battlefield, within the rules, winning by any means is a skill.
Oh?
Not tired? She asked with interest.
Then what do you want to do? Chen Chang touched his stomach and said seriously, I'm hungry. I want to eat.
He sighed, a trace of disgust on his face. On the battlefield, eating grilled fish every day, I'm almost sick of it.
Puff. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian couldn't help but laugh.
The other people around him were completely broken down by his words.
Hold. We can't even get a sip of clean water, and you actually dislike grilled fish? Are you still human? Okay. Bai Yuexin smiled even more happily.
She looked at Chen Chang with admiration and waved her hand.
It's my treat. Let's go to the best restaurant in the hotel.
She immediately used her personal terminal to book the largest private room in the luxurious restaurant on the top floor of the hotel.
Half an hour later.
Inside the luxurious box, a huge round table was filled with a wide variety of delicacies.
Just smelling the aroma makes one's mouth water.
Chen Chang and his two companions, Bai Yuexin, and Gu Tian his team, who came to eat and seemed a little uneasy, sat around a table.
Eat, don't be polite.
Bai Yuexin said lightly. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian looked at the table full of delicious food, their eyes shining.
They only ate grilled fish on the battlefield. Seeing these now, my mouth is watering. Teacher Bai, this will cost a lot of money, right? Gu Tian has said a little embarrassedly. It's okay.
Bai Yuexin picked up a glass of red wine and shook it gently. She glanced at Chen Cheng, who was eating heartily, then turned her gaze to the two sisters.
This meal is very expensive. But.
She paused, successfully attracting everyone's attention. From now on, every time you win a match in the knockout rounds, I'll treat you to a meal here.
Order whatever dishes you want, drink whatever drinks you want, I'll pay. The moment the words fell,
Chen Chang paused in picking up the food. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian suddenly raised their heads, and an unprecedented light suddenly burst out in their eyes.
If you win a game, you can have a big meal? This motivation is so direct. So effective.
Seeing the three people's eyes light up instantly, the three members of Gu Tian's team had envy written all over their faces. They could only stand aside and eat their food in silence.
This rice is so delicious. But this heart is so sour. After a good meal and a good drink,
the group walked out of the restaurant. Chen Chang burped contentedly, then naturally stretched out his arms, holding Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian in each hand.
Let's go back to the room first.
He waved to Bai Yuexin, Gu Tianhe, and the others, then hugged the two soft bodies and walked towards the room. The intimate gesture attracted the attention of other students passing by in the corridor.
Watching the three people leaving,
Bai Yuexin held the wineglass and leaned against the doorframe, with a meaningful smile on her lips. She shouted from a distance towards Chen Chang's back.
Take it easy, don't affect the game. Chen Chang stumbled and almost fell. Chapter 27 Mr. Chen pays the bill.
The day after the preliminary round, the Federal Education Committee announced the subsequent schedule.
The knockout round will be held in a full week.
The draw ceremony is scheduled for the day before the knockout stage begins. This means that all the qualified teams have gained a week of valuable rest time. This week, Chen Chang and the other two had an extremely comfortable time. Without the pressure of the competition, they practiced leisurely in their room during the day, consolidating their cultivation in the middle stage of the control realm. In the evening, the three of them have a precious time for deep communication and consolidate their relationship. After a few days, the sisters' complexion became better and better, their skin became moisturized, and there was a unique charm in their eyes. But staying in the hotel every day is a bit boring after all. That afternoon, Chen Chang glanced at the two sisters who were on the balcony, curiously looking down at the busy traffic below, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Jinling City, as the core of the southeast region, is far more prosperous than Hongtian City.
Now that we're here, wouldn't it be a shame not to take them out for a walk? Ahem.
Chen Chang cleared his throat, walked over, and hugged the two sisters, one in each hand.
Want to go out for a walk? Shop?
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's eyes lit up instantly.
What girl doesn't like shopping? What's more, it is Jinling City, a top metropolis in the Federation.
Yes, the two sisters said in unison, nodding like chicks pecking at rice. Looking at their cute faces full of anticipation, Chen Chang felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Then he felt in his pocket.
Empty. He opened his personal terminal account again. Balance, 3 digits. Chen Cheng's expression froze instantly. Only then did he remember that he was a pauper.
After traveling through time, he was just an ordinary student, relying on the meager subsidy from the school to barely make ends meet.
With this little money, you probably can't even afford a decent meal in a place like Jinling City. This is very embarrassing. He couldn't just say he wanted to go out and play and then immediately tell the 2 sisters that he had no money and couldn't go, right? Then where would he, the head of the family, put his face? What to do? Borrow money? Who can I borrow from? Gu Tianhe and the others probably don't have much money. Suddenly, a name popped up in his mind. Bai Yuexin. Yes. That woman is obviously a rich woman. Last time I treated you to a meal, you didn't even blink an eye. You definitely have money.
It's just that it seems a bit embarrassing to borrow money from my own mentor.
But which is more important, face or saving face in front of your wives? Is there any need to choose? Wait for me. Chen Chang let go of the 2 sisters, turned around and rushed out of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Chang knocked on Bai Yuexin's door. The door opened quickly. Bai Yuexin was wearing a loose silk nightgown, obviously having just taken a shower. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair sticking to her fair neck, exuding a lazy and seductive aura. She saw Chen Chang outside the door and frowned slightly. What's going on? Mr. Bai.
Chen Chang rubbed his hands and put on what he thought was the most sincere smile.
He found it a little difficult to speak. Bai Yuexin looked him up and down.
Short of money, she said it directly for him.
Yeah. Chen Chang's old face flushed and he nodded.
Then he was shocked.
Teacher Bai could see this?
Bai Yuexin was amused by his embarrassed look. She leaned against the doorframe with her arms folded across her chest, causing the neckline of her nightgown to open a little, revealing a bit of that amazing curve.
How could you, a superpower in the control realm, be short of money?
Her tone was full of ridicule.
Chang was stunned. What does the control realm have to do with money? You don't know?
Bai Yuexin was a little surprised. Once you reach the control realm, you can go to the Federation's Psychic Association to register and certify, and take on various missions. The rewards are very generous. Killing an E-level monster starts at least 100,000.
Chen Chang. Is there such a good thing? How could he not know?
Looking at Chen Chang's expression that said, "I missed out on hundreds of millions," Bai Yuexin's smile became even more pronounced.
Forget it.
She waved her hand, turned around and picked up her personal terminal from the table in the room.
How much? Borrowing 100,000 should be enough.
Chen Chang said tentatively.
Drop.
A crisp prompt sounded from his personal terminal.
Chen Chang looked down. Bai Yuexin transfers 500,000 federal coins to you. 500,000? Chen Chang's eyes widened instantly.
He suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Yuexin in disbelief.
Teacher Bai, this is too much. I can't use so much. Take it.
Bai Yuexin's tone was still calm.
Just think of it as an advance payment of your championship bonus. She paused and added. No need to return it.
After saying that, she didn't wait for Chen Chang to react and slammed the door shut. Only Chen Chang was left standing in the corridor, staring at the long string of zeros on his terminal, stunned.
Rich woman. This is definitely a rich woman. She's also a rich, domineering female CEO. Chen Chang's heart was instantly dizzy from the huge sum of money. He is a rich man now. Return to the room. Done.
Chen Chang snapped his fingers with high spirits.
He imitated the domineering CEOs in TV dramas and waved at the 2 sisters. Let's go. Master Chen will pay for all our expenses today. Wow. Chen Chang, you are awesome.
The 2 sisters immediately cheered and jumped up, one on the left and one on the right, throwing themselves into his arms and kissing him hard on the face.
The 3 of them went out happily. The most prosperous commercial street in Jinling City. Giant holographic advertisements of various high-end luxury brands flash alternately on the exterior walls of skyscrapers, dazzling the eyes. People are coming and going on the streets, and many of them are dressed in a sci-fi and fashionable style.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian are like Granny Lu who entered the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and interesting. They pulled Chen Chang from one store to another, their little faces full of excitement. But when they walked into a gorgeously decorated women's clothing store and saw the 5-digit price tag underneath a beautiful dress, they couldn't help but stick out their tongues and quietly put the clothes back.
What? Don't you like it?
Chen Chang saw what they were thinking.
No. No.
Hua Shilua whispered, it's too expensive. From childhood to adulthood, the clothes they wore were all the most ordinary styles and they had never bought such expensive clothes.
What's so expensive?
Chen Chang waved his hand and said, if you like it, buy it.
We have plenty of money today.
As he said that, he took down the clothes and another one of the same style but different color and handed them to the salesperson.
Wrap these too.
Amid the sisters' complex gazes of both heartache and surprise, Chen Chang paid the bill generously.
Once there is a first time, there will be a second time.
Under Chen Chang's coercion, the two sisters finally let go and bought some beautiful clothes, shoes, and jewelry that they had long coveted but had always been reluctant to buy. Although the items they picked were still relatively affordable, they couldn't hide the joy that came from their hearts. Tired of shopping, the three of them found a place to sit in the food court on the top floor of the mall.
Have you heard?
Jinling University's team is incredibly strong in this martial arts competition.
It's said that the captain has already reached the peak of the control realm.
Yes, and there's also the Ice Emperor from Tianhai University, who is also a favorite to win.
But if we're talking about the most bizarre team, it's still the second team from Hanwoo University on Battlefield 36, right?
The sound of conversation from the neighboring table came over. Chen Chang and the other two pricked up their ears subconsciously.
You mean the 3F camping team? Ah, that was incredible.
I watched the live broadcast, and they were grilling fish by the river from beginning to end.
It made me laugh to death. Exactly. How shameless.
In the end, they took advantage of the fact that Skyfire University was in such a state of decline to take advantage of it.
What an unfair victory. Even if a team like this advances, they'll definitely get beaten to a pulp in the next round.
Hearing these words, Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's faces puffed up with anger. But Chen Chang smiled. He winked at the sisters and whispered, don't be angry.
Haters are also fans.
This proves that our 3F group is now a star team with a lot of traffic.
Puff.
The two sisters were amused by his twisted logic, and the unhappiness in their hearts disappeared. I bought things I liked, ate local specialties, and went to see the night view of Jinling City's most famous energy waterfall. It was not until late at night that the three of them returned to the hotel contentedly, carrying large and small bags.
Chapter 28, Damage. A week of rest passed in a flash. The day of the knockout stage draw ceremony has finally arrived.
Early in the morning, the hotel's broadcasting system sounded again, urging the captains of all qualified teams to go to the conference center to participate in the draw. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian changed their clothes early and looked at Chen Chang, who was still lying in bed with some helplessness.
Chen Chang, it's time to get up and draw lots.
Hua Shilua urged in a low voice.
No.
Chen Chang turned over and covered his head with the quilt, and his voice came out muffled.
Ah.
The two sisters were stunned.
This is the draw for the knockout rounds, it's very important. Hua Weimian was also anxious.
Chen Chang poked his head out from under the quilt and yawned.
What's the big deal? Isn't it just going to that station for half a day, listening to a bunch of nonsense, and then seeing the results? He looked disgusted. How boring. Why don't we watch the live broadcast in our room? We have food and drinks, and a sofa to lie on. Wouldn't that be more comfortable than standing there?
The two sisters looked at each other.
It seems that's the truth. Just then, Chen Chang's personal terminal rang. It's by Yue Xin.
Chen Chang answered the call lazily.
Where are the people? Why haven't they arrived yet?
Bai Yuexin's cold voice came.
Teacher Bai, I won't go. It's too noisy there.
Chen Chang said confidently, you are our great team leader. I'll trouble you to take care of this little thing for me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Chen Chang could even imagine that under Bai Yuexin's gold-rimmed glasses, her pair of phoenix eyes were staring silently at the ceiling.
It's up to you.
After saying that, Bai Yuexin hung up the phone neatly.
Done.
Chen Chang shook the terminal proudly, then patted the seat beside him. Come, sit over here, let's watch the live broadcast together. The two sisters sat down obediently. Chen Chang skillfully turned on the giant holographic projection in the room and tuned to the official live broadcast channel of the martial arts competition.
The picture shows the drawing ceremony.
The huge conference center was filled with captains of the advancing teams. The atmosphere was solemn and everyone's face was filled with seriousness. "Look, it's so depressing to be there," Chen Cheng commented, pointing at the screen. "It's nowhere near as comfortable as here." The two women pinched the soft flesh on her waist together. Soon, the drawing ceremony officially began. A federal officer came on stage and briefly explained the rules. Then, on the central holographic screen, the names of the 64 teams began to scroll frantically. For this elimination round, we're honored to have the third-place winner of the previous martial arts competition, Thunder Eyes Luo Chang, to provide us with live commentary. Following the host's introduction, a split screen appeared on the live broadcast screen, revealing a young man with a sharp face and eagle-like eyes.
"Hello everyone, I'm Luo Chang." Luo Chang began to analyze and comment on each team.
His commentary was professional and sharp. He was always able to point out the strengths and weaknesses of each team, which caused the audience outside the stadium to exclaim in surprise.
Time passes by every second. Finally, it was Bai Yuexin's turn to go on stage and draw lots. As soon as she appeared, her cold and aloof temperament instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience, including the commentator Luo Chang. "Oh. The next person to come up and draw lots is Professor Bai Yuexin from Hanwu University." Luo Chang's voice clearly carried a hint of interest.
"She's drawing the most talked about team in this preliminary round, Hanwu University's second team.
Here we come."
Chen Chang cheered up, and the two sisters subconsciously straightened their backs.
Luo Chang continued in a slightly teasing tone.
"I think even those who don't pay much attention to the game must have heard about this team's glorious deeds in the past few days."
"Yes, it's the legendary 3F team. In Battlefield 36, a group of death filled with powerful opponents, they didn't participate in any serious battles.
They spent the entire time camping, barbecuing, and fishing by the river. Using a tactic no one could understand or replicate, they managed to survive to the very end.
Our event analysis team even gave their tactics a name, tanking to victory."
This is arguably a first in the decades-long history of the martial arts competition.
Ha ha ha.
In the live broadcast room, the audience's good-natured laughter was heard.
"Now, let's see which lucky guy this incredibly lucky team will draw in the first round of the knockout stage?" Luo Chang's words were full of joking.
Bai Yuexin pressed the draw button expressionlessly. The names on the screen scrolled wildly before finally freezing.
Hangu University Team 2 vs Tianhai University Team 3.
The results are out.
Luo Chang's voice suddenly rose. Tianhai University Team 3. Oh my god.
This is such a strong team. Captain Wang Tao, a level superpower Thunder Spear, mid-stage of the Control Realm. Known for his violent attack power. Team member Zhao Yu also possesses an A-level ability, Wind Barrier, and is in the middle stage of the Control Realm. He's one of the top defensive ability users of the new generation in the southeast region. And Sun Li, the team member in charge of treatment, has also reached the early stages of the Control Realm with her B-level ability, Rapid Healing Light.
Luo Chang quickly reported the other party's information, his tone full of amazement.
2 A-level players, 1 B-level player. 2 players in the middle stage, 1 player in the early stage. And it's a perfect combination of attack, defense, and support. This Tianhai University team is definitely capable of reaching the top 16.
Now, they are facing our 3F camping team."
Luo Chang paused deliberately, then said in a sympathetic tone, "It seems that the miraculous journey of the Hangu University second team will probably end here.
I personally predict that this match will end in Tianhai University's overwhelming victory within 3 minutes. Puff.
Hua Shilua's face flushed with anger. How could they say that? Hua Weimian also clenched her fists, looking indignant.
Chen Chang was amused. Don't be angry, don't be angry.
He smiled and hugged the sisters.
Look, this shows how prestigious we are now.
We become a star team, and the commentators are following us to analyze our performances.
Haters are also fans. Controversy brings traffic. Puff.
The two sisters were amused by his twisted logic, and the unhappiness in their hearts disappeared.
Not long after, there was a click sound and the door of their room opened.
The three of them were stunned.
How could Teacher Bai have access to their room?
Bai Yuexin walked in with a data tablet in her hand, expressionless. She glanced at the commentary replay playing on the screen, then looked at the three people on the sofa.
You saw everything?
She walked over to the couch across from the three of them and sat down, placing the datapad in her hand on the table.
Tianhai University Team 3.
Captain Wang Tao, a level superpower, Thunder Spear, mid-stage of the control realm. His superpower features high burst, high penetration, and long attack range. Team member Zhao Yu, a level superpower, Wind Barrier, mid-level control realm. His wind barrier is said to be unbreakable among his peers. Team member Sun Li, B-level superpower, Light of rapid healing, early stage of the control realm.
Strong healing ability and excellent endurance.
Bai Yuexin introduced the other party's information in detail, which was countless times more professional than that commentator. Offense and defense combined, with a powerful nurse.
A standard elite squad configuration, with almost no weaknesses.
After she finished speaking, she raised her head and glanced at Chen Shang. Have you decided how to fight?
The atmosphere in the room suddenly became serious.
The smiles on the sisters' faces faded. They knew that this time's opponents were completely different from the teams they met in the preliminaries.
However,
a strange smile appeared on Chen Shang's face. I want to change the way to win.
Oh?
Bai Yuexin raised her eyebrows and became interested.
Chen Chang's grin widened. How about, we just barely win this time? Barely won?
Bai Yuexin, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian, the three women, spoke in unison, with question marks written all over their faces. Chen Shang explained with a smile, that's right. We just want to fight harder and more dangerously. Let them all think that we risked our lives and used up all our cards to win by chance. He hugged Hua Shilua and said, it would be best if the fight lasted until all three of us were completely exhausted, lying on the ground for a long time without being able to get up, and then had to be carried away by the referee.
If this happens, won't our opponents continue to look down on us? Dead silence. The room fell into silence for 3 seconds. The two sisters blinked and finally reacted. You are so bad.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian screamed at the same time, and rushed forward from the left and right, their pink fists raining down on Chen Shang.
How is this bad?
This is such a disgrace. Bai Yuexin was also stunned. She imagined that Chen Shang would use thundering means to shock the audience again. But I never expected that this guy would come up with such a sinister plan. She looked at the three people fighting on the sofa, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. She stood up and rubbed her swollen temples.
I don't care how you act. As long as the screen shows that you win in the end, that's fine.
After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be starved to death by the dog food eaten by these three guys. When she reached the door, she paused and turned back to add,
don't forget, if you win, there's a feast. Bang.
The door was slammed shut.
Chapter 29. The show begins. The knockout round officially kicked off under the attention of everyone.
Inside the giant martial arts arena in Jinling City, 32 giant holographic screens lit up simultaneously. 32 matches were held simultaneously. The eyes of countless spectators were immediately fixed on the number 17 stadium where the second team of Hangu University was located. The voice of commentator Luo Chang also sounded at the right moment.
Alright, everyone. What we're about to see is the most talked about match of this tournament. The 3F camping team, Hangu University's second team, faces off against Tianhai University's third team, one of the favorites to win the championship. Then why do you say it's small? Because it's really not big, ha ha ha. The game has started now. Stadium number 17. This is a standard, enclosed ring made of high-strength alloy. The site is empty and there is no usable terrain. A pure showdown of hard power.
Chen Shang and his two companions faced the Tianhai University team from a distance.
Humph, are you three lucky bastards? Wang Tao, the captain of Tianhai University, has short blue hair and holds a spear made of lightning. He did not attack immediately.
In his opinion, there is no need to rush to deal with these 3F levels. First use words to break down their psychological defenses, then crush them with the force of thunder.
This is what enjoyment is all about.
Today, I will let you know how ridiculous it is to take shortcuts in the face of absolute strength. Wang Tao's voice, through the magic circle, was clearly transmitted throughout the entire stadium and reached the ears of tens of thousands of spectators outside the stadium.
Well said. Captain Wang Tao is mighty. Crush these shameless guys. Let them know what real fighting is. There was an instant burst of applause from the audience. On the ring.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's faces turned pale due to the opponent's oppressive aura and the noise outside the field, and they subconsciously shrank behind Chen Chang.
Chen Chang seemed not to hear it. He just stretched his arms and legs, then whispered something to the two sisters behind him. Are you ready? The show is about to begin. Finished.
He took a deep breath, and his face instantly changed to an extremely solemn expression. He shouted at Wang Tao with great righteousness.
Don't even think about insulting our efforts. We can win because of our strength and the belief of never giving up. Come on. Let's prove ourselves in a fair fight.
These words were spoken with such passion and righteousness. The two sisters were standing behind, stunned. The audience outside the venue was also stunned.
This kid is quite courageous? Ha ha ha. Good. What a belief. Wang Tao laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke. Then I'll grant your wish. Lightning, thrust. The moment the words fell, he moved. Sizzle. There was a sharp thunder and a loud explosion. Wang Tao's figure seemed to turn into a blue lightning, dragging a long afterimage of lightning, and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters. The spear of thunder in his hand pointed directly at Chen Chang's chest. A level superpowers. A full-strength attack from the middle stage of the control realm. Quick. Too fast. The violent power of thunder and lightning even made the air smell burnt. So fast. Commentator Luo Chang exclaimed in surprise. Contestant Chun Chang, I'm completely overwhelmed. Is it going to end? Just when everyone thought that Chun Chang would be killed instantly by this blow, a sudden change occurs. Petrified. Chen Chang roared angrily, as if he had used up all his strength. A grayish-white rock pattern suddenly appeared on his chest. F-level superpower, petrification of skin. Next second, the spear of thunder slammed heavily on the petrified skin. Bang crack. There was a loud bang, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The stone skin that had just formed on Chen Chang's chest shattered with a sound. The whole person was like being hit by a high-speed maglev train, flying backwards like a cannonball, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Boom! He fell heavily on the edge of the ring, struggled for a few times, but was unable to get up. Chen Chang. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian let out heart-wrenching screams and rushed over. Healing. A soft white light lit up from Hua Shilua's hand and enveloped Chen Chang's chest. Recovery spell. Hua Weiman also quickly released his special ability, and a weak mental wave was injected into Chen Chang's mind. Cough cough cough. With the help of the two sisters, Chen Chang stood up again with difficulty and trembling. His face was as pale as paper, the clothes on his chest were completely torn, and the exposed skin was charred black, looking extremely miserable. I'm fine. He pushed the two sisters away, straightened his seemingly shaky back, and looked at Wang Tao again with a determined gaze. The whole process happened in a flash. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. No, didn't die in an instant? That F-level ability was actually blocked? Although it seemed that he only barely blocked it, and he himself was seriously injured. But it was blocked after all. How is this possible? The commentator Luo Chang opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. How could an F-rank petrified skin withstand the full force of an A-rank thunder spear? This isn't right. On the ring. Wang Tao was also stunned. For the first time, a crack appeared on the arrogance on his face. He stared at Chen Chang with a frown on his face. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He himself knows best about his attack. That blow, let alone F-level, even an ordinary C-level defensive ability would be penetrated on the spot. But the other party was only slightly injured? It's his special ability, is there anything special about it? Or just when he was confused and uncertain. Wall of wind. His teammate Zhao Yu, a young man behind him who also possessed A-level abilities, spoke calmly. Buzz. Transparent wind walls composed of high-speed air currents instantly condensed in front of the three of them, layer upon layer. Captain, don't be careless, Zhao Yu warned solemnly. The fact that they were able to get out of the death group must be a sign of something strange. Hold steady first and wear them down. Wang Tao took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. That's right. I underestimated the enemy. But no matter how weird the other party is, he is only 3F level.
As long as they play steadily and cautiously, there is no possibility of them losing.
The light of quick healing.
Suddenly, the team's healer also released her superpowers. A warm light fell on Wang Tao, instantly restoring his superpowers, which had been slightly depleted by the previous attack, to their peak.
Chapter 30: A Tragic Victory. Attack, defense, and support. The perfect iron triangle once again demonstrated their strong teamwork ability. Did you see that? Luo Cheng's voice sounded again. This is the strength of Tianhai University's third team. Calm judgment and perfect coordination. Although there was a small accident just now, the balance of victory is still firmly in their hands. Hangu University's second team is in dire straits.
Their sole attacker is seriously injured, while the opposing team possesses the wind barrier, a defense said to be invincible at its level.
How are they going to break this turtle shell? Everyone's heart was lifted. Just see the ring. Chen Chang roared and moved again. Watch me break through your defenses. The muscles in his legs suddenly swelled. Control realm skills physical strengthening. Bang!
The alloy floor beneath his feet left a clear footprint. His figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the layers of wind walls.
No superpowers. Pure, physical strength. Are you crazy? He wants to use his body to hit the wind barrier? Looking for death. Outside the stadium, exclamations were heard everywhere. Bang! 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 A series of dull collision sounds rang out densely.
Chen Chang's fists, like raindrops, smashed madly on the transparent wind wall.
Every punch caused violent ripples in the wind wall. But that's all. Zhao Yu's wind barrier is incredibly strong. Chen Chang's seemingly violent attack couldn't shake it at all. It's useless. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Zhao Yu's face. My wind wall, is it? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Spiritual shock. An invisible, weak mental wave suddenly penetrated his mind.
Zhao Yu felt as if his head was pricked by a needle and shook slightly. It's just this moment of distraction of a few tenths of a second.
Bleed.
Another strange energy fell on him.
Zhao Yu was stunned and looked down.
He found that he had no wounds on his body.
What kind of rubbish skill is this? However,
at the moment when he was distracted, Chen Chang's fist, which had been attacking madly, was suddenly covered with a layer of gray-white stone.
Alien skin armed. Physical strengthening.
At this moment, the two major skills were combined together in an extremely rough yet extremely brutal way.
Give me break.
Chen Chang roared like a wild beast, and with all his strength, he punched the same point on the wind wall.
Crack.
A shattering sound that made everyone's scalp tingle resounded throughout the venue. The wind barrier, which was said to be invincible at the same level, actually.
A punch created a hole. The entire audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a miracle. Puff.
Zhao Yuru was hit hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief.
However, what shocked him even more was yet to come.
He found that the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth could not be stopped.
It's like a faucet is turned on, water keeps coming out. Is that the bleeding skill? Isn't she a healing spell? How can she have a bleeding skill?
After delivering this earth-shattering punch, Chen Chang seemed to have been drained of all his strength. His body softened and he knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. His right fist was covered in blood, and one could even see the white bones. That layer of stone skin had already shattered.
Chen Chang. Quick! Treat it quickly. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian rushed forward again crying. The white healing light brushed towards Chen Chang as if it were free. But this time, the effect of the treatment seemed to be minimal. The sisters' faces turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, their foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat, and their bodies were shaking. The supernatural power has obviously been overconsumed. Ha ha ha, good fight. Commentator Luo Cheng slammed the table excitedly. Miracle. This is simply a miracle. Who would have thought that the second team of Hangu University could actually break through the defense of the wind barrier? But they also paid a heavy price. Contestant Chen Chang was seriously injured, and the two support players' abilities were almost exhausted. As for Tianhai University, although Zhao Yu is injured, Wang Tao and Sun Li are still in good shape. The competition is still suspenseful.
The battle fell into a strange stalemate. On one side, there was a scarred and shaky trio. On the other side, there was the Iron Triangle, who still held an absolute advantage but looked extremely ugly.
Time passes by minute.
A full 5 minutes passed. Chen Shang, with the sisters' continued treatment, barely recovered a little.
This is the last chance,
he roared, a look of determination flashing in his eyes.
He glanced at the two sisters who were almost fainting behind him, and then he took the initiative to charge towards Wang Tao and the other two. Court death.
Wang Tao roared, and the thunder spear in his hand burst out with brilliant light again.
Thunder Dragon Break.
This time, he used his strongest killer move. A ferocious dragon made entirely of thunder and lightning roared and bit towards Chen Shang.
The entire arena was illuminated in a pale white by this terrifying lightning. It's over. This thought popped up in everyone's mind. However, facing this devastating blow, Chen Shang neither dodged nor evaded.
While he was charging, his figure suddenly changed direction strangely, staggering, as if he was about to fall.
It's this ridiculous-looking action.
Let him rush forward at an incredible angle, brushing past the Thunder Dragon's body.
He rushed to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints. How did he get here? Chen Shang's right fist, which was covered in blood and had bones exposed, struck Wang Tao's chest in an ordinary way with his unwavering determination and the last bit of his strength. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Thunder Dragon dissipated in the air.
The horror on Wang Tao's face froze. He lowered his head and looked at the fist pressing on his chest, and then it turned into a white light.
Tianhai University Team 3, Wang Tao, eliminated.
After doing all this, Chen Shang could no longer hold on and fell straight back.
No!
Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman let out their final cries of grief and then collapsed to the ground. On the ring, only Zhao Yu and Sun Li from Tianhai University were left. They were completely stunned as they watched this tragic scene. At this moment, two faint white lights lit up from the ground.
The light of elimination.
Zhao Yu lost too much blood, and Sun Li was eliminated by the system because she could no longer sustain her mental strength.
The game is over. The final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2.
The cold system prompt sound resounded throughout the venue. On the ring, Chen Shang and the other two were still lying on the ground, motionless, as if they had fainted. Soon, several medical staff in white coats rushed onto the stage carrying a stretcher.
Chapter 31: Encountering a Strong Enemy. There was a strange atmosphere in the infirmary.
Several experienced medical staff surrounded Chen Shang and two other people on the stretcher, their foreheads covered in sweat. The sophisticated testing instruments in their hands and the data reports they issue refreshed their three perspectives over and over again.
Vital signs, perfect.
The power core is stable, but the energy is slightly depleted.
Spiritual fluctuations, stable.
An elderly doctor looked at the green health index on the instrument, then at the young man on the stretcher with a charred chest and a pale face, and fell into deep self-doubt.
Is this reasonable?
He has been practicing medicine for decades, and he has never seen anyone injured like this but with such good health results.
Ahem.
At this moment, Chen Shang on the stretcher let out a weak cough and slowly opened his eyes. He struggled to sit up.
Student, don't move. You are seriously injured.
The doctor hurried forward and held him down.
It's okay, I'm just exhausted.
Chen Shang waved his hand, and then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he somersaulted and jumped directly off the stretcher. He stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound.
Let's go back.
He waved to the two sisters on the stretcher next to him who had also slowly woken up. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman also climbed up from the stretcher nimbly, dusted themselves off, and stood obediently behind Chen Shang.
There was dead silence in the infirmary. All the medical staff seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the three lively people. This is what you call a serious injury? Is this called exhaustion of superpowers?
Chen Shang ignored the medical staff who had begun to doubt their lives, and walked out of the infirmary with the two sisters in a swagger.
Chen Shang, did we act too much just now? Hua Shilua asked in a low voice. Really? Chen Shang said innocently, I think it's just right.
Especially that last cry of yours, it was like the voice of the soul.
I almost believed it. No way. Hua Weiman blushed and hit him lightly.
The three of them laughed and returned to the hotel room.
In the room, the giant holographic projection was still playing the post-match analysis program. The commentator Luo Cheng's face filled the entire screen, and his expression was full of excitement and emotion. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle that will go down in the history of the martial arts competition. Facing the Tianhai University team with its perfect iron triangle, our 3F team, with their tenacity and their unyielding belief, staged a stunning comeback. Let us remember their names. Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, Hua Weinian. They may not have powerful abilities, but they possess the strongest will. They have proven to all of us that even F rank can achieve brilliance. Luo Cheng's voice was passionate and infectious. In the live broadcast room, the barrage has gone completely crazy. My eyes are filled with tears. This is the true spirit of a superpower. I've turned from a hater to a fan. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of 3F Tint 1. Chen Cheng's final charge was so cool. He was literally burning his life. The scene changed and cut to the post-match interview. The captain of an eliminated team said to the camera with a face full of shame, "I apologize for my previous remarks. The second team of Hanwoo University is a true warrior. They deserve everyone's respect." On the other side, an audience member waved his fist excitedly during the interview. Who dares to say they relied on luck? Who dares? I'm counting on them to be next. The 3F team will definitely make it to the top 16. Puff. Looking at the excited and admiring faces on TV, the two sisters finally couldn't help but laugh. Chen Chang also touched his chin, looking very proud. See? The eyes of the masses are sharp. With our acting skills, it's not too much to win a federal film award, right? Just as the three of them were admiring their masterpiece with pride. Click. The door was opened again. Bai Yuexin walked in expressionlessly. Her eyes swept across the exciting replay on the screen and fell on the three guys on the sofa who were laughing so hard that they were bent over. Chen Chang, your last stumble was too fake, it almost gave us away. Hua Shilua was pinching Chen Chang's waist, reviewing his acting skills. No way. That's a stroke of genius, okay? Art. Get it? Chen Chang retorted unconvincedly, if you ask me, Weinian's fainting at the end was too sudden. They should have added some more details about the convulsions. Hua Weinian. Bai Yuexin. The room suddenly became quiet. The three of them then noticed the instructor at the door, and the smiles on their faces froze. Bai Yuexin said nothing, just looked at them quietly. A full half-minute passed. She walked over to the sofa opposite the three of them, sat down, and rubbed her eyebrows. The next round of eliminations will be in a week. The draw will also be held one day in advance. There was no emotion in her voice. She wanted to say, have a good rest and heal your injuries. But looking at these three guys in front of me, they looked rosy, full of energy, and even in better shape than before the game. She really couldn't say this. Never mind. Bai Yuexin stood up and said, see you in the restaurant tonight. After saying that, she turned and left, her back filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Bang. The door is closed. The two sisters looked at each other, then pounced on Chen Chang. It's all your fault. Teacher Bai saw us. We're done. While enjoying the attack of two soft and tender bodies, Chen Chang laughed and said, what are you afraid of? Didn't Teacher Bai say that we'll meet in the restaurant tonight? This means, our feast is secured. When they heard the word feast, the two sisters stopped moving instantly. Their eyes lit up at the same time. At night, the luxurious restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. It's still the same huge round table, and it's still the same dazzling delicious food. Gu Tianhe and his two companions showed up at the dinner on time again, but this time, their expressions, in addition to envy, were filled with a hint of genuine admiration. And today, there is one more person at the dinner table. The school's principal. Student Chen Chang. Student Shilua. Student Weimian. The Dean of Studies, holding a wine glass, his face flushed with pride, said, you played so well in today's match. It was so inspiring. You played with the spirit of Hanwoo University. You played with the iron-blooded spirit of Hanwoo University. He was spitting everywhere and praising Chen Chang and the other two from head to toe. Chen Chang accepted all the compliments without changing his expression, and made a few humble remarks from time to time, which made the Dean of Studies very happy. Bai Yuexin, who was standing by, was just quietly cutting steak, too lazy to expose this farce. After 3 rounds of drinking,
Bai Yuexin put down her knife and fork and wiped the corner of her mouth.
Don't be too happy too soon.
As soon as she opened her mouth, the atmosphere at the dinner table instantly calmed down.
No one who makes it to the top 32 is weak.
Your next opponent will only be stronger and more difficult to deal with than Tianhai University Team 3.
This kind of acting trick can only be used once. Chen Chang nodded, agreeing deeply.
Of course he knew that the same trick would not always work.
Next time, it's time for something serious.
A week of rest passed quickly through daily practice and deep communication. The draw ceremony for the second round of the knockout stage came as scheduled. Chen Chang still chose to watch the live broadcast in the room. When Bai Yuexin appeared at the lottery table, everyone's heart was lifted. The names on the screen scrolled madly.
Finally, freeze frame. Hanggu University Team 2 vs Taito University Team 1.
The moment they saw this result, the entire martial arts arena erupted in an uproar. The commentator Luo Cheng's voice was so sharp that it sounded like someone was being strangled.
Team 1 of Imperial University. Oh my god.
They've drawn the top favorite to win this tournament. Captain, Long AO, a level ability Holy Light Judgment, mid-stage of the Control Realm. Team member, Zhao Hao, a level ability Absolute Barrier, mid-stage of the Control Realm. Team member, Yi Liangchen, a level superpowered Divine Healing, also in the middle stage of the Control Realm.
3A level psychics. 3 people in the middle stage of the Control Realm. This is simply a team of kings. They are invincible. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's faces turned pale.
This lineup, just listening to it, makes people feel desperate.
Chen Chang looked at the 3 names on the screen that exuded a domineering aura, and a strange arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned his head, looked at the 2 nervous sisters beside him, and said with a smile, "It seems that this time's opponent can finally make us take it a little more seriously."
Chapter 32. The Iron Plate was broken.
The second round of the knockout stage officially begins. When the match information for Arena 17 appeared on the main screen, the atmosphere in the entire martial arts venue instantly reached a climax.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Look, the Imperial Capital University team is here. Oh my god, Long AO is so handsome.
I feel sorry for our 3F camping group for a second.
They really hit a wall this time.
Amidst thunderous discussions, lights flashed at both ends of the arena, and 2 teams appeared at the same time.
On one side is the Imperial Capital University team.
Captain Long AO, with dazzling golden hair and wearing a specially made silver-white combat uniform, has an arrogant look on his face, as if a king has descended. Zhao Hao and Yi Liangchen behind him also had extraordinary demeanor and their eyes were full of confidence.
The absolute king of teachers.
On the other side were Chen Chang and the other 2. She was still wearing the ordinary school uniform of Hanggu University, which formed a sharp contrast with the bright and beautiful appearance on the opposite side.
The commentator Luo Cheng's voice was full of excitement and anticipation. Dear audience members, the highly anticipated showdown is about to begin.
On one side is the super favorite of this tournament, the Imperial Capital University team, which has 3 A-level superpowers and 3 people in the middle stage of the Control Realm. On the other side, we have the biggest dark horse of this tournament, the 3F team that has created countless miracles, Hanggu University's second team. Although there's a huge gap in strength, I believe the 3F team will once again demonstrate their never-give-up fighting spirit.
Luo Cheng's words sounded very high-sounding.
But everyone could hear that he had already sentenced this game to death in advance.
On the ring.
Long AO glanced at Chen Chang and the other 2 with contempt, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth.
Trash.
He didn't even bother to say another word and just raised his right hand.
Put an end to your farce. Holy Light. He was about to attack. However, right at this moment,
a sudden change occurs.
Buzz.
3 suffocatingly powerful auras of supernatural powers suddenly burst out from the bodies of Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weiman without any warning.
These 3 auras are no longer as vague and elusive as before.
It was like 3 volcanoes that had been dormant for thousands of years suddenly erupted at the same time.
Solid. Magnificent. Overbearing. Control Realm, mid-stage.
The real thing, without any exaggeration, 3 people in the middle stage of the Control Realm.
Time seemed to be paused at this moment. Long AO's raised hand froze in mid-air, and the arrogance on his face froze in an instant.
The pupils of Zhao Hao and Yi Liangchen behind him contracted violently.
On the commentary desk,
Luo Cheng's face, which was about to shout passionately, looked like it had been punched hard. His mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. In the entire martial arts arena, tens of thousands of spectators, whether in person or in front of the screen, all the movements and sounds came to an abrupt halt at this moment.
Dead silence.
Everyone stared with wide eyes at the three ordinary figures on the screen, their minds blank.
What did they see? The middle stage of the control realm? 3. An F-level psychic awakened in less than 3 months and reached the middle stage of the control realm? Is this a fucking sci-fi movie? This completely goes against all the iron laws of supernatural power cultivation that the Human Federation has summarized over hundreds of years. It must be fake. Oh my god, am I dazzled? 3. Mid-stage of the control realm? Is this how all the F-class students at Hanwoo University cultivate? After a brief moment of silence, there was a noise like a nuclear bomb explosion. The entire venue was completely blown up. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. I don't believe it. The capacity of the superpower core of an F-level psychic is simply not enough to support them to cultivate to the middle stage of the control realm so quickly. This is common sense. There must be something fishy going on. Questioning voices, roaring voices, and exclamations of disbelief merged into a terrifying sound wave that almost overturned the dome of the martial arts training ground. Quiet. On the commentary desk, Luo Cheng finally reacted. He picked up the microphone and roared with all his strength. His face was filled with shock and fanaticism. Oh my god. Oh my god. Friends. We are witnessing history. Hanwoo University's second team, they've hidden their strength. All 3 team members are actually mid-level control realm experts. This is simply an incredible miracle. Now, I declare that I take back all my previous predictions. The outcome of this match will become uncertain. On the ring, Long Ao's expression had become extremely ugly. A second ago, he was looking down at the ants. The next second, these 3 ants transformed into 3 prehistoric beasts that could rival him. This huge psychological gap made him feel unprecedented humiliation. So what if I'm in the middle stage? F-level is always F-level. Long Ao roared, no longer hesitating, holy light judgment. An extremely bright and violent beam of holy light instantly shot out from his hand and blasted towards Chun Chang with the force of thunder. Facing this attack that is enough to kill an ordinary mid-stage control realm cultivator instantly. Chen Chang, don't dodge or evade. He took a deep breath and crossed his arms over his chest. F-level superpower petrification of skin. Grayish-white rock patterns instantly covered his arms. At the same time, healing. Recovery spell. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian attacked at the same time. 2 soft rays of light, one green and one blue, fell precisely on Chen Cheng's body without stopping at all, as if 2 streams of energy were continuously injected into his body. Next second. Boom! The holy light heavily bombarded Chun Chang's arms. The terrifying energy exploded. The blinding white light engulfed the entire arena. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. When the light fades, a scene that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared. Chen Chang, still standing there. The alloy ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch and he slid back several meters. The stone skin on his arms that he used to block was already covered with cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. But, in the end, he blocked the attack head-on. Hiss. There was a sound of gasps from the entire audience. F-level petrification, combined with F-level healing and recovery. He could actually withstand the strongest attack from an A-rank supernatural power head-on? What kind of weird chemical reaction happened between these 3 F-level abilities? Kill him. Long Ao's eyes turned completely cold. Zhao Hao, who was behind him, took a step forward. Absolute barrier. A golden light shield emitting a sacred aura instantly formed in front of him, protecting the 3 of them firmly. Immediately afterwards, the staff in Yi Liangchen's hand lit up. Holy healing. A warm light fell on Long Ao's body, and most of the supernatural powers he had just consumed were instantly restored. Attack, defense, and support. The perfect cooperation of the King's team is demonstrated once again. It's useless. Long Ao's voice was filled with murderous intent. I want to see how long this ridiculous combination of yours can last.
As soon as he finished speaking, rays of holy light, as if free of charge, poured down towards Chen Cheng madly.
Boom! 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 The entire arena was completely transformed into a Jedi of raging energy. Chen Cheng was caught in a dilemma under the violent attack. The stone skin on his body broke and grew, and broke again. Every time he tried to hold on, his blood boiled. But every time, the treatment and recovery of the two sisters behind him were just right, pulling him back from the brink of collapse again and again. He is like a piece of sticky candy that can never be broken. Desperately tenacious. Time passes by minute by minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The battle has reached a stalemate.
The Imperial Capital University team launched an offensive, but was still unable to completely defeat Chen Cheng.
Chen Cheng and the other two could only passively defend and could not find any opportunity to counterattack. This is too damn strong, isn't it? Is that Chen Cheng a monster? How many holy light judgments has he taken? And his two assistants, do they have endless powers? How come they haven't shown any signs of weakness after more than 10 minutes of farming? The audience has gone from initial shock to numbness. This scene is so weird. However, no one knows.
Chen Cheng is almost reaching his limit. With the help of the two sisters, his supernatural powers did recover quickly. But his body was bearing a huge burden. Every time he resisted, the terrifying impact would still cause concussion to his internal organs. Although there were healing techniques to treat it, it could not keep up with the speed of the injury. If this continues, he will be the first to be shocked to death.
Changes must be made.
A hint of determination flashed across Chen Cheng's eyes.
Now is the time.
After once again withstanding Long Ao's attack, he used the huge impact force to send his body flying backwards. During the process, the muscles in his right leg suddenly tensed up. A brand new feeling full of explosive power instantly surged throughout my body. A control realm skill unique to these three people physical strengthening. Bang! He stomped his right foot hard in mid-air. It was as if he stepped on an invisible step, and there was a dull bang. His figure flying backwards suddenly stopped. Then, in a posture that completely violated the laws of physics, it turned into an arrow and rushed back towards the first team of Imperial Capital University.
What? This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. He has another skill, commentator Luo Cheng screamed. Could it be that his strange skin has mutated into petrified skin? Too fast. With the help of physical enhancement leg enhancement, Chen Cheng's speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed to that absolute barrier. Give me break. On Chen Cheng's right fist, the grayish-white stone skin condensed to the extreme. The speed impact brought by physical enhancement leg enhancement. For the first time, the two major skills are truly integrated. Boom. There was nothing fancy about this punch. It hit the golden light shield heavily. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering resounded throughout the venue. The absolute barrier that was said to be the strongest defense of the Imperial Capital University shattered instantly like fragile glass under this punch. Puff. Zhao Hao was struck by lightning, spitting out blood and flying backwards. Chen Cheng's figure, without any pause, passed through the broken light shield and appeared in front of Long Ao, who had a face full of horror. One punch. Nothing special. But it also contains the power to crush everything in its path. Bang! The fist hit Long Ao's chest. White light, flashing. The first team of Imperial Capital University, Captain Long Ao, and team member Zhao Hao, were eliminated. The remaining Yi Liangchen stood there in a daze, watching the battle situation suddenly reverse, and gave up resistance directly. The game is over. The final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2. The cold system prompt sound echoed in the silent venue. On the ring. Chen Cheng fell to his knees with a plop, gasping for breath. This time, he really tried his best. Both the body and the mind have reached their limits. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian also immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. A thought appeared in the minds of everyone outside the field at the same time. Maybe, what the commentator said before was right. At this moment, the only explanation is his petrified skin had undergone some unknown, benign mutation. This seemingly reasonable explanation was quickly accepted by everyone. At the same time, in the lounge of each advancing team,
All the captains and players of the strong team stared at the three figures lying on the ground on the screen, their eyes filled with solemnity.
Chapter 33: The Imagination of All Sectors. The martial arts arena was silent for more than half a minute. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the storm swept through every corner. They won. They actually won? What did I see? The absolute barrier was shattered by a single punch? That's an A-level ability known as the strongest defense in the control realm. Crazy. This world has gone completely crazy. In the audience, countless people stood up, pointing at the screen, their faces filled with shock that overturned their worldviews. On the commentary desk, Luo Cheng's hands were shaking violently. He gripped the microphone tightly, and the muscles on his face were twitching because he was too excited. Miracle. This is no longer a miracle, this is a miracle. What did we see? We witnessed an F-class psychic defeating a team of 3 A-class geniuses head-on. He took a deep breath and roared with all his might. Now, there is only one explanation. Captain of Hangu University's second team, Chen Chang. His F-rank ability, Skin Petrification, has undergone some unknown, extremely powerful, benign mutation since its awakening. Mutations. Only this explanation makes sense. It must be a mutation. An ordinary F-level ability can't be this strong. It's not just defense. Didn't you see his speed and strength at the end? That's definitely an additional effect of the mutation. I've heard that there are indeed rare cases in history where superpowers have undergone a secondary evolution. I didn't expect that we would actually witness it with our own eyes. F-class mutated into S-class? Holy crap! This is even more exciting than directly awakening to S-class. This seemingly outrageous, yet only reasonable explanation was quickly accepted by everyone. For a time, the word benign mutation, along with the name of 3F group, spread like a virus through the internet and spread throughout the Federation. At the same time, the atmosphere in the exclusive lounges of each qualifying team was extremely solemn. All the teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals are replaying the video of the previous game over and over again. Slow down the speed of Chen Chang's last punch by 100 times. The captain of Jinling University's team, a stern-faced young man, said in a deep voice. On the screen, Chen Chang's figure was slowed down infinitely. His change of direction in mid-air, the explosive muscle lines, and the final devastating punch, every detail has been studied repeatedly. His skin transmutation is definitely more than just a defensive skill. This is a comprehensive combat form mutation. While enhancing his defense, he also gained a temporary burst of speed and strength. Furthermore, he seems to be able to resonate with his teammates' F-level abilities, greatly increasing his endurance. A team member made an analysis, his forehead covered in cold sweat. This conclusion made the air in the entire lounge seem to freeze. An immortal super tank with instant burst of killing power. How can we fight this? Raise the danger level of Hangu University's second team to the highest level. The captain finally gave the order, his voice full of fear. From now on, study them as the strongest opponents in this tournament. Such scenes are happening simultaneously in the lockers of all the strong teams. No one dared to look down on those 3 F-class people anymore. They have become public enemy number 1 in the eyes of all the favorites to win the championship. In the hotel room. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. They actually believed it. Chen Sheng collapsed on the sofa, watching the serious analysis of the experts in the live broadcast, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. What kind of battle form mutation? And it's S rank, these people have such a rich imagination. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman snuggled up to him, also covering their mouths and laughing. Especially when they saw the opponents who were eliminated by them with an expression of "we didn't deserve to lose" in the interview, the two girls laughed so hard that they were shaking with laughter. The feeling of having everyone at your fingertips is so exciting. Click. The door was opened again without any surprise. Bai Yuexin walked in. She glanced at the screen, then looked at the 3 people laughing together on the sofa, and walked to the sofa opposite and sat down with an expressionless face. You saw everything? She threw a data tablet on the table, which listed the analysis reports on them that had just been collected from various parties. All the supernatural research institutions in the Federation are about to fight over your mutation. Some say it's the return of ancient bloodline, some say it's the fusion of supernatural power cores, and some say you've been possessed by a god from another world. There was no emotion in Bai Yuexin's tone. But the 2 sisters still heard a hint of an unconcealable smile in her words. Teacher Bai, this shows that our acting skills are good. Chen Chang looked very proud. Good. Bai Yuexing glanced at him and said, "You almost broke through the ring, and you still have the nerve to say that? That's for the pursuit of realism." Chen Chang said confidently. Bai Yuexing was too lazy to argue with him and rubbed her eyebrows. Don't be too happy. Everyone is treating you like a mutant S-class player with all their cards revealed. In the next match, you'll face the most rigorous and insane targeting from your opponent. So much for the acting tricks. Her voice became serious. Chen Chang smiled and said nothing. That's it? No. The good show has just begun. Another week of rest. This week, a 3F research fever has swept Jinling City. Countless military academies and research institutions have set up special teams to analyze the videos of Chen Chang's two shocking games day and night. Even among the people, a large number of analysis masters have emerged, interpreting Chen Chang's mutation ability from various tricky angles. Chen Chang and the other two have become the most dazzling stars of this competition. Soon, the draw ceremony for the quarterfinals took place as scheduled. Chen Chang continued to watch the live broadcast in the room without changing his mind. When Bai Yuexing walked onto the lottery table again, at least hundreds of millions of people in the entire federation held their breath at the same time. Everyone wants to know who the next prey of this awakened prehistoric beast will be. The names on the screen scrolled madly. Finally, freeze frame. Hangu University Team 2 vs Songnan College Team 1. The results are out. The commentator Luo Cheng's voice was filled with a strange excitement. Songnan College Team 1. A team with pretty good luck. Their captain possesses the B-level supernatural power gravity field and is at the early stage of control. The other two team members both possess C-level supernatural powers. They didn't encounter any really strong teams in previous matches, so it can be said that they managed to squeeze into the quarterfinals with some difficulty. Luo Cheng paused and said in a sympathetic tone, "Now, I can only say, a 3-second silence for Songnan College. Their good luck has come to an end." The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments of gloating. "Ha ha, it's true that he was given a bye. I feel bad for Songnan College, they ran into the big boss directly. I bet 1 minute, no more." In the room, Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the Imperial Capital University team, this opponent is indeed more than one level weaker. It seems that I can advance easily. However, Chen Chang looked at the result on the screen, and that familiar, weird smile appeared on his face again. He turned his head, looked at the two sisters, and spoke slowly. The previous match was so brutal, it hurt the audience. He touched his chin. "How about, we change the script for this scene? For example, if 3 of them beat up one of us, I wouldn't fight back? Chapter 34 I'm so bored, let us go eat." The quarterfinals kicked off in a strange and fanatical atmosphere. When the name of Hangu University's second team appeared again on the number 17 field, the attention of the entire federation was focused on it. "Here he comes. Here he comes. The big devil is here. I feel sorry for Songnan College. It's a hell of a difficulty level. They can just prepare for next year's competition." "Don't say that. What if Songnan College can force the Great Devil to reveal more of his cards? Although I don't think that's possible, huh?" Amidst the discussions, the stage was flashing with light. Chen Chang and the other two appeared leisurely at one end. On the other side, the 3 players from Songnan College had turned pale. Their captain, the young man with the B-level superpowered gravity field, had cold sweat on his forehead, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly. It's over. This is the only thought in their minds. In the first few rounds, they relied on good luck to make it into the quarterfinals. They thought it was the glory of the academy and the pinnacle of their lives. Who would have thought that after the peak, there is the abyss? The voice of commentator Luo Chang also sounded at the right time. "Hello everyone. In the first match of the quarterfinals, our highly anticipated mutated S-Class 3F team will face off against this year's lucky winners, Songnan College Team 1. I don't think I need to elaborate on the difference in strength. Now, our only suspense is, how many seconds can Songnan College hold out against Captain Chen Chang?" His words, like a final verdict, hit the hearts of the 3 people from Songnan College heavily. The captain took a deep breath, a look of tragedy on his face. "If you can't win, can't you just admit defeat? Rather than being crushed by the other party in a devastating and undignified manner,
it is better to admit defeat voluntarily. At least, you can still retain a little dignity. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. I admit. Etc. A lazy voice interrupted him. On the ring, Chen Chang waved at him, with a smile on his face that made people hate him at first sight. Don't surrender. Chen Chang scratched his ears and spoke slowly. The most important thing about a competition is participation. It's so boring to give up before the game even starts. The captain of Songnan College was stunned. The audience outside the venue was also stunned. What does this guy want to do? Do I have to give a speech about respecting opponents, friendship first? However, Chen Chang's next sentence made everyone wonder if there was something wrong with their ears. Let's do this. Chen Chang stretched out a finger and shook it. I'll give you a chance. I'll just stand here, not fighting back, and not hiding. You three, fight as you please. Anything that can knock me down or force me out of this circle. He casually drew a circle with a diameter of 3 meters on the ground with his foot. Even if you win. Dead silence. The silence was so dead that you could hear a pin drop. The entire martial arts arena and hundreds of millions of spectators seemed to be collectively strangled at this moment. Everyone's brain went into a state of shutdown because of this sentence. What did he say? Standing still? Let 3 opponents fight against one? Still not fighting back? Is he crazy? At the commentary desk, the information in Luo Cheng's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, but he was completely unaware of it. He just stared at the screen with his mouth open so wide that a light bulb could be stuffed in. On the ring. The captain of Songnan College's face instantly turned from tragic to stunned. Then, there was endless humiliation. How can this be considered an opportunity? This is fucking humiliation. It is a humiliation 10,000 times more extreme than killing them instantly with one move. You are going too far. The captain's eyes turned red instantly. The rage burned away all the fear and rationality in his heart. Good. He squeezed out a word from between his teeth. You asked for it. Brothers, come on. Use all your strength. Kill him. The 2 team members behind him were also aroused with rage. The competition officially begins. Gravity field. Open. Captain Songnan roared, and used his B-level supernatural power with all his strength. Buzz. An invisible, heavy force instantly enveloped the circle where Chen Chang was. The alloy floor within the circle made a creaking sound as it could not bear the weight, and visibly sank an inch downwards. 5 times gravity. This is the limit of what he can do at the moment. It was enough to make an adult armored rhinoceros kneel down on the spot, with its internal organs ruptured. However, Chen Chang in the circle just shook his body slightly, as if he was just blown by a gust of wind. He even yawned out of boredom. That's it? He curled his lips. You. Captain Songnan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Go ahead. Attack. The other 2 sea-level psychics also frantically activated their powers. Wind blade flurry. Acid spray. For a moment, dense green wind blades and highly corrosive green liquid poured towards Chen Chang like a rainstorm. Faced with this attack that is powerful enough to cut and melt steel, Chen Chang still stood there, motionless. He just lazily raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. F-level superpower petrification of skin. A layer of gray-white rock patterns instantly covered his entire body. At the same time, Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian behind him also stretched out their hands. Healing. Recovery spell. 2 faint rays of light fell on Chen Chang, like 2 continuous streams. Ding dang dang. Sizzle, sizzle. Countless wind blades slashed at the stone skin, splashing a series of sparks, but could only leave behind shallow white marks. The corrosive acid fell on the stone skin, emitting bursts of green smoke, but it could not even melt the surface. Attack, completely ineffective. No, impossible. My wind blade can even cut through the scales of a C-rank monster. My acid can melt special alloys. The 2 team members exclaimed in disbelief. Keep going. Don't stop. Captain Songnan's eyes were red as he frantically squeezed out the supernatural powers in his body. He must be holding on. His energy consumption must be greater than ours. I just don't believe it, he's made of iron. The 3 of them, like crazy, poured all their supernatural powers into Chen Jin without reservation.
1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
In the ring, the roar of energy never stops.
But there wasn't even a crack on his stone skin.
The expressions of the three people from Sangnan College had changed from initial anger to horror. Then, there is despair.
The energy in their bodies is almost running out.
Their spirits are on the verge of collapse.
Hit me. Chen Chang's devilish voice sounded again. Why did it stop? Didn't you guys eat? Push harder. Puff. Captain Sungnan can't hold on any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, not because he was beaten, but because he was angry to death.
His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. The supernatural power core in the body has been completely exhausted. The two team members behind him also stopped attacking. They collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been pulled out, gasping for breath, with only numbness and emptiness in their eyes.
Lost.
In the most humiliating and desperate way they had never imagined.
The game is over. The final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2.
The cold system prompt sound echoed in the silent venue.
On the ring.
Chen Chang lowered his arms and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. He glanced at the three people opposite him who looked like dead dogs and curled his lips. Then he turned around and stretched towards the two sisters behind him who also had speechless expressions.
I am bored. Let's go eat. Chapter 35. Mr. Chen, please be a human being. There was dead silence on the ring. What followed was an uproar like a landslide and tsunami. What the hell did I see? 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. I just stood there and let them fight, and the three on the other side got tired and collapsed first? This isn't a question of strength anymore, it's the difference in species. Songnan Academy is in such a plight. I feel like their faith in the Tao is about to be shattered. I guess they'll be traumatized by seeing stones in the future. Everyone in the audience went crazy. They had envisioned countless ways for Hanwoo University's second team to win. It could be a thunderous blow that kills instantly. It could also be a satisfying, crushing victory. But I never imagined that it would be such a victory, a way that can be called performance art. On the commentary desk, Luo Chang stared at the screen blankly, bringing the microphone to his mouth several times and then putting it down again. He didn't know what to say. Commentary? How do you explain this? We can see that the Songnan College contestants gave it their all. They used up every last bit of their supernatural power and displayed a tenacious fighting spirit. Luo Chang held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out these dry words. After saying this, he felt embarrassed. Fighting spirit? And our contestant Chun Chang, he just stretched. Luo Chang's voice was filled with endless confusion and self-doubt. I declare that I can't understand this game anymore. He slammed the microphone down on the table. This isn't even a fair match. This is the gods playing tricks on mortals. I've been commentating for 10 years and have commented on thousands of matches, but I've never seen such an outrageous, such arrogant player. I hate him. Because he has absolutely no respect for the game and his opponents. But I love him. Because he's so damn handsome. So strong. Luo Cheng's emotions were completely out of control. He grabbed his hair and roared wildly and incoherently at the commentary desk. In the live broadcast room, barrage has completely replaced the screen. Haha, Luo Chang is crazy. I feel sorry for Mr. Luo, who has suffered the biggest setback in his career. Arrogant? No, this is called absolute confidence. This is called invincibility. I'm a fan. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Mr. Chen. This is too pretentious. The protagonist of this farce, Chen Chang, was already hugging two girls who were also feeling a bit helpless. Amidst the audience's complex gazes of love and hate, he disappeared into the contestant channel. Hotel room. But that commentator is so interesting. Hua Shilua watched the replay on the screen and couldn't help laughing. Chen Chang lay on the sofa, enjoying being fed by the two sisters, with a look of comfort on his face. I didn't feel tired at all after playing today. He murmured, chewing a piece of fruit. Yeah. Hua Weimian nodded, curiosity glittering in her big eyes. I wonder how the other matches went. You'll know after you take a look. Chen Chang snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection in the room immediately switched to the live broadcast of other stadiums. As soon as the scene changed, an extremely tragic atmosphere hit me in the face.
On the field, two teams were fighting fiercely. Flame, ice, lightning, swordlight, all kinds of supernatural lights collided wildly, and the entire arena was bombarded with potholes. One of the contestants' arm was even cut off at the shoulder, and blood was dripping, but he still roared and attacked.
Wow! Both sisters covered their mouths subconsciously.
Compared to these games, the one they just played was like children playing house.
See, fighting and killing is so boring.
Chen Chang commented, "It's better for us to compete in a civilized manner and compete in a friendly manner." The two sisters rolled their eyes at him at the same time. I don't know who made the three people on the opposite side so angry that they vomited blood on the spot.
Time passes by every second.
The other three matches in the quarterfinals were also decided one after another. Finally, the list of the top four was officially released.
Jinling University Team 1. Southeast Military Academy Team 1. Tiandu Wuda Team 1. As well as Hanwoo University Second Team. 3F Team. The biggest dark horse of this martial arts competition. They've made it to the semifinals in a way that's unprecedented and likely to be unmatched. Luo Cheng's hoarse voice sounded passionately again. Next, the draw for the semifinals will take place. Will the dark horse prevail, or will the established powerhouse defend its title? Let's wait and see. On the holographic screen, the names of the four teams began to scroll. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Soon, the rolling stopped.
The matchup table was clearly presented to everyone. Hanwoo University Second Team versus Southeast Military Academy First Team.
Jinling University Team 1 vs Tiandu Wuhan University Team 1. Seeing this result, the relief on the sisters' faces disappeared instantly. The first team of the Southeast Military Academy. Hua Shilua muttered to herself, a solemn expression on her face. I've heard of them.
They are a team that the federal military has focused on training, and they have extremely rich actual combat experience. Chen Chang also sat up straight, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared on his expression.
He retrieved the information of the first team of the Southeast Military Academy.
Captain Xing Tian has the A-level superpower body of the God of War, and is at the peak of the realm of control. Team member Hui has a level ability Soul Chasing Arrow and is in the middle stage of the control realm. Team member Kwafu has a level ability Speed of Chasing the Sun and is in the middle stage of the control realm.
3A grades. 1 at the peak of the control realm. 2 at the middle stage of the control realm.
Moreover, their superpowers are all the purest and most direct combat abilities. This lineup is several times stronger than the previous Imperial Capital University team. Moreover, they are a team trained according to military standards, and their combat qualities cannot be compared with other teams.
It seems that I can't slack off this time.
Chen Chang touched his chin, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in excitement. A week later, the semi-finals officially began.
The giant martial arts arena in Jinling City was packed. The atmosphere was frenzied to the extreme.
The second competition venue where Chen Chang and the other two were present was filled with noisy and roaring cheers. When they walked out of the contestant tunnel, the entire venue was instantly flooded with two completely different voices. On one side, there was a uniform roar filled with murderous intent.
Southeast Military Academy. Invincible. Xing Tin. Xing Tin. Xing Tin. On the other hand, the style of painting looks extremely weird.
I saw a huge banner hanging in a large area of the audience seats.
Shen Gonzi Supporters Club.
Under the banner, thousands of fans waved glow sticks and shouted at the top of their lungs. But what they shouted made the sisters' faces turn red instantly.
Mr. Chen. Please. Be a human being. Don't stand still today. Beat him. Beat him to death. We bet you 3 minutes to finish the fight. Don't make us lose everything. Hubby. Look here. I want to give birth to a baby for you.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian listened to these vile words and wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
However, Chen Chang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He waved and blew a kiss to the female fan who was shouting that she wanted to give birth to his baby. In an instant, the audience seats erupted in even crazier screams. Chen Chang.
Hua Weimian tugged at the corner of his clothes, her little face flushed red.
Stop messing around, the opponent is already here. Chapter 36, All the Cards Revealed.
Chen Chang's gaze fell on the other end of the ring. There, 3 young men in dark green standard combat uniforms had already stopped. They stood upright like 3 javelins, emitting a murderous aura. The leading captain, Xing Tian, is as tall and strong as an iron tower. Under his bronze skin, his muscles are bulging and he is full of explosive power. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Chen Chang and the other 2 out of the corner of his eye. Neither contempt nor disdain, but looking at a target. A target that needed to be destroyed by them. The game begins. The electronic sound just fell. Boom. Xing Tian moved. No nonsense, no unnecessary movements. The high-strength alloy ring under his feet made a loud noise and was actually dented by his foot. The whole person turned into a dark green cannonball and rushed towards Chen Chang and the other 2 violently. A level superpower, the body of the god of war. Launch. During the charge, his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, a metallic luster appeared on his skin, and he seemed to have turned into a walking ancient god of war. That pure, domineering and unreasonable sense of power suffocated the entire stadium. So fast. Commentator Luo Chang roared, "This is true military style. Direct, efficient, and deadly." In the audience, the voices of those fans cheering for Chen Chang seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand and stopped abruptly. Too fast. So awesome. This feeling of oppression is more than 1 level stronger than the previous long AO. Almost at the same moment Xing Tian set off. The 2 team members behind him also moved. Quafu's figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost, turning into several afterimages, which surrounded the 2 sisters at high speed from the flanks of the ring, looking for their weaknesses. A level superpower, sun-chasing speed. Another team member, Hui, calmly stepped back and drew his bow and arrow. It was an energy longbow condensed from supernatural powers, and the arrow was a soul-chasing arrow that flashed with a faint blue light. His eyes were fixed on Hua Shilua. Attack the core, protect the auxiliary, and harass the flanks. The perfect military battle formation. All this happened in a flash. Facing this thunderous attack, Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's faces turned pale in an instant, and they subconsciously hid behind Chen Chang. "Don't be afraid." Chen Chang's voice sounded calmly. He took a step forward and protected the 2 sisters behind him. Petrified. Grayish-white rocks instantly covered his entire body. Next second, Xing Tian's fist, as big as a casserole, came crashing down with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Boom! A deafening bang. The entire arena trembled violently. Chen Chang groaned, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves on the ground, and he slid back a full 5 meters before finally stopping. He crossed his arms in front of him to block, and tiny cracks appeared on the solid stone skin. Blocked. But it was extremely difficult to block it. What a powerful force. Chen Chang was shocked. Xing Tian's power has definitely reached the peak of the control realm. However, the crisis has not been resolved. Just when he was being repelled head-on. Call out. A deadly sound of breaking through the air came from the side and rear. Hui's soul-chasing arrow has been launched. The target was Hua Shilua, who was exposed because of Chen Chang's retreat. This arrow is fast, accurate and powerful. The angle is extremely tricky. Just when everyone thought Hua Shilua would be seriously injured by an arrow. Spiritual shock. Hua Weiman's little face was tense, and an invisible mental wave suddenly shot out. In mid-air. The soul-chasing arrow that was shooting towards us trembled slightly at its tip, deviated from its original trajectory, brushed against the corner of Hua Shilua's clothes, and missed. What? Hui, who was in the distance, frowned suddenly. How could his arrow miss? Before he could figure it out. Bleed. On the other side, Hua Shilua's little hand gently pointed at Xing Tian, who had just forced Chen Chang back with a punch. A barely perceptible blood-colored energy fell on Xing Tian's metal-like skin. Xing Tian was stunned. He looked down and saw that his body was unharmed. What skill is this? Tickle? He was about to attack again. However, he discovered that the crack on Chen Chang's arm that he had just made healed instantly under a soft green light. However, Xing Tian suddenly felt that the bloodstains on his fist had a very faint surge. Although the impact was not significant, the feeling made him very uncomfortable. What just happened? The audience outside the venue has not yet reacted. But Luo Chang on the commentary desk had already jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail was stepped on. New skills. It's a new skill. He pointed at the screen, his voice becoming shrill with excitement.
Hua Weimian. What she just used was definitely a mind interference skill. She interrupted Hou Yi's fatal attack. And Hua Shilua. What's that blood light? Isn't she a healer? Why does she have offensive skills? Oh my god. Oh my god. Their abilities have mutated too? Boom. The entire martial arts arena was in an uproar again. What the hell? Again? It's not just Chen Chang, his two wives' abilities have also mutated? This is buy one get two free. I understand. I completely understand. They are not the 3F camping team at all, they are the 3F mutant team. Insidious. So insidious. They're still hiding their abilities even in the semi-finals. Countless audiences were shocked at first, then suddenly realized, and finally, filled with endless enthusiasm. The feeling of peeling off the cards layer by layer is so exciting. On the ring. The expressions of Xing Tian and the other two finally changed. They looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. All previous research reports on Hangu University's second team are now invalid at this moment. Change of plans. Xing Tian's low voice sounded for the first time. All out, strong attack. Yes. Hui and Kwafu responded in unison. Next second. The momentum of the three people surged again. The god of war is furious. Xing Tian roared, and the metallic luster on his body became deeper, and a violent aura rose into the sky. His speed and strength increased again. Sun chasing light. Kwafu's figure became more erratic. He was no longer just harassing, but turned into deadly streams of light, constantly attacking Chen Chang's defense circle. Soul chasing arrow rain. Hui drew his bow like a full moon, and the soul-chasing arrows came like a rainstorm, covering the sky and the earth. This time, they won't hold back. No more temptations. Instead, use the purest and most powerful force to launch a saturation attack. Boom. 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 The entire arena was instantly flooded by violent energy. Chen Chang's expression finally became serious. He pushed the stone skin to the extreme, like a reef, firmly sticking to the raging waves. But the opponent's firepower was too strong. Bang! Kwafu's knife strike accurately hit the gap in his defense. Puff! Chen Chang's blood surged. Whoosh! 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 3 soul-chasing arrows attacked in a triangular shape, blocking all his escape routes. Chen Chang can only bear it. Bang! 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 The stone skin on his body cracked again. Chen Chang. The two sisters' faces were already pale. They used their special abilities madly on Chen Chang as if they were free. But their treatment and recovery speed has gradually failed to keep up with the speed of Chen Chang's injury. Although they were also in the middle stage of control, the opponents had 3A-level combat abilities, and even Xing Tian, who was at the peak of control. The energy in their ability course was being consumed rapidly. If this continues, within 3 minutes, the two of them will be the first to be exhausted. Chen Chang's eyes also darkened. He glanced at the two sisters behind him who were staggering but still gritting their teeth to hold on. This can't go on any longer. It seems that's the only way. Chapter 37 Winning. Looking at the pale little faces of the two sisters, he could feel through telepathic communication that their condition was getting worse and worse, and their power cores were almost exhausted. A trace of pity flashed through Chen Chang's heart. Whatever. I wanted to hide it again. Now it seems that there is no chance. He took a deep breath and his mind moved. Unlock talent, alien skin weapon. Just as the 3 people from the Southeast Military Academy were about to launch another round of violent attacks. Behind Xin Chang, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's bodies suddenly turned into 2 streams of light. A touch of green. A ray of blue. The 2 streams of light merged into Chen Chang's body in an instant without any pause. Next second, 2 living people just disappeared out of thin air. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Xing Tian's punch stopped in mid-air. Kwafu's flickering figure froze in place. Hui had the arrow on the bowstring, but forgot to shoot. Chen Chang was the only one left on the ring. Standing alone. Where are the people? What the hell? Am I dazzled? Where are those 2 girls? Teleport? No. Teleport? That doesn't seem like it either. Magic? Is this a supernatural power? Or magic? The audience was completely blown away.
The live broadcast room was completely boiling. Everyone stared at the ring with their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief.
In the commentary booth,
the water cup in Luo Cheng's hand fell to the ground with a click, but he was completely unaware of it.
His mouth opened into an O shape, wide enough to fit a fist.
He pointed at the screen and made a hoarse sound in his throat, but couldn't say a word. The professional knowledge he had been proud of for 10 years was repeatedly and mercilessly rubbed to the ground in this martial arts competition. He felt like his worldview had been shattered into a QR code.
Where did they go?
Xing Tian stared at Chen Chang. This strange scene caused his heart of Taoism, which was as hard as steel, to waver a little.
Chen Chang did not answer him.
He just slowly raised his arms and looked down. I saw that his originally pure gray-white stone skin now had countless mysterious lines on it. On the left arm, there are emerald green lines that spread like vines, exuding vitality. On the right arm, there are azure lines that flow like a stream, containing a tranquil spiritual power.
An unprecedented powerful feeling surged throughout my body.
The sister's special abilities include healing, recovery, bleeding, and mental shock. At this moment, these 4 skills are just like his own and can be mobilized at will.
Alien skin armament can directly call upon all states and skills of the target bound with 100% soul compatibility.
The voice in my head sounded at the right time. Chen Chang raised the corner of his mouth. Moreover, because the 2 sisters entered the arm space, their superpower cores were also recovering at an extremely fast speed. The 3 people's supernatural cores are bound together. After all, they have achieved perfect compatibility.
This also means that he has an almost unlimited blue bar. What is this? His ability has changed again? Luo Cheng finally found his voice and let out a heart-wrenching scream. He's wearing his teammates as if they were equipment? This metaphor, though outrageous, is also eerily accurate. Truly a professional.
The audience was once again shocked by this conclusion.
Now, Chen Chang raised his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. It's my turn.
Before he finished speaking,
he moved. No physical enhancement was used.
But his speed was faster than any time before. Because he can unscrupulously convert the sister's supernatural energy into his own body's energy.
Bang! The arena under his feet exploded. The whole person, like a gray lightning, appeared in front of Xingtian in an instant. So fast. Xingtian's pupils shrank drastically, and he could only subconsciously raise his arms to block. Chen Chang's fist hit forward in an ordinary and plain way without any fancy moves. Boom! Another loud bang. But this time, the one who flew backwards was Xingtian. The Xingtian who was at the peak of his power. His huge body was like being hit head-on by a battering ram. His feet left the ground and he slid back more than 10 meters in a panic. The metal skin of his arms that he used to block was actually dented with a visible dent. What shocked him even more was a strange blood-colored energy penetrated into his body through the wound. The qi and blood in his body instantly began to become disordered. It's the bleeding skill. How is that possible? Xingtian's face was full of disbelief. Why did the opponent's strength suddenly increase so much? At the moment he was shocked. Call out. Hoi's soul-chasing arrow strikes again. But this time, Chen Chang didn't even turn his head. The blue lines on his right arm lit up slightly. Spiritual shock. An invisible wave emanated from his body and accurately hit the flying arrow. The soul-chasing arrow, in midair, staggered as if it was drunk, and then stuck into the ground at an angle. At the same time, Quafu's figure appeared behind Chen Chang like a ghost, and with a knife, he silently slashed at the back of his neck. However, it was as if Chen Chang had eyes on his back. With an incredible twist of the body, he easily dodged it. At the same time, an elbow hit Quafu's chest hard. Bang! Quafu groaned and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. 1 against 3. No. It should be said. In fact, it's still 3 against 3. However, Chen Chang's side is a perfect trinity. At this moment, the situation on the field underwent a shocking reversal.
Chen Shang, who had been beaten before, was now like a tiger among a flock of sheep, chasing the three geniuses of the Southeast Military Academy and beating them madly. Each of his attacks was simple and direct, yet contained terrifying power.
Each of his defenses was indestructible and could repair itself instantly.
He can always predict his opponent's attacks in advance and counterattack in incredible ways.
Monster. This is a fucking monster. It's over.
The prodigy of the military academy is about to be beaten to death.
The audience has become completely numb.
They just stared blankly at the figure on the ring, who looked like a god of war and was wantonly ravaging his opponent.
Bang!
Chen Sheng kicked Xing Tian, who was covered in blood but still wanted to get up and fight again. His eyes swept over the other two team members who were also collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds and unable to even move a finger.
The battle is over. The game is over. The final winner, Hanwoo University Team 2.
The cold system prompt sound echoed in the silent venue.
Chen Shang retracted his foot, and the supernatural light on his body slowly dissipated.
The two sisters appeared beside him again.
He let out a long sigh. This battle is quite interesting. He turned his head and looked in the direction of another stadium not far away.
There, the match between Jilin University Team 1 and Chengdu Wuhan University Team 1 seemed to have just ended.
The winner is Jilin University.
Their captain, the stern-faced young man, was looking at him gravely from a distance.
Chapter 38 Suddenly meeting the parents. Dead silence.
The entire martial arts arena and tens of thousands of spectators seemed to be speechless at this moment. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments that rolled like a waterfall also stopped strangely. Time, at this moment, is infinitely stretched. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring. Looking at the figure who was stepping on Xing Tian, he looked like a demon descending to the earth. Looking at the other two military academy geniuses who collapsed to the ground and completely lost their fighting ability.
My brain is blank.
More than 10 seconds passed.
Wow! Like a volcano that has been accumulating for thousands of years, it suddenly erupts.
The terrifying sound almost overturned the dome of the martial arts training hall.
Win.
They beat the Southeast Military Academy team.
That's not winning, that's crushing. That's ravaging. What did I see? Xing Tian's war god body was beaten like a sandbag.
That's an A-level ability at the peak of the control realm.
Monster. He's a monster. He took his teammates into his body, and then transformed? What kind of superpower is this? When did F-level superpowers become so outrageous?
Countless people stood up from their seats, pointing at the ring, their faces filled with shock and enthusiasm that overturned their worldviews.
On the commentary desk,
Luo Chang slumped in the chair, his eyes dull and muttering to himself.
Mutation. Mental interference. Absorbing teammates. Transformation.
My profession, my knowledge, my 10 years.
He felt like a clown.
A clown who thought he understood the game, but was repeatedly slapped in the face. All the knowledge he had built up in his 10 years of work was completely shattered today by an F-level mutant.
On the ring,
Chen Shang loosened his feet. He felt the sister's joy and admiration in the arm space within his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He ignored the thunderous discussions around him. His gaze passed through the entire arena and fell on another ring where a fight had just ended.
Jilin University Team.
Their captain, the young man who had a stern expression from beginning to end, was looking at him at this moment.
Their eyes met. It seemed as if invisible sparks were flashing in the air.
The young man didn't say anything, but the expression on his face became more solemn than ever before. Chen Shang grinned at him.
A smile full of provocation and playfulness.
Then he turned around, and in a flash of light, the sisters reappeared beside him. Their faces were a little pale, but their eyes were full of excitement and relief. Chen Shang naturally stretched out his arms, holding one in each hand, and embraced the two soft bodies in his arms.
Let's go back to the hotel to celebrate.
Under the complicated gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, the three of them walked off the stage hugging each other as if no one was around.
The end of the contestant tunnel. Bai Yuexin and the dean were waiting there. Student Chen Chang. That's awesome. So amazing.
As soon as the dean saw the three people, he rushed up excitedly, his face flushed and saliva flying.
You've once again brought honor to our Hanwoo University. The president has heard about it. He asked me to tell you that the school will apply for the highest level of honor medal for you. Also, regarding your mutant ability. All right.
A cold voice interrupted the dean's chatter. Bai Yuexin walked over and swept her eyes over the three of them. After confirming that they were all fine, she spoke lightly.
Go back and have a good rest. The final will be in 10 days. The location is the Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena. The entire federation will be broadcasting live.
After saying that, she stopped looking at Chen Shang and turned around, grabbing the arm of the dean who was about to say something.
Director, we should go to the post-game meeting. Hey, Yuexin, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Bai Yuexin ignored his struggle and dragged him away.
In the hotel's luxury suite. The three of them had just finished washing up and were lying on the soft big bed, enjoying the rare peace and quiet.
Ding ding ding.
Suddenly, the communicator on Hua Shilua's wrist rang.
She glanced at the caller ID and her face tightened instantly. Yes, Dad. Hurry up and answer it. Chen Shang came over. Hua Shilua took a deep breath and answered the call nervously. The light curtain lights up.
A middle-aged couple who looked very simple appeared on the screen.
Shilua. Wei Mian. Are you all right?
As soon as Hua's mother saw her two daughters, her eyes instantly turned red.
A few days ago, Lali told me that you guys had become celebrities, but we didn't believe it. Until today. Today we watched the live broadcast.
There was a tremor in Hua's father's voice.
You guys aren't hurt, are you? Dad, Mom, we're fine. Hua Weimian hurriedly comforted. It's okay.
Mother Hua wiped her tears, and then her gaze fell on the extra head between her two daughters. Her eyes suddenly became a little strange.
This is... Hello, Uncle and Aunt.
Without waiting for the two sisters to introduce themselves, Chen Shang squeezed directly to the center of the camera and showed a brilliant smile.
My name is Chen Shang, and I'm the captain of Shilua and Weimian.
Hua's father and mother on the other side of the screen were stunned.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's faces were so red that they were about to bleed.
The communication ended in an awkward and weird atmosphere. Chen Shang looked at the two girls beside him who were eager to bury their heads in the quilt and asked with a smile, judging from the uncle and aunt's reactions, it seems they don't know about our relationship?
We didn't dare to say it. Hua Shilua muttered softly.
I'm afraid they won't accept it.
Hua Weimian added. They don't accept it?
Chen Shang was stunned for a moment. You mean, they don't agree with you two being together?
No. Hua Weimian shook her head. She raised her head, looked at Chen Shang, and explained seriously, Chen Shang, have you forgotten what era it is now? Humanity's living space has been compressed to its limit. The number of people with special abilities determines humanity's future. A strong male mutant with multiple partners, especially those who are also mutants, is protected and encouraged by law in the Federation. We're just afraid that Mom and Dad will think that neither of us is worthy of you. Her voice grew softer and softer. Hua Shilua, who was holding his arm, also stayed close to him, as if afraid that he would leave suddenly. Chen Shang, I finally understood. It turned out that he had misjudged it. He looked at the two little faces in front of him that were filled with sincerity and uneasiness, and his heart warmed. He stretched out his arms and hugged them tightly. Fool. He didn't say anything more. However, through the soul connection, the two sisters have already felt the irreplaceable cherishment and love in his heart. Outside the window, the night is getting darker. The room is in full bloom. The 10 days of rest time cannot be wasted. Chapter 39: A unique pre-match interview. The public opinion about Hangwu University's second team and Chen Chun completely ignited the entire federation after the semi-finals. All kinds of speculations emerged. F rank? You're kidding. This is definitely a fake ranking created by the federation to create a god. I suspect that these three aren't F class at all, but rather some new type of S class ability that can't be detected by existing instruments. It's a complete shady scheme. I demand the organizing committee re-evaluate them. It must be open and transparent. The voices of doubt came like waves, one higher than the other. Countless calls were made to the martial arts competition organizing committee, and the official forum server was even paralyzed at one point due to the influx of too many people. Under tremendous pressure, the organizing committee had to respond. 3 days before the final, several staff members in white research suits, led by Bai Yuexin, came to Chen Shang's hotel room. Student Chen Chang, sorry to bother you.
The old man in the lead was very polite. Because of the overwhelming amount of doubt from the outside world, we need to conduct another public power level test on the three of you.
The entire testing process will be broadcast live.
Chen Chang shrugged indifferently.
Please.
So, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people across the Federation,
The most sophisticated testing equipment in the world was set up.
Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian placed their hands on the detection core one by one. The light flickers.
Data generated.
The extremely clear results appeared on the live broadcast screen. Chen Chang, ability, petrification of alien skin, rating, F.
Hua Shilua, ability, healing, rating, F. Hua Weimian, ability, recovery, rating, F.
Test report, the superpower core is stable, with no signs of mutation.
The results came out. The internet was in an uproar again. No mutation? How is that possible? Then where do his skills come from? Absorbing teammates to transform, what's that? I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the equipment. Or perhaps his mutation has gone beyond the detection range of existing technology. Yes. That must be the case.
We demand that Chen Chang come out and explain himself.
The people simply don't buy it.
The F rating result not only failed to quell the doubts, but made things even more confusing. The organizing committee's phone was flooded with calls again.
They want to do an exclusive interview with you.
Bai Yuexin handed a document to Chen Chang and rubbed her eyebrows.
On the eve of the finals, live broadcast across the entire network. Answering some of the questions that the public is most concerned about. I'm busy. Chen Chang didn't even raise his head. This concerns the reputation of the school and the entire competition.
If I don't go, it's not my reputation.
This is an order. Orders are useless.
Chen Chang curled his lips.
Why should I satisfy their curiosity? I'm very busy.
Bai Yuexin looked at his dead pig-like expression, took a deep breath, and picked up the communicator.
He disagrees.
On the other end of the communicator, the representative of the organizing committee was silent for a few seconds.
Teacher Bai, please tell Chen that we know we're taking up his precious preparation time and we feel bad about it.
Therefore, as compensation, the organizing committee will pay an appearance fee of 2 million federal coins. Bai Yuexin raised her eyebrows slightly. She glanced at the guy on the sofa who was still playing with the two sisters and pressed the hands-free button.
2 million? Chen Chang's ears pricked up instantly. The movement of his hands stopped. Just for chatting, you give me 2 million?
He suddenly sat up from the sofa with a righteous expression on his face.
Money? Who do you think Chen Chang?
He said in a loud voice into the communicator. I'm speaking out not for money, but to quell the rumors, to protect the reputation of Hangwu University, and to give an explanation to all the fans who support us.
It's also for the glory of the Federation. I'll take this interview.
On the other end of the communicator, the organizing committee representative fell silent.
Bai Yuexin also fell silent. The night before the final. A live interview that affected the southeastern part of the Federation and even the entire Federation officially began. The lights in the studio are bright. An intellectual female host sat opposite Chen Chang with a professional smile on her face. Student Chen Chang, welcome.
Right now, audiences across the Federation are filled with curiosity about you. Especially about the amazing abilities you and your teammates possess.
She got to the point. Can you explain to us why you, as F-class Esper, are able to use so many powerful skills? Here it comes.
Chen Chang cleared his throat, a trace of reminiscence and depth appearing on his face.
Actually, this is not a secret. He spoke slowly, his voice full of magnetism.
As everyone knows, our abilities are all F rank.
When we first awakened, we felt hopeless. But we didn't give up. We believed that we were born with talents that would eventually be used.
So, the three of us meditated and practiced together day after day, night after night.
We tried to connect our three weakest ability cores together, searching for that one in a million possibility. This is a painful and long process. But through repeated adjustments, our souls and our wills have achieved an unprecedented harmony.
He began his performance.
Those so-called new skills aren't actually supernatural mutations.
They're combined combat techniques developed jointly by the three of us, based on absolute trust and resonance of our souls. For example, bleeding and psychic shock are a form of energy reversal created by Shilua, Weimian, and I, combining their supernatural essences with my skin petrification. And their sudden disappearance at the end is the final manifestation of our trinity, the complete fusion of soul and supernatural power. Chen Chang spoke sincerely and passionately. His words were broadcast live throughout the Federation. All the audience were excited and moved. I was moved to tears. There is such an inspiring story behind it. Absolute trust. Resonance of souls. This love is so great. I understand. This isn't a supernatural power, this is the power of love. The interview ended successfully in an extremely warm atmosphere. Chen Chang's answer convinced everyone. However, the next day, all the top supernatural research institutions in the Federation announced the launch of the project at the same time. Feasibility study on the development of synergistic enhancements and combined combat techniques among different F-class superpowers. A preliminary study on the phenomenon of supernatural core fusion based on soul resonance. Analysis of the application prospects of the 3F model in military squads. Chen Chang, with his own efforts and a piece of complete nonsense, created a whole new field of supernatural power research. Finals Day. Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena. In the exclusive backstage lounge, Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman were arranging Chen Chang's combat uniform, with a hint of nervousness on their little faces. Chen Chang, today's opponent is Jinling University's first team. Their captain has the A-level ability space slicing, which is very effective against your defense. What are our tactics today? Chen Chang let them do whatever they wanted, but his face was calm. He opened his eyes, looked at the two beautiful faces filled with worry in the mirror, and smiled. Tactics? He reached out and gently stroked their cheeks. Today, there's no need to be so troublesome. He stood up and walked towards the lounge door. One strike determines the outcome. Chapter 40, the most arrogant final declaration in history. Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena. The largest and most technologically advanced fighting sanctuary in the Federation. At this moment, all 100,000 seats are occupied. Above the dome, a huge holographic projection presents all the details of the venue in a 360-degree panoramic view in every corner of the Federation. Although the war had not yet started, everyone present could feel the strong smell of gunpowder. It seemed as if in the next second, a fuse would be lit and then explode. Dear audience. This time, the commentary desk was set up directly on a high platform in the center of the stadium. Luo Cheng's figure appeared on every screen. His voice, through the loudspeaker equipment, echoed throughout the entire venue, with a hint of hoarseness and uncontrollable excitement. Welcome to the finals of the 28th National College Supernatural Martial Arts Competition. Today, right here, we will witness the birth of a young king. It's the veteran powerhouse, Jinling University's first team, defending their glory. This is still the biggest miracle of our class, and even in history. Oh no, it should be called a miracle. The second team of Hanwoo University will write the legend of the dark horse to the end. Now, let's welcome out today's finals team with the loudest cheers. Luo Cheng's voice just fell. Boom! The roar of the sea and mountains rose into the sky. The players' passage on the east side of the venue was lit up. The three members of Jinling University's team walked out in unison. They were wearing special black and gold combat uniforms, with stern faces and sharp eyes. Every step they took was as precise as if it had been measured. As soon as everyone saw them, they knew they were a formidable team. Jinling. We will win. Jinling. We will win. The audience that supported them erupted in unison and roared with great momentum. Immediately following, West Passage. Chen Chang walked out lazily, hugging Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman. It was still the ordinary Hanwoo University uniform. It formed a sharp contrast with the solemn atmosphere on the opposite side. And what greeted them? It is another ocean with a completely different style. Mr. Chen, can you please behave like a human being today? Just like last time, make us scream. 3 minutes. The fight is over within 3 minutes. I'm putting my wife Ben on top. Husband. Don't show them mercy today. Beat them to death. Huge banners, wildly waving lightsticks, and those fierce and ferocious shouts. The fans of Mr. Chen's fan club once again demonstrated their unparalleled enthusiasm. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room directly turned into a torrent of data.
Here it comes. This is what I've been waiting for.
Regular army versus bandit leader, this scene is too beautiful to watch.
Press a bag of spicy noodles, Master Chin is going to do something new today. Luo Chang looked at this strange scene, his mouth twitched, and he forced the process back. Alright.
Both of our teams are already on stage. He picked up the microphone, walked down the stage, and came in front of the captain of Jinling University's team.
Student Qin Ju, as a finalist, do you have anything to say to your opponent?
The stern-faced young man, Qin Ju, took the microphone.
His voice, like his expression, was calm.
We will give our all, respect our opponents, and win the championship.
A standard, stereotypical, unremarkable answer.
But when he said it, it was convincing. Luo Chang nodded, turned, and walked towards Chen Chang.
He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally for any outrageous remarks. Student Chen Chang, what about you?
Facing such a strong opponent like the Jinling University team, you.
The microphone was handed to Chen Chang. Chen Chang took it.
He didn't speak immediately, but slowly raised the corner of his mouth into a playful arc.
Then,
under the gaze of billions of eyes across the Federation, he stretched out his right hand.
He raised an index finger. What does this mean? The entire audience was stunned.
In the live broadcast room, the barrage was instantly flooded with countless question marks.
What does that mean? 1. Does this mean he's going to take first place? No, I don't think it's that simple. This King is going to start pretending again. Luo Chang on the commentary desk was also confused. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out the meaning of this gesture. Just when everyone was speculating wildly, Chen Cheng finally spoke.
His voice, which was a little lazy but extremely clear, spread throughout the world through the microphone.
1 move. Deal with you. Time seems to be frozen. The sound of the wind disappeared.
Cheers, shouts, discussions, all the sounds were cut off at this moment by an invisible big hand. The whole world fell into dead silence. Whether it was the 100,000 spectators on site or the billions of people in front of the screen, everyone's brain crashed at this moment.
What did they hear? 1 move? Solve. Jinling University's first team? The team led by Captain Qin Ju, who possesses the A-level space-cutting ability? The King's team that crushed all the way and easily advanced to the finals? He. Luo Cheng's hands were shaking violently.
He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He wanted to say something to smooth things over, but found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't utter a word.
Crazy. This guy named Chen Chang is absolutely a lunatic. This is the final. Not a fucking exhibition match. After a brief silence, it was the noise of a nuclear bomb explosion. Holy shit. Did I hear you right? He said 1 move? Crazy. Too crazy. This is the most arrogant finals declaration I've ever seen. Why does he do that? Jinling University's first team isn't a pushover like Sannan College. Qin Ju's spatial cutting ability is said to be the nemesis of all defensive abilities. Although I'm a big fan of him, but this time, isn't it a bit too much? Questions, ridicule, and exclamations of disbelief merged into a terrifying wave of sound.
Even the fans of Chen Cheng's fan club were a little dumbfounded.
They didn't expect this script. However, the center of the storm.
Qin Ju, the captain of Jinling University, who was publicly declared to have solved the problem with 1 move. Miraculously, there was no trace of anger on his face. He just looked at Chen Chang quietly. Then, he took the microphone from Luo Chang's petrified hand. His gaze met Chen Chang's smiling eyes.
I hope so. 3 light words.
However, the temperature in the venue suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees.
A biting cold smell of gunpowder instantly spread. Chapter 41, Only 1 move. Luo Chang almost escaped from the ring.
He felt that if he stayed for another second, his heart would stop because of the terrifying atmosphere of confrontation.
Host? Commentator? I better leave first.
In the face of this level of tension, there is no need to mobilize the atmosphere in the venue. The entire Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena, a venue that can accommodate 100,000 people, is eerily quiet at this moment. All the lights, all the cameras, all the eyes were focused on the 2 teams on the field. Both sides retreated to their preparation areas. The pace of the Jinling University team was still steady, but the restrained murderous aura in them had turned into reality, making the air around them cold. Chen Chang still looked lazy, hugging the two girls, as if he was not here to participate in the finals, but to take a walk in the park.
Both sides stood still, 100 meters apart.
Chen Chang looked at the stern-faced Qin Ju opposite him, and the curve of his mouth became even bigger. He slowly extended his right hand again.
He raised an index finger.
Provocative.
Naked and undisguised provocation.
Buzz. The two team members behind Qin Ju couldn't bear it any longer. Violent fluctuations of supernatural powers burst out from them. One was wrapped in sharp wind blades, while the other condensed scorching fireballs in his hands.
Humiliation. This is the greatest humiliation to them and to Jinling University. Qin Ju's face finally darkened.
He could ignore the verbal provocation, but he could not tolerate his opponent making such a contemptuous gesture in the final battle arena. He is also a young man of 20 years old.
He also has his own pride. The game begins. The cold electronic sound is like the last spark that ignites the powder keg. Kill. Jinling University Team 1, move. No probing, no formation pulling. Qin Ju's figure was as fast as lightning, leading the way.
His right palm had turned as black as ink, as if it could cut through the space itself. The other two team members followed closely behind, one on the left and one on the right, forming the simplest yet most deadly assault formation. Three figures, like three sharp arrows shot from a bow, tore through the air and headed straight for the midfield.
However, the second team of Hanwoo University is still standing there, motionless. Chen Chang didn't even take a defensive stance. Just at the moment when Qin Ju and the other two crossed the center line. Just when they were about to enter the optimal attack range. Chen Chang moved. He just had a thought. Unlock talent, alien skin weapon. Swish. The figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian instantly turned into two streams of light and merged into his body. The whole process was extremely fast. Qin Ju's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw it. The moment his teammates disappeared, Chen Chang's mouth curled up into a chuckle. There was no contempt or amusement in that smile. There is only one kind of absolute calmness, like a god looking down on ants. Not good. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped Qin Ju's whole body. His heart was beating wildly. Before he could react, an extremely terrifying and indescribable supernatural power fluctuation suddenly erupted from Chen Chang's body. That fluctuation does not belong to F level, A level, or even any known level. It was a kind of pure, destructive energy. At this moment, the energy detection system of the entire martial arts venue issued an extremely shrill alarm. Above the dome, red light flashed. Chen Chang slowly raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and pointed at the three people rushing towards him. His lips opened and closed gently. He uttered three syllables that seemed to come from the abyss of the underworld. Blood, God, break. Time seemed to have stopped. Space seemed to freeze. The whole world has lost its sound and color. Next second, a tiny beam of light flashed from Chen Chang's fingertips, and the strange beam of light seemed to change color at any time. It didn't make any sound. It did not cause any earth-shattering scene. It just appeared. Then, he crossed a distance of 100 meters. Luo Chang, who was sitting at the commentary desk, felt a flash before his eyes and couldn't see anything clearly. The 100,000 spectators in the auditorium only saw a flash of light, which made them subconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, on the ring, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Qin Ju and the other two still maintained their forward-charging posture, frozen in place. Their faces were filled with extreme fear and confusion. And it was less than a meter in front of them. There stood a strange middle-aged man. The man was wearing the white uniform of the organizing committee and had an ordinary face, but at this moment, his expression was full of shock and fear. He held out one hand, palm forward, in a blocking stance. And at the other end of the ring, Chen Chang knelt on one knee with a plop. In a flash of light, the figures of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were forcibly separated from his body. They also collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as paper, and they completely lost consciousness. The three people's ability cores are now empty. What happened? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Why was the game suddenly stopped? Who is that man? Why did he appear in the ring? Just when everyone was confused, the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared took a deep breath. He slowly lowered his hand and inconspicuously pulled down the sleeve of his uniform, the cuff of which had turned to ash. His eyes were fixed on Chen Chang, who was half kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were full of horror. That blow just now. If he hadn't intervened in time and used his law domain to forcibly distort space and divert most of the energy from that beam, these 3 A-level geniuses will be completely wiped out from this world on the spot before they can even wait for the system to transmit their protection. Not even a single cell will be left. A long time. He slowly turned around, facing the puzzled audience, and announced with a tremor in his voice. In this match, Hangul University Team 2 wins. Boom! The entire training ground exploded. What's going on? Have we won already? I didn't see anything. Just a flash of light. It's a shady deal. It's definitely a shady deal. They didn't even fight. Questions arose one after another. Just then, the holographic projection above the dome lit up. Battle replay. The scene returns to the moment when the game started. Everyone held their breath and stared at the screen. The picture plays at normal speed. The Jinling University team charged forward. Chen Chang activated his supernatural power. A strange beam of light flashed by. And then, it was gone. It's too fast. I can't even see clearly. Slow down. Slow down 100 times. The picture goes back again. This time, the speed was slowed down 100 times. Everyone finally saw clearly. The beam of light shot out from Chen Chang's fingertips. Wherever it passed, visible ripples like water waves appeared in the space. The arena floor, made of high-strength alloy, was silently vaporized to create a deep groove along the path of the light beam. The strong man who suddenly appeared in front of them when the beam of light was about to hit Qin Ju and blocked their way. At that time, the space around him was strangely distorted. Most of the destructive beam of light was refracted into the sky, and only a very small part of it brushed past his cuffs. Then, his cuffs were gone. The picture, frozen. The whole world fell into silence again. This time, no one questioned it. There was only one thought left in everyone's mind. What he said is true. Really, it only took one move. Chapter 42, Chen Xin Chen Xin. In this match, Hangul University Team 2 wins. The middle-aged man's voice was clearly transmitted to every corner of the venue through the loudspeaker equipment. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Then, boom! The entire Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena went completely crazy. Win. Win just like that? What the hell did I see? Just a flash of light? Qin Ju and the others lost without even moving a muscle? The huge holographic screen above the dome continued to play the replay footage. He even started to replay the less than 1 second confrontation at a speed of 1%. Weird colored beams of light. Distorted space ripples. The arena floor was silently vaporized. And the horrifying scene of the strong man blocking the attack and his sleeves turning into ashes. Everyone stared intently, not missing a single frame of the playback. Oh my god, that groove, the arena is made of S-grade strength alloy. Who was that man? How could he block that attack with his bare hands? His sleeves were gone. If Qin Ju and the others hadn't taken action, wouldn't they have already died? This terrifying thought grew wildly in everyone's mind. On the internet, it has set off a huge wave of billions of people. This is fucking F level? You call this an F level ability? I declare that from today on, F class is the strongest class. No objections will be accepted. Blood God Breaker. I've remembered this name. This is a power only gods can possess. God Chen. God Chen. Stop arguing. Look. What happened to Chen Chang? What happened to him? God Chen. God Chen. The barrage of comments was suddenly filled with these 2 words. On the ring. The roaring noise, like a tsunami, seemed to be getting farther and farther away from Chen Chang. Everything in front of his eyes was blurry. All I could hear was the pounding heartbeat and rapid breathing. The aftereffects of Blood God Break quickly devoured his last bit of consciousness. The core of supernatural power in the body was empty and dry like a piece of cracked land.
Through the soul link, he could feel that the two sisters had also fallen into the deepest coma.
I can't hold on any longer. Bang. Under the gaze of billions of people across the Federation,
Chen Chang, who had just performed a miracle, suddenly felt his body soften, completely lost all his strength, and fell forward.
Student Chen Chang. Quick! Medical staff.
The scene suddenly became chaotic. The medical team, who had been on standby, rushed to the stage immediately.
Various sophisticated instruments were used to quickly examine the three people.
A few seconds later, the head of the medical team let out a long sigh and reported loudly to the mysterious middle-aged man, "Report to the commander. The vital signs of the three are stable.
However, the energy in their superpower cores has been completely depleted, and due to the separation, they have fallen into a coma." Losing strength? Just tired?
Upon hearing this result, everyone was stunned at first, and then an even more absurd feeling surged in their hearts.
The price of unleashing such a devastating blow is just weakness and coma? This is unreasonable. This is even more unreasonable than killing the opponent in the finals in one move.
The middle-aged man called Commander nodded, and his tense expression finally relaxed a little. He glanced at the three people who had been carried on stretchers and gestured in the direction of the contestant passage.
People from Hanwoo University, you can come up now. As soon as the words fell,
Bai Yuexin was the first to rush out. She quickly walked to the stretcher and carefully checked the condition of the three people, her brows tightly furrowed.
Following closely behind was the sweaty dean of studies, Student Chen Chang, Student Hua Shilua, Student Hua Wyman. You.
He was about to say something when he was interrupted by a steady voice behind him.
Get out of the way.
The dean looked back and his expression instantly became extremely respectful, and he quickly stepped aside. I saw a beautiful woman who was well dressed, elegant and graceful, and looked to be no more than 30 years old, walking slowly towards me. She walked to the stretcher and looked at the unconscious Chen Chang with complicated eyes, then looked at the two sisters who were also unconscious next to them.
Headmaster.
Bai Yuexin called softly.
Headmaster? The president of Hanwoo University?
The camera on the scene immediately gave a close-up of this heavyweight figure who suddenly appeared. On the internet, someone immediately uncovered her identity.
Jean, the current president of Hanwoo University.
The youngest president of a supernatural university in the history of the Federation.
Rumor has it that she is also an extremely powerful psychic. She actually came in person. Oh my god. Hanwoo University has found a genius. More than a god. This is the totem of the future.
Principal Jean came to pick them up personally.
This is the ultimate in pomp and circumstance.
Jean ignored the commotion around him. She simply instructed Bai Yuexin calmly, take them back and use the best resources to help them recover as quickly as possible.
Yes. Bai Yuexin nodded.
Just as the group from Hanwoo University were preparing to leave with the three people, the mysterious chief suddenly spoke.
Etc.
He walked up to Jean, but his eyes fell on the unconscious Chen Chang. Principal Jean, this student in your school is very unusual. His voice was low. Everything about him, I hope you can keep it secret for now until the federal leaders make a final decision. Jin's brows raised slightly, but he still nodded.
I see.
When Chen Chang and the other two were taken away from the stadium, the discussion about the blood god break move in the entire martial arts arena and even the entire federation has just reached its climax.
Replay it over and over again. Slow motion analysis again and again.
Countless experts, scholars, and strong people were urgently invited to major live broadcast platforms to try to analyze the composition of the light beam. But in the end, it was all in vain. It was a power that transcended their cognitive system.
I declare that I do not understand. On the commentary desk, Luo Cheng finally gave up thinking after talking incoherently for 10 minutes.
He slumped in his chair, his eyes blank.
All I know is that we witnessed history. An F-class player, with one move, broke through the entire national competition.
If this isn't a miracle, then there are no miracles in this world. His words expressed everyone's thoughts.
Question?
It had long since vanished in the face of that destructive beam of light.
Now, everyone has only one thought in their mind. Who is Chen Chang? Is he really just a simple F rank?
I don't know how long it took. Consciousness is like slowly rising from the deep sea. Chen Chang struggled to open his heavy eyelids.
What comes into view is the familiar hotel ceiling.
He moved his fingers, and a feeling of weakness from the depths of his soul instantly came over him.
The body feels like it has been drained away.
He tilted his head. I saw Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian lying quietly on his left and right, like two well-behaved kittens, breathing evenly and sleeping peacefully. The sunlight outside the window has turned into a warm orange color.
It's already afternoon.
He sat up slowly, the movement involving muscles all over his body, causing him to gasp. This movement also woke up the two sisters beside him.
Chen Chang?
The two girls rubbed their eyes and sat up in a daze. When they saw Chen Chang, they showed a relieved smile on their faces.
We won?
Hua Shilua asked in a low voice, still a little uncertain. Chen Chang smiled and reached out to rub her head.
Win.
Just then, he saw a note on the bedside table.
It was left by Yuexin. The handwriting is beautiful, wake up, contact me.
Chen Chang picked up his communicator and pressed the call button.
Chapter 43 The School Will Protect You.
The communicator was quickly connected. Yuexin's beautiful face appeared on the light screen.
Awake?
Her voice was soft and no emotion could be heard.
Just woke up. Chen Chang replied. Wait in the room, I'll be there soon.
After saying that, she hung up the call. Chen Chang shrugged, threw the communicator back onto the bedside table, and hugged the two sisters who had woken up.
Is that teacher Bai? Hua Weimian asked in a low voice. Yeah, said I'd be right there.
Upon hearing this, the two sisters quickly broke free from his dishonest big hands, got off the bed, and began to tidy up their messy clothes and hair. I just experienced a period of power exhaustion, and now I have only recovered a little bit in my natural state. So their faces are still a little pale, but coupled with their amazing looks, they add a bit of pitiful fragility.
In a few minutes. The doorbell rang.
Hua Shilua trotted over and opened the door. The person standing at the door was indeed Yuexin.
But she is not alone.
Behind her was the head teacher with a fawning smile on his face.
As well as
a beautiful woman with a graceful and elegant temperament who looks no more than 30 years old, but is completely impossible to ignore.
Chen Chang's gaze instantly froze on the beautiful woman.
His intuition told him that this woman was very strong. It was so strong that he couldn't understand it at all.
Mr. Bai, director.
Chen Chang got off the bed and nodded at the two of them. The two sisters also stood aside obediently and greeted in a low voice.
Student Chen Chang, how are you feeling?
The head teacher rubbed his hands, looking concerned.
Chen Chang hasn't answered yet.
Yuexin had already turned sideways and respectfully introduced the beautiful woman. Principal, this is Chen Chang, and his teammates, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian.
Headmaster?
Chen Chang was shocked. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were so frightened that their bodies froze, and their little hands subconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen Chang's clothes.
The president of Hanwu University, Jin. That legendary powerful person in the realm of law. Why would she come here in person? Is it for us? In an instant, the hearts of the three people were in their throats.
Jin's gaze slowly swept over the three of them. Her eyes were calm, and Chen Chang felt that all his secrets were exposed under her gaze.
Just when the atmosphere in the room was about to freeze to freezing point, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on Jin's face.
That smile, like a spring breeze melting snow, instantly dispelled all the pressure.
Hello, I'm Jin. Her voice is very soft and pleasant to hear. You did a great job this time. You have created unprecedented history for Hanwu University and won supreme glory for yourselves. Her words stunned Chen Chang and the other two. No questions? No trial? On the contrary, it's a compliment? The dean immediately seized the opportunity, his face beaming with joy as he said, Yes. To reward you, the principal has applied to the Federation for the highest honor, the Federal Rising Star Medal. In addition, the school will give each of you a cash reward of 10 million Federation coins, as well as all training resources for the next 4 years, fully supplied. 10 million? Chen Chang's eyes lit up instantly. They were short of money, they were just poor students. Although they had received 2 million yuan in interview fees before the competition, this time the school gave them too much. The two sisters opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. They never thought in their lives that they could earn so much money on their own.
Seeing the three people's instantly relaxed expressions, Jean Jin's smile grew even wider. She seemed to see through their previous concerns.
I know what you're thinking.
Jean spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but everyone in front of her could hear it clearly. Everyone has their own secrets and their own adventures.
I won't ask, and the school won't ask.
Her gaze finally fell on Chen Chang, with a hint of deep meaning in her eyes.
I can't do something like questioning my own students. I can only give you a promise.
She paused, her tone becoming extremely serious. As long as you remain students of Hangul University, I, Jean, and the entire Hangul University will protect you on federal soil.
This sentence is like a reassurance.
However, it caused a ripple in Chen Chang's heart. There's something else behind his words.
As long as you are still a student of Hangul University, this means that this protection is conditional.
Protect you all means that they may encounter danger in the future and need shelter. It seems that the trouble caused by the Blood God break move is much greater than he imagined. However, with the principal's words, we should be safe for the time being. Chen Chang's mind raced, but a grateful smile appeared on his face. Thank you, principal. Jean smiled and nodded, seeming very satisfied with Chen Chang's reaction.
Just then.
Knock. The door of the room was knocked again.
Bai Yuexin walked over and opened the door. There were 3 people standing at the door.
The leader was the mysterious middle-aged man who forcibly stopped the game in the final arena and took on the aftermath of Blood God Break. Behind him stood 2 soldiers wearing black military uniforms, with general stars on their shoulders and stern faces. They carried an aura of iron, blood, and murderousness. As soon as I walked in, the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop by several degrees.
Chen Chang's heart sank suddenly. Someone from the military?
The middle-aged man didn't seem surprised to see Jean in the room.
He just nodded slightly in greeting. Principal Jean.
Then, he introduced himself. I'm Wei Zhang, the head of the Federal Special Incident Investigation Bureau.
I was invited by the organizing committee to serve as a security officer.
I didn't expect that they would actually use me, ha ha ha. He smiled to himself, then pointed at the 2 soldiers behind him. These 2 are General Li and General Wang from the Southeast Military Region Special Operations Division.
Wei Zhang's gaze finally fell on Chen Chang.
His eyes said, Student Chen Chang, we have some questions and we would like you to answer them for us.
Chen Chang's heart trembled. This time, the limelight was a bit too big. Chapter 40 for the military's request.
The air in the room suddenly became heavy.
People from the military. Moreover, there were 2 generals.
Chen Chang's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. Wei Zhang wore a formal smile on his face. Mr. Chen Chang, your attack Blood God Break in the final was amazing. He got straight to the point. The experts at the Federal Ability Research Institute are very interested in its energy composition.
I don't know. Could you explain to us in detail how it works? Chen Chang hasn't spoken yet.
Behind Wei Zhang, the tall, dark-faced General Li on his left also spoke up. Skills of this level have already surpassed the scope of conventional supernatural powers and are of extremely high research value.
Of course, we won't let you suffer any loss. We will give you a generous reward in exchange.
Chen Chang glanced at the 3 of them. To be honest, he now had natural treasures that could replenish his vitality, but Blood God Break was his trump card, and it was unique in the world. He thought for a moment, then leaned back on the sofa and hugged Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman tighter. Chen Chang scratched his head and then said to them, I mentioned this in the interview. It's a combined combat technique developed by me and my 2 darlings, based on absolute trust and resonance of souls.
It's the power of love.
Natural treasures can be obtained later, but your ultimate moves must never be revealed. This is the bottom line. Ultimately, he rejected the deal.
Puff.
Bai Yuexin, who was standing next to her, almost couldn't help laughing out loud.
The 2 generals' faces turned dark in an instant. The power of love? Are you fucking kidding me now?
The slightly shorter and stockier General Wang on the right took a step forward, and a solemn and murderous aura of a soldier enveloped the entire room.
Student Chen Chang. We sincerely want to trade with you. Please don't joke around.
His voice was muffled and very heavy.
You can make a request, and as long as we can do it, we will definitely satisfy you. Chen Chang shook his head.
General, it's not that I don't want to tell you the core of my skills.
What I said is indeed true.
The real situation was indeed as he said, but he didn't believe that a time traveler with a golden finger could be found now. The two generals looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. According to federal law, even the military cannot force people with special abilities to reveal their secrets. This is the bottom line for all people with special abilities. Therefore, as long as Chen Chang doesn't want to trade, they have no choice. General Wang. A light and soft voice sounded. It's Jean. She stood there from beginning to end, without saying a word, as if she were an outsider. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. An indescribable power that transcends pressure and momentum spread silently. General Li next to him and Wei Zhang, the chief of the Federal Special Events Bureau, all changed their expressions. Law. This is the power of a strong person in the realm of law. They felt that the space around them had become sticky, as if it was being peeled off. In this small room, Jean is the only rule. Jean slowly walked in front of Chen Chang, still with a gentle smile on her face. General Wang, General Li. Chen Chang is a student at Hanwoo University. He just won the highest honor for the school, and now he is in his weakest recovery period. Now they need to rest and recover. Her words were neither hurried nor slow, with a tone that gave off a feeling of driving people away. The three of them sighed in their hearts and looked at each other. Principal Jean, we understand. In the end, it was Wei Zhang who stepped forward to smooth things over. He gave Jean an apologetic smile. The two generals are both very enthusiastic about talent and care deeply about the future of the Federation. After all, Chen Chang has truly shocked everyone. If my presence today has caused any inconvenience to Chen Chang, I apologize to him. Student Chen Chang. He looked at Chen Wang again. Thank you for disturbing me today. We will not ask about your abilities anymore. However, the door of the military is always open to geniuses like you. I hope to have a good chat with you again if there's a chance. After saying that, he quickly left the room with the two generals, who looked a little unhappy. The dean wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Bai Yuexin watched them leave before turning around and saying to Chen Chang and the other two. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be a final awards ceremony at the Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena. You must attend. Just have a good rest today and recover as soon as possible. After saying that, she nodded to Jean and the dean. Principal, director, let's go too. Don't disturb them from resting. Jean took one last look at Chen Chang before leaving the room with the two of them. Finally, only Chen Chang and the two sisters were left in the luxurious suite. Call. Hua Weimian let out a long sigh, her whole body softened, and she leaned directly into Chen Chang's arms. I was scared to death, those two people just now looked so fierce. Chen Chang, will we get into trouble in the future? Hua Shilua also tightly grasped his arm, her little face full of worry. Chen Chang felt the two soft bodies in his arms, and his heart was filled with tenderness. He reached out and pressed their heads against his chest. Don't worry, the military won't touch people with special abilities easily. Besides, it seems that they need us for something. He hugged the two sisters tightly. Besides, with me here, even if the sky falls, it won't be your turn to worry. I will protect you. In the soul connection, that unshakable determination was clearly transmitted. The two sisters' hearts calmed down instantly. They raised their heads and looked at the face so close to them, with ripples in their big eyes. The atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous. The night outside the window had completely fallen without me noticing when. Soon, the blushing and heart-pounding sound of deep communication could be heard again in the room. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. When Chen Chang, holding one person in each arm and still wearing the ordinary Hanwoo University uniform, appeared at the contestant entrance of Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena on time. The entire venue, with 100,000 spectators, was completely boiling. Here they come. They're coming. God Chen. It's God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. The roar was like a tsunami, almost overturning the entire dome. Chapter 45 The Tenderness That Stands Before Him. The award ceremony will be held the next day. When Chen Chang and the other two walked out of the contestant channel, the whole world was quiet for a moment. Then, there was the eruption of a volcano with a population of 100,000. God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. God Chen. No more of those messy and vicious words. There is no longer any Mr. Chen fan club.
There is only one name in everyone's mouth: God Chen.
The roars like a tsunami converged into an invisible torrent, impacting everyone's eardrums and everyone's soul.
The people of the Federation, it's that simple. When your strength exceeds their understanding,
When your record overturns all their cognition,
they will offer the most fanatical worship. You are God.
Chen Chang still looked lazy, wearing the most ordinary school uniform of Hanggu University, hugging one person in each arm, as if he didn't take this scene that was worthy of being recorded in history seriously at all. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's faces turned red due to excitement and nervousness. They huddled close to Chen Chang, their minds connected.
Chen Chang's calmness gradually calmed the panic in their hearts.
They looked at the fanatical faces around them and listened to the deafening shouts of God Chen and felt like they were dreaming.
All this is because of the man next to me. The podium has already been set up.
This time, the person standing on the stage was no longer the commentator Luo Chang. Instead, it was an old man with gray hair, wearing the highest standard uniform of the Federal Ministry of Education.
Deputy Minister of Federal Ministry of Education, Zhou Wenhai. A highly respected person who is also a powerful person in the realm of law.
The fact that he came in person to present the awards was enough to prove how much importance the federal top brass attached to this final. Zhou Wenhai had a kind smile on his face. He looked at the three people who slowly walked onto the stage, his eyes full of admiration.
Children, come here.
He personally took over a glittering championship trophy made of an unknown metal from the hostess.
Hanggu University second team. Zhou Wenhai's voice was clearly transmitted throughout the venue through the loudspeaker equipment. You have made history. You have proven with facts that the level of superpowers does not determine everything. True strength comes from the will to never give up and an unbreakable bond. His words were obviously based on the nonsense that Chen Chang said in the interview. But at this moment, no one would question it. Because the miracle is right before our eyes. Zhou Wenhai handed the heavy trophy to Chen Chang. Flashlights flashed like crazy. This moment is frozen forever. Next comes the reward.
According to the rules of the martial arts competition, the champion team will receive a prize of 30 million federal coins provided by the organizing committee.
Wow!
The whole audience exclaimed.
30 million?
This amount of money is enough for an ordinary team of awakeners to live a luxurious life for the rest of their lives.
However, this is just the beginning.
At the same time, you will receive a large gift package of A-level training resources jointly sponsored by the Federal Superpower Association, Dan Ding Pavilion, Beibingfang.
The staff brought up 3 huge metal boxes. The box is opened.
Inside were neatly stacked energy crystals, elixirs emitting an alluring luster, and various rare cultivation materials.
Its total value even exceeds the 30 million in cash.
The sisters' mouths were opened into an O shape, and their eyes were full of little stars. They had never seen such a big scene. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Chen Chang's face.
Not bad, it was worth the trip. At last. Zhou Wenhai deliberately prolonged his voice to whet everyone's appetite.
A mysterious smile appeared on his face. It's the biggest surprise of this freshman exchange competition. The winning team will be awarded an expedition to the secret realm of ruins number 03, jointly opened by the federal military and 5 top universities.
Boom!
If the previous rewards only made the audience envious and amazed, then the 2 words secret realm completely ignited the whole audience.
Secret realm? Did I hear it right? Oh my god! It's the secret ruins. The legendary place left behind from the last civilization era. This reward is too exaggerated. This is truly a step to heaven. Chen Xin and the others are really going to take off this time. Countless discussions merged into a storm.
Chen Chang's heart also beat suddenly.
Here we come.
What he wanted most finally came. With this secret realm qualification, his strength and the strength of the 2 sisters will once again experience a terrifying leap in the shortest time.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. Everything is under control. Just when the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Just when Zhou Wenhai was about to hand over the token representing the qualification to the secret realm to Chen Chang, a sudden change occurs. Boom!
An extremely terrifying short explosion suddenly exploded without any warning from the hundreds of meters high dome of the Jinling Super Martial Arts Arena.
The entire venue shook violently. The solid dome alloy was torn into a tiny hole in an instant, like paper. Upon closer inspection, steam was still coming out of the edges of the alloy. Ah!
Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the explosion. However, Chen Sheng didn't care about those things at all. 1,000th of a second before the explosion, a fatal sense of crisis that came from the depths of his soul was like an electric current, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end instantly.
Not good. With their minds connected, the two sisters felt the overwhelming warning in his heart almost at the same time. Their bodies tensed up instantly. But it's all too late. That was not a sign of an attack. That's the signal that the attack is coming. A black beam that could not be described in words, as if it condensed all the darkness and destruction in the world, penetrated the torn dome and shot straight towards Chen Sheng on the podium at a speed beyond imagination. Quick! Too fast! It was so fast that even Zhou Wenhai, who was at the law realm, had no time to open his eyes wide with an expression of horror on his face. It was so fast that Chen Sheng's body couldn't react at all. He didn't even have time to think about activating his alien skin weapon. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. All he could do was watch the black beam of light rapidly expand in his pupils. Are you going to die? At this critical moment, between life and death, a soft figure with a faint fragrance suddenly stood in front of him. It's Hua Shiluo. She didn't even know what was happening. She just felt the extreme fear and despair in Chen Sheng's heart. Then, her body moved on its own. Stand in front of him. It's like an instinct engraved in the soul. Chen Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He saw it. He saw Hua Shiluo's little face, which still showed a hint of confusion and astonishment. Puff! The black beam of light, without any suspense, penetrated her back and came out from her chest. She subconsciously pushed Chen Sheng, allowing him to barely avoid the deadly beam of light. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only a slight sound of flesh being torn. Hua Shiluo's body trembled violently. She lowered her head and looked in disbelief at the hole on her chest that was still being eroded by the black energy and was rapidly expanding. Blood gushed out. It dyed her clothes red, and also dyed Chen Sheng's vision red. Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. The whole world has lost its voice. Chen Sheng watched her body slowly fall limp, and the light in her eyes quickly faded. The whole world collapsed. Chapter 46: Sharing Life. Chen Sheng's mind was completely empty. He looked at it stupidly. Looking at the soft figure standing in front of him. She looked at the beam of pure darkness that penetrated her frail body. Looking at the shocking bloody hole in her chest. Watching the light in her eyes quickly dim. Time. It seems to have stopped. All the sounds disappeared. The thunderous cheers, the music from the podium, all the noise around, none of it could be heard. In his world, there was only the slowly falling body with a faint fragrance. Plop. Hua Shiluo's knees fell weakly to the ground. The subconscious push she made towards Chen Sheng exhausted her last bit of strength. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still a little confused, and she looked at Chen Sheng with difficulty. She seemed to want to laugh. But she couldn't do it anymore. No! A shrill scream broke the dead silence. It's Hua Weimian. She watched helplessly as her sister was pierced by a black light in front of her. The intense pain of the sisters being connected and the spiritual connection between the three of them caused her spiritual world to collapse in an instant. It was at this moment that time, which had been infinitely stretched, finally resumed its flow. Shiluo. Chen Sheng's body finally regained control. He let out a low roar, and before Hua Shiluo's body completely fell down, he hugged her tightly in his arms. The warm, sticky liquid instantly soaked his clothes and scalded his soul. An indescribable violent evil spirit, enough to burn the entire world, burst out from Chen Sheng's body. His eyes instantly turned red. He roared to the sky, his voice filled with endless pain and regret. Quick! Be on guard. Protect Chen Sheng. Bai Yuexin was the first to react. Red flames rose from her body and she instantly flashed in front of Chen Sheng. She released her special powers, forming a solid flame barrier that vigilantly protected the three of them. At the same time, boom! Deputy Minister Zhou Wenhai on the podium erupted with a terrifying pressure from the realm of law, directly covering the entire podium. The president of Hangu University, Jin Jin, had already disappeared from the spot. The next second, she appeared at the hole in the dome hundreds of meters high. Her spiritual consciousness, like an invisible storm, swept across an area of dozens of kilometers in an instant. However, there was no one there. Only a tiny amount of spatial fluctuation, so weak that it is almost impossible to capture, remains. The person who attacked had already fled thousands of miles away after the blow. Jin Jin's face was terribly cold. The entire Jinling super martial arts arena was completely blown up. An attack. It's an assassination. Oh my god. Someone assassinated the champion during the live broadcast of the award ceremony. Run. It's not safe here. 100,000 spectators fell from extreme enthusiasm to extreme fear in an instant. Panic spread like a plague. The entire venue was instantly plunged into unprecedented chaos. The online live broadcast room was completely paralyzed. What happened? Sister Shilua. Sister Shilua is injured. It was an assassination. Who did it? Who was it? Countless barrages converged into a desperate white. The Federation is shocked. This is the most blatant provocation to the entire Federal Order. Quiet. Everyone, find cover immediately. Don't move. Seal off the entire place. Don't let a fly out. Inside the venue, countless strong men in military uniforms rushed out and began to forcibly maintain order. Deputy Minister Zhou Wenhai's voice carried the power of law, resounding throughout the venue and forcibly calming the rioting crowd. It's the light of annihilation from the assassin organization Humanity. Jin Jin's figure reappeared on the podium, and her voice was icy cold. Only they can master this energy that can annihilate the laws. World. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of all the strong men present changed. That is the most terrifying and craziest killer organization lurking in the shadows of humanity. But at this moment, no one has time to track down the murderer. All eyes were focused on the center of the podium. There, medical staff had already rushed up. The top healing psychic placed his hand on Hua Shilua's wound, and soft green light continued to flow in. However, as soon as the green light touched the black aura at the edge of the wound, it was like ice and snow encountering a branding iron, and it quickly melted and annihilated. No! The head of the medical team shook his head with a pale face and his voice trembled. Her supernatural core has been completely shattered. That dark energy is eroding her life force. We can't save her. Can't save her. These three words, like three sharp knives, pierced Chen Cheng's heart. He couldn't hear anything. He just held the rapidly cooling body in his arms. He looked at Hua Shilua's pale little face and the unhealable bloody hole in her chest. In his mind, his oath echoed madly. I will protect you. Protect? Is this his protection? Let her protect herself. Wow. Hua Weimian, who was standing next to her, was crying so hard that she almost fainted. She grabbed Chen Chang's arm and shook it desperately. Chen Chang, save her, please save my sister. Please. Chen Chang didn't react at all. He held Hua Shilua in his arms like that, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a soulless sculpture. Despair. Endless despair completely consumed him. Just when his consciousness was about to be submerged in the darkness, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Warning! The soul-bound target Hua Shilua's vital signs are about to disappear. Do you want to start the ultimate agreement, life sharing? Note, after sharing, the host's vitality will be greatly depleted until the vitality of both parties reaches equilibrium. This process is irreversible and cannot be interrupted. Please select, yes, no? In the dark world, a ray of light seemed to be torn apart. Chen Chang's dead pupils suddenly shrank. Sharing life? There was no hesitation or consideration in his mind. Only one thought. Share now. In his heart, he roared with all his strength. Life-sharing agreement activated. Connecting the host's life source with the binding target, Hua Shilua. Link successful. Life force, begin to transfer. Buzz. A stream of emerald green energy that could not be seen with the naked eye and originated from the deepest part of Chen Cheng's life instantly gushed out from his heart and madly poured into Hua Shilua's body through the invisible soul connection. A miracle happened. The hideous bloody hole in Hua Shilua's chest and the constantly encroaching black energy, after coming into contact with this pure source of life, made a sizzling sound as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and were quickly purified and dispelled.
The bleeding from the wound has stopped. The broken flesh and blood began to slowly wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her weak heartbeat, which had stopped, began to beat again, gently.
There's a heartbeat. The medical staff next to them exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone's face showed ecstasy and shock. However, no one noticed Chen Chang, who created all this. His face was turning pale at a terrifying speed. An extreme feeling of weakness coming from the depths of his soul instantly drained all his strength. His body began to grow cold. His vision began to blur. Vitality is being drained away madly. But he doesn't care. He just lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms, whose face gradually regained a hint of color. A pale but satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as you can survive. What's wrong with giving you my life? Chapter 47 The Human World. There's a heartbeat. The wound is healing. Oh my God. How is this possible? The head of the medical team next to him had a voice that became extremely sharp due to extreme shock. He stared at the changes in the body under his palm, as if he had seen a ghost. The hideous wound pierced by the light of annihilation was slowly wriggling and shrinking at a speed that defied common sense under the gaze of everyone. The black aura that lingered at the edge of the wound and constantly devoured vitality was quickly purified and dissipated by an invisible force. A miracle is happening. Exclamations came one after another from all around. Zhou Wenhai, Jin, Bai Yuexin, all the strong men's faces were filled with incomprehensible shock. However, Chen Chang, who created all this, could hear nothing. He just lowered his head and used all his strength to hold tightly the delicate body in his arms that was recovering its temperature. He could feel that his life was slipping away at a terrifying speed. Hair, skin, bones, internal organs. Every cell in the body is wailing with the sign of aging. The feeling of weakness that comes from the source of life is 10,000 times more painful than the exhaustion of superpowers. But he doesn't care. He just greedily felt the rekindled, faint fire of life coming from Hua Shilua through the soul connection. A pale but satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as you can survive. What's wrong with giving you my life? Life sharing completed. The bound target, Hua Shilua, is no longer in danger. When the system prompt sounded, Chen Chang could no longer hold on. A thought came to his mind. Unlock talent, alien skin weapon. Swish. Hua Shilua in his arms and Hua Weimian, who was crying to the point of exhaustion and almost mentally collapsed, instantly turned into two streams of light and merged into his body. This is the only way he can protect them now. After doing all this, the world in front of Chen Chang fell into complete darkness. His body went limp and he was about to fall backwards. A soft yet strong arm supported him in time. It's Bai Yuexin. Chen Chang. She felt the cold body temperature and extremely weak breath coming from her arm, and her heart sank suddenly. Quick! Check his body. Deputy Minister Zhou Wenhai also reacted and yelled at the medical staff. The medical staff hurriedly pointed various instruments at Chen Chang. However, when they saw Chen Chang's face clearly, everyone was stunned. What kind of face is that? Pale, haggard, without a trace of blood. The eye sockets are sunken, the collagen on the cheeks seems to be drained away in an instant, the skin is loose, and even a few fine wrinkles appear. There were a few blaring silver strands visible in the originally black short hair. How can he still be a 20-year-old, energetic young man? This is clearly a middle-aged man whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. What's going on? His vital signs are rapidly declining. His cell activity is only equivalent to that of a 40-year-old. The head of the medical team looked at the data on the instrument and exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone was so shocked by this horrific change that they were speechless. They had witnessed the rise of a genius, but were they going to witness his instant demise? In the armed space. It's chaos. Chen Chang's consciousness got a brief respite here. He could feel that his life force, like a bucket with a leak in its side, had at least half of it poured out. Although Hua Shilua's life force was still weak, it had stabilized and was slowly recovering. Just then, the cold system prompt sound rang again. The life-sharing status has stabilized. The total remaining vitality of the current host and the bound target, Hua Shilua, is 20 years. 20 years? Chen Chang's heart sank suddenly. He and Shilua only have 20 years left to live? This price is too high.
However, the next hint rekindled a spark in his heart, which had sunk to the bottom. Tip: vitality can be replenished by absorbing natural treasures and exotic animal cores that contain high concentrations of life energy.
Can be supplemented.
Chen Chang clenched his fist suddenly.
As long as there is hope. No matter what kind of treasure it is, no matter what the price is, he must get it. At the same time,
in the arm space, Hua Weimian was hugging her sister's illusory soul tightly, crying inconsolably. When she heard the system prompt, her crying stopped abruptly. She and Chen Chang have a mutual understanding. She also knew that she only had 20 years left to live, and she also knew that there was hope for more. A complex emotion of fear, sadness, and relief was transmitted to Chen Chang through the soul connection.
It was this emotional stimulation that revived Chen Chang's dying consciousness. Outside world.
Chen Chang suddenly opened his eyes. There was no longer any trace of the laziness and playfulness in his eyes. All that was left was a chilling coldness like 10,000 years of ice, and a murderous intent that was enough to burn everything.
He pushed Bai Yuexin's hand away and stood up unsteadily but firmly.
His eyes, like two sharp knives, shot straight at Bai Yuexin.
What's going on?
His voice was hoarse and low, completely different from before. Bai Yuexin moved her lips and was about to explain. A voice sounded first.
It was the president of Hanwu University, Jin. It's the assassin organization, Human World.
Jin spoke word by word, his voice extremely cold. The most insane and vicious organization entrenched in the shadows of the Federation. Their purpose is to eradicate all hope for humanity's future and to kill all geniuses that may threaten the alien beasts. Her gaze fell on Chen Chang's face, which already had several wrinkles, and there was a hint of self-blame and anger in her voice. Your performance at this martial arts competition was truly dazzling.
So, you are being targeted by them.
World? Chen Chang engraved this name deep in his soul.
It's more than that.
Deputy Minister Zhou Wenhai, who was standing by, took over the conversation with a serious expression. Based on top-secret intelligence from the Federal Military and the Special Incident Investigation Bureau, we have reason to suspect that the top brass of the Humanity Organization has been deeply brainwashed, or even replaced, by some unknown means by high-level alien beasts. They are high-level alien beasts planted within human society, specifically to use against us, a sharp knife.
Boom!
This news was like a bombshell, sending a chill down the spine to everyone present.
This is no longer a simple assassination. This is war. It is the bloody continuation between humans and monsters on another battlefield. After listening to this, Chen Chang said nothing. He just nodded slowly. Now, he only wants to do one thing. Goodbye. He uttered two words, turned around, and walked towards the contestant passage. His back, under the spotlight, looked extremely desolate, yet filled with an indomitable determination. Chen Chang. Protect him.
Jin and Bai Yuexin reacted immediately, and quickly followed with everyone from Hanwu University, protecting him firmly in the middle. The group disappeared at the end of the passage under the gazes of countless complicated people.
And behind them, the entire Federation was in an uproar because of the word human world.
And such a super bomb officially appeared in front of everyone.
Chapter 48: Joining the Fire Project. Return to the hotel suite. Chen Chang took a deep breath.
Knowing that someone was following him, he left the door ajar. However, he did not pay much attention to Jin and Bai Yuexin, who followed in, and walked straight to the center of the living room.
A thought came to my mind. Swish! Two streams of light separated from his body and condensed into shape in mid-air. It was Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian. Hua Shilua lay quietly on the ground.
Although the clothes on her chest were still torn, the skin underneath was intact. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper, her breathing was weak, and her eyes were closed.
It was obvious that she was still in a deep coma.
Hua Weimian pounced on her sister the moment she appeared.
Sister!
The tear marks on her face had not yet dried. Seeing her sister unconscious but safe and sound, the fear and despair accumulated in her heart turned into tears again and burst out. She hugged Hua Shilua tightly, as if she wanted to rub her into her body and never separate again. Chen Chang looked at this scene, and there was no expression on his face, which already looked a little old.
He bent down.
With the hands that had become somewhat dry due to the loss of vitality, he hugged the two sisters together, along with their sadness and fragility. His movements were a little stiff. Every time he moved, it felt like needles pricking his joints. But he still steadily carried them into the bedroom, step by step, and gently placed them on the soft big bed.
He covered them with blankets.
He took a deep look at Hua Shilua's sleeping face. Then, he turned around and closed the door. When I walked out again, Jin and Bai Yuexin were already sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room.
The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Chen Chang walked to the sofa opposite them and sat down.
The face that originally belonged to a 20-year-old young man was now filled with haggardness and gloom that was inconsistent with his age. He adjusted his breathing and temporarily suppressed the murderous intent that was enough to overwhelm his sanity back to the deepest part of his heart.
"World?" he asked.
Bai Yuexin opened her mouth, but didn't know where to start. Jin took over the conversation. Her voice was still calm, but there was a hint of guilt in it. After all, she had said before that the school would protect them. Human World is a killer organization that has existed for at least 50 years.
The Federation's understanding of it is very limited.
We only know that its members are spread across all levels of the Federation, including ordinary workers, white-collar workers, and even high-ranking military and government officials. They are like venomous snakes hiding in the shadows. They behave like ordinary people on weekdays, but only when they receive orders do they bare their fangs. Jin looked at Chen Chang and continued, "They have only one goal, to stifle genius. Any young awakener who publicly displays potential that surpasses their peers will become their target. Their methods are extremely strange. Take, for example, the light of annihilation that assassinated you today.
It's a type of energy that's completely indecipherable by the Federation's current technology.
It can ignore most energy defenses and directly annihilate the very essence of life. According to top-secret intelligence analysis, the top brass of the Humanity Organization has most likely been completely controlled by high-level alien beasts through mental contamination or even soul replacement. They are the sharpest knife that alien beasts can stab into the human heart." After Jin finished speaking, the entire living room fell into silence. Chen Chang lowered his head and no one could see his expression clearly.
A long time passed.
He slowly raised his head, and his eyes, whose red color had not yet completely faded, looked past Jin and straight at Bai Yuexin.
"The Human Fire Project."
He spoke word by word. Bai Yuexin's body shook violently, and a hint of joy and excitement flashed across her face.
She just knew it.
She knew Chen Chang would make this choice. She was about to speak when she was interrupted by a voice beside her.
"I can give you all the permissions."
It was Jin who had just answered the question about the Human Killer Organization. She interrupted Bai Yuexin and looked at Chen Chang calmly.
"Anything within the Spark Project, whether it's resources, intelligence, or authority, is yours." Chen Chang was stunned.
He looked at Jin in confusion, then at Bai Yuexin who looked stunned, and then suddenly realized. Bai Yuexin smiled wryly and whispered to Chen Chang, "The principal is one of the top organizers of the Human Spark Project."
Boom!
A huge wave rose in Chen Chang's heart. He looked in shock at the beautiful woman in front of him who was so graceful and elegant, as if she was out of this world.
President of Hangu University. A strong man in the realm of law.
Now, there is another identity, one of the top leaders of the Federation's most mysterious organization, the Human Fire Project.
No wonder. No wonder she came to the competition in person.
No wonder she was so tough in protecting herself from the military. It turns out that she has both the ability and the strength to do it. Jin seemed to see through Chen Chang's thoughts and a faint smile appeared on her face.
"I'm sorry for what happened today. We underestimated the madness of the human world, causing your teammates." She didn't say anything else. "Join us."
Jin's voice was filled with sincerity and honesty.
"The organization will provide you with the strictest covert protection. An assassination like today will never happen again.
We will protect you from the military, the Psychic Association, and any other forces that want to take advantage of you. You can rest assured and grow in your own way and do whatever you want.
We just need a promise from you." Chen Chang was silent.
The brain is working at a rapid pace. The situation he is facing now can be described as internal and external troubles. Internally, he and Hua Shilua only had 20 years left to live, and they urgently needed natural treasures that contained immense life energy to replenish their energy. This treasure was priceless, and if he relied on himself alone, he didn't know when he would ever find it. Externally, the assassin organization Human World has already attacked him. They failed this time, and the next assassination attempt will only be more deadly. As for the federal military and major research institutions, they only care about the secrets on him. He was like a child holding a mountain of gold, walking in a wilderness full of wolves. And now, Jean, on behalf of the Human Spark Project, handed him a shelter agreement.
This protection is certainly not free. He needs to pay the price.
He knew it, but he had no choice. This is his only and best way to break the deadlock at the moment.
A long time.
Chen Chang raised his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He looked at Jean and said slowly in his hoarse voice, "I'll join.
But I need some resources." Chapter 49, Revenge. There was no trace of surprise on Jin's face.
It seemed as if Chen Chang's answer was already within her expectations.
"What resources do you need?"
Her voice was calm. Chen Chang raised his head and looked at Jean steadily. He did not hide anything and did not beat around the bush. Since he had already joined them, he would definitely contribute to the organization in the future. He had no psychological burden in asking for some resources now.
A natural treasure that can restore vitality. He rubbed his hands together and said softly.
As soon as these words came out, Bai Yuexin, who was standing next to him, trembled violently. She understood instantly and looked at the corner of Chen Chang's eyes. What a terrible price was paid for that so-called miracle. Jin's gaze lingered on Chen Chang's dazzling silver hair for a moment, then she nodded slowly.
This kind of thing is rare in the world and can only be encountered by chance. But I can promise to use the full power of the fire to search for you. Her promise was resounding.
Chen Chang, Bai Yuexin couldn't help but speak, a hint of urgency in her voice. Don't forget, you still have the qualifications to enter the secret realm of ruins number 03. The places left behind by ancient civilizations are full of adventures and unknown treasures.
Perhaps there will be what you want there. Secret ruins. These 4 words made Chen Chang's heart move. Right. There are also secret realms. Anything is possible in secret realms. That is his most direct and most likely hope right now.
After taking a look at Chen Chang, Jean stood up and slowly walked to Chen Chang without taking out any contract or asking for any form of restraint. A faint, yet extremely confident smile appeared on her face.
I believe you are a smart person and know how to choose. Not to mention.
She paused, her words carrying an undeniable power.
I believe that what I can give you is far more than what any other person or any other force can give you.
This sentence contains both protection and warning. It is an olive branch, but also an invisible shackle.
Chen Chang understood.
He stood up slowly, his vitality suddenly draining away, and he was not yet familiar with his current physical condition.
I see.
Jean nodded with satisfaction and turned to walk towards the door.
No need to send it off.
Take good care of them, and take good care of yourself.
If you need anything, feel free to contact UXIN.
After saying that, she took Bai Yuexin and left the room.
Click. The door is closed. The entire luxurious suite fell into silence again.
Chen Chang stood there for a long time before he turned around and walked towards the bedroom, dragging his heavy and weak body.
As soon as the door was opened, suppressed, subtle sobs came out.
Hua Weiman curled up on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees, her body shaking constantly. She heard the door open and looked up. When she saw Chen Chang's haggard face, the tears that had just stopped burst out again.
Chen Chang.
She staggered to her feet and threw herself into Chen Chang's arms like a wounded little animal.
Woo.
She couldn't say anything, she could only hug him with all her strength, as if she wanted to pass on all her fear and sadness to him.
Chen Chang's body stiffened for a moment.
He could feel the girl's body in his arms, cold and soft. He slowly raised his somewhat dry hands and gently patted her back.
Just now my parents called. Hua Weiman's voice was muffled in his chest, with a heavy nasal tone. They asked what happened to my sister. I didn't dare tell the truth. I just told them that my sister was fine, just weak. I lied to them. Chen Chang. I'm so scared. Chen Chang's heart was gripped hard.
He could imagine how much pressure and torment this young girl, who had just reached adulthood, felt when she received the communication from her parents.
You did the right thing. He rubbed her head, his voice hoarse but with a soothing power. Don't let them worry. Leave the rest to me.
He bent down and, in an almost stiff posture, picked up the girl who was crying so hard that she was about to collapse, along with her anxiety. His movements were slow, and each one strained his aging muscles and joints. But he still carried her to the bed steadily and put her down gently. The two sisters lay together. Hua Shilua's breathing was steady and long, and her chest rose and fell evenly. Except for the pale little face, it looked like it was asleep. With their minds connected, Chen Chang and Hua Weiman could both clearly feel that Hua Shilua's life source had stabilized, but her previous injuries were too severe, and both her mind and body needed some time to recover.
I understand the truth.
But the fear of watching his sister almost die in front of him still haunted Hua Weiman like a nightmare. She didn't dare leave her sister for a moment, and at this moment she subconsciously leaned towards Chen Chang, resting her cheek on his arm, absorbing the body warmth that made her feel at ease.
Chen Chang. Wei Mian.
Chen Chang didn't wait for her to finish and whispered, I just joined an organization called the Human Spark Project. He did not hide anything and simply told her Jean Jin's identity and the protection and resources she could get by joining the Spark Project.
Hua Weimian listened quietly.
When Chen Chang finished speaking, she raised her head, and her eyes, washed by tears, were as clear as a pool of spring water.
She didn't ask what the plan was.
Nor do they care how much benefit they can get.
She just looked into Chen Chang's eyes and said in a tearful yet firm voice, "Wherever you go, we'll go. My sister and I will always follow you."
These words, like a hot iron, were deeply imprinted on Chen Chang's heart. He looked at the girl's face, which was tearful but full of trust. He turned his head and looked at Hua Shilua, who was sleeping quietly beside him, having used her life to block the fatal blow for him. A cold, tangible murderous intent slowly condensed and took shape in the deepest part of his heart.
It was no longer just anger.
Rather, it is a determination for revenge that has become incomparably pure after being tempered by despair and pain. He will find a way to restore his vitality.
He would let all three of them live well. Then he will completely wipe out the organization called Human World from this world, inch by inch.
Chen Chang took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the murderous intent. He pulled the quilt over the two sisters and gently covered them. His hands already had a look of wrinkles that was inconsistent with his age.
The human world.
His whisper was heard in the dim light.
Chapter 50, Returning Home, the martial arts show ends.
The speed of the spark is astonishingly fast. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Bai Yuexin. Her expression was a little complicated, and she was holding a metal low-temperature box in her hand. She sat on the sofa, placed the low-temperature box on the coffee table in front of her, opened it, and solemnly took out two light blue potions and placed them in front of Chen Chang.
This is the latest life-saving potion developed by the Federation that the organization has found so far.
Her voice was very soft.
Chen Chang didn't say anything. He looked at the potions in her hand and picked up one of them. The potion is only the size of a thumb.
Without any hesitation, he tore open the sterile packaging, pointed the needle at his arm, and stabbed it in. The cold liquid flowed through the blood vessels and spread throughout the body in an instant.
A warm feeling, like soaking in a hot spring, slowly rises from every part of my body.
The weak feeling of having my vitality drained away did feel a little relieved.
Very weak.
But it does work. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
High concentration of life energy infusion detected, absorbing. Absorption complete. Host's vitality restored by 4.8%.
Warning: repeated use of similar synthetic drugs will significantly reduce their effectiveness. It is recommended that the host seek out natural treasures, various divine objects, the blood of divine beasts, etc., which can significantly restore vitality.
Chen Chang's brows furrowed instantly. Less than 5%. Moreover, the effect will get worse and worse.
He had never even heard of the divine creatures and beasts that the system mentioned. It seemed like he would have to look for them later. He looked at his hand. The blood vessels under the skin were still clearly visible, but the fullness and elasticity that belonged to a young man had not recovered much. It seems that this kind of artificial synthesis is just a drop in the bucket after all.
Something is better than nothing.
He sighed inwardly, and without wasting any time, he picked up the remaining potion and turned to walk into the bedroom. Hua Shilua was still lying quietly, and Hua Weiman was guarding beside her. He had not slept all night, and his eyes were red and swollen like peaches. Seeing Chen Chang coming in, Hua Weimian quickly stood up.
Chen Chang didn't say anything, but walked to the bed, gently lifted Hua Shilua's sleeve, revealing her snow-white arm. Needle insertion.
The azure potion was slowly pushed into her body. After doing all this, Chen Chang walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Bai Yuexin was still waiting.
When will the secret realm open?
Chen Cheng's voice was hoarse, with an unquestionable determination. Bai Yuexin looked at his wrinkled face and sighed in her heart.
6 months later. Half a year.
Chen Cheng's fists clenched quietly at his side.
6 months. It's too long.
But it also gave him a chance to breathe and prepare.
I see.
Bai Yuexin nodded, as if she didn't want to disturb them anymore, and stood up to leave. Before leaving, she added one more sentence.
We will return to Hanwu City early tomorrow morning. You guys, get ready.
After saying that, she opened the door and walked out.
Evening.
The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire room a warm orange.
On the bed.
Hua Shilua's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. There was confusion in his eyes at first. She saw the familiar ceiling and felt the familiar body temperature of her sister beside her. Then, memories, like a flood bursting through a dam, flooded into her mind.
Podium. Black beams of light. Severe pain running through the body. And
Chen Cheng's face was full of despair and collapse. And, through the soul connection, she could clearly feel the huge source of life belonging to Chen Cheng that was madly rushing into her body and pulling her back from the brink of death. He exchanged his life for hers.
Wow! A cry that was suppressed to the extreme, full of pain and heartbreak, suddenly burst out from her throat. That's not because of fear of death.
It's not because of the relief of surviving the disaster.
That's heartbreaking. It was an overwhelming heartache, enough to drown her completely. Sister! You're awake. Hua Weimian was surprised and happy, and hugged her tightly.
Chen Chang also rushed in immediately. When he saw Hua Shilua's tearful face, his heart was also gripped.
Chen Chang.
Hua Shilua broke free from her sister's arms and threw herself towards Chen Chang. Her little hands tightly grasped his clothes and she cried heart-wrenchingly.
Why did you save me?
Your life. Her words were intermittent, and every word was like a knife.
Chen Chang's body was stiff.
He used his already dry hands to clumsily hold the trembling girl in his arms tighter.
Your life is my life, fool.
His voice was very hoarse.
Don't cry. Life force can be replenished.
We'll find a way later. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, I will find many, many more and replenish them all.
I promise. In the soul connection, that unshakable determination was clearly transmitted.
The crying in my arms gradually subsided and turned into low sobs. Chen Chang patted her back gently and told them that he would be returning home tomorrow. The two girls hugged each other and cried heartily again. It was as if he wanted to vent out all his fear, despair, and anxiety with his tears.
After crying, their emotions finally calmed down a little. The second day. Early morning.
All the teachers and students of Hangu University have gathered in the square outside the hotel. The atmosphere was strangely solemn. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted towards the three figures standing at the front of the team. When Chen Cheng appeared with his arms around the two sisters, the entire square fell into dead silence.
They can't understand. They couldn't figure it out either.
All of them saw with their own eyes through the live broadcast that Hua Shilua had her chest pierced by that terrifying black light.
That is a fatal injury. But now, she just stood there.
Apart from the fact that his face was still pale and he looked a little weak, there was no difference from before. And the man who created all these miracles.
Chen Chang.
His face. That originally handsome face now had a trace of visibly haggard and old age, and even fine lines could be seen at the corners of the eyes. There were a few glaring silver strands mixed in the originally black short hair.
What huge secrets are hidden in these three people? For a moment, awe, curiosity, fear, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined in everyone's hearts.
Chen Chang ignored those glances. He just held the hands of the two sisters beside him tightly. Their hands were a little cold, but very soft.
He took the lead and walked towards the maglev car not far away. His back looked somewhat desolate in the early morning sunlight.
But his steps were extremely firm.
Let's go home. Chapter 51. Still a student. The maglev car stopped silently at the door of the villa. Without alarming anyone,
Chen Cheng supported the two sisters, one in each hand, and got out of the car.
Insert the key into the lock and turn it.
There was a click, and then the door was pushed open. A familiar, warm smell of home hits me in the face. The three of them walked into the villa, and as the door slowly closed, it seemed as if all the noise and danger from the outside world were isolated outside the door. At this moment, my heart was completely at peace.
Finally, home.
Hua Weimian looked at the familiar living room, breathed a long sigh of relief, and relaxed completely. Hua Shilua also snuggled in Chen Chang's arms, rubbing her little face against his chest. Her nerves, which had been tense for several days, finally relaxed completely.
Time has quietly entered winter.
At Hangwu University, Jin personally gave the order and gave them a week off. So, the three of them began their recuperation life in the villa with peace of mind. Their daily lives became simple and regular.
Early in the morning, I woke up in a warm bed.
Then, he practiced in the spacious training room of the villa, using the terrifying training speed of the armed space. After experiencing that life and death catastrophe, the three people's state of mind had a qualitative leap, and their cultivation was more effective than ever. The strange energy in the body is growing at an unprecedented rate. Chen Sheng hugged the two sisters, and through the soul connection, he felt the increasingly surging power in each other's bodies, and his heart was filled with great satisfaction.
Of course, besides practicing, in-depth communication is also an essential daily task. This is not just to satisfy Qin Cheng's ulterior motives.
Moreover, every time the soul and body merge, their soul connection becomes stronger and their mutual understanding becomes deeper.
This will have immeasurable benefits for improving their future combat capabilities.
This day, the training ends. Chen Shang was lying comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the imperial treatment from the two sisters, one massaging his shoulders and the other beating his legs. All right, he suddenly remembered something and said to Hua Weimian, who was massaging his legs, "Send some money home.
We are considered rich now." Hua Weimian nodded and took out the communicator. "How many turns?" "Let's transfer 10 million first,"
Chen Shang said casually. The two sisters' hands paused at the same time.
10 million? Is it too much?"
Hua Shilua said in a low voice, her tone full of shock.
"That's 10 million federal coins.
Their parents will never be able to earn so much money in several lifetimes." Chen Shang smiled and pulled her into his arms.
"A lot? Not much. When we have more money in the future, we will buy them a manor to live in during their retirement."
He then said to Hua Weimian, "Listen to me and transfer 10 million.
If it's not enough, transfer more."
Hua Weimian looked at Chen Shang, her heart warmed. She nodded heavily and started operating the communicator. When Hua Weimian saw the prompt on the communicator indicating that the transfer was successful, her eyes suddenly turned red. She knew what these 10 million meant to her ordinary little family. Just when Chen Shang was about to say, "Why not just transfer a few more times?" Hua Shilua in his arms suddenly grabbed his hand.
"That's enough, it's really enough."
She raised her head, her face flushed, and murmured softly, we have our own family, and we'll have to spend money in the future."
Chen Shang was stunned.
Then, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
"Your own home? What a great home to call our own." He pinched Hua Shilua's smooth little face and teased, "Ha, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning your elbows outward?"
It really is true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up.
Hua Shilua's face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out.
She buried her head in his arms and dared not see anyone. Hua Weimian, who was standing next to him, also blushed slightly and hit him lightly. The atmosphere in the villa gradually became harmonious in such a warm and sweet daily life. The depression and gloom brought about by the thrilling assassination seemed to be dispelled little by the warm winter sun. After all, they are all young people in their 20s. No matter how heavy the past is, it will eventually be replaced by vigorous vitality.
During this month,
the cultivation of the three of them improved by leaps and bounds. Bai Yuexin sent a huge amount of resources, and with the blessing of the understanding of life and death, they have firmly stood at the peak of the middle stage of the control realm. He is only one step away from breaking through to the higher level of the control realm.
This day,
Chen Shengzhang and his two sisters were watching a boring soap opera in the living room. His communicator suddenly rang. When I picked it up, it was Bai Yuexin. Chen Sheng answered the call casually. The light curtain lit up, and Bai Yuexin's beautiful face, like an ice goddess, appeared on the screen. However, at this moment, there was a hint of suppressed anger on her face.
"Chen Chang."
The first sentence she said stunned Chen Shang.
"Are you three planning on failing the course this year?" "Failing a course?"
Chen Shang looked puzzled.
Teacher Bai, what do you mean by this? Bai Yuexin looked at his confused expression and became furious. What's the meaning? You still have the nerve to ask me what I mean? Count it up yourself. How many serious classes have you attended since the start of school? After you returned from the freshman exchange competition, the school granted you a week off to recuperate. But now, it's already been a month. Where are you guys? Are you going to come back to class next semester? Do you think that if you win the Southeast Division Championship, you can skip school, skip exams, and just wait for the school to issue your diploma? Bai Yuexin's series of questions were like a machine gun, confusing Chen Chang.
The two sisters next to them also heard the roar coming from the communicator and shrank their necks in fear.
Chen Chang suddenly realized. They seemed to be students.
The past month had been so comfortable. Every day, apart from cultivation, he had in-depth communication with the two sisters. He almost forgot that he was still a student. Looking at Chen Chang's expression in the communicator as he finally reacted, Bai Yuexin took a deep breath and suppressed her anger.
Tomorrow. Come to class right now. Did you hear that?
After saying that, without waiting for Chen Chang to answer, he hung up the phone with a click. Chen Chang held the communicator and looked at the two sisters in surprise. A few seconds later.
Puff. Hua Weinian and Hua Shilua couldn't hold back any longer, so they covered their mouths and laughed.
They laughed so hard that their bodies shook and swayed back and forth. As their bodies swayed violently, the home suspender nightgowns that Chen Chang specially bought for them clung tightly to their well-developed bodies, outlining breathtaking curves. The plump pair of breasts in front of them rose and fell with their movements, making people dizzy.
Chen Chang's gaze suddenly widened.
He grabbed the two girls who were laughing so hard that they were almost out of breath and pulled them into his arms.
Okay, you guys. You still dare to laugh at me?
His voice became more and more obscene. It seems that I've been too nice to you recently, and you've forgotten the rules of the house. Feeling that dishonest big hand and the suddenly rising temperature on Chen Chang's body, the sisters' laughter stopped abruptly. Their pretty faces were instantly dyed with two touching blushes.
Chen Chang, don't, it's not dark yet.
Hua Weimian protested in a low voice, her voice as soft as cotton candy.
Chen Chang smiled evilly, lowered his head and blew into her ear. Who said we have to wait until dark? Today, I'll let you know what Bai Xian means.
Before he finished speaking, from the bedroom, there came the sound of deep communication that made people blush and their hearts beat faster.
It continued until late at night. Chapter 52 Fan Meeting. The next day.
When Chen Chang brought his twin sisters back into the school from the villa complex deep inside the school,
he's still a little uncomfortable.
After several months of absence, they returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar place, although they had been away for longer than they had been in school.
All three of them were wearing the school's uniform. Chen Chang was wearing a neat black suit-style school uniform.
When he wore it, coupled with his face, which had added a bit of vicissitudes and fortitude due to the loss of vitality, it actually produced a wonderful chemical reaction.
He is no longer the youthful and heroic man he once was.
It's a kind of deepness mixed with that of a mature man, which makes him exude a fatal attraction all over his body. The two sisters next to them are still wearing the classic JK school uniforms. A black pleated skirt, a white shirt, and under the stockings are two straight and slender, perfect legs.
The nourishment over the past few days has added a touch of charm to their already stunning looks.
One on each side, they held Chen Chang's arms tightly, like a little bird. The three of them were walking on the main road of the campus.
At first, it didn't cause much stir. But soon, a girl passing by stopped in her tracks when she saw Chen Chang's face.
She rubbed her eyes.
Next second,
a scream loud enough to pierce the eardrums resounded through the sky.
Ah!
This shout was like throwing a depth charge into a calm lake.
Boom! The entire main road was boiling in an instant. Where is God Chen? Oh my God! It's really Chen Shun. He's back to school. Oh my God! Alive! It's the living God Chen. Countless students came from all directions, like a tide. There is awe and admiration in the boy's eyes. And in the girl's eyes, there was undisguised, naked enthusiasm. God Chen! Look here! Look here! God Chen, God Chen! I love you! Hubby! You're finally back!
Chen Chang and the other two were surrounded in an instant.
It originally only took 10 minutes to walk from the villa gate to the teaching building.
They walked for half an hour and were not even halfway there. The situation was completely out of control.
It's more like a fan meeting than going to school. Make way. Everyone, make way.
The school security guards rushed over, sweating profusely, and barely squeezed out a path through the crowd. Chen Chang was a little overwhelmed by this situation.
But at the same time, men's vanity is also greatly satisfied. He cleared his throat and looked at the enthusiastic faces around him.
He suddenly raised his voice and announced with full energy, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm.
But I have to explain something."
He raised his arm, which was tightly held by the two sisters, and a slightly ostentatious smile appeared on his face.
I'm already taken. These two are my women. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't stand a chance.
The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his eyebrows at the two sisters next to him. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian's faces turned red in an instant. They lowered their heads, feeling both shy and happy.
The crowd around was silent for a moment. Then, an even more violent scream broke out. Ah! It's official. He's official. I knew it.
I knew they were a couple.
Woo woo woo, even though I'm heartbroken, I'm so excited. However, just then,
a senior schoolmate with a hot body and wearing a cool tank top squeezed to the front, staring at Chen Chang with her big eyes.
God Chen.
She licked her red lips, her voice charming.
Excuse me, would you mind having one more woman? Boom. The crowd exploded again. Chen Chang was stunned. He looked at the bold and unrestrained senior schoolmate in front of him, and then looked at the girls around him who were eager to try in its shining eyes. He stroked his chin, a smug expression on his face. This seems possible. Just as this thought flashed through his mind. Hiss. Chen Chang took a breath of cold air. He felt the soft flesh on his waist being pinched hard by two small hands with all their strength at the same time, and then rotated 180 degrees. That's sour and refreshing. The two sisters raised their heads, their pretty faces puffed with anger, and glared at him fiercely. That look seemed to say, "Do you dare to nod and try?" Chen Chang's face fell instantly. After much difficulty, under the escort of security guards, the three finally squeezed into the classroom. The entire special ability class fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Complexity, awe, and a hint of alienation. Chen Chang saw Gu Tianhe sitting in the front row at a glance. This former A-level genius was now looking at him with an extremely resentful look. There seemed to be words written in those eyes. We're all here to participate in the competition, so why are you the only one who's pretending to be so cool? Chen Chang shrugged, too lazy to pay attention to him. He took the two sisters and walked straight to the exclusive seats in the last row. Just then, the sound of high heels was heard. Bai Yuexin walked in. She saw the three people sitting safely in their seats, and the expression on her icy face relaxed a little. She nodded as a greeting. Then, today's class began. Today, we'll discuss the derivative applications of superpowers and the changes in energy forms under different circumstances. Bai Yuexin spoke in a simple and easy-to-understand manner at the podium. The other students in the class also listened very attentively. Only Chen Chang. He felt it was quite boring. These theoretical knowledge are certainly important. But it doesn't mean much to him. With the soul connection there, if the two sisters understood, it was equivalent to him understanding. He could just be lazy and let them remember these boring things. He only needs to be responsible for fighting and communicating deeply. So, Uncle Chen just lay on the table and began to doze off openly. He even pulled the sisters' hands over and played with them in his palms. The two sisters blushed with shame. They wanted to pull it back, but they didn't dare to make too much noise. Bai Yuexin, who was sitting on the podium, naturally saw all of this. The vein on her forehead twitched uncontrollably. But in the end, she held back. Ding ling ling. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Get out of class dismissed. Bai Yuexin dropped two words and turned away. Chen Chang, Hua Shilua, Hua Weimian, the three of you, come to my office. A cold voice came from the door. Chen Chang curled his lips, knowing that he couldn't avoid what was coming. He pulled the two sisters and followed slowly. In the office, Bai Yuexin sat in her seat and didn't look at them. Teacher, what do you want to talk to us about? Chen Chang took the initiative to speak.
Bai Yuexin raised her head, and her phoenix eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses looked at him calmly. I called you here this time for two reasons. First, regarding the secret realm of ruins number 03, the opening date has been tentatively confirmed, it's in 5 months.
Specific information will be sent to you later.
Chen Chang nodded.
The second thing.
Bai Yuexin paused. She looked at Chen Chang and suddenly raised her hand. On her wrist, she wore a silver bracelet that looked very technological.
That is exactly the storage equipment that the psychics dream of.
When Chen Chang went to war before, the school gave him one for temporary use, which he handed in after he came back. When he saw the storage equipment, the desire in his eyes was unbridled.
This thing is so useful.
Bai Yuexin ignored him and tapped the bracelet lightly.
Next second, something appeared on her desk out of nowhere. It was a stone, about the size of a fist.
The whole body is a dark red color, the surface is bumpy and looks ordinary.
But the moment it appears, Chen Chang's body shook violently. He stared at the stone. He can feel it.
From the inside of that stone emanated an incomparably pure, incomparably majestic breath of life.
Chapter 53 Blood Marrow Stone.
Chen Chang and the other two could feel that the breath was pure and majestic, as if it contained an endless breath of life.
Chen Chang's heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. His body was craving it. This is for you.
Bai Yuexin's voice brought his thoughts back.
Myself.
She added another sentence, emphasizing the ownership of the stone.
Not the school, not the resources of Project Fire. It was a personal gift from Bai Yuexin. Chen Chang was stunned. He looked at Bai Yuexin, then at the dark red stone on the table. He could never have imagined that Bai Yuexin could actually come up with a treasure of this level. This thing is definitely a top-notch treasure from heaven and earth. His thoughts were racing. No reward without merit. What's more, it was a personal gift from such a stunning woman. The meaning behind this is too profound. He can't answer. Just when he was about to refuse, a soft little hand reached out from his side and gently pushed the stone towards Bai Yuexin. It's Hua Shilua. Chen Chang was stunned. However, through the soul connection, he instantly understood the sisters' thoughts. They didn't want him to owe them a favor. Especially, the favor from Bai Yuexin, and Bai Yuexin is only 2 years older than the sisters. Women's intuition makes them instinctively reject Chen Chang and any beautiful women other than themselves, and avoid excessive entanglements. Even if this woman is their respected teacher. Bai Yuexin's gaze lingered on Hua Shilua's white and tender little hand for a moment, but she was not angry. She just looked at Chen Chang calmly. I know you need it. It's called Blood Marrow Stone. It's a special ore that has absorbed a large amount of the essence and blood of high-level exotic beasts and has been formed deep in the Earth's veins for hundreds of years. It can replenish the essence of life very well. The last sentence made Chen Chang's heart tremble violently. She knows. She guessed it. This woman's intuition is terrifyingly sharp. She had already seen it, and she didn't know how much it cost to get such a piece. Chen Chang did not hesitate any longer. I can never say no again. He really needs this thing now. For himself, and more importantly, for the only 20 years of life he shared with Hua Shilua. He stretched out his hand, and with the sisters somewhat reluctantly feeling, he firmly grasped the heavy blood marrow stone in his hand. As soon as he touched the stone, a warm current instantly spread from his palm, making his hands, which were often cold due to the loss of vitality, feel a long-lost warmth. Thank you very much. Chen Chang's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at Bai Yuexin deeply. Then, he pulled the two sisters, who were still a little depressed, and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and didn't look back. Teacher Bai. I'll remember this favor. From now on, whether it's Spark or you personally, if there's anything you need my help with, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I, Chen Chang, will definitely do my best. He spoke slowly, and every word was clear. These words are both a promise and a disguised way of drawing a line between the two sides. I will repay the favor. But that's all between us. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer, took the two sisters and quickly left the office. Bai Yuexin was the only one left in the office. She sat there quietly, watching Chen Chang's disappearing back. I don't know why. When she heard his solemn promise, she didn't feel happy at all. Instead, for no reason, a slight sense of loss welled up in my heart. Time flies quickly in the peaceful campus life. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. The calendar has turned to the new year, January. Winter vacation and New Year are coming soon. This also means final exam, it's here. During this month, Chen Chang and the other two spent almost all of their time in depth communication. The two sisters seemed to be top students, but they had missed too many courses. Fortunately, there is the super plugin called Mind Connection. The two sisters are responsible for memory and understanding, and Chen Chang is responsible for lying down. The learning efficiency of these three people is terrifying. Even so, when the final exam week really came, Chen Chang still felt a little unsure. Walking on the way to the examination room, the winter sun lazily sprinkled on my body. Chen Chang hugged the two sisters beside him and couldn't help asking, "Hey, you two, are you sure? If we fail this exam, that woman by Yuexin will probably really hang us up and beat us." Hua Weimian rolled her eyes at him, but there was a hint of a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. "What are you afraid of? Teacher Bai doesn't seem to be willing to hit you." I don't know why she suddenly said such a thing, but before he could react, Hua Shilua beside him actually nodded and continued, "Hubby, when the time comes, can't you just watch us, right?" "What?" Chen Chang didn't react. "Husband," Hua Weimian added. Chen Chang heard it now. He immediately hugged the two sisters and gave each of them a big kiss. He laughed out loud. Hua Weimian panted and continued, "Hubby, if you write the same as us, you will definitely pass." When Chen Chang heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Yes. How could I have forgotten this? With the soul connection, aren't there two test papers equivalent to my cheat sheets? As long as they can pass, I can definitely pass. He was completely relieved and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. However, he was still overwhelmed by the sisters calling him husband. "Hee, you are worthy of being my baby. You are still reliable at the critical moment." He proudly kissed each of the two women on their pretty faces. This made the two sisters blush and pout. Chapter 54 Husband? Return to the villa. Chen Chang didn't even have time to be affectionate with the two sisters. He took the blood marrow stone and pulled Hua Shilua into the room. In the room, Chen Chang sat cross-legged on the bed, Hua Shilua sat in front of him, and he held the dark red stone in his palm. He closed his eyes and lost his mind. Next second, an unimaginably huge and extremely pure life energy, like a torrent bursting through a dam, flowed madly into his body along his palm. Buzz! His body began to tremble violently. Every cell moaned greedily and joyfully under this majestic rain of life. The feeling of weakness as if the bone marrow was drained out is being quickly filled and repaired. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound exploded. Detected an extremely high concentration of life source energy injection. Absorbing crazily. Absorption completed. Host's vitality has been greatly restored. The current host and the bound target Hua Shilua have their combined vitality replenished by 30%, leaving 56 years. Boom! Chen Chang's mind buzzed. 56 years. It skyrocketed from the previous 20 years to 56 years. This tiny stone actually added 36 years to their lifespan. Chen Chang suddenly opened his eyes and rushed to the mirror. Hua Shilua also hugged him from behind with joy. In the mirror, his face, which had originally looked somewhat old and haggard, now looked full of life again. The skin regained its firmness and elasticity, the deep eye sockets became fuller, and the few fine wrinkles on the face disappeared without a trace. The most eye-catching strands of silver hair also turned back to black. Although he still looked more mature and profound than his peers, the morbid feeling of premature aging had completely disappeared. He turned back into the man full of fatal attraction. Call. Chen Chang let out a long breath. A huge stone in my heart fell to the ground with a loud bang. He clenched his fists, feeling the vitality in his body surging again, and an unprecedented sense of strength and confidence arose spontaneously. World. He put his arm around Hua Shilua and gave himself in the mirror a cold and cruel smile. Wait for me. The final exam 3 days later. Chen Chang sat on the emperor's throne in the last row, surrounded by women, looking calm and composed. He closed his eyes and immersed his mind completely in the soul connection, ready to perfectly replicate the sisters' answers. However, when he saw the contents of 2 test papers at the same time, the smile on his face froze.
On Hua Weiman's test paper, the answer to the first big question was a long and eloquent article about the theory of morphological decay of superpowers under high-pressure environments.
The first question on Hua Shilua's test paper was on the possibility of energy collision and fusion between different attribute abilities. The title is completely different. Husband. Husband, husband.
Almost at the same time, the sisters' crying and anxious voices rang wildly in his mind.
I don't know how to do this. Tell me how to write it. Wow, hubby, teacher by never even mentioned this exam topic. What should I do? Chen Chang.
He slowly opened his eyes.
On the left is Hua Weiman's little face that looks like it's about to cry.
On the right are Hua Shilua's big eyes filled with helplessness and panic.
Then,
he lowered his head and looked at the brand new third version of the test paper in front of him, which only had his name and student number written on it.
Silence. Deathly silence.
He suddenly raised his head, his gaze passed over countless heads and landed precisely on the podium.
Bai Yuexin, the invigilator, happened to look at him as if she had telepathy. Their eyes met.
The corners of Bai Yuexin's mouth curled up in a subtle arc, with a hint of teasing and pride. Then, she turned around leisurely and walked to the other side of the examination room with graceful steps.
That moment, Chen Chang understood everything. This woman. She anticipated his prediction. The 3-day final exam is finally over. When the bell for the last exam rang, Chen Chang and the other two did not feel the relief and joy they had expected. Instead, they walked out of the examination room dejectedly, like 3 defeated quails. Especially Chen Chang. He felt that he was really going to send it this time. He relied on guessing to answer all 3 papers. He could already imagine what a wonderful expression would appear on Bai Yuexin's icy face when the results came out. Return to the villa.
The two sisters were also in a low mood. Although they are top students, they missed too many classes and encountered a devilish teacher like Bai Yuexin who did not play by the rules.
They are also in great danger in this exam. It's over. I'm definitely going to fail this time. Hua Weiman slumped on the sofa with a look of despair on his face. We failed the exam. Will teacher Bai punish us?
Hua Shilua looked at Chen Chang pitifully.
What else can Chen Chang say?
He could only hold them in his arms, one each, and comfort their wounded hearts in the most primitive way. The end of the exam also means the official start of winter vacation. There are still 10 days until the Chinese New Year. Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman will eventually have to go home to celebrate the New Year.
At the entrance of the villa, the two sisters each held Chen Chang's arms, reluctant to leave. Hubby, you are alone at school, you must eat well and don't be lazy and not practice.
Hua Weiman's eyes were red, and she warned like a little housekeeper.
Hubby, we will miss you.
Hua Shilua buried her face in his arms, her voice muffled.
I know.
Chen Chang pinched their little faces and said with a smile, it's not a life and death separation.
You'll be back after the New Year, right? Let's go quickly and don't keep your uncle and aunt waiting anxiously.
In the end, after saying goodbye every 3 steps, the two sisters got on the maglev car to go home.
The huge villa became empty in an instant. Only Chen Chang was left. To be honest, I'm still a little uncomfortable. He shook his head, closed the door, and turned back to the villa. Life alone is a bit boring. Apart from cultivation, there is still cultivation. This day,
Chen Chang was in the training room, shirtless, sweating profusely as he performed physical strengthening exercises. His body, which had been replenished with vitality and temper through thousands of trials, was full of explosive power in every muscle, and his lines were smooth and perfect, making it a work of art.
Knock, knock, knock.
At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa. Chen Chang stopped and frowned slightly.
Who?
Everyone in the school should have gone home to celebrate the New Year. He was a little confused, but he put on a coat, walked over and opened the door. The figure standing at the door made him stunned.
It's Bai Yuexin.
She didn't wear the neat teacher's uniform today, but instead changed into a long off-white cashmere coat with a high-neck sweater of the same color underneath, which made her beautiful face look less fierce and more homely and gentle. In her hands, she was holding 2 large shopping bags filled with various fresh ingredients.
Won't you invite me in to sit down?
Bai Yuexin looked at the dazed Chen Chang, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Chen Chang finally reacted and quickly moved aside to let her in.
Bai Yuexin didn't hesitate to change into slippers and walked towards the kitchen with the ingredients. She was so familiar with the place as if she was going back to her own home. Chen Chang followed behind, completely confused. Teacher Bai, why, didn't you go home for the new year? My home is in Hanwu City, so there's no rush. Bai Yuexin put the ingredients in the refrigerator, turned around, and leaned on the glass table, looking at him with a pair of amused eyes. But you, how are you going to celebrate the new year alone? Chen Chang didn't have time to answer. His communicator suddenly rang. It was a video call from the two sisters. Chen Chang answered the call casually. The screen lit up, and the two almost identical, yet charming faces of Hua Weiman and Hua Shilua appeared on the screen at the same time. Hubby, have you eaten yet? As soon as the communication was connected, Hua Weiman's clear and sweet voice came out. We ate a lot of delicious food at home, and my mom kept talking about you, asking why you didn't come back with us for the new year. Husband, do you miss us? Hua Shilua also asked softly, her big eyes twinkling. Chen Chang looked at the two babies on the screen, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and he chatted with them about family matters. Anna sighed. Bai Yuexin just stood there quietly, arms folded, listening with great interest. A few minutes later, Chen Chang hung up the phone. As soon as he turned around, he met Bai Yuexin's eyes that seemed to be smiling. She clicked her tongue twice and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Husband? Chapter 55. Come home with me for the new year. Chen Chang's smile froze on his face. The word husband was played out through the communicator and was particularly clear in the empty and quiet villa. He coughed awkwardly twice, subconsciously trying to explain. However, Bai Yuexin just crossed her arms and looked at him with a smile, as if saying, let me see how you make it up. This woman. Alarm bells were ringing in Chen Chang's heart. He turned off the communication and looked at the beautiful teacher in front of him with vigilance. She was completely different from her usual self. There was something wrong with her today. There was no longer the coldness and severity of the podium, but instead there was a kind of indescribable laziness and easygoingness. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Teacher Bai. Chen Chang calmed himself down and decided to take the initiative. What exactly do you want to do? He really wasn't sure. This woman is completely different now than she was before. Puff. Bai Yuexin suddenly laughed. Her smile was like the thawing of an iceberg and the blooming of spring flowers. The instantaneous blossoming of her charm made Chen Chang's heart skip a beat. But he quickly calmed down. The more beautiful the smile, the more dangerous it may be. What can I do? Bai Yuexin glanced at him sideways, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Of course, I'm here, for a home visit. Home visit? Chen Chang was even more confused. College students were even being visited at home? This was a lie. Moreover, is it necessary to carry 2 large bags of vegetables when visiting a home? However, he still forced himself to remain calm. What are you afraid of? This is the territory of Hanwu University and his villa. Although my cultivation level is not as high as hers, I definitely cannot beat her. But I'm the champion of this year's Southeast Division Freshman Martial Arts Competition. I'm the face of Hanwu University. How can we lose in momentum? Home visit? Chen Chang puffed out his chest, a look of I don't believe you on his face. Teacher Bai, your joke is not funny at all. Bai Yuexin ignored him. She turned around gracefully, put down the 2 shopping bags in her hands, and then began to walk around the villa like a queen inspecting her territory. She first glanced at the living room and then walked to the dining room. Finally, her footsteps stopped in the corridor on the 2nd floor. On both sides of the corridor are 3 bedrooms. The doors are all open. In 2 of the rooms, the beds were neatly made and spotless, and it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. And the only master bedroom. The bed is huge. The quilt was piled there in a somewhat messy manner. There seemed to be a hint of charming and ambiguous atmosphere lingering in the air. Bai Yuexin stopped at the door of the master bedroom. She just stood there quietly, looking at the big bed that was big enough for 4 or 5 people. Chen Chang followed behind her. He looked at Bai Yuexin's slender back, his face as thick as the corner of a city wall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of shame for having his secret discovered, but rather a little proud. Just then, from behind, he saw Bai Yuexin's snow-white neck was dyed with a layer of attractive pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blush spread rapidly,
and even her delicate earlobes became crystal clear.
Pooh. A very light, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed spitting sound came out of her mouth.
The sound is very soft. But Chen Chang heard it. He was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted up uncontrollably. It turns out, the ice goddess can also blush.
The visit is over.
The two returned to the sofa in the living room.
The atmosphere became a little subtle.
Bai Yuexin returned to her cold and aloof look, but a faint blush still remained on her cheeks. She crossed her legs gracefully, and under her beige cashmere coat were her long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Her snow-white skin hidden under the stockings looked particularly attractive under the light. Chen Chang sat opposite her with his head lowered, looking as if he was deeply reflecting on his mistakes. But the corner of his eyes was dishonest, and he would glance at the whiteness from time to time.
Really smooth. Oh no, Mashiro. The living room fell into silence.
In the end, it was Bai Yuexin who spoke first. Her voice returned to its usual coolness.
Chen Chang.
Here. Chen Chang immediately sat up straight, looking like a good boy. Bai Yuexin found it a little funny when she saw him like this, but she managed to hold it back. She spoke slowly and threw out a bait that Chen Chang could not refuse.
This final exam. Do you want to pass? Chen Chang was stunned. Pass?
The word seemed so far away from him. However, now that Bai Yuexin suddenly mentioned it, it seemed like there was a chance.
Of course he wanted to. Very much.
He suddenly raised his head, and his handsome face was instantly filled with an extremely flattering, even somewhat servile smile. All the previous vigilance and suspicion were thrown out of the window.
I want to. Teacher Bai. I want to dream about you.
As he spoke, he moved his butt closer to Bai Yuexin with a very enthusiastic attitude.
Teacher Bai, tell me. What do you want me to do? As long as Shilua Weimian and I can pass the exam, I'll do whatever you ask me to do.
He patted his chest and promised solemnly. The look of someone who was willing to sell his soul and even his body just to pass the exam made the curve of Bai Yuexin's mouth grow bigger and bigger.
She smiled. She has a beautiful smile. Those beautiful phoenix eyes curved into two beautiful crescents.
She slowly moved towards Chen Chang.
A faint, orchid-like fragrance entered Chen Chang's nostrils. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Chen Chang could even see her long eyelashes and her delicate skin.
He subconsciously held his breath.
Are you trying to take advantage of me?
He actually felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Just in his wild thoughts. Bai Yuexin's warm, red lips, with a hint of heat, gently moved close to his ear. Her voice was very light and soft.
Come home with me for the new year. Chapter 56, Being Tightly Controlled. Teacher Bai.
Chen Chang calmed himself down. Although the temptation of passing the final exam was enormous, and although there was also the huge favor of the blood marrow stone, but he couldn't sacrifice too much, right?
I don't understand you.
Bai Yuexin looked at his pretending to be calm, and the smile on her lips became even more intense. It was the pleasure of a hunter watching his prey step into the trap step by step.
That's what it means.
She restrained her smile and seemed to have regained her previous icy beauty temperament.
My family is the Bai family in Hangu City.
Although it's not a big deal in the entire federation, it's still quite famous in this area. Chen Chang listened quietly, but was thinking quickly in his mind.
He had never heard of this information.
He only knew that she was a teacher at Hangu University, a powerful A-level psychic, and a 4th-level domain expert who had touched the threshold of the law. Bai Yuexin seemed to be lost in some memories, and her voice became a little deeper.
I am the strongest at home. But my parents are just ordinary people.
They don't understand what fields or rules are. They only know that their daughter, who is almost 23 years old, doesn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a male friend. Having said that, she smiled self-deprecatingly, with a hint of helplessness in her smile. Recently, my mom found a blind date for me from nowhere and gave me a death order, forcing me to meet him during the Chinese New Year.
Chen Chang understood.
He looked at the woman in front of him who was so powerful outside and even dared to confront the federal military.
An extremely absurd feeling arose in my heart. Even a strong person in the realm of domain is forced by his family to go on a blind date? This feeling is like hearing that even gods worry about 3 meals a day. It is full of unreality. So, Mr. Bai, what you mean is? That's right.
Bai Yuexin interrupted him and looked at him with burning eyes. I want you to come home with me, pretend to be my boyfriend, and ruin this blind date. The corners of Chen Cheng's eyes twitched violently. He pointed at himself and then at Bai Yuexin. Teacher Bai, we are teacher and student. If this gets out, you, me, this, will have a bad impact, right? Bai Yuexin rolled her eyes at him, and the icy temperament she had just maintained turned into that of a little woman, which made his heart skip a beat. It's just pretend, it's not real. Besides, my family doesn't know you're my student. They only know you're Chen Chang, the champion of this Southeast Region martial arts competition, and the future prodigy of the Federation. She paused, looking him up and down. Besides, we're only 2 years apart in age. Even if we're really boyfriend and girlfriend, I can just quit being a teacher. What's the problem? This is a huge problem. How did they suddenly become boyfriend and girlfriend? Chen Chang was furiously complaining in his heart. Also, your family already knows? So, you're here to inform me now instead of discussing it with me? He just wanted to spend the new year quietly, practice, and wait for his 2 babies to come back. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Pretending to be a boyfriend? What kind of cliched plot is this from some era? Looking at Chen Chang's speechless face full of resistance, Bai Yuexin was not in a hurry. She leaned leisurely on the sofa, changed into a more comfortable position, and her long and beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were gently crossed. The snow-white skin hidden under the thin stockings is faintly visible under the light. Slowly, she threw out the deadly bait again. Do you still want to see you and your 2 precious children pass their final exams? Chen Cheng's expression froze instantly. The 2 little faces of Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman, both looking worried because of the exams, flashed through his mind. I also thought of the 3 papers that I had to guess by chance. If you fail a course. Given Bai Yuexin's personality, the 3 of them will definitely have a colorful life next semester. Final. Reason, or the desire for a comfortable life, overcomes everything. The temptation was so great that it threw all his concerns out of the window. I want to. Teacher Bai. As he spoke, he moved his butt closer to Bai Yuexin with a very enthusiastic attitude. Teacher Bai, tell me. What do you want me to do? Forget pretending to be your boyfriend. Even if I have to go through fire and water for you, for Shilua and Weimian's achievements, I, Chen Chang, will never frown. He patted his chest and promised solemnly. The look of someone willing to sell her soul just to pass the exam made the curve of Bai Yuexin's mouth rise higher and higher. She smiled. She smiled beautifully, and her pretty phoenix eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescents. Very good. She nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were a smart person. Don't worry, she patted Chen Cheng's shoulder, her tone teasing, you are a big celebrity in this martial arts competition. With you on the scene, are you still afraid you won't be able to defeat some random cat or dog that appeared out of nowhere? These words greatly satisfied Chen Cheng's vanity. He puffed out his chest and a smug smile appeared on his face. That's natural. But he suddenly thought of a key question. Then, who is your blind date? The smile on Bai Yuexin's face paused slightly. She looked at Chen Chang and just smiled without saying anything. You'll know when the time comes. Discussion completed. Bai Yuexin stood up, obviously in a very happy mood. She walked to the door, put on her boots, and looked back at Chen Chang. It's settled then. I'll pick you up on the morning of New Year's Eve. After saying that, she opened the door and left with a swaying figure. Click. The door was closed. Chen Chang stood alone in the living room. He looked at the 2 shopping bags filled with fresh produce left in the entryway. I always feel like something is wrong. But, never mind. It can solve the exam problem, so it's worth it. He thought happily and picked up the 2 big bags of cabbage. Look at the red, green and yellow vegetables and fresh meat inside. Chen Chang scratched his head. I can't do it either. He sighed, opened the refrigerator, and stuffed everything in it. Just as he closed the refrigerator door, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Wrong. Who is Bai Yuexin? A powerful person in the realm of the domain. A blind date that would please her parents, yet still cause her trouble, to the point where she would have to use herself as a shield. Could it be an ordinary person? The smile on Chen Chang's face slowly disappeared. He felt as if he had taken on a hot potato. He suddenly wanted to rush out and yell at Bai Yuexin, I don't want to do this anymore. Chapter 57, Play It by the Window.
New Year's Eve, early in the morning.
Knock, knock, knock. The door of the villa was knocked on time. Chen Chang yawned, walked over slowly and opened the door.
The figure at the door instantly woke him up. Bai Yuexin today is completely different from any other day before.
She was not wearing the familiar, cold teacher's uniform. Instead, she changed into a very ladylike beige long skirt, covered with a short light brown fur coat, and a pair of exquisite lambskin short boots on her feet. Her long, shiny black hair falls softly on her shoulders, with slightly curled ends, adding a touch of gentleness. The most important thing is, the iconic gold-rimmed glasses on her face are gone. Without the obstruction of lenses, her already beautiful eyes appeared even bigger and brighter, and her gaze was full of brilliance. When she saw Chen Chang's dazed look, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a heart-warming smile. That smile, like the warmest sunshine in winter, instantly dispelled all the coldness.
Chen Chang's heart skipped a beat. He had only one thought in his mind. This woman, isn't she here to seduce me? Have you seen enough?
There was a hint of ridicule in Bai Yuexin's voice. Chen Chang finally came to his senses and coughed twice to cover up his loss of composure.
Teacher Bai, you. Get in the car.
Bai Yuexin didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. She turned and walked towards a black magnetic levitation car parked at the door. That back view was elegant, calm, and a little strong. Chen Chang curled his lips, closed the door resignedly, and followed. The car drove smoothly on the streets of Hangu City. Bai Yuexin's home is not in some remote wealthy area, but in a quiet villa community in the city center. It has its own door and yard, and looks low-key yet elegant. The car stopped. Bai Yuexin took a deep breath and turned to look at Chen Chang. The smile on her face faded a lot, and she regained some of her usual coldness.
Remember, act according to circumstances.
I'll take care of everything, don't worry.
I understand, Teacher Bai. Chen Chang replied weakly. He is just a tool now.
The two walked to the door of the villa, one in front and one behind.
Bai Yuexin rang the doorbell.
Soon, the door was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing an apron and with a gentle temperament. When she saw Bai Yuexin, a smile immediately appeared on her face, but then her gaze passed over her daughter and fell on Chen Chang behind her.
Her eyes lit up instantly. That's the look a fan gives their idol. Yuexin is back. Could this be?
She hadn't finished her words yet. A majestic and powerful male voice was heard in the living room.
Yuexin is back? Let her friend come in too.
A middle-aged man wearing a dark tang suit, with an elegant face but a dignified look between his brows, walked out of the living room. He is Bai Yuexin's father.
An ordinary person.
But the aura of someone who has been in a high position for a long time makes people dare not underestimate him.
Chen Chang followed Bai Yuexin into the entrance hall.
Dad, Mom, this is my friend, Chen Chang. Bai Yuexin introduced briefly.
Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Chen Chang greeted politely. However, next second,
Bai Yuexin's mother, that beautiful woman with a gentle temperament, suddenly rushed up and grabbed Chen Chang's hand. Her face was filled with unconcealable excitement and ecstasy. She pointed at Chen Chang, her voice trembling with excitement, and shouted to her husband.
Old White. Look. It's God Chen. Alive. It's the living God Chen. Chen Chang. Bai Yuexin. Bai Yuexin's father. The entire living room fell into silence in an instant. The atmosphere was extremely awkward.
Chen Chang felt that his toes had already dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in his shoes awkwardly. Bai Yuexin's mother seemed to realize her own gaffe.
But she doesn't seem to care at all.
She still held Chen Chang's hand tightly and started chattering like a little fangirl.
Oh my. Master Chen. I'm your loyal fan.
When you participated in the freshman martial arts competition, I watched every live broadcast.
You looked so handsome when you beat that Gu Tianhe.
Mom, the Gu Tianhe you mentioned is from our Hangu Team 1, and Chen Chang is from Team 2.
How do we fight?
Bai Yuexin held her forehead and corrected helplessly.
Oh, that's not important.
What's important is that final miracle.
Oh my God. I cried when I saw it.
I never thought my daughter would have such a good relationship with you. As she spoke, she looked proudly at Bai Yuexin beside her with a look that said, my daughter is really capable. Bai Yuexin held her forehead with her hands, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. Now she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. And the other side. Bai Yuexin's father, Bai Jianxiong, didn't look so good. He looked at his wife's infatuated look, and then looked at Chen Chang, who was holding her hand with an embarrassed look on his face. His brows were tightly furrowed. God Chen? Of course he knows. The most dazzling talent in this freshman martial arts competition. But he also knew that this genius was accompanied by two inseparable twin sisters. The Federation will not interfere too much in the marriages of people with special abilities. But his Bai family can't afford to lose this person. How could his daughter, a powerful person in the realm of domain and a genius teacher at Hanwu University, become someone else's mistress? For a moment, Bai Jianxiong looked at Chen Chang with eyes full of scrutiny, suspicion, and undisguised dissatisfaction. Lunchtime is coming soon. Because it was not a formal New Year's Eve dinner, there were only 3 members of the Bai family and Chen Chang at the table. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Bai's mother, Li Shu, was still as enthusiastic as ever. She kept picking up food for Chen Chang and asking him questions. She looked like a mother-in-law who was becoming more and more satisfied with her son-in-law. Bai Jianxiong, Bai's father, had a dark face the whole time and said nothing, only occasionally looking back and forth between Chen Chang and his daughter with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen Chang didn't care. Anyway, he is here to be a tool. He ate his meal calmly, accepting Bai's mother's enthusiasm and ignoring Bai's father's cold eyes. Bai Yuexin sat next to him, feeling very uncomfortable. In this weird atmosphere. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at an inopportune time. The expressions of Bai's parents changed at the same time, and they were both a little embarrassed. Li Shu looked at Chen Chang apologetically and got up to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I heard her voice coming from the door. Xiao Gu is here, please come in. A young man with an upright posture and wearing a brand new military uniform walked in. He was about 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had the iron-blooded and sharpness unique to a soldier. But there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes that was barely perceptible. The moment he walked in, Chen Chang's eyelids twitched suddenly. He felt a vague, murderous aura from this man. That's not murderous intent. Rather, it is a strong aura that comes from being in a high position for a long time, being accustomed to giving orders, and having a desire to control everything. TSK, he comes with bad intentions. Chen Chang made a judgment in his mind instantly. As soon as the man entered the room, he glanced around the living room. When he saw Chen Chang sitting leisurely at the dining table, his brows frowned slightly. Chapter 58. Things got out of hand. The man glanced at Chen Chang and didn't say much, but said hello to Bai's father and mother. Hello, uncle and aunt, Yuexin. He greeted politely. Hey, come sit down, have you eaten yet? Auntie will get you another set of bowls and chopsticks. Li Shu smiled awkwardly and hurried to the kitchen to busy herself. Bai Jianxiong also showed his first smile of the day. Xiao Gu is here, sit down. Bai Yuexin just nodded coldly as a response. Soon, Li Shu brought over the dishes and chopsticks and placed the man named Xiao Gu on the other side of Bai Yuexin. She smiled and introduced, come, let me introduce you. This is Lieutenant Colonel Gu Hai from the Southeast Military Region. With a B-level ability, he's already a 3rd-level Transcendent Realm expert. He's young and promising. She pointed at Chen Chang again. This is Yuexin's friend, Chen Chang. Gu Hai's gaze fell on Chen Chang, and his arrogance could no longer be concealed. Chen Chang? He drawled out his words. I've heard of the champion of this year's freshman martial arts competition. His F-rank ability seems to be called Petrification of the Skin. His words were full of contempt. Chen Chang raised his eyelids and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Lunch, continue. Gu Hai was obviously very good at expressing himself. He kept chatting with Bai Jianxiong about the situation in the Federation and the military deployment, showing off his knowledge and abilities. Hearing Bai Jianxiong nodding repeatedly, the smile on his face became more and more intense. Chen Chang, on the other hand, continued to eat as if nothing had happened. It was as if everything on the table had nothing to do with him. His inaction made Bai Yuexin beside him very angry. Is this the way this guy acts according to circumstances? She asked him to come so that he could be a shield. He is not here to be a food-drinking machine. Hiss. Chen Chang suddenly felt a sharp pain in the instep of his feet. He turned his head sharply. Bai Yuexin was drinking her soup elegantly without even glancing at him. But the pair of high heels hidden under the dining table were still firmly on his feet. Her eyes seemed to say, if you don't work, you will know the consequences. Chen Chang's face fell instantly. He took a deep breath, put down his bowl and chopsticks, forced a kind smile on his face, and joined the conversation. Lieutenant Colonel Gu is so young, yet he has already reached the transcendent realm. It's truly remarkable. Gu Hai's face lit up when he heard his compliment. It's okay. We all work for the Federation. Chen Chang smiled and continued, I've dealt with military personnel before. They were very enthusiastic towards me, but for some reason, they always liked to inquire about the secrets of my supernatural powers. Isn't that strange? Gu Hai's expression froze slightly. Bai Jianxian's brows also furrowed. Only Bai Yuexin had an imperceptible smile on her lips. The lunch was full of turmoil. After dinner, the three of them moved to the sofa in the living room. Mr. Bai Jianxiang and Mrs. Li Shu, under the pretext of preparing things for the evening, tactfully left the space to the three young people. Gu Hai, holding a cup of tea, was the first to break the silence. His eyes, filled with intense scrutiny and a hint of hostility, shot straight at Chen Chang. Chen Chang, I'll get straight to the point. I don't care why you are here today, nor do I care what your relationship with Yuexin is. But you don't deserve her. His voice was decisive and full of unquestionable arrogance. Chen Chang hasn't spoken yet. Bai Yuexin, who was standing next to her, had turned cold. Gu Hai, watch your words. Gu Hai acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to stare at Chen Chang. Our military once extended an olive branch to you, promising to give you the best resources and training, but you refused. A person who doesn't even care about the overall interests of the Federation, a so-called genius who only thinks about his own personal interests, what qualifications does he have to sit next to Yuexin? With every word he spoke, his aura grew stronger, and the pressure from a powerful person in the extraordinary realm pressed towards Chen Chang without any concealment. He wanted to see Chen Chang's face turn pale and look ugly under this pressure. However, Chen Chang simply picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam on it gently, and took a sip slowly. To him, that bit of pressure was no different from a spring breeze. Are you done? Chen Chang put down the teacup, raised his eyelids, and had a playful smile on his face. Lieutenant Colonel Gu, I also have a few questions for you. You say. Gu Hai snorted coldly. First of all, is the military extending an olive branch to me? I think it's more like they want to dissect me and study my secrets, right? Hearing this, Gu Hai's expression changed instantly. Chen Chang did not give him a chance to refute and continued. Secondly, you keep saying I disregarded the greater good of the Federation. May I ask, where were you when I was in the ring, fighting bloody battles, winning honor for Hanwu University and the entire Southeast Division? When the assassin organization Human World was determined to kill me at all costs, who was protecting me? Is it you? Or the Southeast Military Region? No, it's me, my school, and my teachers. His voice suddenly turned cold. Finally, and most importantly. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locked on Gu Hai like a hawk. Are you here today as teacher by Yuexin's blind date, or as a lieutenant colonel in the Southeast Military Region? If it's the former, then everything you did today was like a peacock eager to show off its feathers. It was childish and ridiculous. If it's the latter. Chen Chang grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his smile was cold and cruel. Are you worthy of me preaching to you? Puff. Bai Yuexin, who was standing by, couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. She looked at Gu Hai's face, which changed from white to blue, and from blue to purple, and felt so happy in her heart. She just knew it. When it comes to talking nonsense, 10 Gu Hais can't beat one Chen Chang. This man's dark and vicious nature is ingrained in his bones. Gu Hai was choked and speechless for a long time, his chest heaving violently. Obviously he was very angry. He wanted to get angry, but this was the Bai family. In the end, he could only pick up the teacup and take a gulp to hide his embarrassment. Afternoon tea time was spent in this weird atmosphere. Gu Hai did not give up and tried a few more times, trying to get back at his opponent in other ways. But Chen Chang used various tricky angles to lightly retort them all. Many times, Bai Yuexin was amused so much that she could only drink water to hide her smile. Time passes by every second. The sky gradually darkened. Gu Hai's expression became increasingly ugly. He couldn't figure it out. Why hasn't Chen Chang left yet?
Is it appropriate for him, an outsider, to spend the new year at someone else's house?
How could he know that Chen Cheng's communicator contained a message sent by Bai Yuexin more than 10 minutes ago? If you dare to leave before him, I guarantee you and your 2 babies will fail at least 3 courses next semester.
What can Chen Cheng do? He is also desperate. A while later, Gu Hai finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up suddenly. Uncle and Aunt, Uxin, I have some urgent matters in the army, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he left the Bai family without even looking at Chen Cheng. Call.
Chen Cheng breathed a long sigh of relief.
Finally, this plague god was sent away. He immediately stood up and prepared to run away. Teacher Bai, then I will also. Xiao Chang. You can't leave.
Before he could finish his words, Bai's mother Li Shu rushed out of the kitchen and grabbed his arm.
Chen Chang was stunned. Auntie,
Tonight, our Bai family is having a family dinner at the old house. Li Shu's face was full of smiles, and she looked extremely enthusiastic.
I didn't want to tell you. But.
She changed the subject and her tone became more excited.
I just called them and let it slip that I told them about your situation here. When the younger generation in our family heard that God Chen was here, they all went crazy. They issued a death order. Tonight, I must. Absolutely. Take you there.
Li Shu grabbed Chen Cheng's hand, fearing that he would run away.
Just consider it a favor for Auntie and come with us, okay?
Chen Cheng's smile froze on his face. Subconsciously, he turned to look at Bai Yuexin and gave her a look for help. But he found that Bai Yuexin's face was also full of shock and astonishment. Her pretty face was pale at this moment. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. They both saw 4 big words in each other's eyes.
It's over, things have gotten out of hand. Chapter 59, Nothing Owes Each Other.
In the end, Chen Cheng was unable to resist. Under the passionate and almost melting attack of Bai's mother Li Shu, he was half pushed and half sent into Bai Yuexin's black maglev car. He felt that he was not going to a party.
Is to go to the execution ground. The Bai family's old house is more magnificent than the villa in the city center. This is a huge Chinese-style manor with flying eaves and brackets, and an antique style. In Hanggu City, where every inch of land is valuable, it demonstrates the Bai family's strong financial resources. The car stopped at the gate of the manor. Before Chen Cheng got out of the car, he saw a large group of people standing at the door. Old and young, male and female, all stretched their necks and looked forward to it. If you didn't know what was going on, you would think that some big federal figure was coming to inspect. Uxin is back. Xiao Cheng is here too. Come in quickly. Bai Yuexin's father Bai Jianxiong and mother Li Shu were already standing at the front of the crowd. Chen Cheng gritted his teeth and followed Bai Yuexin out of the car. He just showed up. Boom! The crowd exploded instantly. Ah! It's really God Chen. Oh my god. He's even more handsome than in the live broadcast. 2 beautiful girls who looked only 16 or 17 years old, dressed exactly the same and obviously twins, rushed over screaming. Their speed is astonishing. Chen Cheng didn't even have time to react. His 2 arms were tightly embraced by a soft and fragrant body. Master Chen. I'm Bai Meng. I like you so much. The girl on the left tilted her face up, her eyes full of stars. Master Chen. I'm Bai Yu. I'm your fan too. Can you please sign an autograph for me? The girl on the right shook his arm, her face flushed with excitement. Chen Cheng froze. What is going on here? The fan meeting was held at someone else's family dinner? Meng. Stao Yu. Stop messing around. Bai's mother, Li Shu, frowned and scolded him. Then, she said to the 2 girls with a smile, this is your sister Yuexin's boyfriend. You are not allowed to hug him carelessly. The 2 girls stuck out their tongues, but instead of letting go, they hugged each other even tighter. My sister's boyfriend is our brother-in-law. What's wrong with giving him a hug? That's right. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Chen Cheng suddenly felt overwhelmed. If he stayed here for too long, the fake thing might become real. He was about to open his mouth to refute and say that he was not. A cold feeling, carrying a strong warning, was transmitted through the soft flesh behind his waist. It's Bai Yuexin. She was standing nearby with a helpless smile on her face,
but the hand that was quietly placed behind Chen Chang's back had already rudely pinched the soft flesh on his waist.
Chen Chang took a breath of cold air.
The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back by him. There were only 2 words left in his mind.
What a big loss. The Bai family is a pure business family. The family business is spread across various fields in Hangu City and has strong financial resources.
But in this world where people with special abilities are respected, pure wealth cannot bring real status and security.
Until Bai Yuexin appeared in the Bai family.
A level superpowers, breaking through to the 4th level realm at a young age. Her existence directly raised the Bai family's social status by several levels. The old man of the Bai family, Bai Yuexin's grandfather, regarded her as the pride of the entire family. At this moment, in the main seat of the banquet hall, old Mr. Bai looked at Chen Chang, who was kidnapped by his 2 granddaughters on the left and right, and his wrinkled face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Okay. The old man has a loud and powerful voice. I've long heard of young friend Chen Chang's heroic deeds.
Seeing him today, I can see he's truly a rare talent. He held Chen Chang's hand and was very affectionate. Although my current cultivation level is only at the control realm, I'm still so young and have unlimited potential.
Unlimited potential. It is a blessing for our UXIN to find a boyfriend like you. It is also a blessing for our Bai family.
The smile on Chen Chang's face was almost frozen. He could only smile awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. In the entire banquet hall, except for one person, everyone gave Chen Chang the warmest welcome. The younger generations of the Bai family came over one by one with wine glasses in hand to toast, and their questions were more tricky than the last.
Brother-in-law, what exactly is your ultimate skill? Can you tell us about it? God Chen, are you really in that kind of relationship with Hua Shilua, Hua Weimian, and the others? Brother Chen Chang, who do you think is prettier, our sister Uxin or any of them? Chen Chang was surrounded and felt very uncomfortable. He felt like a monkey in a zoo.
The only person who did not welcome him was Bai Yuexin's father, Bai Jianxiong. From beginning to end, Bai Jianxiong never gave him a good look, and when he occasionally wanted to talk to him, he would only say a few polite words. At this moment, he was sitting in the corner, drinking alone. From time to time, he would raise his head and glare at Chen Chang with a murderous look. There were a few big words clearly written in that look.
The pig that ate my cabbage.
He's still a scumbag who eats 3 cabbages at the same time. Chen Chang felt uncomfortable when he was looked at by him. He could only pick up the wine glass and drink one glass after another, trying to numb himself with alcohol. There was no one else at this meal except him and Bai Jianxiong.
Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The Bai family is very welcoming. But this enthusiasm is too much.
They treated Chen Chang as the son-in-law of the Bai family as a foregone conclusion. Some people have even started discussing whether Chen Chang and Bai Yuexin's child should have the surname Bai or Chen. Chen Chang's scalp tingled when he heard this. He just wanted to escape from this place now. Finally, a dinner that seemed to last a century came to an end. Chen Chang felt like he was about to collapse.
The first thing he did was stand up and try to run away. Grandpa Bai, uncles and aunts, everyone, Yuexin, please see Xiao Chang off.
Old Master Bai spoke directly.
Bai Yuexin nodded, took her coat, and stood next to Chen Chang. If Qin Shengru was pardoned, he would almost flee in panic. Get in the car. Neither of them spoke.
The maglev car travels quietly in the night, leaving the neon lights of the city behind.
The atmosphere in the carriage was a bit depressing.
Chen Chang leaned back in his chair, watching the street scenes passing by quickly outside the window, feeling mixed emotions. He felt that he was being completely controlled by this woman, Bai Yuexin.
The favor of the blood marrow stone. The handle of the final exam.
These 2 things were like 2 huge mountains, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe.
The car soon returned to the villa area deep inside the school.
It slowly stopped at the door of Chen Chang's villa. Chen Chang unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. He didn't want to say a word to this woman now. Just as his hand was about to touch the car door handle, a very light voice, with a hint of complex emotions that were barely perceptible, came from beside me.
Thank you. Also, don't worry about what I promised you. We no longer owe each other anything regarding the blood marrow stone. Chen Chang paused. He was stunned. Chapter 60 Sisters return home. Chen Chang paused. He was stunned. No one owes each other anything? This woman. He slowly withdrew his hand that was about to open the car door, turned his head and looked at Bai Yuexin. In the night, the outline of her face seemed a little blurry, but her phoenix eyes were surprisingly bright. She didn't look at him again, but just stared calmly ahead. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in Chen Chang's heart. He suddenly understood something. This woman had planned everything from the beginning. Used the final exam results to control him. Then used the act of pretending to be her boyfriend to make him repay the favor he owed her for the blood marrow stone. One thing leads to another. She not only solved the family's troubles, but also prevented him from using favors to get further involved with her. What a perfect situation where neither owes the other anything. Clean and neat. As expected, it's Bai Yuexin. Chen Chang smiled. New. He responded, opened the car door and walked out. Bang. The car door closed. The black magnetic levitation car glided silently into the night and soon disappeared. Chen Chang stood alone at the door of the villa. The cold wind of the winter night made him much more sober. He shook his head and threw all the complicated thoughts about Bai Yuexin out of his mind. No longer care about what she is thinking. From beginning to end, his heart was only filled with those two figures. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised up. Open the door and walk into the empty villa. That familiar feeling of emptiness caused by the sister's departure came over me again. He sighed and collapsed on the sofa in boredom. Time passes by minute by minute. The villa was silent. Buzz buzz buzz. The communicator that Chen Chang placed on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Pick it up and take a look. A gentle smile instantly appeared on his face, and he connected the video call casually. The light curtain lights up. Two beautiful faces that are almost identical but have different styles appeared on the screen at the same time. Husband. The two sisters' voices, with a hint of joy and longing, sounded at the same time. Chen Chang's attention was instantly attracted by their clothes. Hua Weimian on the left seemed to have just taken a shower, with her long wet hair casually draped over her shoulders, and water droplets flowing down her snow-white neck and into her deep collarbone. She was wearing a black silk suspender nightgown. The minimalist style and thin fabric cling tightly to her already well-developed and proud body, outlining breathtakingly perfect curves. The youthfulness of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman are perfectly blended in her, exuding a fatal temptation. Hua Shilua on the right, on the other hand, has a completely different style. She was wearing a pink coral fleece pajamas with cute rabbit ears. She looked furry and like a well-behaved and cute little white rabbit. Her little face was flushed and she seemed a little shy. She was holding a huge teddy bear that was almost as tall as her. Only her big watery eyes were exposed as she looked timidly at Chen Chang on the screen. Pure desire. And cute. A sexy fairy. One as pure as an angel. This strong visual contrast made Chen Chang's breathing become a little heavy. Ahem. He cleared his throat and forced his dishonest gaze away from some indescribable parts. Why aren't you sleeping so late? I can't sleep. Hua Weimian, on the other side of the screen, cast a coquettish glance at him, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of her. My husband is not here, and the quilt is cold. Hua Shilua, who was standing next to her, also nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and echoed softly, yeah. I miss my husband. Chen Chang's heart was filled in an instant. He looked at the two babies on the screen and asked softly, is everything okay at home? How are your uncle and aunt? Everything is fine. Hua Weimian said with a smile, my parents are still talking about you. They said that when there is a chance, you must go back with us. By the way, husband, we'll be back tomorrow. What? Chen Chang was stunned for a moment. Tomorrow? Didn't you say you would stay home for a few more days? Why are you back so soon? Because. Hua Shilua's little face turned even redder. She buried her face in the teddy bear. Her voice was muffled but came through clearly. Because I miss my husband. Hua Weiman also nodded heavily beside him, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chen Chang, the longing in her eyes almost overflowing the screen. Yeah. We missed you. I miss you very much. Chen Chang's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a gentle little hand. A warm current instantly flowed through my body. He looked at the two faces on the screen that were filled with longing and love, and could no longer hold back and laugh softly. Good. I'll wait for you to come back. New Year's Day. Early in the morning,
Chen Chang was awakened by the rustling sound at the door. He got up from the sofa in a daze, and without even putting on his coat, he ran to open the door. It turned out that after communicating with the two sisters yesterday, he fell asleep directly on the sofa. Outside the door, the sun is shining. Two beautiful figures stood at the door. It was Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian. They were obviously dressed up today. Both of them were wearing the same short-down jackets in different colors, and tight jeans underneath, which perfectly outlined their straight and slender legs. Wearing the latest snow boots on her feet, she looks young and beautiful. The most eye-catching thing is that each of them was carrying a large suitcase, and there were several large and small bags piled beside them, filled with various New Year's goods and specialties. Hubby! Happy New Year! When they saw Chen Chang, the sisters' eyes lit up instantly and they shouted in unison.
Chen Chang hasn't reacted yet. Two soft and cool bodies fell into his arms at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, holding him tightly. I miss you so much.
Hua Weimian buried her face in his chest and rubbed it hard, her voice thick with nasal sounds. Hua Shilua also hugged his waist tightly, with her little head resting on his shoulder. She didn't say a word, but her slightly trembling body revealed her excitement.
Chen Chang's heart completely melted.
He smiled and hugged the two babies in his arms tightly, kissing each of them on the forehead.
I miss you guys, too.
The three of them moved all the big and small bags into the villa. The huge villa was instantly filled with the warmth and popularity of home because of the return of the two sisters.
Wow, husband, you haven't cleaned the house much these days, have you?
Hua Weimian started to tidy up neatly while muttering to herself like a little housewife. She sorted the local specialties and New Year's goods she brought back into different categories, then carried a bag of fresh vegetables and meat and walked towards the kitchen.
My mom prepared it specially for you, saying she wanted you to have a taste of home.
As she spoke, she opened the refrigerator door.
Next second,
her movements suddenly stopped.
The refrigerator is packed full.
Various fresh vegetables, cleaned fresh meat, and even some ingredients that look very expensive are neatly placed inside. These things are obviously not something Chen Chang would buy.
And,
judging from how fresh it is, it must have been put in just the past 2 days. The smile on Hua Weimian's face slowly disappeared. She turned her head and looked at Chen Chang, who was cuddling with her sister.
Honey, who bought these vegetables?
Chen Chang, who was enjoying the snacks fed by his sister, was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the things in the refrigerator and without thinking too much, answered casually, "Oh, that one, Teacher Bai brought it."
Teacher Bai?
Hua Weimian and Hua Shilua raised their heads at the same time.
What is she doing here?
Chen Chang felt that this was not something that needed to be concealed, so he told the whole story about how Bai Yuexin pulled him over to be a shield on New Year's Eve, pretending to be her boyfriend and ruining their blind date.
Of course, he wisely chose to ignore the ambiguous details between the two of them. He thought it was just a harmless incident. However, after he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the living room became a little weird. The two sisters didn't say anything.
They just looked at him quietly. Then, the two looked at each other. That one glance contained so much information. There was surprise, vigilance, and uneasiness, but more than that, there was a kind of tacit understanding of sharing a common hatred for the enemy.
Women understand women best. They can figure out Bai Yuexin's little thoughts even with their toes. What pretend boyfriend? What a shame to ruin the blind date. This is clearly an excuse to get close to their husbands. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly exploded in the hearts of the two sisters. Next second, before Chen Chang could react, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian suddenly attacked at the same time like two little cheetahs hunting. They pushed Chen Chang onto the large sofa from the left and right. Chapter 61 Collective Breakthrough. Hey! What are you doing? Chen Chang was stunned. He was pinned down by the two sisters and couldn't move.
Hua Shilua sat astride his waist, looking down at him condescendingly. Her originally cute little face was now filled with ferocity. She said angrily, "Husband, you are so dishonest. We've only been away for a few days, and you're already out there hooking up with other women." Hua Weimian also pressed his shoulders, her pretty face tense and her eyes full of murderous intent. She leaned close to Chen Chang's ear and said in an extremely serious tone, "Word by word, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson." She raised her head slightly, looked at her sister, and reached a consensus again. "From today on, I'm going to keep a closer eye on you." "That's right." Hua Shiluai nodded heavily, then lowered her head, pressed her small face against Chen Chang's, and said in a vicious tone, "I'm going to squeeze you dry. If you squeeze it dry, you won't have the energy to go out and steal food again."
Chen Chang.
He looked at these two babies who became particularly ferocious because of jealousy. He was stunned at first, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He finally reacted.
He shook his head with a smile, reached out and pinched their puffy cheeks.
What nonsense!
It's still broad daylight.
Hua Weinian snorted coldly when he heard this.
She lowered her head, and her warm breath sprayed on Chen Chang's ear.
What happened during the day? Anyway, there's no one else.
Before he finished speaking, a blushing and heart-pounding sound, belonging to a deep communication, rang out again in this villa after more than 10 days.
The winter vacation time passed quickly.
Since the two sisters returned on the first day of the Lunar New Year,
Chen Chang's life once again became regular and fulfilling. Every day of life is almost fully scheduled. Early in the morning, we woke up from a deep communication between the three of us on the spacious bed.
In the morning, I practiced intensive training in the villa's practice room.
The afternoon is a rare leisure time. Now that they have money, the three of them are no longer as restricted as before. Chen Chang took them to visit almost all the high-end shopping malls in Hangu City. Clothes, bags, jewelry.
As long as the sisters liked something, no matter how expensive it was, Chen Chang would pay with his card without blinking.
He really enjoyed the feeling of spending money on his woman.
What is even more enjoyable is watching them become more charming and attractive after putting on new clothes. Of course, the nighttime is naturally the time for deep communication, and it is unshakable. After experiencing the incident with Bai Yuexin, the two sisters seem to have reached some kind of consensus.
Their possessiveness of Chen Chang reached an unprecedented peak. Almost in various ways, they squeezed everything out of him.
Chen Chang was naturally miserable about this, but he also enjoyed it. In this kind of practice and communication day after day, the strength of the three people is also growing rapidly at a terrifying speed. Their soul connection became stronger and stronger, and the level of their mutual understanding reached a whole new level. Sometimes, even language is not needed, just a thought can make you understand each other's thoughts. And the strange energy in their bodies, the barrier leading to a higher realm, is becoming thinner and thinner.
It seems like it will break if it is poked lightly. Time soon passed and it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Lantern Festival.
This also means that the long winter vacation is about to end.
Night.
In the master bedroom of the villa, spring is everywhere. A hearty and enjoyable in-depth exchange has just come to an end.
The room was filled with a charming and decadent atmosphere.
Chen Chang was shirtless, leaning lazily against the head of the bed. Hua Shiluai and Hua Weimian were exhausted. They curled up in Chen Chang's arms like two docile kittens, not wanting to move even a finger. There was still a blush of joy on their pretty faces, and even a few drops of crystal sweat hung on their long eyelashes. Chen Chang hugged his two treasures, feeling very satisfied. He lowered his head and kissed them lightly on their smooth foreheads.
Just then,
buzz! Without any warning, an unimaginably huge energy wave suddenly erupted from the bodies of the three people at the same time.
Chen Chang's body shook violently. He could clearly feel that the supernatural core in his body, which had been dormant for a long time, seemed to be injected with endless fuel at this moment and began to spin wildly and violently. A stream of scorching, magma-like energy gushed out from the core, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. Every cell, under the baptism of this energy, cheers greedily. Is this a breakthrough?
There was a storm in Chen Chang's heart. He never expected that the breakthrough would come so suddenly. What shocked him even more was, through the soul connection, he could clearly sense that the same changes were taking place inside the bodies of the two sisters in his arms. The strange energy in their bodies began to riot wildly like a flood that had been released, impacting the invisible barrier.
Three people are going to break through at the same time. Chen Chang didn't have time to think about it.
He immediately calmed his mind and focused all his attention on guiding the violent energy in his body. He didn't dare to be careless at all.
The breakthrough process is extremely dangerous.
If you are not careful, your ability core may be damaged or you may even die on the spot. What's more, three people broke through at the same time. This incredible situation is probably unheard of in the entire history of the Human Federation. Fortunately, there is heart-to-heart communication. At this moment, the minds of the three people were connected more closely than ever before.
Chen Chang's will is their will.
Under his guidance, the energies in the two sisters' bodies that were originally out of control quickly stabilized, and they began to attack the final level in an orderly manner.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment.
In the room, there were only the heavy breathing of the three people and the buzzing sound made by the energy surging in their bodies. I don't know how long it took.
Crack!
A crisp shattering sound, as if coming from the depths of the soul, rang in the minds of the three people at the same time.
That indestructible barrier. Broken. Boom.
The pure energy, which was several times larger than before, poured into the three people's supernatural cores like a bursting river. Their bodies were shaking violently.
An unprecedented, powerful feeling arises spontaneously. Control realm, late stage. Done. Call.
Chen Shang let out a long breath, and the burning energy slowly subsided and returned to the supernatural core that had expanded several times. He felt the surging power in his body and his heart was filled with ecstasy. The two sisters in his arms slowly opened their eyes. Their faces were filled with fatigue, but their beautiful eyes were shining with an unprecedented bright light. The three of them looked at each other. They saw the same joy and shock on each other's faces.
No one spoke.
The extreme feeling of fatigue came like a tide. The two sisters huddled into Chen Shang's arms and found a comfortable position. Then, he fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 62, The Superpower Association.
The new semester has arrived quietly. The campus of Hangu University has once again returned to its former bustle. Bai Yuexin sat quietly behind her desk. The sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint golden edge on her body.
Her fingers tapped lightly on the table.
Next to her hand was a document that had just been approved. There were a few big words written on the top of the document. Application report on special treatment for Chen Shang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian in last semester's final exams.
At the end of the report is the processing results.
After research and decision by the school committee, Chen Shang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian have been granted a pass grade for all their subjects last semester and are exempt from examinations.
Below is the principal Jean Jean's signature, written in a flamboyant style.
Bai Yuexin picked up the document, took a look at it, and threw it into the shredder next to her.
Time flies quickly in the peaceful campus life. In the blink of an eye, a month passed.
I have to say, without the pressure of exams, the three of them lived a very comfortable university life. Although Chen Shang still looked lazy, he either slept or closed his eyes to rest during class. But no one dared to underestimate him anymore.
Occasionally, some ignorant teachers would call on him to ask questions, hoping to embarrass him.
As a result, Chen Shang could always answer questions fluently under the sisters' real-time broadcast, and he could even draw inferences from one example and put forward some ideas that amazed the teachers.
Over time, the teachers no longer paid attention to him.
As long as it doesn't affect others, he can do whatever he wants. On this day, the morning class had just ended.
Chen Shang's communicator suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. He answered the call casually.
Chen Shang, come to my office. He recognized it as the principal, Jean Jean. Chen Shang raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised.
Why is this elusive principal suddenly looking for me?
Without thinking too much, he said hello to the two sisters and walked straight to the iconic administrative building located in the deepest part of the campus.
In the principal's office,
Jean Jean still looked graceful and elegant. She was sitting behind a large desk, holding a cup of steaming hot tea in her hand. Seeing Chen Shang come in, she pointed to the sofa opposite.
Sit.
Chen Shang was not polite and sat down with his legs crossed. Jean Jean didn't waste any words and pushed an envelope with a gold-stamped seal that looked of extraordinary quality in front of him.
Let's take a look. Chen Shang picked up the envelope with some doubt.
There were no words on the envelope, only an ancient and solemn emblem consisting of a sword and a shield. He tore open the seal and pulled out a thin yet extremely tough metal card. There were only a few words on the card.
Dear Excellencies Chen Shang, Hua Shilua, and Hua Weimian.
Since the three of you have successfully advanced to the control realm and possess exceptional strength, we hereby invite you to come to the Hangu City Psychic Association to formally register and become certified psychics, enjoying the corresponding rights and benefits.
Signed, Hangu City Psychic Association. The Association of Superpowers?
Chen Shang was stunned for a moment. Of course he had heard of this thing. It is a huge organization that is independent of the federal military and major universities, and is spontaneously formed by people with special abilities. mainly responsible for issuing tasks, evaluating the levels of psychics, and conducting various resource transactions. Simply put, it is an officially certified place where you can take jobs and earn money. Before the new year, he wanted to go and take a look. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took the initiative to send an invitation. He raised his head, looked at Jean, and asked the doubts in his heart.
Principal, can we from the Spark Project also sign up for this?
Jean took a sip of tea and spoke in a flat voice.
Sure. The Spark Project is just a training program and does not restrict your personal freedom.
As long as there are no Spark missions, you can allocate your time freely, including taking missions from the association.
She paused and added. However, there is one thing you must remember. At any time and under any circumstances, the tasks assigned by the Spark Project have the highest priority. If there is a conflict with the association's tasks must be abandoned unconditionally.
Chen Chang nodded to show that he understood.
To put it bluntly, we cannot delay important matters. I see. He put the metal card away. To be honest, he was moved. What does he lack most now? It's a resource.
Cultivation also requires a vast amount of resources, and restoring vitality requires even rarer resources.
What the school provides is just a drop in the bucket. The Association of Superpowers is undoubtedly the best choice. Thank you, Principal. Chen Chang stood up and prepared to leave. Go ahead.
Jean waved his hand. Young man, it's a good thing to go out and gain more experience.
After lunch.
On the sofa in the villa, Chen Chang told the two sisters about the Superpower Association.
Hua Weiman's eyes lit up instantly. Go! Let's go!
She is now the Minister of Finance in the family and is very enthusiastic about anything that can make money and resources.
Hua Shilua also nodded obediently.
She goes wherever her husband goes.
Okay, let's go check it out this afternoon.
Chen Chang made the final decision.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hangu City, Central Business District.
A skyscraper made entirely of black alloy, full of futuristic technology, is like a sharp sword piercing the sky. On the top of the building, the emblem consisting of a sword and a shield shines brightly in the sun. This is the headquarters of the Hangu City Psychic Association. Chen Chang and the other two stood in front of the building, looking up at this magnificent structure, feeling a little shocked.
People come and go at the door.
Without exception, all those who come in and out are people with special abilities carrying energy fluctuations of varying strengths or weaknesses. Some of them were in a hurry, while others were in groups of 3 or 5, with a look of fatigue and excitement on their faces from having just completed a task.
Let's go. Chen Chang didn't stay for long.
He took the two sisters and walked straight into the association's gate.
Passed through an invisible energy detection gate. The scene before my eyes suddenly became clear.
An extremely spacious circular hall, which could even be described as huge, appeared in front of the three people. The dome of the hall simulates the blue sky and white clouds, and the light is bright and soft.
In the center, an extremely large holographic ball of light is suspended.
On the light ball, pieces of information were scrolling and refreshing at an extremely fast speed.
A level mission: hunt down the 3-headed demonic python entrenched in the Black Mist Swamp.
Mission reward: 50 million Federation coins, 1 A-level supernatural core, and 10,000 contribution points. B-level mission: escort the supplies of the Skystar Chamber of Commerce to Sunset Fortress.
Mission reward: 8 million Federation coins, 3,000 contribution points.
C-rank mission: investigate the traces of strange beasts in the abandoned factory in the west of the city.
Mission reward: 1 million Federal coins, 500 contribution points.
Around the hall, there are windows with different functions.
Mission Acceptance Office, Mission Delivery Office, Supply Exchange Office, Intelligence Trading Office. Countless people with special abilities came and went in the hall, some stopped under the holographic light ball to select tasks, and some lined up in front of various windows to handle business. The entire hall was busy, efficient, and full of vitality. Wow, so amazing.
Hua Shilua was so shocked by the scene before her that she was speechless. Chen Chang's heart also moved slightly. This is where people with special abilities should be.
At this moment, a soft electronic synthesized sound rang in their ears. We've detected 3 VIPs holding invitations. Do you need registration guidance?
Chen Chang took a look at the clear area divisions in the hall and directly chose to refuse.
No, thank you.
He pulled the two sisters along and, following the holographic road signs above the hall, they quickly found a relatively deserted area.
Registration office for newcomers.
A sweet-looking girl who looked to be in her early 20s, wearing an association uniform, was sitting behind the counter, yawning with some boredom.
Chapter 63 Registration.
Seeing the three people coming, the girl raised her head and rubbed her sleepy eyes, with a hint of laziness and anger on her face, as if she had just been woken up.
Hello, new registrant, please. She stopped talking midway,
when her eyes clearly captured the faces of the three people in front of her.
Her mouth opened wide instantly.
Those beautiful eyes were instantly filled with uncontrollable shock and ecstasy.
Ah!
A short scream that almost broke through her throat was suppressed by her hands with all her strength. But her violently heaving chest and instantly flushed cheeks revealed that she was extremely excited at the moment.
It's them! It's them! God Chen! And there are the legendary twin sisters beside him. Alive! It's actually alive!
The girl felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She never dreamed that she would be able to see her idol offline at such a close distance in her lifetime. You know, ever since the freshman martial arts competition ended. The legendary deeds of Chen Chang and his twin team have already spread throughout the Federation through the internet. F-level superpowers can change your destiny and create miracles with your own strength. This experience, comparable to that of the protagonist in a novel, instantly made them the hottest idols in the hearts of countless young men and women.
Especially Chen Chang.
That infuriatingly handsome face, that unique temperament with a hint of evil in its laziness, and the undisguised doting and domineering attitude towards the two girls.
She's simply a walking hormone.
The title of national husband has long been popular among countless female fans on the internet. Chen Chang looked at the young lady in front of him who was about to faint from excitement, and touched his nose helplessly. He handed over the metal invitation card.
Hello, we are here to register. Ah. Okay. Okay.
The young lady finally woke up from her dream. She took several deep breaths and managed to calm her pounding heart. She took the invitation card with trembling hands, and then started working busily on the operating table.
Her movements were more agile than ever before.
I was so excited that I almost pressed the wrong button several times.
Shun. God Chen, and the two
fairy sisters, please press your handprints here to enter the energy information.
Her voice was trembling.
Chen Chang and the other two did as they were told. Soon, 3 brand new ID cards, also made of special metal, were produced. On the front of the card is their photo and basic information. On the back is the association emblem consisting of a sword and shield.
Name, Chen Chang. Ability level, F. Cultivation level, late stage of control realm. Association certification level, E primary. Alright. Huh?
You guys have reached the late stage of control? The young lady was shocked again. It had only been more than 2 months, and their strength had improved again. She handed over the 3 cards respectfully. Chen Chang took the card, took a look at it, and prepared to leave with the 2 sisters. He already had a general understanding of the divisions and functions here and didn't plan to stay any longer. However, the moment they turned around.
Wait a minute.
Behind me, I heard the young lady's voice, which was filled with a hint of urgency and expectation.
The 3 of them looked back in confusion.
I saw that the young lady's cheeks were flushed, and her big eyes were full of nervousness and anticipation.
The 3 of you, would you like me to introduce you to the various facilities and functions within the association?
She mustered up her courage and finally uttered the complete sentence.
Hua Weinian glanced at her and asked curiously, "Don't you have to go to work?" "Ah, it's okay.
The young lady quickly waved her hands and explained a little embarrassedly, "Our new registration office is usually very busy.
Sometimes there are no new people for several days.
Those who can awaken superpowers are few in number, and most of them are immediately recruited by the military or major forces after awakening. Few individual people would register with the association."
I see. Chen Chang understood. To be honest, he was completely clueless about this place.
It would be great if there is an insider who can help introduce me.
It can save you a lot of trouble.
He glanced at the 2 sisters beside him, and seeing that they had no intention of objecting, he nodded.
Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. Not at all. After receiving a positive answer, the smile on the young lady's face instantly blossomed, like a blooming sunflower, full of sunshine and vitality. She cheered excitedly.
Then, in front of the three people, he took off the slightly rigid association uniform jacket. She casually threw her coat on the counter, revealing the private clothes inside.
Chen Chang's eyes lit up instantly.
I saw that this young lady was only wearing a black, tight sports vest. The hem of the vest was very short, revealing her flat and tight belly, with even a shallow waistline visible. Below, she wore a pair of equally tight gray yoga pants, which perfectly outlined her perky buttocks and slender thighs.
Full of youthful vitality and wild beauty. The figure is really nice.
This thought subconsciously popped up in Chen Chang's mind.
His admiring look was almost undisguised. However, in the next second,
hiss! A familiar, piercing pain suddenly came from the soft flesh of his lower back. It was two slender fingers, one on the left and one on the right, twisting it up with all their strength.
Chen Chang's face fell instantly. He didn't need to look back to know who did it. He coughed twice and quickly retracted his dishonest gaze. And the young lady seemed to have noticed something. She saw Chen Chang's somewhat strange expression, and also saw the two beautiful girls behind him who were glaring at him. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. She stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly and quickly walked out from behind the counter. My name is Lin Shi, and I'm a trainee guide for the association.
She stood in front of the three people, looking a little embarrassed and shy. Chen Chang looked at her like this, and felt the two little hands still around her waist, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around, raised his hand, and rubbed each of the sisters' heads.
That action was full of comfort and pampering.
Then he looked at Lin Shi again with a kind smile on his face.
Lin Shi, right? Thank you for your help. Lead the way. Chapter 64 Heart-Stirring Intelligence. Lead the way.
When Lin Shi heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. She nodded heavily, straightened her slender yet powerful waist, and made a pleased gesture. Please come this way, all three of you. Her voice is full of energy. Under Lin Shi's leadership, the three began to formally visit the huge headquarters of the Psychic Association.
We are currently in the mission hall.
The largest ball of light in the middle is the mission release area, where missions of all levels are updated in real time. Around the hall are the mission acceptance area, mission delivery area, material exchange area, intelligence trading area, as well as a dedicated logistics supply area and medical station.
Lin Shi introduced diligently as he walked.
Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and her words were clear and coherent, completely different from the little fangirl look she had just had. Chen Chang listened and observed his surroundings. He had no interest in those fancy rest areas and entertainment areas. His eyes quickly locked onto the area marked Supply Exchange Office. Let's go there first. He pointed in the direction. Okay. Lin Shi immediately took the three of them over. There weren't many people at the material exchange counter. There were only a few people with special abilities sitting in front of the counter, talking with the staff. Behind the counter is a huge holographic screen covering an entire wall, on which a wide variety of redeemable items are listed. From standard weapons and equipment, to various grades of supernatural cores, to healing potions and auxiliary materials for cultivation, everything is available. Chen Chang's gaze passed over everything else and he began to quickly search the list for resources related to vitality. Soon, he found it. Low Life Crystal. Effect, contains weak life energy, which can slowly replenish the user's life essence. Note, the effect is minimal for those with superpowers at the control realm and above. Exchange price, 10,000 contribution points. Chen Chang's brows furrowed instantly. 10,000 contribution points? Just change it to this thing? The effect is minimal? He remembered the blood marrow stone that Bai Yuexin gave him. The life energy contained in that thing is huge and pure. Just by holding it in the hand, you can feel a warm current flowing into your body. Compared with this low-level life crystal in front of him, it is like heaven and earth. But even this kind of junk costs 10,000 contribution points. Only then did Chen Chang deeply realize how scarce and precious the resources that could replenish vitality were. I also understood more clearly how important the favor Bai Yuexin had given me was. It seems that good things are hard to come by. Chen Chang made a judgment in his mind. He didn't stop and turned to move towards the next target. Go check out the mission area. Task acceptance point. There are obviously more people here. In front of dozens of holographic operating tables stood teams of psychics who were selecting their tasks. Lin Shi took the initiative to explain, the association's mission levels are the same as the levels of psychics, ranging from F level to A level, and there are even legendary S level missions. According to regulations, each team can only accept missions one level higher than their certified level. You three are currently certified at E level, so you can only accept D level missions at best. Chen Chang nodded to show that he understood. He walked to an empty operating table, stretched out his finger, and slid it across the light curtain. The densely packed task list unfolds instantly. D-level mission, escort the Diyun Trading Company convoy to the nearby Fengshe city. Mission deadline, 3 days. Reward, 200,000 Federation coins, 80 contribution points. D-rank mission, clear out the carrion rat nests in the West City sewer area, numbering approximately 200. Reward, 300,000 federal coins, 100 contribution points. C-rank mission, go to the Wild Wolf Valley outside the city, hunt down 30 wind blade wolves, and retrieve their power cores. Reward, 500,000 Federation coins, 200 contribution points. Chen Chang flipped through it quickly. Most of these low-level tasks involve running errands, escorting, and clearing low-level exotic beasts. The reward is not high, but it is safe. For newcomers who have just registered, it is the best way to accumulate experience and contribution points. He flipped through the pages for a while, then felt a little bored, so he turned his head and looked at the two sisters beside him. You two, do you see anything you want to do? Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were huddled together, their little heads leaning against each other, studying every piece of information on the screen very carefully. Hearing Chen Chang's question, Hua Weimian raised her head and shook her head. Let's take a closer look. Hua Shilua also agreed, well, we have to choose the most suitable one. They are not as casual as Chen Chang. This is the first time their team has taken on a mission, so they must be cautious. Chen Chang smiled and didn't urge him. Okay, then you guys take your time to watch. At this moment, Lin Shi, who was next to him, suddenly came over. She seemed to notice Chen Chang's disappointment at the material exchange office just now, and whispered a reminder. God Chen, actually, if you want to find some rare resources, the resource exchange office may not be the best choice. Oh? Chen Chang raised his eyebrows. Lin Shi pointed in another direction of the hall. Let's go to the intelligence exchange office. That's where the real dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. There was a hint of mystery in her voice. Many people with special abilities will discover treasures they are unable to obtain, or information about the lairs of powerful beasts, while training in the wild. They will bring this information here to sell. Although you need to judge the truth of the intelligence yourself and the risks are great, once you succeed, the rewards are unimaginable. Sometimes, behind an insignificant piece of information may be enormous wealth. Chen Chang's heart moved instantly. Intelligence Trading Office. How could he forget this? Okay, I'll go take a look. He turned to the two sisters who were still carefully selecting their tasks and said, you two watch here. I'll go over there. Well, you go ahead, husband. The two sisters responded without looking up. Chen Chang followed Lin Shi and walked quickly towards the relatively deserted area that exuded a mysterious atmosphere. Information Trading Office. The light here is dimmer than other places in the hall. Several psychics wearing hoods and with faces that could not be seen were standing in front of the holographic screen, browsing the information silently. The atmosphere seems a bit depressing. Chen Chang didn't care about these. His attention was immediately attracted by the information scrolling on the screen. Intelligence, deep within the blackness swamp, near the lair of the three-headed demonic python, there is a suspected snake saliva fruit, and a level healing elixir. Price, 5,000 contribution points. Intelligence, an entrance to an ancient ruin has been discovered on the west side of the Sunset Mountains. Strong energy fluctuations suggest the presence of an ancient heritage. Price, 8,000 contribution points. Intelligence, the assassin organization Humanity's Silver Medal Assassin Ghost will be traded at the Nightingale Bar in 3 days. Price, 2,000 contribution points. Chen Chang felt his heart burn with anger when he read each message. The value of this information is much higher than those rigid hunting missions. He continued to slide down. Suddenly, his fingers suddenly stopped. A piece of insignificant information that had just been updated caught his eye. The content of that piece of information was very simple, consisting of only a few words. But it made Chen Chang's pupils shrink suddenly. Intelligence, 30 miles east of Hangwu City, in an unnamed valley, there are suspected traces of the Fountain of Life. Source, anonymous.
Authenticity, very low. Price, 100 contribution points. Chapter 65 Fountain of Life.
Chen Chang stared closely at the 4 words Fountain of Life. His heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably.
Vitality. This is exactly what he desires most and what is most scarce at the moment. In order to save Huashilua, he had burned a lot of his life essence. Although he replenished some of it with the help of Bai Yuexin's blood marrow stone, he still had not fully recovered. It was a sword hanging over one's head. If this information is true. Chen Chang's breathing became a little rapid. Just as he was staring at the information. 2 soft and delicate bodies, one on the left and one on the right, pressed against each other. Hubby, what are you looking at? Why are you so lost in thought? It's Hua Weinian's voice. She and her sister Huashilua looked around the mission area but didn't find any mission they particularly liked, so they came to find Chen Chang. But when I got over, I saw him standing in front of the intelligence screen like a wooden man, motionless. The 2 sisters followed Chen Chang's gaze and looked at the holographic screen. Next second. Their breathing also stagnated at the same time. Intelligence, 30 miles east of Hanggu City, in an unnamed valley, there are suspected traces of the Fountain of Life. Authenticity, very low. Price, 100 contribution points. Fountain of Life. Just by seeing these 4 words, the 2 sisters clearly felt the strong desire and excitement in Chen Chang's heart through the soul connection between them. They understood instantly. This thing is very important. Hubby, this. Huashilua spoke softly, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Chen Chang did not answer. He turned his head and looked at Lin Shi beside him. How do I buy this information? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, she also saw the information. This. She said hesitantly, God Chen, this kind of information marked as extremely low is basically false. It's fabricated by some psychics based on hearsay, or even just to cheat for contribution points. 100 contribution points may not be much, but it's still money. I suggest you. I asked how to buy it. Chen Chang interrupted her. Lin Shi was choked by his momentum and swallowed back all the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She immediately adopted a professional tone and quickly explained, in order to protect the rights of buyers, most of the association's intelligence transactions adopt a verify first, pay later model. You only need to register at the trading desk and confirm your purchase of this information. Then, you can personally verify it at the location indicated in the information. If the information is true, the association system will automatically deduct the corresponding contribution points from your ID card account. If the intelligence is false, then the transaction is invalid and you do not need to pay any fees. Of course, she added, specific intelligence information, such as more precise map coordinates, will only be sent to your personal terminal after you confirm your purchase. Chen Chang understood. This model is simply great news for him. He doesn't have to take any risks. You only need to make 1 trip to verify the authenticity. He glanced at the 2 sisters beside him. Hua Weiman and Huashilua nodded heavily at him almost at the same time. That look speaks for itself. Go. Must go. With the support of his 2 babies, Chen Chang no longer hesitated. Okay, we'll take this information. He turned around and strode towards the service counter of the intelligence trading office. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man who looked a little lazy. He raised his eyelids, looked at Chen Chang, and pointed to the sensing area next to him. Just put the ID card in and confirm it. Chen Chang did as he was told. Drop. A soft sound. The middle-aged man glanced at the information on the screen and then glanced at Chen Chang. Boy, let me remind you. He spoke lazily, this information is extremely unlikely to be true. Moreover, it's not exclusive. 3 teams had already received it before you arrived. If you go now, even if there is something good there, it won't be your turn. Chen Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there anyone else? But he didn't care. No. He replied calmly, confirming the purchase. The information purchase was successful. The relevant information has been sent to your personal terminal. Please check it carefully. Done. Chen Chang took back his ID card and turned to the middle-aged man. What exactly is this Fountain of Life? The middle-aged man didn't seem to expect him to ask. He was stunned for a moment before slowly saying, no one has ever seen the legendary thing. It is said that it is the embodiment of the origin of life energy,
the ultimate crystallization of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Not to mention drinking a sip, even just being there can bring new life to a dying person. To put it simply, it can replenish your life essence in large quantities, even massive amounts. The middle-aged man sneered when he said this. Of course, these are all legends. If such a divine object really existed, how could an E-rank newcomer like you, with just 100 contribution points, get your hands on it? Kid, listen to my advice. Stop dreaming and do a few D-rank missions honestly. Earn some contribution points to exchange for a bottle of potion. That's better than anything else. Chen Sheng ignored his sarcasm. The fire in his heart was burning brighter and brighter. Replenish the essence of life in large quantities. That's enough. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, he must go. After walking around the association for a while and getting familiar with the functions of other areas, the three of them prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lin Shi accompanied them all the way to the gate of the association, with a look of reluctance on his face. That God Chen. She mustered up her courage, her cheeks flushed, and took out her communicator. Can I add your contact information? If you have any questions in the future, you can always ask me. Shen Shang didn't have time to speak. One left and one right. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, like two little female cats protecting their food, instantly stood in front of him. No. The two sisters spoke in unison, their tone firm. Hua Weiman even hugged Chen Shang's arm directly, pulled him into her arms, and glanced at Lin Shi as if in a demonstrative manner. That look clearly stated it. This is ours. Don't even think about it. Lin Shi was startled by their scene. Her face flushed all the way to her neck, and her hand holding the communicator stopped in mid-air awkwardly. The atmosphere was very awkward at one point. Chen Shang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He patted Hua Weimian's head, signaling her not to be so nervous. Then he smiled at Lin Shi. Thank you so much for today. Hua Weimian curled her lips. Although she was still unhappy, she knew that the other person had helped a lot today. She thought about it and took out her communicator. Let me add you. If you have any questions, it's the same if you tell me. Her tone was that of a hostess. Lin Shi looked at her blankly, then looked at Chun Chung who was looking helpless behind her, and finally nodded weakly. Oh, okay. Left the Psychic Association. The three of them strolled around the commercial district in the city center and replenished some supplies and daily necessities that they might need. But Chun Chang was a little absent-minded throughout the afternoon. The four words Fountain of Life kept repeating in his mind. Back to the school villa. The sky was gradually getting dark. The three of them sat on the sofa, no one spoke. In the end, it was Chun Chung who broke the silence. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. His voice was not loud. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian looked at each other without any hesitation. Good. Tonight, let's adjust our state. Chen Shang stood up, his eyes swept over the two beautiful girls who now completely belonged to him, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The so-called adjustment state. Of course, we must use the most in-depth and thorough approach. The sisters' pretty faces turned red instantly. Of course they understood what their husbands meant. Hua Weimian even boldly met his gaze, stretched out her pink tongue, and gently licked her lips. That enchanting appearance made Chen Shang's breathing heavier. He picked up both babies by the waist and strode towards the master bedroom on the second floor. Chapter 66, Slanting Wolf Mountain. The next day. It was just dawn. There were already slight noises in the villa complex of Hanwu University. Chen Shang put on a not-too-big tactical backpack and gave the supplies inside a final check. Drinking water, high-energy compressed biscuits, first aid kit, and some spare quick recovery potions. He sighed. There are still too many things. It would be nice to have a storage device. When I get the chance, I will definitely find a way to get it. He glanced back. On the sofa, Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were sitting side by side, eating breakfast in small bites. After a thorough condition adjustment last night, although we almost didn't sleep all night, the two babies look surprisingly good today. Her skin is fair and rosy, as smooth as a baby's, and her whole body exudes a moist glow. Seeing Chen Shang looking at them, they raised their heads at the same time and smiled sweetly. Chen Shang's heart was healed instantly. He chuckled and walked over. Set off. Early in the morning, there were not many people on the bus leaving Hanwu City. The three of them found a seat near the back. The coolness of the early morning made Hua Shilua, who was still a little sleepy, lean on Chen Chang's shoulder naturally, nodding her head like a napping kitten. Chen Chang reached out and held her in his arms so that she could sleep more comfortably. On the other side, Hua Weimian took his personal terminal and carefully checked the detailed information of the intelligence with Chen Chang.
30 kilometers east of Hanwu City, in the area of Xielong Mountain.
Hua Weimian pointed at the map on the screen and read softly. This range is still too large. Chen Chang looked at the large green area on the map and frowned slightly. Although the intelligence came with a rough coordinate, the terrain in the mountains is complex, and trying to accurately find a so-called nameless valley is like looking for a needle in a haystack. To be honest, Chen Chang did not have much hope for this fountain of life. After all, the authenticity is extremely low. What's more, there are 3 other teams that also received this information. If we go there now, even if we discover something, there is a high probability that we will get nothing.
Just think of it as an outing.
It's not bad to take my 2 babies to see the natural scenery of this world. As he thought about this, he felt a lot more relaxed. After wandering around the city for a while, we finally found it after more than an hour.
The bus stopped at a desolate stop in the eastern suburbs. This is already the edge of Hanwu City's safe zone.
Further ahead is a wild area that has not been deeply developed. The 3 got out of the car. A rolling mountain range appeared before our eyes. This is Xielong Mountain. According to historical records, this mountain range appeared out of thin air after alien beasts invaded Blue Star. It is said that at that time, an extremely small space crack appeared in the center of the mountain.
However, the crack is very small and unstable.
Only some of the lowest level monsters can pass through it, and it will not pose much threat to human society. Therefore, after the Human Federation's rule was stabilized, the military and the Psychic Association organized several large-scale cleanup operations. Today, except for some scattered exotic beasts that may still lurk in the deep areas of Xielong Mountain, the outer areas have become quite safe. Now it has even become a good place for some brave ordinary citizens to go for an outing on weekends.
Chen Chang checked the map.
The unnamed valley marked in the intelligence was more than 10 kilometers away from their current location.
Not far. Let's go.
He took the sisters' hands and began to walk deep into the forest along a path that had been worn by predecessors.
The sun has completely risen.
The golden sunlight shines through the sparse trees, casting mottled shadows.
The mountain air, with its cool morning air and the fragrance of grass and trees, is so fresh that it makes people feel relaxed and happy. This was the first time that Chen Chang had truly come into contact with the natural environment of Blue Planet since coming to this world. There is no hustle and bustle of the city and the oppression of steel and concrete. The only sounds in my ears were the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. His heart was filled with curiosity. The 2 sisters obviously liked the environment here. They took off their coats, which seemed a bit heavy in the city, and wore only close-fitting sportswear, which made them look more youthful and beautiful. Hua Shilua was like a happy butterfly, jumping and skipping on the path in the woods, bending down from time to time to pick up a beautiful stone or an unknown little flower. Hua Weimian followed behind her with a gentle smile on her face, reminding her to be careful with her step from time to time. In the sunshine, the 2 girls' beautiful profiles are matched with the vibrant natural atmosphere of early spring. The scene was truly like a fairy descending to earth. It is so beautiful. Chen Chang followed not far behind them, with an anti-smile on his face the whole time. He didn't push. Just quietly enjoying this rare comfort and warmth. At this moment, the 3 of them did not look like psychics going on a dangerous mission. It's more like a family outing.
This leisurely pace lasted for nearly an hour. The 3 of them walked and stopped, and had already gone 5 or 6 kilometers deep into the forest. The surrounding environment began to become more primitive and quiet, and the road was no longer visible under my feet. Chen Chang stopped and took a look at the map on his personal terminal. There are only 5 kilometers left to enter the target area.
Whether we can find it then depends on luck.
His footsteps slowly stopped. The smile on his face slowly faded. A completely different aura, sharp and focused, emanated from him.
The time for playing is over.
Hua Weimian, who was playing with her sister in front, suddenly stopped. Through the close soul connection, she immediately felt the change in Chen Chang's mood.
She immediately grabbed Hua Shilua, who was still chasing the butterfly. "What's wrong, sister?"
Hua Shilua looked back in some confusion.
Hua Weimian didn't say anything, but just shook his head gently at her. Next second,
All the playfulness and curiosity on Hua Shilua's innocent little face disappeared in an instant.
Instead, there is a solemnity and seriousness.
The two sisters looked at each other and did not make any unnecessary movements.
They turned around and walked quickly back to Chen Chang.
One on the left, one on the right, stood half a step behind him.
The whole process was smooth and full of tacit understanding. Even no word of communication is needed.
Chen Chang looked at their reactions and nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and gently rubbed the sisters' heads. Then, his gaze turned to the increasingly dark forest ahead.
Walk. In one word, simple and straightforward. The three of them started walking again.
This time, their formation, their pace, and their expressions were all completely different from before.
Chapter 67 Crisis emerges.
The three of them sped up a lot, no longer strolling leisurely like before. Chen Chang was walking in front. He had already raised his perception to the extreme and was alert to any slight movement around him. The two sisters were half a step behind him, one on the left and one on the right, protecting his back firmly.
This is the true fighting posture of their team. The mountains and forests become increasingly deep and secluded.
The towering trees blocked out the sun, and the sunlight could hardly penetrate the dense canopy, leaving only spots of light on the ground. A damp smell with a hint of decay began to permeate the air. The sounds of birds and insects around gradually disappeared.
Deathly silence.
If it weren't for the holographic map on the personal terminal on his wrist, which was clearly guiding the direction, Chen Chang would even doubt whether they had lost themselves in the depths of this primitive jungle. This place is completely free from traces of human activities.
More than half an hour passed.
Chen Chang's footsteps slowly stopped. He raised his hand and gestured to stop.
Take a break. Continuous high-intensity vigilance and movement are extremely mentally draining.
He himself was fine, but he had to consider the condition of the sisters.
He glanced around and finally chose a huge ancient tree not far away that required 3 or 4 people to hug.
The tree has a thick trunk and lush branches and leaves, making it an excellent temporary resting place.
The three of them walked over quickly.
Chen Chang sat down against the tree trunk and took out 3 bottles of drinking water and a few high-energy compressed biscuits from his tactical backpack. He handed 2 of them to the 2 sisters.
Replenish your energy.
Hua Weinian took the food and water and glanced at her sister, who also had a tense face. She took Hua Shilua's hand, stood up, and walked to the other side of the tree. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and gave a warning with some concern.
Husband, please don't look at it.
Chen Chang was about to unscrew the bottle cap to drink water, but stopped when he heard this. He looked at Hua Weiman's pretty face, which was serious yet a little shy, and felt a little amused.
They are an old married couple. What haven't you seen? Now I feel shy.
However, he still nodded in cooperation, pretending to be a gentleman.
Rest assured.
Hua Weimian finally felt relieved, took her sister's hand, and quickly disappeared behind the thick tree trunk.
Chen Chang leaned against a tree, nibbling on dry compressed biscuits while thinking. The information about the fountain of life is extremely unlikely to be true. And the source is anonymous. The price is ridiculously cheap.
All of this has an unusual flavor. What's more, there are 3 other teams that also received this information.
Is there any conspiracy here?
I was impulsive at the time and accepted the job without considering the possible dangers.
Chen Chang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter.
He always felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed.
Just as he was thinking. Ah!
A short scream suddenly came from the other side of the tree.
It's Hua Shilua's voice. The sound was not loud and did not sound like there was any danger.
Chen Chang's heart was instantly lifted.
He stood up suddenly. Husband! Come here quickly. Hua Weimian's voice sounded immediately afterwards, also with a hint of solemnity. Chen Chang didn't hesitate at all.
He dodged and walked around the huge tree trunk in a few steps. The 2 sisters were standing in an open space not far away. When they saw Chen Chang coming, they quickly pointed at the ground.
Chen Chang looked in the direction they pointed.
His pupils shrank slightly. Scattered on the ground covered with dead leaves were several familiar military high-energy food packaging bags and a flattened water bottle. The most eye-catching thing was the spots on the leaves of a nearby bush that had turned dark brown, bloodstains. Chen Chang's face darkened instantly. He walked over quickly, squatted down, and carefully examined the traces at the scene. The garbage was of the same brand as what they carried in their backpacks. These are all standard supplies distributed uniformly by the Logistics Supply Department of the Association of Superpowers.
Without a doubt.
This was left behind by one of the 3 teams of psychics that arrived here before them.
Hua Shilua also squatted down.
She stretched out her slender fingers and gently picked up a blood-stained leaf.
The blood hasn't dried completely yet. They should have been gone for no more than an hour. Her little face was full of seriousness. Looking at the way these things are scattered, they left in a hurry.
Hua Weimian next to her shook her head, her eyes swept around and her tone was cold.
No. They might not have left on their own.
Chen Chang stood up and took over her words. His eyes scanned every suspicious corner around him sharply.
There is danger here. As soon as the words fell. Rustle.
An extremely slight, almost inaudible friction sound suddenly came from a dense patch of grass about 10 meters in front of his left.
Chen Cheng's body tensed up instantly. He turned around suddenly and made a stay-put gesture to the 2 sisters behind him. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian immediately understood, squatted slightly, and took a defensive stance. Chen Cheng took a deep breath. Crack. Crack.
A dense sound, like the friction between rocks, was heard. His skin, in an instant, changed from normal skin color to a hard grayish white.
Strange skin petrified.
After activating the skill, Chen Chang felt much more secure. He lowered his footsteps and lowered his body, like a cheetah ready to hunt. Step by step, silently, he slowly approached the patch of grass where the strange noise came from.
10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Chen Cheng stopped. He could clearly feel a faint breath of life behind the grass. There are no energy fluctuations. Like an ordinary little animal. But he didn't dare to be careless at all. He stretched out his hand, and with his petrified fingers, he slowly parted the dense grass half a man's height in front of him. The grass was parted. The scene behind was exposed before his eyes. Chen Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. I saw a corpse lying in the open space behind the grass. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing the same combat uniform as other psychics. There was still an expression of extreme fear on his face, his eyes were wide open and he died with his eyes open. There was a fist-sized bloody hole on the neck, and the flesh was blurred. And next to his body, a small animal that looked like a squirrel, but was completely black and had sharp fangs, was lying on his wound. Again and again. Greedily gnawing on the solidified flesh and blood. As if it had sensed Chen Cheng's arrival, the little animal suddenly raised its head and stared at him fiercely with its pair of blood-red eyes. There was still a trace of bloody meat hanging from the mouth. Chen Cheng ignored the little beast's provocation. His eyes were fixed on the corpse. My heart is cold. What the lazy middle-aged man said before was right. There were already 3 teams that arrived before them. And this one in front of me. He should be a member of one of the teams. Chapter 68, Fallen into the Trap. Without any hesitation, he slowly retreated and quietly exited the bushes. During the entire process, not a single sound was made. What's wrong? Seeing his unprecedented solemn expression, Hua Weimian and Hua Shilua's hearts instantly rose to their throats. Chen Chang did not answer immediately. He first pulled the 2 sisters and quickly took a few steps back. After confirming that there was no movement around them, he spoke quickly and concisely in a voice that only the 3 of them could hear. There's a body. They are the members of the psychic team who arrived first. Something is wrong here, let's evacuate immediately. There was unquestionable determination in his voice. This so-called fountain of life has revealed a sense of weirdness from the very beginning. Now, there are even dead people. No matter what great opportunities lie ahead, he is not prepared to risk his own life and the lives of his 2 sisters again. Not worth it. The 2 sisters looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. But they had no doubts. They have almost blind trust in Chen Cheng's judgment. Good. The 2 nodded heavily. Walk. Chen Chang no longer hesitated. He grabbed one person in each hand, turned around, and prepared to leave this dangerous place quickly along the way he came. However, the moment they turned around, the 3 of them froze in their tracks at the same time. Chen Cheng's pupils constricted, and he saw that in front of them, the forest they had just walked through was still the same forest. But that ancient tree they used as a temporary resting point, so huge that it required 3 or 4 people to hug it. Gone. The original place is empty.
It was as if the towering ancient tree, which was eye-catching enough to serve as a landmark, had never existed.
Tree.
There was a hint of uncontrollable trembling and fear in Hua Shilua's voice.
The tree's gone.
A chill instantly rushed from the soles of the three people's feet to the top of their heads. Chen Chang reacted the fastest. He suddenly raised his wrist and looked at the personal terminal in his hand. However, the screen that should have been clearly displaying the holographic map now only had a flickering.
Snowflakes. Sizzle.
A harsh noise came from the terminal.
He immediately turned around and looked at the two sisters.
Hua Weimian and Hua Shilua were also looking down at their terminals.
The same situation applies to their terminals. All signals are interrupted.
They have completely lost contact with the outside world.
Hua Shilua's little face had turned pale.
At this moment, the three of them felt like they were locked in an airtight iron box.
Isolated and helpless. Don't panic. Hua Weimian took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
Her eyes quickly scanned the surrounding forest, which looked normal but was full of weirdness.
We might have stepped into some kind of supernatural formation.
It was obvious that her voice was very nervous.
This type of formation usually uses the environment to create illusions and disrupt people's perception.
If we move around randomly, we have no idea where we're going to end up. She paused, her gaze falling on the clearing where the tree should have been, a flash of understanding in her eyes.
That big tree from before might be the key to triggering the formation.
As soon as we get close to it, or stay near it, we've already fallen into its trap.
Chen Chang's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. He slowly clenched his fists. Damn it!
I'm still in trouble. From the very beginning, he felt that something was wrong. The extremely low fidelity intelligence, the ridiculously cheap price, and the three inexplicable advanced teams.
Now that I think about it, those three teams weren't really competitors at all. They are bait. It is a chess piece used to paralyze those who come later. Even, they are part of this killing game. This trap is so ingeniously arranged, one link after another. It is to lead people step by step into this desperate situation.
A rage of being teased burned wildly in Chen Chang's chest.
He took the sisters' cold little hands and held them tightly. He didn't say much.
But through the close connection between their souls, the two sisters understood his intentions, his anger, and his determination. The fear and panic that came from the heart miraculously subsided after feeling the warmth from his palm and his firm will. As long as he is there.
They are not afraid of anything.
Chen Chang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, all the anger and regret in his eyes had been replaced by cold rationality.
Waiting here all the time is not a solution.
He spoke, his voice low and calm. The supplies we brought are limited and we can't sustain it for long.
Even if this is a formation, the person who set it up must be nearby.
His eyes swept across the deep and silent forest.
There is only one solution now.
Continue to search for the so-called Fountain of Life.
What?
The two sisters were stunned at the same time. Chen Chang sneered, I now have every reason to believe that this news is not a coincidence at all.
It's coming right for me.
The other party has gone to such great lengths to set up such a trap. Their purpose is definitely not just to trap us to death. Instead of running around here like a headless chicken, or sitting there and waiting for death, it's better to just follow his script. I want to see what tricks this rat hiding behind the scenes is up to. After listening to Chen Chang's analysis, the two sisters were worried, but at least they had a next step to move on. The other party's target is most likely your husband. If that is the case, then the core of the trap must be at the final destination. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative.
Who could it be? Hua Shilua couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Chen Chang shook his head. Have no idea.
A name flashed through his mind.
World? It shouldn't be that bad.
The killer organization's style of operation is to kill with one strike, cleanly and efficiently. Setting up a complicated illusion killing game like this, beating around the bush, is not like their style.
Who is that?
In Hangwu City, he didn't seem to have any deep-seated enemies.
I can't figure it out. Chen Chang simply stopped thinking about it. No matter who it is.
Dare to set your sights on him and his woman. Then be prepared to bear his wrath.
Pack up and let's continue. He stood up and dusted himself off.
The two sisters immediately took action and put the scattered food packaging and water bottles into their backpacks, leaving no trace.
Which way? Hua Weimian asked.
Now there are no maps, no landmarks, and everything looks exactly the same in all directions. Chen Chang looked around and pointed in a random direction.
This way.
Anyway, it doesn't matter where you choose now.
It's all on the enemy's chessboard.
The three of them formed their formation and set off again, heading into the unknown forest filled with murderous intent.
This time, they can only wait for the other party to make the first move.
Just at the moment when the three of them completely disappeared into the depths of the jungle. In the open space where they had just stopped, the air twisted slightly.
A blurry black shadow appeared out of nowhere.
The dark shadow stood quietly, as if staring at the direction where Qin Chang and the other two left.
A moment later, the black shadow flickered again and then disappeared completely.
As if it had never appeared.
Chapter 69 Invisible Murder. You two, go into my armed space first.
Chen Chang's voice was low, and his eyes swept across the identical woods around him, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger.
This place is full of weirdness. Putting them in the armed space is the safest option. However, no. Hua Weimian refused without even thinking.
She took a step forward, and her pretty face, which looked exactly like Hua Shilua's, was now full of stubbornness.
We want to stay with you.
Hua Shilua beside her also nodded vigorously. She tightly grasped the corner of Chen Chang's clothes and echoed softly but firmly, yes.
Together. They know that armed spaces are safe.
But they also know that after they are taken in, their husbands will be left alone to face the unknown danger alone.
They can't do it.
Chen Chang looked at them. He was helpless.
A warm feeling welled up in my heart. He reached out and rubbed each of the sisters' heads. Okay.
Follow me closely, don't leave me for a moment.
The three of them set off again. My spirit was tense as never before. Chen Chang maximized his perception, maintaining his petrified skin. His leg muscles were also strengthened, ready to deal with any emergency at any time.
Time slowly passed in the dead silence. Along the way, they encountered no living creatures.
Not to mention that weird little beast before. Not even a flying insect or an ant can be seen. The entire forest is like a huge tomb that has been drained of all vitality. There were only 3 living people walking among them. Tick tick tick. The monotonous sound of footsteps became the only sound in this space. Depressed. Suffocating depression. Hua Shilua's body began to tremble slightly. Her little hand, which was held by Chen Chang, was ice cold, and her palms were full of cold sweat. She leaned tightly against Chen Chang, her little head almost buried in his arms, her eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look at her surroundings at all. She can't hold on any longer. Chen Chang felt her condition. If this continues, this timid little girl will be the first to have a mental breakdown. He stopped. Hua Weimian also stopped immediately and looked around vigilantly. Chen Chang didn't explain. He turned around, looked at Hua Shilua who was trembling in his arms, and said softly, Shilua, be good. Go in and rest for a while. Hua Shilua raised her head, her pale little face full of struggle. She doesn't want to leave. But, she also knew that her current state had become a burden. She was about to say something. Chen Chang didn't give her a chance to refuse. A thought came to my mind. Hua Shilua's figure disappeared out of thin air. Only Hua Weimian and Chen Chang were left standing in this dead silent forest. Hua Weimian glanced at the place where her sister disappeared, then looked at Chen Chang, and said nothing. She understands. This is the best option. Chen Chang took her little hand. Let's keep going. Without Hua Shilua who needed constant care, Chen Chang felt less pressure. The two continued to move forward. Not long after they walked, Chen Chang discovered that Hua Weimian, who was beside him, began to behave a little strangely. She was no longer just observing her surroundings warily. Instead, he stopped from time to time and squatted down. She picked up some soil from the ground and put it to her nose and sniffed it gently. After a while, she walked to a big tree, stretched out her slender fingers, gently stroked the rough bark, closed her eyes, as if feeling something. What are you doing? Chen Chang finally couldn't help but ask. Hua Weimian stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and his little face was full of seriousness. I read some ancient books about supernatural power formations in the library of Hanwoo University. Her voice was very low. The book says that most illusion-type formations aren't created out of thin air. Instead, they're based on the real environment and use special energy fluctuations to distort and interfere with the intruder's five senses, thereby trapping and killing the enemy. Since it is based on reality, it must have traces to follow. I want to find the core of this formation, or at least find its pattern. Chen Chang listened to her words and felt a slight movement in his heart. He didn't expect that this girl who usually looked quiet actually knew all this. Did you find anything? Hua Weinian shook her head, a hint of frustration showing on her face. No. This formation is too advanced. I can't see any trace of energy flowing. Everything around me is too real. Chen Chang looked at her serious expression and smiled. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Fine. If you can't see it, forget it. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You just have to stay with me. Even if the sky falls, my husband will hold it up. Hua Weinian's heart instantly warmed. She nodded heavily and took the initiative to hold Chen Chang's hand. I don't know how long I walked. Ahead, the sound of water splashing could be heard faintly. It's a stream. The stream is not wide, only about 2 or 3 meters, clear to the bottom, and flows slowly. Chen Chang stopped. After walking for so long, he was a little tired. Rest here for a while. He took Hua Weinian and walked to the stream and sat down. With a thought, he released Hua Shilua from the armed space. Let her come out and get some fresh air. Hua Shilua's figure appeared out of nowhere. After staying in the armed space for a while, her complexion looked much better and no longer as pale. However, as soon as she came out, she didn't have time to take in the surroundings clearly. Her cute little nose suddenly wrinkled. She tilted her head with some confusion and looked at Chen Chang and her sister. Husband, sister, don't you smell anything? Chen Chang and Hua Weimian were both stunned. Smell? Chen Chang sniffed hard. The air was filled with only the damp scent of stream water and the rotting smell of grass and trees. No other flavor. Hua Weimian also shook her head. No, Shilua, did you smell it wrongly? That's not right. Hua Shilua sniffed hard again. An even more confused expression appeared on her little face. There was clearly a nice floral scent just now. But now, the taste seems to have faded. Now, it seems to be gone again. She was completely confused. However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Hua Weinian's body shook violently. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression instantly became extremely solemn. She didn't explain to Chen Chang. He just looked at Chen Chang with an extremely serious look. Next second, she disappeared from the spot out of thin air. She took the initiative to enter Chen Chang's armed space. Chen Chang understood her thoughts instantly. His heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. Less than 10 seconds. Swish! Hua Weinian's figure appeared again. Her pretty face was solemn, even with a hint of horror. She looked at Chen Chang and said word by word. It smells like flowers. She extended a slender finger and pointed in a direction upstream of the stream. It's in that direction. Very strong. Chen Chang's face darkened completely. He understood. He totally understood. This strange formation is always filled with the fragrance of flowers. However, because they have been here for a long time, their sense of smell has completely adapted, so they can't smell it at all. Only people like Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, who came out of the armed space and came into contact with the air here again, could smell that scent in those few seconds before their sense of smell adapted. What a gentle trap. What an invisible murderous intent. What does the other party want to do? Chen Chang's gaze became extremely cold. He stood up and took the sisters' hands. Walk. Without any hesitation, he took them and walked against the stream in the direction Hua Weimian pointed. Chapter 70 The Dark Shadow Appears. Going against the direction of the stream is the place Hua Weinian pointed to. Chen Chang walked in front, his expression extremely solemn. They walked against the stream, in the direction Hua Weimian pointed. Now that the direction has been determined, we are no longer like a headless fly. No matter whether there is a dragon's den or a tiger's lair ahead, he has no choice but to give it a try. The stream is flowing with a gurgling sound.
As they continued to move upstream, the surrounding environment began to change visibly. Those towering trees that once blocked out the sun are becoming increasingly sparse and smaller.
Instead, there are some short, oddly shaped trees. The faint floral scent in the air became clearer and stronger, and even Chen Chang could smell it. It was an extremely pleasant smell, elegant, yet with a strange charm that would lift people's spirits after smelling it. But Chen Chang's heart sank deeper and deeper. The more beautiful something is, the more deadly it is. We walked forward for about 10 minutes. Even the short trees disappeared. All that was left in front of me were some dense bushes half a person's height. The three of them had to slow down, push aside the branches and leaves blocking the way, and move forward with difficulty. Final. The sound of splashing water became clearly audible in my ears. Chen Chang pushed aside the last bush. The scene before me suddenly became clear. It was a small valley. In the center of the depression, there is a small pool with a diameter of no more than 5 or 6 meters. The clear stream slowly overflows from this pool, then gathers into a stream and flows downstream. Here is the source. And by the small pond, there is a circle of strange flowers. Those flowers are a dreamy blue all over, with petals stacked layer upon layer, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting little fluorescent lights. The rich floral fragrance in the air comes from these faint blue flowers. Hua Weimian approached cautiously. Instead of smelling the flowers directly with her nose, she stretched out her little hand and gently fanned them above the flowers. A fragrant breeze blew across my nose. Her little face instantly became extremely solemn. That's right. She turned around and looked at Chen Chang, and said with certainty, that's the taste. Hua Shilua also followed behind her sister, looking at the blue flowers that were so beautiful that they seemed unreal. Her little face was full of curiosity, but she didn't dare to get too close. Chen Chang's gaze did not linger on those strange flowers. He looked around. This small depression was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only a narrow exit in the direction they came from. This is the core of the entire trap. His gaze finally fell on the small pool. The water in the pool is so clear that you can even see the layer of colorful pebbles at the bottom. Apart from 1 or 2 tiny bubbles occasionally emerging from the bottom of the pool, the entire pool looks unremarkable. Chen Cheng's expression became a little strange. No way? This is the fountain of life mentioned in the intelligence? He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. There was indeed a faint, almost negligible breath of life in the air. The source of this breath comes from this pool. But this is too weak. It was completely different from what he had imagined, the kind of magical object that could bring dead trees back to life and replenish the essence of life in large quantities. The blood marrow stone that Bai Yuexin gave him contained life energy that was hundreds of times richer than that of the entire pool combined. This thing, forget about replenishing the essence of life. I'm afraid it will be difficult to even recover from some minor skin injuries. The intelligence is fake? Or, is this not a fountain of life at all, but just an ordinary pool of water that happens to contain a trace of life energy? Chen Cheng's heart was filled with confusion and disappointment. But he had a hunch that the other party had gone to great lengths to lead him here, definitely not to let him see such a super mini version of the fountain of life. There must be some other mystery here. Just as the 3 of them were standing around the pool, puzzled. Mutation happened suddenly. It was less than 5 meters behind the 3 of them. The air, like water waves, twisted slightly. A blurry black shadow that almost blended into the surrounding environment slowly and silently condensed into shape. The black shadow did not make any sound, nor did it emit any energy fluctuations. Just like a real ghost from the 9 nether hell. It was quietly suspended in the air, emitting a heart-pounding, cold breath. However, at the moment when the black shadow took shape, Chen Cheng's body suddenly stiffened. A strong sense of uneasiness instantly filled my heart. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. Careful! Chen Cheng didn't even have time to look back. Crack! Crack! The hard grayish-white color instantly covered his entire skin. Strange skin petrified. At the same time, the muscles in his right leg suddenly swelled up, veins popped out, and it was filled with explosive power. Physical strengthening. Without any hesitation, Chen Cheng's body suddenly turned around in an extremely twisted posture. His strong right leg, with a terrifying whistling sound that tore through the air, was like an extremely powerful steel whip, sweeping fiercely towards the empty air behind him. He used all his strength in this kick. He trusts his intuition. There's something there.
At the same time that Chen Cheng suddenly attacked,
Hua Weimian's reaction was almost reaching its limit. She didn't even look to see what was happening behind her.
The moment Chen Cheng roared, she activated her skills without hesitation.
An invisible spiritual wave, invisible to the naked eye, suddenly shot out from between her eyebrows. Mental shock.
The tacit understanding between the two sisters was fully demonstrated at this moment. Hua Shilua also reacted instantly. Her little hands were clenched tightly, ready to inflict the bleeding effect on the target that appeared.
However, next second,
a scene that horrified Chen Cheng happened. His powerful kick was powerful enough to break a tree that could be hugged by two men.
It turns out, it went straight through the black shadow that had just formed. No hindrance at all. It was as if the black shadow didn't exist in this space at all. It's just an empty, insubstantial illusion. A kick in the air. The enormous force caused Chen Cheng's body to be temporarily unbalanced.
There was a huge storm in his heart.
What the hell is this? However, at the moment when Chen Cheng's physical attack completely failed, Hua Weiman's invisible mental impact hit the black shadow accurately and fiercely.
The originally blurry black shadow suddenly flickered violently, as if it was disturbed by something, and became a little unstable.
Immediately following,
a clear and pleasant female voice, with a hint of surprise, came from the dark shadow.
"Ha! You are quite interesting, little girl." Chapter 71 The Enchanting Woman. The female voice fell.
Chuckle.
A silver bell-like laughter echoed in the empty valley. The blurry black shadow began to condense and materialize rapidly amid the laughter.
The first thing that appeared was a pair of bare, slender feet as white as jade, floating in the air half a foot above the ground. Next, there are the slender, straight, perfect calves and the graceful and moving figure wrapped in a black gauze dress.
Final. A beautiful face that could make the world pale in comparison appeared before the three of them.
Her eyebrows are like distant mountains, and her eyes are like autumn water. It was not the pure and lovable beauty of Hua Shilua, nor was it the quiet beauty with a hint of heroism of Hua Weiman.
It's a kind of natural charm.
Every frown, smile, and gesture seems to carry the magic that can captivate the soul. She just floated there quietly, with a faint smile on her lips, looking at Chen Cheng with interest.
Chen Cheng's breathing stopped instantly, as the giggle laughter entered my ears. An indescribable heat suddenly rose from his lower abdomen and instantly swept through his whole body.
His blood seemed to be ignited at this moment and began to rush wildly.
Reason is fading rapidly. There was only one thought left in my mind. Get her. At all costs. Just as his eyes began to become blurred and his body wanted to move forward uncontrollably, one left and one right, two cold little hands suddenly grabbed his big hands. Husband. It's the voice of Hua Weimian and Hua Shilua.
Their voices were filled with anxiety and worry.
Next second,
that familiar, close soul connection, like two clear springs, instantly flowed into Chen Cheng's mind, which was about to be engulfed by the flames of desire.
Chen Cheng's body shook violently. The crazy heat was suppressed in an instant.
The confusion in his eyes quickly faded away, replaced by a cold fear.
That was close.
He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the throbbing that was still surging in his heart.
He raised his head and looked back at the stunning woman floating in the air.
This time, his eyes were full of vigilance and solemnity.
This woman is so strong.
Chen Cheng could clearly feel the energy fluctuations from her body that were almost invisible but as vast as the ocean. He had only experienced this feeling with one person.
Bai Yuexin.
This woman's strength is definitely on the same level as Bai Yuexin.
Maybe even stronger. Who are you? What do you want to do?
Chen Cheng focused and asked her in a deep voice. When the woman heard his question, the smile on her face became even wider. Her charming eyes blinked gently and her red lips parted slightly.
The voice is soft and charming. My name is Chiner.
Just 4 words. It was as if with a strange magic, like a gentle little hand, gently caressing the tip of his heart.
Chen Cheng's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Damn it!
He held the sister's hands tightly again, and with the help of the clarity brought by the soul connection, he managed to calm his mind. When the woman who called herself Chiner saw him like this, the interest in her eyes became even stronger. She tilted her head curiously, her expression unexpectedly taking on a girlish look.
That's really interesting.
A mere control realm cultivator was able to withstand my charming voice for so long. Her eyes swept across the tightly clasped hands of Chen Chang and the two sisters, and she seemed to understand something.
So, it's thanks to these two little girls.
Chen Chang ignored her teasing. He took another deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
What on earth do you want to do by bringing us here?
Sheener giggled, and with a flick of her body, she landed lightly on the ground from mid-air. She walked barefoot on the cold pebbles, step by step, slowly towards the three people.
Take it easy.
Her voice has a soothing magic.
If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. I came here just to invite you to join us. Join you? Chen Chang was stunned. We are 0.
Sheener's voice was still as charming and attractive as ever, but what she said made Chen Chang's heart sink suddenly.
The superpower organization, 0.
He had heard of that strange organization that was even more mysterious than the killer organization Human World and believed that humanity can perish, but 0 must remain in the world forever. Sheener seemed to see through the fear in his heart. She stopped and stood less than 10 meters away from the three people, with a playful smile on her face.
I know what you're thinking.
However, those rumors are just for listening. She paused and looked up and down at Chen Chang's face. Besides, you don't look like some hot-blooded idiot who cares about the survival of mankind.
Is the life and death of humans important to you? Chen Chang was silent. This woman is right.
He was never a hero.
He actually doesn't care what the world becomes.
All he cares about is himself and the people around him.
Sheener looked at his expression and nodded with satisfaction. You see, we are on the same path. Join 0 and you'll get everything you want.
Power, resources, even immortality. Her words were full of temptation. But Chen Chang only felt a biting cold.
This organization is so weird. If you get involved with them, there will definitely be no good outcome.
He pulled the two sisters and began to slowly move backwards.
I refuse. However,
the smile on Sheener's face faded slightly at this moment.
Yeah?
She sighed softly, and there seemed to be a hint of regret in her tone.
That's such a pity. As soon as the words fell,
she raised her slender white hand and pointed at the two sisters beside Chen Chang.
The action is understated. It was like just pointing at two insignificant ants. Since they are so in the way, then, just be quiet for a while. Next second,
Chen Chang only felt an irresistible huge force coming from both sides of him at the same time. That force directly separated Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman from his side.
Don't want. Chen Chang's eyes were bloodshot.
He tried to catch it, but he couldn't catch anything. The two sisters flew out to both sides uncontrollably. Then, with two thumps, he knelt heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. Their bodies seemed to be firmly imprisoned by invisible shackles, unable to move, unable to even lift a finger. Her pretty face was filled with pain and fear. As the two sisters were forcibly separated.
That refreshing feeling from the soul connection that had always supported Chen Chang's sanity. Moment. Interrupted. No. Chen Chang roared inwardly, but it was of no use.
Sheener's charming figure appeared in front of him like a ghost.
The distance between the two people was less than half a meter.
Her flawless face was so close. She stretched out her cold fingers and gently touched Chen Chang's eyebrows. An extremely rich scent with an exotic floral fragrance flowed along her fingertips and into Chen Chang's mind.
Now, do you still refuse?
Her voice, like the devil's whisper, echoed in Chen Chang's ears. Chen Chang's body was shaking violently. His eyes were struggling madly.
Anger, resentment, murderous intent.
All kinds of emotions flickered in his eyes.
However,
in the face of the absolute gap in strength, after losing the sole protection of the two sisters, his pitiful resistance seemed so pale and powerless. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, little by little.
Final.
All the struggles turned into emptiness and confusion. Chen Chang's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment.
Chapter 72 Soul Slave Seal.
Sheener looked at the man in front of her with empty eyes and completely fallen for him, and smiled with satisfaction.
This mission is considered completed. We just need to bring him back to the organization and hand him over to the leader.
Her gaze slowly moved away from Chen Chang's handsome face and fell on the two beautiful girls who were trapped in place and unable to move not far away. She looked them up and down carefully.
It's like examining two pieces of merchandise.
They're a good pair. She parted her red lips slightly, her voice still charming.
Take it back and train it properly. It can become a good tool.
Tool. These two words deeply pierced into the hearts of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian. The blood drained from their faces, and those two identical pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with overwhelming anger, endless panic, and despair deep in their bones. They ignored Qin'er's comments. All their minds and wills rushed madly towards the soul connection between them and Chen Chang, which was vague and about to break.
Husband! Husband! Wake up! Husband! That woman, she wants.
In their hearts, they used up all their strength, shouting and roaring at the top of their lungs.
But no response.
The connection that was once so close and connected now feels like a stagnant pool of water.
Their calls fell on deaf ears, unable to stir up even a ripple. Chen Chang, I can't hear you anymore.
His own spiritual world has been completely occupied by that witch. Qin'er looked at the two sisters struggling desperately but helplessly, and the smile on her lips became even more pronounced.
She really enjoyed the feeling.
The feeling of crushing other people's hopes bit by bit with your own hands. She turned around and turned her gaze back to the man in front of her who now belonged completely to her.
Chuckle.
In front of the two sisters, she let out a charming laugh.
Then
she stretched out her jade white index finger.
The finger that just touched Chen Chang's eyebrows completely destroyed his will.
Under the fiery gazes of Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian, Qin'er's fingers, with a hint of playful teasing, slowly slid down from Chen Chang's neck.
Across his solid chest. Across his chiseled abdominal muscles.
Every time she passed a key part, a sickly blush would appear on Qin'er's face. She even stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked her lips, her seductive eyes flashing with excitement and greed.
That's really good.
Her fingers slowly moved downwards. Turning around, she looked at the two girls who were shaking with anger, their eyes red, with smiles on their faces and charm emanating from them. You two little girls really know how to enjoy yourself.
The food is really good. Chuckle. The ultimate humiliation. Playing with it unscrupulously. Hua Weiman's silver teeth almost bit her lips until they bled. Hua Shilua's tears were rolling down uncontrollably. Humiliation. Anger. Powerless.
All kinds of emotions, like a flood that broke through the dam, completely submerged them in an instant.
And at this moment, Chen Chang's consciousness has completely sunk.
In his world, there was only a pink mist filled with a strange fragrance.
Qin'er's charming voice echoed in his mind over and over again like a spell. Sink. Give up. Be my.
His will, his soul, everything about him was about to be completely assimilated and swallowed up by this fog.
He was about to completely lose himself. However, just a second before his last bit of sanity was about to be completely wiped out,
a cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized sound exploded in his chaotic sea of consciousness.
It is detected that the host is under a high-level mental charm attack, and the essence of the soul is about to be eroded. Threat level, fatal. Countermeasures have been initiated.
Based on the host's current situation, a solution is provided: Soul Slave Seal. Soul Slave Mark can forcibly brand the target's soul with a mark of slavery, forcing them to absolutely obey the host.
Note, the host's current cultivation level is too low to fully activate, and the effect of the slave mark will be greatly weakened. Once the cultivation level is improved in the future, the soul slave mark can be fully activated. That cold mechanical sound was like an epiphany. All the fog was dispelled in an instant.
Chen Chang's consciousness, which was about to dissipate, suddenly condensed at this moment.
The emptiness and confusion in his eyes disappeared completely in an instant.
Instead, there was a bottomless coldness that was enough to freeze the soul.
Almost at the same time,
Qin'er, who was enjoying the despair of her prey by freely moving her fingers over Chen Chang's body, suddenly stiffened. The charm on her face froze instantly. An intense sense of crisis, originating from the depths of her soul, suddenly swept over her entire body without any warning.
Something is wrong. This man.
Alarm bells were ringing in her heart.
However, it was all too late. Just when she was about to pull back,
a strange energy that she had never felt before, full of domineering, tyrannical and unreasonable energy, flowed into her body like a maggot in the tarsal bone along the finger that touched her body. That energy directly ignored her body protection ability, penetrated her flesh and blood, and rushed straight to the origin of her soul.
You.
For the first time, a look of horror appeared on Chiner's face. She wanted to pull her hand back. However, her slender fingers were now firmly welded to Chen Cheng's body.
Can't move. Next second. Bang! A crisp sound.
Chiner's slender wrist, which could not be pulled back, was held tightly by him. The force was so great that it almost crushed her wrist bones.
The shock on Chiner's face instantly turned into disbelief and astonishment.
She raised her head. She met Chen Cheng's eyes, which were so cold that they lacked any human emotion.
You.
She was just about to say something. An even more terrifying pain, as if to tear her soul apart completely, suddenly exploded from the depths of her mind.
Ah!
A shrill scream burst out from the mouth of this arrogant witch for the first time. Her enchanting eyes were instantly filled with endless pain and fear.
She felt as if a hot, humiliating mark was forcibly branded deep in her soul. It is a feeling of surrender that comes from the deepest level of life. Plop!
Chiner's legs softened, and she uncontrollably knelt straight down towards Chen Cheng.
Chapter 73 This Witch. Soul Slave Seal engraving completed. Soul Slave Seal upper limit 1-1.
The host's current cultivation level is too low, and can only have a preliminary impact on the target, unable to achieve complete control.
A cold mechanical sound rang in my mind.
Chen Cheng only felt that all the strength in his body was completely drained at this moment.
His legs went weak and his body swayed uncontrollably. Hoo-hoo!
He was breathing heavily, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of cold sweat. For him, the confrontation that lasted just a few seconds was more exhausting than fighting for a whole day.
The confrontation at the soul level is extremely dangerous. Almost. He was just a little bit away from being completely doomed. Husband. How are you, husband?
As Chiner was subdued, the restraints imposed on Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman disappeared instantly. The two sisters didn't even have time to stand firm before they immediately rushed to Chen Cheng's side, crawling and rolling, and held his shaky body tightly on the left and right. Their little faces were filled with fear and heartache. Chen Cheng felt the soft touch and concern on his arm, and his heart warmed.
He forced a smile. I'm fine.
He raised his head, his eyes passing over the two treasures and falling in front of him. The stunningly beautiful woman who had been so arrogant before and had played with them at her will was now kneeling on the ground in an extremely humiliating posture. Her long hair was disheveled, and her pretty face, which was enough to captivate everyone, was dazed and dull, as if she had lost her soul.
See this scene.
An uncontrollable rage suddenly rose from the depths of Hua Shilua's heart to the top of her head.
It's this woman.
It was she who used such a vulgar and shameless way to wantonly humiliate their husbands in front of them.
You witch!
Hua Shilua screamed, broke free from Chen Cheng's arms, and rushed forward like crazy.
Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed heavily on Chiner's flawless face.
The tremendous force knocked Chiner's head to the side, and 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on her fair cheek.
Chiner was stunned.
She slowly turned her head, and the dullness and confusion in her enchanting eyes quickly faded away, replaced by raging rage and cold murderous intent.
Just an ant. How dare you hit her? A terrifying energy wave burst out from her body. However,
just when she was about to tear the ignorant little girl in front of her into pieces, a cold gaze fell on her.
It's Chen Cheng.
Chiner's body suddenly stiffened. The terrifying energy that was about to explode was instantly silenced as if its throat was strangled.
Deep in her soul, the mark of humiliation that had just been branded began to burn and sting madly. An irresistible fear that came from the instinct of life swept over her whole body. She didn't dare to resist. You can't even have the thought of resisting.
Under Chen Cheng's cold gaze, the raging rage and murderous intent were extinguished instantly, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over them. Instead, there was a kind of grievance that even she herself could not understand. She looked at Chen Cheng, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes that were enough to bewitch people. I feel pity for him when I see him like that. It was as if it had suffered a great injustice and was complaining to its master. This scene stunned Hua Weiman, who was standing next to them.
She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. What is going on?
Chen Cheng ignored her, pretending to be pitiful. He supported Hua Weiman and walked over slowly. He looked down at Chiner, who was kneeling on the ground and didn't even dare to raise her head, with a cold voice.
Early stage of the domain, a level ability, charming sound, right? Chiner's body trembled violently.
She suddenly looked up, her face full of disbelief and shock.
How could he know?
Her ability level and capabilities are one of the top secrets of the Zero organization. Except for the leader and a very few core members, no one knows.
Who is this man?
Looking at her shocked expression, Chen Chang sneered in his heart. It seems that the effect of this soul slave seal is better than he imagined.
Get the stuff out of my body, Chen Chang ordered coldly.
Although he managed to break free from control with the help of the golden finger and the protection of the two sisters, he could clearly feel that there was still a pink supernatural power belonging to China remaining in his body. That energy, like a time bomb, made him feel uneasy.
Sheener didn't dare to disobey the order when she heard it.
Although her heart was filled with reluctance and humiliation, her body reacted subconsciously. She raised her slender, white hand, extended her index finger, and pointed it at Chen Yan's eyebrows.
Buzz.
A wisp of pink energy mist visible to the naked eye was slowly and forcibly pulled out of Chen Cheng's body. As this energy was extracted, Chen Cheng felt his mind instantly became much clearer. The heat and throbbing that had been lingering in my heart also dissipated for the most part.
However, just when he thought it was over, Sheener stopped moving.
Her beautiful face showed embarrassment and a strange blush.
What's wrong? Chen Cheng frowned.
Sheener raised her head, her eyes avoiding him, not daring to look him in the eye, her voice as thin as a mosquito. There are some left, some of which have already merged with you.
I can't draw anymore.
Chen Cheng's face darkened instantly.
What's the meaning? What should we do then? Sheener's face turned even redder.
She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before she said in an almost inaudible voice.
Unless. Release it. Release?
Chen Cheng was stunned at first, then he immediately understood what she meant. A surge of evil fire suddenly rushed up from his lower abdomen again. This time, it wasn't because of charm, but a pure, physiological reaction.
Damn it!
This witch! He turned his head and met the two sisters who were also confused. Chen Cheng gritted his teeth. At this point, there is no other way. He grabbed Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman's hands, said nothing, turned around and walked towards the dense bushes not far away.
Husband? Where are you going?
The two sisters were confused by his sudden action. But soon, they felt the irrepressible, burning flame in Chen Cheng's heart from the closely connected soul link.
Their pretty faces turned red all the way to their necks. Don't, here. Hua Shilua whimpered like a kitten. However, her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Sheener knelt on the spot, not daring to move. She could see the three people walking into the bushes, and then their figures were obscured by the dense branches and leaves. She can't see anything. But soon, waves of suppressed, intermittent, and blushing sounds reached her ears clearly.
Sheener's body suddenly stiffened. A sickly blush instantly appeared on her beautiful face. An unprecedented, strange feeling of heat surged up from deep within her body. She felt her body becoming extremely hot and empty. I feel so uncomfortable that I am about to go crazy. I don't know how long it took. The noise over there finally subsided.
Rustle. The bushes swayed.
Chen Cheng pulled the two sisters out. He looked refreshed and radiant. The two sisters beside him had flushed faces, disheveled clothes, and their walking posture was somewhat unnatural, and their eyes were evasive.
Chen Cheng finally felt much better. He walked up to Sheener and said, I ask, you answer. He didn't waste any time and started questioning directly. Why did you lead me here?
Sheener panted, trying hard to suppress the discomfort in her body, and replied intermittently, It was the leader's order.
He said, your existence is very special. He asked me to take you back.
Where is Zero's headquarters?
Who is your leader?
This time, Sheener's face showed pain and struggle.
I can't say.
Her eyes began to become confused.
Chen Cheng frowned.
He could feel that the effect of this soul slave seal was far from being fully controlled.
It seems that my cultivation is still too weak. Whatever. There is ample time.
After figuring this out, Chen Cheng stopped asking questions.
Remove the formation here. Yes. Master.
The two sisters had question marks on their faces, and only Chen Cheng had a smile on his face. Sheener squeezed out these two words from between her teeth in great humiliation. She raised her hand and waved gently towards the sky. It was as if something was broken. The entire world before my eyes was violently distorted and blurred in an instant.
Next second,
the strange valley depression disappeared. They returned to the dead forest filled with towering ancient trees. The huge ancient tree where they had rested before stood quietly not far from them.
Chapter 74 Master, I don't want to go back.
The illusion is shattered.
Everything is back to normal.
Chen Shang stood where he was, looking gloomily at the woman kneeling in front of him.
He still has too many questions in his mind. I have a few more questions.
His voice was cold. Sheener's body trembled almost imperceptibly, and on her beautiful face, there was only a look of submissiveness mixed with fear and humiliation. Before coming here, 3 teams had already received the intelligence.
Where are they? Chen Shang asked.
Sheener lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle, full of charm. The 2 teams were bait, used to verify the authenticity of this trap.
I've already dealt with them.
There was another group, who actually received intelligence and wanted to seek opportunities. I also took care of them. Hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian at the same time.
This which kills without blinking an eye.
Chen Shang's expression did not change at all, he had guessed this result long ago.
How can you be sure that I will see that information and accept it? This is his biggest concern. This interlocking layout is so precise that it doesn't seem like a coincidence. A hint of hesitation flashed across Sheener's face.
But the burning pain deep in her soul made her dare not hide anything.
We have people in the Superpower Association. Chen Shang's pupils shrank slightly. Really? Who is it? I don't know.
Sheener's face showed a pained look. I am only responsible for carrying out the mission.
I have no right to ask about the details. Chen Shang frowned.
It seems that the control power of this soul slave seal is not strong enough.
Or maybe she really didn't know. But he no longer dwelled on this issue. One last question.
His gaze fell on the direction of the small pond not far away, although it had now turned back into an ordinary forest.
What happened to the breath of life in that pool before? This question seemed to touch upon a taboo area of Sheener.
She bit her red lips, and for the first time, an expression of reluctance appeared on her stunningly beautiful face.
She didn't want to say.
That was her biggest secret and also her greatest gain besides this mission.
However,
Chen Shang just looked at her coldly and did nothing. But that cold gaze was like 2 invisible sharp knives, piercing deep into Sheener's soul. That mark of humiliation burned madly.
Well.
Sheener let out a suppressed groan of pain and her body trembled violently. In the end, all the unwillingness and struggle turned into despair of accepting fate.
Under the watchful eyes of Chen Shang and the 2 sisters.
With great difficulty, she raised her right hand, which was as white as jade. On her wrist, she wore a silver bracelet that looked simple and elegant.
Sheener's eyes flashed with deep heartache and reluctance.
With her other hand, she gently touched the bracelet.
A faint light flashed.
A palm-sized, exquisite cloth bag made of unknown animal skin appeared in her palm.
Chen Shang's eyes lit up instantly. Storage equipment.
Moreover, it is a storage bracelet that is countless times more advanced than an ordinary storage backpack. This is a priceless treasure. Sheener opened the cloth bag and carefully showed Chen Shang some golden, sand-like stuff inside.
This is the sand of life.
There was a cry in her voice. It's the sand that settled at the bottom of the legendary fountain of life. Although it doesn't have the same strong effect as the fountain of life.
I don't know the exact origin. I stole it from a mutant under my control. He never revealed the exact location of the fountain of life until his death. The sands of life. Chen Shang's heart beat violently.
Just by looking at the bag of golden sand, he could feel a pure and powerful breath of life that was countless times richer than that in the previous pool.
Nice one. This is definitely good stuff. His eyes were not only fixed on the bag of sand of life. He even set his eyes on the simple silver bracelet on Sheener's wrist. Give me the bracelet and the sand. Chen Shang gave the order directly. No. Sheener blurted out subconsciously. However.
Chen Shang just uttered a faint syllable from his nose.
Ah. Sheener's body was like being struck by lightning, and she bounced violently and let out a shrill scream. She felt as if her soul was being torn apart alive. The command of absolute submission, which came from the essence of life, made it impossible for her to resist. I'll give. She cried and screamed, her whole body shaking.
Tears rolled down from those enchanting eyes, mixed with humiliation, pain, and endless grievances. She trembled, stretched out her hands, and slowly took off the silver bracelet from her fair wrist. Then, he picked up the bag of sand of life, held it high, and handed it to Chen Chang. That attitude was extremely humble. Chen Chang took it expressionlessly. He didn't even spare a second glance at the precious sand of life. He then handed the storage bracelet, which still carried Qin'er's body temperature, to Hua Weimian beside him.
You take it. Ah. Hua Weimian was stunned.
She stared blankly at the bracelet handed to her, unable to react for a moment.
Such a valuable thing, just give it to her like this? Take it, why are you standing there like an idiot? Chen Chang smiled. Hua Weimian's heart was instantly filled with a huge sense of happiness. Her little face suddenly became even rosier than before, and her eyes were full of ripples, almost dripping with tears. She nodded heavily, took the bracelet, and put it on her wrist with joy. Not too big, not too small, just right. She caressed the bracelet lovingly, and her whole body exuded a sweet aura. And this scene. When it fell into Qin'er's eyes as she knelt on the ground, it was like a needle that pierced her heart fiercely. An indescribable, sour emotion suddenly surged up. It's not that she can't bear to part with the bracelet. It's not that I'm reluctant to give up the resources inside. She just saw him casually give what he had taken from her to another woman. I feel so upset. Yes. It's a taste of the mouth. It was a jealousy that came from the depths of her soul, which she herself had not even noticed. At this moment, she had not yet realized that her mentality had undergone a drastic change without her noticing. Chen Cheng ignored her sad and resentful look. He put away the sand of life and said, "Do you know how to explain this to your leader?" Qin'er trembled all over and woke up from that inexplicable emotion. She nodded quickly, her voice containing a hint of flattery. I know. The mission failed, the target is being guarded by a powerful psychic. I am no match for him. Chen Chang nodded with satisfaction. This reason is perfect. Okay, you can go now. He waved his hand. His cultivation was not high enough now, and he could not fully control the soul slave seal. It would be safest to let this witch go. However, Qin'er knelt there, motionless. She raised her head and looked at Chen Cheng pitifully with her tearful eyes. She bit her lip and whispered in an almost pleading tone. Oh nar. I don't want to go back. Chapter 75. All details are okay. Chen Chang was a little stunned. What's going on with this witch? Don't want to go back? He looked at Qin'er, who was kneeling on the ground, crying with tears in her eyes, looking so pitiful, and his mind was a little confused for a moment. Is this woman crazy? Or is this some new trap? However, Chen Chang didn't have time to figure it out. No. Don't even think about it. Two clear and resolute voices of objection sounded simultaneously from beside him. They are Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian. The two sisters were now alert, staring at Qin'er lying on the ground. What a joke! Let this witch stay. Stay with your husband? That's too much. They saw clearly how she seduced her husband just now. If she really stayed, within 3 days, my husband would be seduced by her. You vixen! Get out of here! Hua Shilua was no longer timid at this time. She cursed directly, her little face flushed with anger. Although Hua Weimian didn't say anything, she took a step forward and blocked Chen Chang behind her. Her attitude said it all. However, Qin'er didn't even look at them. Her misty eyes were fixed only on Chen Chang from beginning to end, filled with pleading and expectation. That look seemed to say, "Master, look, they bully me." This completely ignited Hua Shilua's anger. Ignore us? I'll let you seduce my husband. The little girl cried out in surprise and couldn't bear it any longer. She waved her little hand. Bleed. A barely detectable amount of energy shot towards Qin'er. Seeing this, Hua Weimian, who was standing next to him, also took action without hesitation. The eyebrows moved slightly. Spiritual shock. Invisible spiritual fluctuations followed closely behind. The two sisters attacked in anger, coordinating perfectly. They just couldn't believe that this witch, who was so weak now, still dared to resist. However, the attacks launched by them with the strength of the control period were like children's play in front of Qin'er, a strong man in the domain realm. Qin'er didn't even move.
When the bleeding energy came within 3 feet of her body, it was as if it hit an invisible wall and dissipated into thin air. And Hua Weiman's mental shock was like a drop in the ocean, not causing the slightest ripple. Sheener slowly raised her head. She finally took her eyes off Chen Chang for a moment. It fell on the two sisters. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was still so sweet and charming.
Noisy.
The words fell. She just casually raised her hand and waved it gently in the direction of the two sisters. The action was understated, as if he was shooing away two annoying flies.
Boom! An irresistible and terrifying energy suddenly exploded. Ah!
The two sisters only had time to let out a scream before their bodies flew backwards uncontrollably.
Bang! Bang!
The two men fell heavily to the ground a few meters away, feeling their blood surging. Although they were not seriously injured, the feeling of being crushed instantly made their pretty faces turn pale.
The gap is too big. It's not even on the same level. Do you fucking want to die? Chen Chang roared angrily.
Chen Chang's mind moved, and the soul slave seal trembled again.
Well.
Sheener, who was about to get up, suddenly stiffened and let out another painful groan. She felt like her soul was being severely whipped. She raised her head with grievance and looked at Chen Chang, seeming to want to say something but hesitant. It was really pitiful to see her.
Chen Chang didn't bother to pay attention to her acting.
He quickly walked over to the two sisters and helped them up.
Are you okay?
Fine. The two sisters shook their heads, but their faces were still a little pale. Chen Chang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were fine. He just turned his head and happened to see Sheener kneeling on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. Her already thin black gauze dress was now even more messy. One of the shoulder straps had slipped down at some point. A large area of snow-white and delicate skin, as white as fine mutton fat jade, was revealed.
And that thrilling, bottomless ravine.
Chen Chang's breathing, subconsciously, stopped for a moment.
Gulp.
He swallowed hard.
Damn it.
This witch.
On purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Sheener, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have noticed his gaze.
Instead of covering it up, she slightly puffed out her chest. Her beautiful face had a sickly blush and a barely perceptible satisfaction. She gave Chen Chang a charming smile that was enough to drive any man crazy.
Onar.
Her voice is soft and seductive.
Chen Chang felt his lower abdomen starting to heat up again. Husband. A cry filled with anger brought his soul back.
The flowers are not sleeping. She was staring at Chen Chang, her expression angry and anxious.
Your eyes. Where are you looking? Hua Shilua, who was standing next to him, stretched out her little hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard. Hiss. Chen Chang took a deep breath and finally woke up completely.
His old face turned red and he coughed twice in embarrassment.
You can't blame him for this. It's really, the enemy is too powerful. Just when the situation became awkward, Sheener spoke again.
This time, her voice was no longer simply charming, but also had a solemn tone.
Master, you are in danger now. Chen Chang frowned. What's the meaning? Sheener slowly stood up from the ground.
She did not adjust her slipped shoulder strap, but let the white piece be exposed to the air. She looked at Chen Chang and said, You rejected Zero's invitation.
The leader will not let it go. If my action fails, someone else will deal with you.
And, from what I know, the assassin organization Human World seems to be very interested in you as well. You are now like a bright light in the dark night, attracting the attention of all sharks.
With your current strength.
She glanced contemptuously at the two sisters who were still angry.
She didn't say anything else, but the meaning of her words was obvious, they were too weak. Chen Chang was silent. This witch is right. Neither Zero nor Human World is something he can contend with now.
He always knew that he was in danger, but when Sheener, an insider, said it, the sense of crisis was infinitely magnified. Seeing Chen Chang silent, Sheener knew that her chance had come. She took 2 steps forward, and the strange body fragrance lingered around Chen Chang's nose again.
Master, please let me stay.
Her voice was full of temptation.
Until you grow up, I will protect you. Chen Chang's pupils suddenly shrank. Seriously. He was moved. But? Will your leader allow you to do this? He was a little puzzled. Sheener smiled evilly, It's okay, the leader won't do anything to me.
Chen Chang fell silent again, and this time, no one, including the two sisters, interrupted him.
A strong man in the realm of domain serves as a bodyguard. This is simply a godsend. As if she saw his hesitation, Sheener's lips curled up in a triumphant arc.
She took another step closer, almost sticking to Chen Chang. Just as the two sisters were about to stop her, she stopped first. She stood on tiptoe slightly, put her seductive red lips close to Chen Chang's ear, and blew on his ear with an extremely ambiguous breath that only the two of them could hear.
And
I can also guide you in them in your training.
Any aspect is fine. Include.
Speaking of this, a rare blush appeared on Sheener's beautiful face. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, but it clearly penetrated into Chen Chang's ears. Including all the details of in-depth communication, I can handle it.
Chapter 76 3 Rules. In-depth communication.
Various details.
All are fine.
Chen Chang only felt that all the blood in his body was once again uncontrollably rushing towards his lower abdomen.
This witch.
How dare she say such words?
Chen Chang's Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty. This time, he was really moved. No.
It's very exciting. A peerless expert at the domain realm will not only be your personal bodyguard, but will also be able to guide you step by step in your cultivation.
Who can withstand this? Chen Chang took a deep breath, and then another deep breath.
He looked at the enchanting woman in front of him with charming eyes and orchid-like breath, and then looked at the two babies next to him who were almost as angry as pufferfish.
Final. Reason finally overcame desire. He nodded slowly. Good. One word. Like a final verdict. Husband.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian screamed in disbelief at the same time.
Their eyes turned red instantly. Agree? He actually agreed? This evil woman deceived him with just a few words. A huge sense of grievance and betrayal instantly overwhelmed the two sisters. They ignored Chen Chang. The two of them turned around at the same time, their backs to him, shaking with anger, even their shoulders twitching. When Chen Chang saw this situation, he immediately felt overwhelmed. It's over. There was a fire in the backyard. He didn't dare to delay and quickly transmitted his thoughts through the soul connection. Don't be angry, listen to my explanation. This woman is a powerful person in the domain realm. Wouldn't it be nice to keep her as a free thug? Hua Weimian snorted coldly in her heart. Xiang? I'm afraid she'll eat you till nothing is left. Hua Shiluai next to her also echoed. That's right. She is a vixen. Chen Chang smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I know what's going on. I won't let her do anything rash. As he spoke, he told the two sisters about the existence and effects of the soul slave seal without reservation. He knew that this matter could not be concealed. They must also be informed so that they can feel at ease. Really? After listening to Chen Chang's explanation, the overwhelming anger and grievance that came from the soul connection had obviously subsided a lot. Soul slave seal? Can you forcibly brand someone with the mark of slavery and make them obey absolutely? The two sisters looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise and understanding in each other's eyes. So, that's how it is. No wonder this witch was so arrogant before, but later suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. No wonder her husband dared to keep her by his side. It turns out there is such a trump card. Hua Weimian's mood calmed down a little. But she was still worried. That one tea work. This woman is too dangerous. The way she looks at you is like she wants to eat you. Hua Shilua also nodded vigorously in her heart. Yes. She must be driven away. Chen Chang sighed. It's easy to drive her away, but there will be more and more people who threaten us in the future. We are still too weak now. Rather than facing an unknown enemy, it is better to keep this powerful being, who is already under our control, under our noses. With her here, at least on the surface, we are safe. These words finally convinced the two sisters. Although they are simple, they are not stupid. They understood the interests involved as soon as they thought about it. There was a long silence. Hua Weimian's voice sounded again in the soul connection. You can let her stay. But we must make 3 rules. Chen Chang was delighted. You say. First, she is not allowed to have any physical contact with you. Not even a hair. Second, She must stay 3 meters away from you. Anytime, anywhere. Third, and most importantly, you are absolutely not allowed to be alone with her.
Chen Shang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard these overbearing terms.
How to prevent thieves.
However, in order to appease his two babies, he agreed without hesitation.
Okay. I promise. After receiving Chen Cheng's assurance, the sisters' expressions looked a little better. They turned around, and although they were still angry, they were not that angry at all. A group of 4 began their return journey.
On the way back to the city, the atmosphere was a bit strange.
Chen Chang walked in the middle.
Hua Shiluan and Hua Weiman stood on his left and right, like 2 loyal guards, sandwiching him tightly in the middle, with vigilant eyes glancing behind him from time to time.
And behind them,
Qiner followed slowly, taking light steps. She had already rearranged her clothes and pulled up the shoulder strap that had slipped off, regaining her noble and charming appearance. But her eyes always had a hint of playful smile as she looked at the 3 people in front of her with interest.
Master, you're taking me back like this, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Qiner's voice came from afar. Chen Cheng didn't look back. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Qiner giggled. I'm not afraid.
I'm afraid of causing trouble to you, my master.
Chen Cheng paused and nodded. This issue does need to be considered. However, before he could figure out the reason,
suddenly, a barely perceptible energy fluctuation appeared on Qiner's body.
Next second,
her beautiful face, which was enough to captivate everyone, actually began to change. The charm between her eyebrows and eyes was restrained by 7 points. Although the facial features are still delicate, they have become much more ordinary and no longer so aggressive.
Even her natural and enchanting aura became as bland as water. At this moment, she looks like an ordinary girl with outstanding looks.
Although she is still very beautiful, she has been downgraded from the level of a disaster to the country and the people to the level of school beauty.
Although you will still attract attention when walking on the street, at least you won't cause a commotion.
Chen Cheng saw the scene out of the corner of his eye and was amazed. This witch's methods are really endless.
Return to Hanwu City.
Chen Cheng first took the 2 sisters to the Superpower Association. At the Intelligence Trading Office, he calmly judged the information about the Fountain of Life to be false information. The staff in charge of registration had no doubts about this. After all, this kind of anonymous information that is sold at ridiculously low prices is most likely fake. After dealing with this matter, Chen Cheng finally put his worries to rest.
Afterwards, the 4 returned to Hanwu University. However, when they walked into the university gate, accidents still happen. Almost instantly, all the students passing by, regardless of gender, focused their attention on him. All the gazes, like searchlights, were fixed on Qiner, even though she has used her supernatural powers to change her appearance and temperament. But the allure that emanated from her bones, the perfect golden ratio figure, and those straight, slender legs, it is impossible to cover up. What's more, at this moment, she was following Chen Cheng closely, and her well-behaved and submissive appearance formed a strong contrast with her cold aura. Holy shit! Who's that girl? She's so hot. The one following Chen Cheng, could it be? No way. 1 king and 2 queens aren't enough? Now they want 1 king and 3 queens? Damn it!
Comparing yourself to others makes you feel so depressed.
The discussions around came like a tide.
The eyes of those boys were filled with naked envy, jealousy, and hatred. The girls' eyes turned red as they looked at Chen Chang, who was sandwiched between 2 gorgeous twins and followed by a stunning beauty. Feeling the gazes around him that were almost melting him, Chen Chang's scalp went numb. He pulled the 2 sisters and almost fled, walking quickly towards the villa.
Until he entered the villa and closed the door with a bang.
The heavy door panel that blocked out all sight and sound from the outside world made Chen Chang breathe a sigh of relief.
However, he hasn't let out a sigh of relief yet. The flowers have not yet fallen asleep, but they are already moving. You, follow me.
She didn't even look at Chen Chang, but walked straight to Qiner and acted like the hostess.
Qiner was not annoyed either.
She just looked at Hua Weiman with a smile, a hint of teasing in her beautiful eyes.
Okay, little sister.
The word little sister almost broke Hua Weiman's defense. She took a deep breath, forced herself not to lose her temper, and with a cold face, began to arrange a room for Qiner and explain the various rules in the villa. Sheener always had a smiling face, and from time to time, she would glance at Chen Chang next to her out of the corner of her eye. Hua Shilua was watching from the side and was furious. This witch! Too arrogant! How dare she seduce her husband in front of them? She couldn't bear it anymore. The little girl rushed over and grabbed Chen Chang's arm. Hubby, let's go upstairs. Chapter 77 Extraordinary. The next day, Chen Chang took his two babies to class. As expected, a piece of gossip, like wings, spread throughout the entire Hangwu University campus network forum overnight. Breaking news! Chen Chang, the strongest rookie in Class F, has found a new love after his twin school beauties. A mysterious and stunning beauty has moved into the campus villa. Pictures speak louder than words. That figure. That temperament. Absolutely amazing. 1 king and 3 queens. This is the real winner in life. When Chen Chang and the other two appeared downstairs of the teaching building, swish! All eyes around them, within their sight, were instantly focused. Holy crap! It really is Chen Chang. The twins next to him are still so awesome. Wait! Behind him. Holy crap! That mysterious beauty from yesterday is here too. Damn it! Is this even fair? And there's a follower? Wow, wow. My heart is broken. Why not me? I'm not bad in terms of figure. I can be a follower too. Countless boys were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Countless girls were gritting their teeth. Chen Chang felt the gazes around him that seemed to want to eat him alive, and his scalp went numb. He is now definitely the public enemy of all boys in Hangwu University. No doubt about it. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian also had tense faces. They protected Chen Chang even more closely, one on each side, and stared vigilantly at the malicious eyes around them. Just then, Chen Chang's footsteps paused slightly. His eyes passed through the crowd and saw a familiar figure. Bai Yuexin. She stood not far away, watching them quietly. Today, she is wearing a simple white sportswear, which makes her look taller and more heroic. Her gaze lingered on Chen Chang for a moment, and then fell on Sheener, who was following Chen Chang closely. That look contained an indescribable scrutiny. There is still a hint of doubt. Chen Chang's heart skipped a beat. This woman is so sensitive. He didn't dare to look any longer, so he pulled the two sisters, quickened his pace, and almost ran away. Time passed quickly in a strange yet peaceful atmosphere. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Sheener did keep her promise. She did not do anything out of line again and acted like a competent bodyguard and part-time tutor every day. During the day, she would follow the three of them to class, but would just stay at a distance, like a real shadow. In the evening, she would guide the three of them in their cultivation. Sink your chi into your dantian and focus your mind on your core. In the villa's training room, Sheener leaned on the soft sofa, her long and straight legs casually crossed, her posture lazy and charming. You two little girls, your mental strength is too scattered. Her voice was sweet and charming, full of teasing. Hua Weimian, who was meditating, frowned slightly, showing her inner dissatisfaction. Hua Shilua, who was standing next to her, secretly opened one eye, glared at her angrily, and then quickly closed it again. Chen Chang sat between the two sisters, feeling two clear resentments coming from the soul connection, and listening to the teasing of the witch beside him, he felt overwhelmed. He spent the past half-month in this atmosphere of ice and fire. However, the effect is also significant. There was a powerful person in the realm of domain who gave them unreserved guidance, and their cultivation speed was advancing by leaps and bounds. The strange energy in the body quickly condenses and settles. The three of them reached the peak of the control realm shortly after returning from Shilong Mountain. Only one step is left to the next great realm. This day. Evening. The three of them were meditating in the practice room as usual. It was so quiet in the villa that you could hear a pin drop. Sheener was fiddling with her personal terminal boredly, as if she was watching some interesting video, with a smile appearing on the corner of her mouth from time to time. Suddenly, her movements stopped. The playful smile on that charming and attractive face instantly disappeared, and was even covered with a solemnity. She looked at Chen Chang and the other two who were meditating. I saw that the three people were emitting increasingly strong supernatural power fluctuations. That energy has begun to become unstable, even a little violent. Above the heads of the three of them, the air began to twist slightly, forming a visible energy vortex.
About to break through? Sheener stood up from the sofa instantly with a serious expression. At the same time,
Chen Chang also felt it. The supernatural core in his body is spinning wildly at this moment, emitting scorching energy. A feeling of breaking free from shackles and being reborn spread throughout his body and soul.
Here we come.
He immediately calmed his mind and concentrated, and conveyed his thoughts to the two sisters through the close soul connection.
Hold steady. Follow my rhythm.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian responded immediately. Under Chen Chang's guidance, three powers with different attributes but the same origin began to circulate at high speed in his body.
Wrong. Sheener's voice suddenly rang out. This level of energy circulation is not enough. This is a breakthrough in a major realm, not an improvement in a minor realm. We must break the original balance and reorganize it. Her words instantly awakened Chen Chang. Chen Chang. You are practicing the Trinity method. Now use your power core as a furnace. Forcefully absorb their powers. Fuse them within your body. Then, feed them back to them. This process will be painful, be careful.
A hint of determination flashed across Chen Chang's eyes.
Done. He no longer hesitated.
With a thought, the supernatural core in his body burst out with a terrifying suction force. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian groaned in pain at the same time. They only felt that the supernatural power in their bodies, like a flood that had been released, was uncontrollably and madly rushing towards Chen Chang's body. The feeling of being forcibly drained made their pretty faces turn pale instantly.
Boom!
Three energies collided violently within Chen Chang's body. At that moment, Chen Chang felt as if his body was about to be torn apart alive.
Severe pain. Unimaginable pain.
But he gritted his teeth and frantically activated his alien skin petrification and body strengthening leg strengthening to protect his body meridians. And at the moment when the energy was rioting and about to get out of control,
Sheener moved.
She waved her hand. A layer of light pink light curtain instantly spread out, covering the entire villa. That layer of light curtain completely isolates everything inside and outside. After doing all this, her gaze fell back on Chen Chang.
Now. Don't try to suppress it. Release it. Channel it. Harness this power with your will.
When Chen Chang heard this, his heart was shocked. He no longer tried to control the violent energy, but followed the flow of that power and used his own will to open up a new path ahead for it.
Once. Twice. 10 times.
As the supernatural power operated faster and faster, the bodies of the three people began to emit a faint light.
Chen Chang is grayish-white.
Hua Shilua is a soft green.
Hua Weimian is pure blue. The three colors of light complement each other and finally merge into one. Buzz. An indescribable mysterious aura burst out from the three of them.
At this moment, the supernatural cores in their bodies simultaneously made a crisp sound, like shattering glass.
Immediately following, a brand new force, more than 10 times stronger than before, surged out from the broken core. Extraordinary realm. Done.
It was at this moment. That cold, long-lost mechanical synthesized sound exploded in Chen Chang's mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host and the bound target for breaking through to the extraordinary realm. Generating new skills based on the host's current cultivation and ability characteristics. The corners of Chen Chang's mouth slowly curled up into an uncontrollable arc.
Finally, it's here. Chapter 78 Strength Improvement. Skill generation completed. Host gains new skill, flesh strengthening, arm strengthening.
Combined with the original skill leg strengthening, it is upgraded to limb strengthening. Limb strengthening, after use, it can greatly improve the comprehensive attributes of the forearms and legs such as strength, defense, and explosive power. Bind target 1, Hua Shilua, gain new skill, violent healing.
Violent healing continuously consumes superpowers to rapidly heal the target's injuries, excluding fatal injuries.
The recovery speed and effectiveness far exceed those of healing spells of the same level. Bind target 2, Hua Weimian, gain new skill, mental barrier. Spiritual barrier, constructs an energy barrier on the surface of one's own or a designated target's spiritual sea, effectively isolating and weakening the impact of external spiritual forces. Chen Chang only felt an unprecedented powerful force surging from his limbs and bones. He slowly clenched his fists, and the muscles in his arms instantly swelled, filled with explosive power.
This is the extraordinary realm.
However, at the same time that Chen Chang was feeling the changes in himself. On the side, Sheener, who was leaning on the sofa, suddenly trembled. At the moment when Chen Chang and the other two broke through, the humiliating slave mark deep in her soul suddenly burned. A sense of submission that was 10 times stronger than before and originated from the very source of her soul, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly drowned her will. She looked at Chen Chang, and for the first time, a hint of real awe appeared in those enchanting eyes. It was as if he was looking at his destined master, whom he could not resist. This feeling made her feel extremely terrified, but she couldn't muster the slightest desire to resist. Her heart was completely confused. But Chen Chang didn't notice her abnormality at all at this moment. All his mind was immersed in the huge surprise brought by the system. My new skills were within expectations. It seems that I have to continue on this path of physical strengthening. Sooner or later, I will be transformed into a humanoid Gundam. What he cared more about were the new skills of the two babies. Violence healing. Mental barrier. Chen Chang's gaze fell on Hua Weiman. His heart moved slightly. Not sleeping. Hua Weiman opened her eyes, and a faint blue light flickered in her cold eyes. Use mental barrier on me. Chen Chang gave the order directly. Hua Weiman was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood what her husband was thinking. A hint of anticipation and nervousness appeared on her little face. She nodded, closed her eyes, and thought. Buzz. An invisible, pure spiritual energy surged out from between her eyebrows, instantly building an invisible barrier on the surface of Chen Chang's spiritual sea. After doing all this, Chen Chang turned his head and looked at Sheener, who was still in a daze. Use charm sound on me. Master Chen. Sheener's body stiffened. The slave mark deep in her soul made her instinctively not want to do anything aggressive towards Chen Chang. Use. Chen Chang only said one word. That cold command, through the soul slave seal, turned into an irresistible instruction. Sheener's body trembled violently. She bit her red lips, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, but in the end, it turned into absolute obedience. Yes. She opened her red lips slightly, and a voice that was enough to drive any man crazy and was so charming that it penetrated into his bones rang out slowly. Onar. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry the magic power to penetrate the soul and rushed straight into Chen Chang's mind. However, just when that pink energy full of charm was about to invade Chen Chang's spiritual sea, a light blue barrier appeared out of thin air. Buzz. The pink energy was like hitting a tough wall, and most of its power was instantly offset and weakened. Although there was still a small part that penetrated the barrier, it caused a ripple in Chen Chang's heart. But it's just a ripple. It was totally impossible to create a huge wave like before and make him sink completely. It works. And the effect is remarkable. A light of ecstasy burst out from Chen Chang's eyes. Sheener, on the other hand, was completely stunned. For the first time, her charming and pretty face showed genuine shock and disbelief. How is that possible? For a little girl who had just entered the transcendent realm to awaken a new skill was already outrageous enough, but she could even resist the charming sound of her own domain realm? Although it is only weakened, it is not completely isolated. But this was enough to subvert her cognition. This is beyond the description of genius. This is simply a monster. What terrified her even more was, by breaking through a major realm, you can awaken a new skill? She had never heard of or seen anything like this before. There has never been such a record in the entire history of the Federation. No wonder. No wonder the leader said that their existence is very special and must be taken back. So, that's how it is. Sheener's eyes changed completely when she looked at Chen Chang. In addition to awe and submission, there was also a hint of fanaticism that even she herself could not understand. Good. That's great. Chen Chang slapped his thigh excitedly. He turned his head and looked at Hua Weiman, who also had a look of surprise on her face. He couldn't help but kiss her smooth forehead hard. Well done, my dear. Hua Weiman's pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. Moreover, she finally found a way to fight back against that witch. She raised her eyes, with a hint of pride and provocation, and glanced at Sheener, who was still in a daze beside her. This is a victory that belongs only to them. Then, Chen Chang's gaze fell on Hua Shilua again. Violence heals. He looked at the name, thoughtfully. He could probably guess the effect without even trying. It is nothing more than an enhanced version of healing, burning mana to recover health, and great strength can make miracles happen. I just don't know how violent this violence can be. However, now is not the time to try. The breakthrough just now consumed a huge amount of energy for the three of them. All right. Chen Shang looked at the sisters' pretty faces, which still showed excitement and fatigue, and said softly, "You should go back to the armed space first, rest up, and get familiar with your new powers." The two sisters nodded obediently. With a flash of light, their figures disappeared from the spot. Only Chen Chang and Shiner were left in the training room. Call. Chen Shang let out a long sigh, leaned back and leaned against the soft sofa. The tense nerves finally relaxed. The exhaustion of breaking through came like a tide. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. However, a refreshing fragrance suddenly came closer. Immediately following, a pair of cold, soft, yet surprisingly elastic hands gently pressed on his temples. He kneaded it with moderate force. The sweet fragrance that came to his face and the perfect massage made Chen Chang's body relax to the extreme in an instant. He was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Damn it! This witch! He really knows how to serve people. A charming thought just arose in Chen Chang's mind. Husband! A scream filled with fear and anger, like thunder, exploded directly in his soul connection. It's Hua Shilua. Do you dare to try this? Hua Wyman's icy warning followed closely behind. Chen Chang's body suddenly stiffened. The expression on his face froze instantly. He almost forgot. After the breakthrough, the soul connection between them became closer and clearer. He just had a thought flash through his mind. Just one thought. They actually caught it instantly. Chen Chang was speechless and asked the heavens, "Is this not allowing people to survive?" He didn't really want to do anything wrong. Chapter 79 Departure to the Secret Realm of Ruins number 03. The next day, Chen Chang arrived in the classroom on time with his two babies and a little tail. As expected. When the four of them, especially Shiner who followed behind Chen Chang, appeared, the air in the entire classroom seemed to freeze for a moment. The storm on the forum yesterday had obviously swept everyone. Countless complicated gazes, a mixture of jealousy, envy, gossip and resentment, shot over at the same time. Chen Chang has become numb to this. He calmly led the three of them to the corner at the back of the classroom. Just then, Bai Yuexin, who was standing beside the podium, looked at them. Next second, her eyes suddenly focused. The whole person was stunned. Her perception clearly told her that these three guys? Wrong. This energy fluctuation. There was a huge storm in Bai Yuexin's heart. Extraordinary realm. These three guys, who had only been enrolled for less than a year, had actually all broken through to the transcendent realm? She subconsciously glanced at the other students in the class. Most of those people are still hovering in the middle and high levels of the awakening realm, and only a few with good talents have managed to break through to the control realm. Chen Chang and his group seem so ordinary that they are even nicknamed the 3F group. He had actually quietly left everyone behind by a whole realm. Bai Yuexin felt that her worldview had been impacted. If these students in the class who claim to be the chosen ones knew this fact, I wonder how big a blow they would be. I'm afraid that the Dao heart will collapse on the spot? Her gaze finally settled on Chen Chang. This man is full of mysteries. Chen Chang and the other two sat down. Shiner was very conscientious and found an empty seat not far from them but at a certain distance, and sat down quietly like a real auditor. The class was conducted in a strange atmosphere. Bai Yuexin spoke absent-mindedly. The students were also listening attentively. Everyone's attention, more or less, was focused on the small Ashura field in the back row. I finally made it to the end of get out of class. Chen Chang, the flowers are falling, but they are not sleeping. Bai Yuexin's voice rang out on time. You three, come with me. She paused, glanced at Shiner who had already stood up, and frowned slightly. You, come too. Principal's office. Jean had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Bai Yuexin coming in with four people, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Her gaze lingered on Shiner for 2 more seconds, but she said nothing. Please sit down, everyone. After everyone sat down, Jean didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. The opening time of the Secret Realm of Ruins number 03 has been officially confirmed. Her expression turned serious.
The date is set for June 16th. The location is in the sea near the Magic City. In 3 days, you will be led by teacher Bai Yuashin to the Magic City to join forces with several other top universities, as well as personnel selected by the military and the association. Chen Chang's heart trembled slightly. It's not just Hanwoo University. And people from other top universities, or even the military and associations? It seems that the scale and importance of this secret realm far exceeded his imagination. According to preliminary investigations, the danger level of this ruin is extremely high. According to negotiation, those entering this time must not have a cultivation level higher than transcendent, otherwise the ruins will be at risk of collapse. Jin Jin's tone became more serious. But at the same time, the opportunities are also greater. There may be precious technologies or resources left behind by ancient civilizations that can change the landscape of the Federation. You are the hope of Hanwoo University and the future of the Federation. I hope you will strive for it as much as possible while ensuring your own safety. Remember, in the secret realm, strange beasts are your enemies, but sometimes, human hearts are more terrifying than strange beasts. Jin also explained some precautions within the secret realm and the rules that need to be followed when interacting with other forces. At last, her eyes fell on Chen Chang. Chen Chang, you are the captain, and I leave these two to you. Yes, Principal. Chen Chang stood up and nodded solemnly. After coming out of the principal's office, I was about to set off, hoping to find what I needed in the ruins. It was the end of May, early summer. The air in Hanwoo City is already filled with the summer heat. The university campus is filled with the atmosphere of youth and hormones. The young students have already changed into cool summer clothes. Short skirt, hot pants, white shirt. Beautiful scenery lines pass through the campus's tree-lined paths. Hua Shilua and Hua Weinian are naturally no exception. The two sisters are wearing the same style today, a sky blue pleated skirt and a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt, which perfectly outlines their youthful and beautiful figures. Those straight, slender, white jade-like legs are so dazzling in the sunlight that it makes people dizzy. Sheener, who followed behind them, was still wearing a well-cut black dress. The skirt is not long, just above the knee. But the tight design perfectly shows off her devilishly hot body. Especially the striking contrast between the straight curve and the slender waist that is too thin to be held in one hand is enough to make any man's blood boil. She walked slowly and leisurely, and had obviously restrained all her charm, but the charm that came from her bones still made her the focus of everyone's attention. 3 women, 3 different kinds of beauties. Pure, cool, and charming. Walking together, it's like a moving picture. Chen Chang walked in the middle, feeling the gazes around him that were almost spitting fire, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. College life is so good. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. At the same time, a piercing pain came from the soft flesh on both sides of the waist. Hiss. Chen Chang took a deep breath and the expression on his face twisted instantly. He knew without even looking that it was the 2 treasures beside him who, through the soul connection, understood his dirty little thoughts. Husband, what are you thinking about? Hua Weimian's voice contained a hint of cold smile. What's good about college life? Hua Shilua also followed and added softly. Chen Chang wanted to cry but had no tears. With the storage bracelet, preparations before this trip became extremely easy. Just stuff all the supplies, medicines, and spare clothes in there. Originally, after learning that they were going to the secret realm, Jin planned to grant special approval and lend them a storage bracelet that belonged to the Fireseed collection. But when she saw the silver bracelet on Hua Weimian's wrist, which was of simple style and obviously not an ordinary item, she was stunned. The shock in his heart was even greater than learning that they had collectively broken through to the extraordinary realm. In the end, she could only suppress this thought, and her evaluation of Chen Chang in her heart rose several levels. At this time, Sheener was looking at the 3 people with a resentful look on her face, and was happily sorting the supplies. Her eyes were fixed on the bracelet on Hua Weimian's wrist. That's hers. Inside, there are all kinds of rare materials and private money that she has saved for many years. Now, all the benefits go to these 2 little girls. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she thought about it. Finally, she simply buried her head in the sofa and stopped looking at them. 3 days passed in a flash. The day of gathering has arrived. At the gate of Hanwoo University, a silver-white, sci-fi hover car is parked quietly. This expedition is still led by Bai Yuashin. Chen Chang and his 3 companions were waiting by the car early. Soon, Bai Yuexin's figure appeared not far away.
Today, she changed into a smart black combat uniform, which made her already hot figure even more breathtaking. However, when her eyes fell on Sheener, who was waiting with her steps paused slightly.
I don't know why.
Every time Bai Yuexin saw this woman in front of her with a sweet smile and who looked harmless, she felt an indescribable discomfort all over her body.
That is an intuition that comes from the strong. A feeling of meeting a worthy opponent.
And Sheener seemed to feel her gaze. She raised her head and gave Bai Yuexin a charming smile, but there was a fleeting gleam of light in her eyes.
Chapter 80. Take care of your people. Magic City.
This giant steel city floating above the East China Sea is now the most dazzling pearl of the Federation. Countless towering buildings light up with neon lights in the night, interweaving into a dreamy sea of light. The silver-white hover car shuttled silently on the aerial track, and finally, it slowly landed on the top floor of an extremely luxurious sky hotel.
Arrive.
Bai Yuexin got out of the car first, her voice as cold as ever. Tonight, the federal military is hosting a dinner for all the young psychics participating in this operation in the banquet hall on the top floor of the hotel, she said as she led the four people towards the elevator.
This is an occasion for you young people.
Chen Sheng heard this and complained in his heart, you don't seem to be that old.
How come we young people are? To put it nicely, it's an exchange dinner. To put it bluntly, it is to let the younger generations from all sides get to know each other before taking action, and by the way, show off their muscles. This kind of situation is most likely to cause trouble.
When Chen Sheng and his four companions pushed open the heavy gilded door of the banquet hall, the air in the originally noisy hall seemed to freeze for a moment.
Swish! Hundreds of eyes, like searchlights, focused on him at once.
Tonight, in order to match the atmosphere of the party, the two sisters specially changed out of their usual school uniforms.
Hua Shilua wore a pure white strapless mini dress with the hem dotted with tiny sequins. She looked like an elf in the moonlight, pure with a hint of adorable shyness. Hua Weimian wore an ice blue halter dress with a close-fitting cut that perfectly outlined her girlish curves, adding a touch of nobility to her cold temperament. And the most eye-catching. It was Sheener who was following behind them. She chose a fiery red evening gown with a high slit.
The bold design perfectly showed off her long legs and perfect waist-to-hip ratio.
She didn't even try to make any expression.
She was just standing there so casually, but the charm that seeped out from her bones, which was enough to drive all male creatures crazy, swept across the entire hall like a tsunami.
Pure, cool, and charming.
Three completely different top beauties appeared at the same time and gathered around the same man.
This picture is so impactful.
There was a sound of people gasping for breath in the hall.
The breathing of countless men became heavy. Holy crap, whose team is this? The quality is too high. Those twins, they're the best. And the other one, damn, I feel like my soul has been taken away. Who the hell is that guy in the middle? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Envy, jealousy, greed.
Various emotions fermented rapidly among the crowd. Chen Sheng was already accustomed to these looks.
He remained calm and prepared to take the three women to find a corner to stay. However,
at this moment, a discordant and sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd.
Who am I to think of? Such a grand display. Isn't this the one from Hanwoo University, the one with all those F-ranked trash guys? Don't be careless.
I heard that this all F-ranked team is no ordinary team. They are the champion team of the Southeast Region Freshman Martial Arts Competition.
The last voice was automatically ignored by everyone.
All they heard was the F class.
This is synonymous with waste. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Sheng again. What? F class? Hanwoo University is out of people? Send an F class to fill the numbers? It's not that Hanwoo University is empty-handed, it's that the entire Southeast region is empty-handed. To allow an all-F class team to win the Freshman Martial Arts Championship, how useless must the Southeast region be? Ha ha, this is killing me.
I thought he was a young master from a wealthy family, but after all this time, he turns out to be a loser. What a pity for those three beautiful ladies.
One flower stuck in cow dung. No, 3 flowers. Unbridled laughter rang out one after another. Hua Shilua's little face turned pale.
She subconsciously grabbed Chen Sheng's arm, her body trembling slightly.
Hua Weiman's pretty face instantly turned cold.
She took a step forward, protecting her sister behind her, and swept her cold eyes over those people with ugly faces.
Husband, they.
Her angry and aggrieved voice was heard through the soul link. Chen Sheng gently patted the sisters' hands, signaling them to rest assured. There was still no expression on his face.
Just then,
a handsome young man wearing a white suit and with sleek hair walked straight over, surrounded by a group of people, holding a glass of red wine. He simply ignored Chen Sheng, his eyes unscrupulously scanning the two sisters and Sheener, his eyes full of naked possessiveness.
Three beauties.
The young man raised his glass with what he thought was a very charming smile on his face.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Lu Tao, an A-level psychic from Jinghua University, and the future heir of the Lu family.
He paused and glanced at Chen Sheng beside him. What future do you have following this kind of trash? Why don't you come to my place?
Although I can't take you into the secret realm, I can give you a lot of resources you want.
I promise you will reap a bountiful harvest.
His words were full of condescending charity.
Hua Weimian's expression grew even colder. We don't need it. No need? Lu Tao seemed to have heard some huge joke.
He took a step forward, and pressure continued to emanate from his body, pressing towards the four people.
Little beauty, don't be shameless.
His voice turned cold. There is no woman that I, Lu Tao, cannot get. As he said that, he actually stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Hua Weimian's face.
Roll.
Hua Weimian shouted loudly and launched a mental attack subconsciously.
However, a faint golden light appeared on his hand, easily offsetting the mental shock. His hand, still unwaveringly, reached towards Hua Weimian's smooth chin.
There was a playful yet cruel smile on his face.
He enjoyed the feeling of conquering and crushing.
Sheener, who had been silent all this time, had a flash of murderous intent in her charming eyes.
However, someone is faster than them. Bang!
A crisp sound of bones dislocating.
Lu Tao's outstretched hand was caught tightly in mid-air.
It was Chen Sheng. He quickly stepped in front of the two sisters.
You. The smile on Lu Tao's face froze instantly.
He only felt that his wrist was clamped by a 10,000-ton hydraulic press.
Severe pain.
The piercing pain spread throughout the body in an instant.
An F class. How is it possible to have such great strength? You're looking for death. Let me go.
Lu Tao was shocked and angry, and the supernatural power in his body surged wildly, trying to break free.
However,
Chen Sheng just increased the strength of his hands with an expressionless face.
Crack.
An even crisper sound of bone breaking was heard.
Ah!
Lu Tao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire arm was twisted at a strange angle. The wrist was crushed violently. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, their minds going blank.
An F-class, piece of trash. Crushed the wrist of an A-rank warrior with bare hands? Is this a fucking dream? You broke my hand.
Lu Tao was in so much pain that his face was covered in cold sweat and he was roaring in a hideous manner.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
A smile finally appeared on Chen Sheng's face. But that smile was as cold as a demon from hell.
Oh? Yeah? As soon as the words fell, he raised his other hand. Bang! An extremely loud slap landed heavily on Lu Tao's face. The enormous force directly whipped him around twice, and several bloody teeth mixed with saliva flew out. Bang!
Lu Tao fell heavily to the ground, and half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely unrecognizable.
Noisy.
Chen Sheng shook his hands.
He turned around and looked down at Lu Tao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog.
His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
Apologize. Lu Tao's companions finally woke up from their dream. Mr. Lu. You dare to touch Master Lu. You're dead.
The two members of Lu Tao's team were shocked and angry, and they all activated their special powers and wanted to rush forward.
Chen Sheng didn't even bother to look at them. He just lifted his foot. Then, he stepped down hard. Crack.
This time, it was the sound of broken leg bones.
Ah.
A scream 10 times more shrill than before erupted from Lu Tao's face, which was no longer in human form.
One of his legs was broken by Chen Sheng. Stop.
At this moment, an angry shout came from the door. Bai Yuexin and several teachers from other forces rushed in with grim faces. Seeing the mess in the banquet hall and Lu Tao still howling on the ground, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. A middle-aged man was so angry when he saw Lu Tao's miserable condition. "Asshole! Who did it?" he roared, and a terrifying pressure belonging to the realm of the domain burst out. However, Bai Yuexin just gave him a cold look. "Teacher Wang, do you want to fight here?" An equally powerful, even hotter, and more violent aura rose from her body. The auras of two powerful domain realm masters collided violently in the air. The air in the entire banquet hall seemed to freeze. Teacher Wang's face changed, but he finally suppressed his anger. He stared at Chen Sheng intently, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. Bai Yuexin ignored him. She walked up to Chen Shang, said nothing, and turned around and left with the four of them. When she passed the door, she paused and said coldly without turning her head, "Take care of your people. Next time, it won't be so simple." Chapter 81: The Real Fight. Bang! The heavy door of the hotel suite was closed. Bai Yuexin's face was cold, but she still looked at Chen Shang with interest. "You really dare to do it?" It was hard to tell whether there was blame or praise in her voice. "He deserves to be beaten." Chen Shang's answer was simple and direct. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian next to them nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. Bai Yuexin looked at the two sisters and realized that it must be the beauty who was causing trouble again. She looked at Chen Shang and finally did not pursue the matter any further. She walked to the sofa in the suite and sat down. "Please sit down. I'll tell you about the details of this secret place." Chen Shang pulled the two sisters to sit down, and Shiner also sat down on the other side with an elegant posture. The secret realm of ruins number 03 is a very ancient, independent space left behind by an ancient civilization. Bai Yuexin's voice turned serious. According to the Federation's years of exploration and research, the energy structure of this secret realm is extremely unstable. It will repel overly powerful energy bodies from entering. She paused and glanced at Shiner sharply. If a person with a cultivation level exceeding the transcendent realm forcibly enters, it will immediately trigger a chain reaction of collapse in the secret realm. The charming smile on Shiner's face froze slightly. She looked at Bai Yuexin, and for the first time, there was a hint of solemnity in her enchanting eyes. This woman actually saw through her cultivation level. Bai Yuexin ignored her surprise and continued, "So, for this operation, all participants must have a cultivation level of transcendent realm or below. Ms. Shiner, your cultivation has reached the realm level. I'm sorry, you can't participate in this operation." Bai Yuexin pointed it out directly. Although she didn't know Shiner's specific origins, as a strong person in the late stage of the domain realm, she could clearly sense that the woman in front of her had a power of the same level, and even a somewhat strange power. This power made her feel instinctively displeased. "Very good. Finally, this witch can no longer follow me." In Chen Shang's mind, the sisters' cheers full of surprise and relief instantly rang out. The corners of Chen Shang's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. There was no expression on Shiner's face. She just smiled and nodded, as if she didn't care. After the secret realm is opened, all teams entering will be randomly teleported to any corner of the secret realm. Bai Yuexin continued to explain the situation, her tone becoming increasingly serious. "This means that from the moment you enter, you have to face everything on your own. There is no support, no backup. The secret realm is filled with dangers. Besides all sorts of powerful, never-before-seen beasts, there are also deadly traps and mechanisms left behind by ancient civilizations. But similarly, opportunities are everywhere. Powerful techniques, rare materials, and even ancient inheritances that can allow people to ascend to heaven overnight are all possible." The most important point. Bai Yuexin's gaze swept across the faces of Chen Shang and the other two. This operation is not an exercise, nor a competition. The Federation will not set up any security measures in the secret realm. In there, if you die, you're really dead. The cold words made the air in the suite seem to drop several degrees. Hua Shilua's little face turned pale in an instant, and she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen Shang's clothes. Hua Weiman's breathing also became a little rapid. Only Chen Shang looked calm. He had long known that the road to becoming a strong man must be paved with blood and bones. In addition to our Hanggu University, participating in this operation are 4 other top universities, as well as elite teams sent by the federal military, the Psychic Association, and various civilian organizations. Bai Yuexin took out her personal terminal and projected some information into the air. "You don't need to worry too much about most teams.
But there are 3 teams that you must be extremely vigilant against.
She slid her finger across the light screen, and the information of the 3 teams was magnified.
The first team is Jinghua University's Thunder Team. Captain, Lei Hao.
He's at the peak of the transcendent realm, possessing the A-level supernatural power Wild Thunder.
He's extremely powerful, domineering, and vindictive.
Chen Cheng's gaze fell on the photo of the young man named Lei Hao. The other's eyes were full of rebelliousness. The second team is the Federation Military's Sharp Sword Squad.
Their captain is Long Zhan.
He is also at the peak of the transcendent realm, possessing the A-level supernatural power of Vajra indestructibility. He is a master of martial arts within the military, and his combat experience far exceeds your imagination. In the photo, Long Zhan has a crew cut, a resolute face, eyes like knives, and exudes an iron-blooded and murderous aura.
The last one. Bai Yuexin's face showed an unprecedented solemnity.
The Divine Punishment Team of the Psychic Association.
Captain, identity unknown, codenamed Oracle.
On the light screen, there was only a blurry figure wearing a hooded black robe and with an unclear face.
There's very little information about him.
We only know that he's also at the peak of the transcendent realm.
But there are rumors. Bai Yuexin took a deep breath.
His special ability is something that only exists in Legends, S level.
S rank? Chen Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank.
The 2 sisters exclaimed out loud, disbelief written all over their faces.
S-level superpowers. Isn't that something that only exists in legends and textbooks?
Of course, this is just a rumor and has not been confirmed, Bai Yuexin said in a deep voice, but regardless, these 3 people are your most dangerous competitors in the secret realm.
Remember, in the secret realm, sometimes human nature is more terrifying than strange beasts.
After a pause, he said, before the secret realm closes, the evacuation location will be sent to your personal terminal bracelets.
Then, follow the map and find the evacuation point. A teleportation array will teleport you back. After explaining everything, Bai Yuexin stood up. There are still 10 days until the secret realm opens. During these 10 days, you can move freely. Prepare well, or you can stroll around the magic city and relax. I will contact you again the day before departure. After saying that, she turned around and left the suite. After Bai Yuexin left, the atmosphere in the suite suddenly became much more relaxed. After a while, the neon lights of the metropolis lit up, and the 2 sisters leaned on the window and looked down. Honey, let us go shopping. I want to eat that famous seafood feast.
The 2 sisters chattered away in the Soul Link, and didn't seem to care too much about the impending danger.
As long as they are with their husbands, they are not afraid of anything. Chen Chang also smiled. Appropriate relaxation is indeed necessary. Just when he was about to agree,
Sheener, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. She walked up to Chen Chang and looked at him quietly with her charming eyes.
Oh nar.
Her voice was soft and respectful.
I might be away for a while. I'll be back in 10 days. Chapter 82 Cheener's temporary departure.
Chen Chang looked at her, thoughts turning in his mind.
Leave? However, he didn't ask any more questions. In other words, he didn't want to ask about her private secrets, and he couldn't ask about Zero's secrets. What's more, he can feel more relaxed when she is not around. Okay. He just nodded, agreeing.
Then he turned around and winked at the 2 sisters who were looking surprised.
Let's go downstairs.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weiman immediately understood what he meant. They took Chen Chang's arms again, one on each side, with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. The 4 of them walked out of the suite together.
No one spoke as the elevator went down. Until I walked out of the hotel door and stood in the prosperous and dazzling night of the magic city. Sheener bowed slightly to Chen Chang. Master, I'm leaving first. After saying that, she turned around, and with her graceful figure, she walked step by step into the crowd on the street. Just a few blinks of an eye. She completely disappeared in the vast crowd, as if she had never appeared. Chen Chang stood there, looking at the direction she disappeared, his brows slightly frowned. I don't know why. My heart actually felt empty, as if something was missing. An inexplicable irritation rose from the bottom of my heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the strange feeling. I must have gotten used to having her around during this period of time, and now that she's gone suddenly, I'm a little uncomfortable. Yes, that must be it. Husband, where are we going? Hua Shilua's voice brought him back from his thoughts. The little girl was looking up at him expectantly.
Hua Weimian, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything, but her cold eyes were also flashing with the light of freedom and excitement. Chen Chang looked at their happy faces as they finally broke free from the cage, and the irritability in his heart instantly disappeared. He smiled, reached out, and pinched the sisters' delicate faces.
Walk. Today, my husband will take you to experience all the best food and fun things here. Yeah. Long live my husband. Hua Shilua immediately cheered.
Chen Chang directly called a luxurious hover car.
Let's go to the most prosperous commercial center in Magic City. Okay.
The hover car started silently and merged into the ocean of light composed of countless neon lights and traffic.
Half an hour later. The most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai. Honey, this dress is so pretty. Purchase. Honey, this bag is the latest model. Purchase. Honey, how about we each get one of these watches? Purchase.
At this moment, Chen Chang fully experienced the pleasure of spending money lavishly. He directly took out an anonymous black crystal card from Chiner's storage bracelet.
He took a look at the numbers here. There were so many zeros at the end that he was too lazy to count them. Anyway, you can't spend it all.
The two sisters were a little reserved at first and didn't dare to choose anything too expensive. But after Chen Chang's domineering CEO-like remarks, "If you don't buy it, you're not giving me face," they completely let themselves go.
There were all kinds of the latest clothes, bags, and jewelry.
As long as they took a second look at them, Chen Chang would just wave his hand.
Wrap up.
The shop assistants around were all staring at this scene.
The look he gave Chen Chang was filled with awe. And the look he gave the two sisters was one of naked envy.
Soon, the storage bracelet on Hua Weimian's hand was filled with packaging bags of various luxury goods.
Hubby, that's enough. If you buy more, there won't be enough room.
Hua Weimian blushed and tugged at the corner of Chen Chang's clothes.
The feeling of crazy shopping is really great.
But what makes them even happier is their husband's attitude of not hesitating to do anything just to make them smile.
Okay, let's go eat something delicious. Chen Chang waved his hand and led them to the top revolving restaurant in the sky in Magic City. The freshest deep-sea monster sashimi. Teppanyaki is cooked on the spot using the tenderloin of a level fire-type monsters.
Various rare fruits that have never been heard of in the real world. The three of them ate with relish and enjoyed themselves very much.
After a good meal and a good drink, Chen Chang took them to play various entertainment activities. Holographic virtual battles, anti-gravity bungee jumping, aerial racing. They had fun until late at night and finally returned to the hotel feeling unsatisfied. However, the strange thing is, even though they had been playing like crazy for a long time, the three of them did not feel tired at all. Instead, they were full of energy and high spirits. I feel so light. Hua Shilua jumped on the spot, a look of surprise on her face. Well, since breaking through to the transcendent realm, our physical fitness seems to have made a qualitative leap. Hua Weimian was also feeling the changes in herself.
Chen Chang nodded.
This is what the extraordinary realm should look like.
Whether it is strength, speed, or endurance, it is far beyond the control realm.
Okay, you're all sticky, go take a shower.
Chen Chang urged with a smile.
Aha!
The two sisters nodded obediently.
Soon.
In the bathroom, there was the sound of splashing water and the sound of two sisters laughing and playing. Chen Chang sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to the vague and imaginative voice, and felt dry in the mouth. Before, with that evil woman Chiner around, he had to be restrained in everything he did. I was afraid that she would see or hear something if I wasn't careful.
Now. She left. A thought suddenly popped up from the bottom of Chen Chang's heart. He put on a wicked smile and tiptoed to the bathroom door. Then, with a sudden push, he opened the door. Ah! In the bathroom, two panicked screams suddenly rang out. Let me check on the results of your training.
Chen Chang talked nonsense in a serious manner.
Shameless. Rogue.
The two sisters cursed, but their voices were so soft that they had no strength at all.
The corners of Chen's mouth widened even further. He. Happy times always pass quickly.
When Chen Chang opened his eyes again. Outside the window, the sky is already filled with red clouds. A huge setting sun is hanging where the sea and the sky meet, dyeing half of the sky a gorgeous orange red.
Surprisingly, it's already evening.
Chen Chang looked at the magnificent sunset outside the window and was lost in thought for a moment.
Chapter 83 Protective Bracelet. Time flies by quickly.
In a blink of an eye, 9 days of the 10-day rest period have passed. During this period, Chen Chang and the other two did not stay in the hotel all the time. The prosperity of the Magic City far exceeded their imagination.
They were like ordinary tourists, visiting every corner of this huge steel city.
Of course, trouble always comes unexpectedly. In the hotel's top-floor restaurant, Chen Chang was slowly and methodically cutting the great exotic beefsteak on the plate that was emitting rich energy. The two sisters sat opposite him, eating dessert in small bites.
Just then,
several young men in uniform from another top university strode over and stopped directly at their table. The young man in the lead glanced at the two sisters frivolously, with a hint of undisguised arrogance.
"Hey, isn't this the 3F group from Hanwoo University? You like to use this method to attract other people's attention?" The sarcastic words instantly broke the warm atmosphere in the restaurant. Hua Shilua's little face turned slightly pale.
A hint of coldness flashed across Hua Weimian's eyes, and she was about to speak.
However, "Get lost,"
Chen Chang whispered, "Don't disturb us while we're eating." Around them, several tables of teams of psychics were having meals, each with a different look on their face.
"He looks like a bystander. From Jingwu University, are they looking for trouble? Didn't they see what happened to Lu Tao last time?"
The young man in the lead's face turned pale and blue after being choked by Chen Chang, but he could only swallow his anger, remembering what the teacher in charge had said: no trouble was allowed.
Chen Chang didn't even raise his eyelids from beginning to end.
He simply wiped his mouth elegantly with his napkin. Everyone in the other teams had seen Chen Chang's ruthlessness. In front of everyone, he crushed the hands and feet of Lu Tao, an A-level mutant, like stepping on an ant.
Ruthless person. Madman. This is the new label that everyone has put on Chen Chang. No one underestimated him anymore.
At this moment, Bai Yuexin appeared at the door of the restaurant.
She walked straight to Chen Chang's table and placed a personal terminal on it. "This is the latest news just sent back from the frontline detection team."
Her expression was somewhat solemn. The energy field within the secret realm of ruins number 03 has recently experienced unusual fluctuations.
Some areas that were originally considered safe have experienced high energy reactions from alien beasts.
Meanwhile, in some dangerous areas, the energy fluctuations have weakened.
This is the updated map, please take note of it.
Chen Chang picked up the terminal and memorized the latest map information.
On the map, the large red danger area has expanded a lot. June 16th, afternoon.
On the eastern coastline of the Magic City, a huge teleportation array composed of countless runes and energy pipes is emitting a faint blue light. All the teams participating in the operation, dozens of young elites in the extraordinary realm, have gathered here. The air was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. Chen Chang stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes occasionally scanning the distant sea level. His brows were tightly furrowed.
For some reason, an inexplicable irritation was growing wildly in his heart. Chi Nur. That which hasn't come back yet.
She said she would be back within 10 days.
Today is the last day. Husband, what's wrong with you? Hua Weimian's concerned voice was heard through the soul link. Are you thinking about that witch?
Hua Shilua's voice was filled with a subtle hint of jealousy.
Chen Chang's heart trembled, and he forced himself to suppress his irritation. Nonsense, I was just thinking about the secret realm. He explained it, but the empty feeling could not be shaken off. Teleport countdown, begin. 10, 9, 8. The cold mechanical synthesized sound echoed over the coast. Everyone began to walk towards the center of the teleportation array.
Chen Chang's heart sank little by little.
She won't come back? Just when the countdown is about to reach 0.
A fiery red figure, like a ghost, appeared at the edge of the teleportation array without any warning.
It's Chi Nur. She is back.
However, at this moment, her face was frighteningly pale, and her charming eyes were filled with fatigue. But the moment she saw Chen Chang, a charming smile that was enough to make the world pale in comparison bloomed on her beautiful face. She ignored the astonished looks of everyone around her and walked straight up to Chen Chang. Then, she stretched out her slender hand, which was still as white as jade. Lying quietly in the palm of his hand were 3 ordinary-looking bracelets made of an unknown black metal.
Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission.
Her voice was a little weak, but still full of charm.
This is a protective bracelet that I asked an elder to refine specifically for you.
Inside, a powerful protective magic circle is condensed, which can withstand a fatal attack from a strong person below the realm level.
Each bracelet can only be used once.
After saying that, she handed the 3 bracelets to Chen Chang and the 2 stun sisters respectively. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the bracelets in their hands, then looked at the smiling enchantress in front of them, their minds going blank.
She, actually, was going to prepare a life-saving trump card for them?
An indescribable and complex emotion instantly surged into the hearts of the 2 sisters.
Touched, shocked,
or guilty. They have always regarded her as a vixen and their biggest enemy.
But she... Why? Hua Weimian looked at Qiner and asked with difficulty.
Qiner just smiled and looked at Chen Cheng deeply with her beautiful eyes.
Because I am the master's person. 1. The countdown is over. Transmission begins. Buzz. The dazzling blue light instantly engulfed the entire teleportation array.
The figures of Chen Chang and the other 2 became blurred and distorted in the light, and finally disappeared completely.
Outside the teleportation array,
Bai Yuexin and Qiner stood side by side, quietly watching the light gradually dimming.
I didn't expect that.
Bai Yuexin's cold voice suddenly sounded.
The famous Zero would also be considerate of others? The moment the words fell, the charming smile on Qiner's face froze in an instant.
She slowly turned her head and looked at Bai Yuexin beside her. All the charm and smile in her beautiful eyes faded away in an instant.
The world was spinning.
When Chen Chang regained consciousness again, a salty and humid sea breeze, mixed with a strong fishy smell, blew in my face. In my ears, I could hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks.
He opened his eyes. What comes into view is a dark beach with countless strange-shaped reefs scattered on it.
In the distance, there is an endless sea with surging black waves. The sky, on the other hand, was a strange, dim purple-red color. 2 moons, one large and one small, emitting a pale light, hung high in the sky.
This is the secret realm of ruins number 03. A lost island hidden in the cracks of space.
Chen Chang immediately became alert and looked around.
The coast is too exposed. We have to get out of here.
The 2 sisters also recovered from their initial shock and immediately entered combat mode, looking around vigilantly. Chen Chang's gaze turned to the end of the beach.
There is an endless, inky black primeval forest.
From time to time in the forest, there were some hoarse and strange cries of unknown creatures, which made people shudder.
Let's go to the woods first and find a safe place. Then we'll study the next route. Chapter 84, First Encounter with a Strange Beast. The 3 of them walked carefully on the dark beach and slowly headed towards the forest ahead. The sand under my feet made a rustling sound. The surrounding environment was as silent as death. Apart from the sound of the sea hitting the shore, there was no other sound. Chen Chang walked in front, his body slightly lowered, his leg muscles tensed, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian followed him half a step behind, one on each side, with the magical light in their hands flickering as they observed their surroundings vigilantly. Here, it feels so depressing. Hua Shilua's voice sounded in the soul link, with a hint of uneasiness. The energy in the air is very chaotic, and there's a smell of blood. Hua Weiman's response was even calmer. She activated all her mental power and tried to explore the surrounding environment. Chen Chang didn't say anything. He looked around and saw nothing but the beach. After making sure there was no other danger, he quickened his pace and, taking the 2 sisters, quickly crossed the uncovered beach and plunged into the dark forest. As soon as we entered the forest, the light suddenly dimmed. The tall and twisted trees blocked out the sun, and only a small amount of light from the 2 moons in the sky could reach the forest. It was eerily quiet, the only sound being the 3 of them stepping on rotting leaves. Let's find a place to stop first. We need to familiarize ourselves with the current environment. Chen Chang's meaning was conveyed to the 2 sisters through the soul connection. His strange skin petrification had covered his entire body, turning into a layer of hard rock texture. They soon found a relatively hidden pit formed naturally by several huge rocks. After confirming that there was no danger around, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Chang took out a map terminal from Hua Weiman's storage bracelet. The light screen lit up, illuminating the slightly nervous faces of the 3 people. We were teleported to the southeast corner of the ruins, Black Rock Beach. Chen Chang pointed to a marked point on the map. This is the outer area.
According to the information, the danger level is relatively low, but we can't be careless. The two sisters nodded. Although it was the first time for all three of them to face such a dangerous environment, their mental qualities were still strong. For the next 2 days, the three did not take any risks. They used the stone pit as a temporary base and carefully explored the interior of the forest. In this strange forest, there grow many plants that have never been seen in the outside world. The next morning, Huashi landed under a fluorescent mushroom and discovered a small grass that was blood red with golden patterns on its leaves.
Honey, look at this.
She cried out in surprise through the soul link. Chen Shang walked over, squatted down, and observed carefully. Although he is not a pharmacist, he still learned about herbal medicine in school. Of course, he learned it from the sisters. Golden vein blood Ganoderma, the main ingredient for making advanced healing medicines and physical enhancement potions, can fetch a sky-high price in the Federation. He carefully dug up the grass with its roots and put it into the storage bracelet. This discovery eased the sisters' tension a lot, and added a bit of anticipation for treasure hunting on this secret journey. However, apart from these rare plants, they did not encounter any living creatures during these 2 days. There are no strange beasts and no other teams.
The whole forest was as quiet as a tomb.
This strange silence actually made Chen Cheng's vigilance reach its highest level.
When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The third afternoon.
The three were preparing to return to their temporary base.
Roar!
A beast roar filled with brutality and pain suddenly came from the depths of the forest, breaking the long-lasting silence. The three of them paused at the same time and looked at each other.
Something's happening. Chen Sheng's heart moved. Go over and take a look, be careful and keep your distance.
The three of them immediately restrained their breath and sneaked silently in the direction where the sound came from. After passing through a dense bush, the scene before them made the two sisters hold their breath at the same time. In a devastated open space, a giant beast as big as an armored vehicle, covered with a thick blue-black shell and with a ferocious single horn on its head, was charging madly. Opposite it were three young men in combat uniforms. It was exactly the team from a top university that Chen Chang had seen in the information. Among all the teams, the strength is in the middle position. However, at this moment, they looked extremely embarrassed. One of them had his arm hanging limply, obviously broken, while the other was covering his chest with blood at the corner of his mouth.
Only their captain was still struggling to hold on.
The man was seen emitting an ice-attributed aura all over his body. Ice cones condensed and continuously attacked the giant beast, but they could only blast away some ice chips and could not cause any substantial damage.
So strong. Hua Shilua's face turned pale.
This was the first time she felt the terrifying pressure of a strange beast at such a close distance.
Husband, what should we do? Hua Weinian's voice also became a little tense.
Chen Chang did not answer immediately. He lurked quietly in the dark, observing the battle situation calmly.
The defensive power of this giant unicorn is beyond imagination.
That person's ice ability is at least A level, and his cultivation level is at least in the middle stage of the extraordinary realm.
Captain. It's no use.
This beast's defense is too abnormal, the injured team member roared.
The captain's face looked extremely ugly.
He didn't expect to run into such a tough guy as soon as he entered the inner circle.
Withdraw.
He made a prompt decision and stopped fighting.
He took a deep breath, and all the lightning in his body instantly gathered in his right hand. Ice attack.
A huge ice cone solidified in front of him and suddenly rushed towards the giant beast in front.
Boom.
He didn't even look at the results of the battle, and directly left the scene with the team members behind him. The violent explosion raised a cloud of dust. The unicorn roared in pain, and a huge wound so deep that the bone could be seen was blasted out on its indestructible flank shell, and dark green blood gushed out. On the open ground, the only thing left was the seriously injured unicorn that was constantly making low roars. It lay on the ground, sticking out its long tongue and licking its bleeding wounds. Its scarlet eyes were full of cruelty and vigilance. Chen Chang looked at the direction where the three people disappeared, and then looked at the giant beast gasping for breath in the same place. He looked at the giant beast with serious eyes, and the two sisters also understood the conflict in Chen Cheng's heart. In the soul connection state, they gave him the greatest support. Chen Chang no longer hesitated and nodded slightly to the two sisters.
A light cry in the heart. Get started. Chapter 85: Killing the Unicorn Rock Armor Beast. Weaponized with strange skin. As soon as he thought about it, the system talent was activated instantly.
Hua Shilua and Hua Weimian beside him instantly turned into two streams of light, one green and one blue, and sank into his body.
Buzz. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled Chen Chang's limbs and bones. This was the first time after breaking through the transcendent realm that he had fully activated his talent for alien skin armament.
Mysterious patterns appeared on his grayish-white petrified skin, and the sisters' supernatural powers had been perfectly connected with him.
Roar!
The unicorn seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised its head. Its huge scarlet eyes were fixed on Chen Chang, who was walking out of the bushes. The strange beast had a natural feeling that the tiny human's special ability in front of it should not cause it any harm, but it could sense an aura of unease from the human that made it feel uneasy. Chen Chang didn't give it any time to think or react. Limbs strengthened. Mental barrier. Bleed. In an instant, the sisters' skills were activated. If each person can only use one skill at a time, Chen Chang would probably use all his skills.
A mental barrier was constructed in his mind.
He didn't know what skills the strange beast had, so he chose the safest way. The imperceptible energy of bleeding has silently locked onto the hideous wound on the giant beast's abdomen. Chen Chang did all this in a flash, and his body suddenly sank down.
Boom!
A spider web-like deep pit instantly exploded on the ground beneath his feet. His figure had transformed into a gray cannonball, rushing towards the unicorn beast with a whistling sound that tore through the air.
Too fast.
The giant unicorn had no time to make any defensive moves and could only watch the tiny human being's eyes rapidly enlarge in size.
Chen Chang's goal is extremely clear. It's the wound on the strange beast. He raised his rock-covered right fist high, pouring all his strength into it without reservation at this moment. Break it for me. Bang!
There was an extremely dull sound, like a huge hammer smashing a watermelon, and then it exploded. Chen Chang's fist, which seemed small but contained explosive power, smashed firmly into the unicorn's wound so deep that the bone was visible.
Ah! The giant unicorn let out a deafening howl that was 10 times more shrill than before.
The unimaginable pain caused its huge body to twist wildly. Chen Chang succeeded in one strike and did not hesitate to fight. With the help of the reaction force, he rolled his body in the air and landed lightly more than 10 meters away, putting some distance between him and the giant beast. He could feel a burning pain in his fist. This beast's bones are so fucking hard.
Even the wounds were terrifyingly tough.
However, his attack was far from over. The bleeding effect has begun to take effect. Chen Chang could feel that the energy in Hua Shilua's body was constantly being lost in the arm space. Although the arm space could quickly absorb supernatural powers, the bleeding effect was artificially stimulated to the extreme by Hua Shilua. The huge wound of the unicorn beast had originally shown signs of healing, but now it was like a blood bank with the floodgates opened, and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. The severe pain of blood loss and the feeling of weakness made the unicorn go completely berserk. It had completely given up on defense, its scarlet eyes fixed on Chen Chang, its forehooves dug the ground, and a thick, ochre-colored energy light began to condense on its huge horn. It slammed headfirst into the ground.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Suddenly, without any warning, dozens of huge and extremely sharp stone spikes shot out from the ground under Chen Chang's feet. These stone spikes came at him with great force, blocking all his escape routes. But in front of Chen Chang, who has activated limb strengthening, this level of attack is not enough. His legs burst out with amazing strength, and his body was like a ghost, moving at high speed to dodge in the dense stone thorn jungle, without even the corner of his clothes being touched. The moment he dodged the attack, he rushed forward again. He was like a tireless, top-level assassin, constantly moving around and attacking the huge unicorn. Every punch hits the same spot precisely. That ever-widening wound. Bang! 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 The dull sound of beating never ceased. The giant unicorn beast had terrifying power, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Chang's clothes. It could only roar madly on the spot, releasing all kinds of earth-related abilities, destroying the ground within a radius of 100 meters into a mess. And its vitality was rapidly dissipating under the bleeding and Chen Chang's heavy blows. Finally, after Chen Chang delivered another powerful straight punch, which rammed into its wound again and almost shattered its internal organs. This arrogant giant beast suddenly froze in its tracks. The brutality and madness in its eyes quickly faded away, replaced by the disappearance of life. Plop! Its huge body fell heavily to its knees. Then, there was no sound. Bite. Killed B rank monster, unicorn rock armor beast. This beast excels at physical defense and earth energy manipulation.
A cold mechanical sound rang in my mind. Hoo hoo. No wonder this guy is so tough. Hua Weimian's voice came through the soul link.
Chen Sheng disarmed himself, and the two sisters reappeared beside him. He held his knees, breathing heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. This battle seems easy, but it actually consumes a lot of resources. If this beast had not been severely injured before, and if my skills had not been abnormal enough, it would never have been so easy to take it down.
Honey, are you okay?
Hua Shilua hurried forward and placed her small hand on his back. A soft green light poured in, restoring his strength.
Fine. Chen Chang waved his hand and stood up straight.
He looked at the corpse of the giant beast, which was as big as a hill, and his heart was burning with anger.
This is a B-level monster. Its horn, its shell, its supernatural core, all are priceless treasures. Get rich.
Just as Chen Shang was about to step forward to collect the spoils, suddenly, a sound of applause, tinged with frivolity and approval, came from the woods not far away.
Snap, snap, snap. He's quite skilled. With his F rank ability, he was able to kill a B rank unicorn rock armor beast single-handedly. It really opened my eyes.